on the entire costing revision. So what we are going to be looking into it is whatever notes that you guys require, we will be sharing it on the WhatsApp channel. So just make sure that you are there on the WhatsApp channel for all the updates. Good morning, Amrita, Deva. No one, I would recommend you to just put in your name so that we are aware of it. Right. So just to give you guys a quick brief, so I'll try to look into it the way we are going to be looking at the costing as a overall subject for you guys to clear. We try to bracket out into three particular verticals. The first one being your introduction, that's got to do with material, labor, overheads, activity-based costing, and integrated. The second one is got to do with finding out the cost of a product. So they basically you start with cost sheet, job costing, process, joint product, service. The last one is completely got to do with your management accounting, which is marginal, standard, and budgeting. Now, when we look into it from an examination per se, the ones that I have highlighted is where you are getting your MCQ questions majorly from. So this is something that we are going to be focusing little higher on. The ones where I've highlighted on the chapters, so just look into it: material, labor, cost sheet, process, marginal, and standard. These are the topics that we are going to be focusing with regards to our MCQ part of it. Just one sec. Yeah. So these are the topics that we are going to be focusing from the MCQ part. And now if we have to look into it, your paper pattern, right? Now you have 30 MCQ questions and you have 6 questions, and out of which you need to answer 5 of it. Now what you need to be aware of is, how does this 30 questions or 30 MCQs come in for? There are going to be 2 case study questions. There are going to be 2 case study questions of 5 questions each, and then there are going to be 5 individual questions. So totally this is going to be one full-fledged question, which is going to be divided into 5 and 5, and then you have 5 individual questions. Now this is something where it is easy to score marks. Just one second. This is something where you can look at scoring your marks for 2 reasons. Now, since these are going to be a separate question of case studies, now you know what kind of questions it's going to be there. Typically it's going to be either a standard costing question, a material question, a process costing question, or a labor question, where the case study scenarios are very high compared to other part of it. Now the 5 individual questions that we are talking of is going to be straight formula based application question. So ideally, if I am a student, what I would do is I try to see, can I score at least a 50% marks in this, so that I can score 15. So if I can score 15, I'm saying that's on a very negative side, but even if I can score 15, then I know my chances of scoring 40 is very on a higher side. Now let's come to the next part of it. You have next 6 questions, out of which you need to answer 5 questions. Lot of students ignore this part of it, which is the theory, and I would always suggest, please make sure you read theory, because chances of scoring 14 marks is very high in theory compared to a practical question. And why it's also required is, a theory question is required for you guys to save time. Compared to a practical question, a theory question will save you time. Highly recommended to make sure that you read it, because either you will go wrong or right, and you can score at least 10 in a theory question. So how much have we done with? 15 in my MCQ, 10 in my theory. So I need to score only around another 25 marks to make sure that I cross my 50 target on a very easier part of it. Now each question, since it carries 14 marks, so even if you see I can attempt half the question in each of it, I know it's easy to score 50 plus. And costing as a paper is something where most of them score a 50 plus without too much of a hassle. So I hope this is pretty clear with the paper pattern. How are we going to be looking at? So what we are going to be doing is, on a daily basis, we are going to be doing smaller concepts initially. Just a quick recap. Post that, we are going to be looking into certain questions of each of the topic. So if there is any particular chapter that you guys require me to stress on, you can always post it on the comments and I'll be happy to do it. So today we are going to be having two sessions. The first session, we are going to be doing material chapter and labor chapter, and post break we are going to be doing marginal costing plus the introduction theory chapter. Now what's the marks that I can expect? Now your material chapter can come between 8 marks to 14 marks. Labor chapter can come between 5 to 14 marks. Marginal costing can come between 5 to 10 marks, and introduction chapter is going to be 5 marks. So overall, if I keep the least part of it too, if I can make sure I know these 4 chapters, I can at least aim to score 25 marks by the end of the day. That's the target that we are going to be looking at in terms of the session today. Now the second part of it is, since the session is going to be only for 4 to 5 hours, you need to go back, make sure that these 3 chapters are completed so that you are aware, and if you have any doubt, we can come back and discuss tomorrow. I hope all of you guys are clear with it. We'll start off with our session 1. Yeah, I'm using it. Right? So let's start with our topic 1, which is our material chapter. Now, why are we doing this material as a chapter? There are few things that is required, few things which are not. Now, one, to make sure that we don't have a interruption with regards to our production, and also to make sure that the cost that I'm going to be producing is always going to be lower. Why lower? Because material has a direct impact on my final cost of a product. Now the third one is to make sure that I reduce my wastages and also to have adequate information for the man. So this objectives typically can come in for a 1 mark or 2 mark question. So I've just given you the theory. But what is more important for me is this part of it, which can come in for a theory question, is what is the material procurement procedure. Now when we look into it, there are a lot of departments which are involved in terms of buying your material. The first one is the engineering department. Now what does the engineering department do? Now the engineering department basically makes a plan to find out what is the kind of raw materials required for the production. Now then they send it to a department called as production department. Now what does this production department do? Now a production department tries to find out, does this raw materials, do I have it for the purpose of production? If I don't have it, they will try to give an order. To whom will they give order? Now see, let's say if I am a production department, I get a list of raw materials required from the engineering department, telling that boss, these are the raw materials required for you for the production purpose. Now I'm going to go to the stores department and check, are these raw materials available with me? If I don't have it, what will I do? If I don't have it, what will I do as a stores department? I have to order, right? So from which department will you order? It's my purchase department. So if you guys look into it, the production department will have a list of raw materials which is required. they're gonna ask the stores department, do they have it? If the stores department have it, they'll directly supply. If they don't have it, they're gonna place an order to which department? Called purchase department. Now, you need to understand what are the documents which are involved here, because part of your MCQ question, the production department, for asking the stores the material, they ask a note called as material requisition note. They're gonna ask through which note? Material requisition note. And the stores department is gonna request for raw materials through a purchase requisition note. So you need to know who's ordering what in part of your examination question. Now, how does a purchase department work? Sometimes they've asked you for a 5-mark question. How does a purchase department work? Now look into it. If I just see the chart here, the purchase department got the request from which department? The stores department. Now once I know these are the raw materials required, first thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be asking for a tender. Now what's a tender? Tender is basically asking all the suppliers to come in and say, boss, who all are supplying this raw materials, please send me what is the price at which you are ready to supply, right? Then who all suppliers meet those criteria, they are going to send you a quotation. Now once you get a quotation, if that quality matches the requirement, then you're going to place a purchase order. This is what is the role of a purchase department, a 5-mark question. Clear with this? I'll be sharing you guys the notes after the session is over, so you guys can just understand what we are discussing out here. Is the pace fine, the guys who are attending online? Ashish, Nivedita, Sangvi, Deva, Menakam. So clear with the purchase department, role of purchase department, a 5-mark question can be asked. Now, look into it. Supplier department. Now, to whom will the supplier department coordinate with? To whom will the supplier department coordinate with? That's just one question that we have to look at. Now, the supplier department is going to be supplying goods to which department? Is my stores department out there. They are going to be, purchase department will only place an order. But once an order is placed, which department will get the goods? It's the stores department. But for me, from a costing per se, what is required is, now a stores department, once they get, they need to give you a confirmation. They need to give you what? A confirmation about the goods that they have received onto it, and that confirmation is called as goods received note. Which note? So who's giving goods received note? Stores department. Again, one of the MCQ question which was asked onto it. Now, how is that the accounting department will make a payment to the supplier? How will an accounting department make a payment to the supplier? Through invoice. Now, but just based on the invoice do they make a payment is the question. Now, what happens is when the goods are sent, the supplier sends two things. If you would have purchased it on Amazon, if you see, you would have a goods. On top of it, there would be a performer invoice. Or maybe whenever you are ordering something, they say after you give the performer invoice, you make the payment, then the invoice will come to your email. Right? So whenever the goods are sent, they send you a performer invoice along with it. Now, along with the performer invoice, then they will check the goods received note. Once both of them are matching, then they'll make the payment to it. And that is what the costing department will be looking at. Now, there are 2-3 questions that you can expect from this particular chart for your exam. One is the role of the purchase department. The second one is what are the things that the store department does, that we are going to be looking at in terms of bills of material that we are going to be looking at right now. It's just one second. Okay. Now let's start. This is where your actual chapter starts from. Whatever we have spoken till now, only one part of it is important. All other things that we are going to start is from now for the examination. Now, first thing, what is the bills of material got to do with? Right? A bills of material, basically it contains all the raw materials which are required for manufacturing a product. Who prepares bill of material? It's the first department, which is which? The production department. Sorry, the engineering department. This is the one which is going to give you a bill of materials saying that all the raw materials that you require for the production, this what is the list. Now, second department is your material requisition note. Who's giving you material requisition note? Production department is going to request the store department saying that, boss, I need these raw materials for my production. Now, when we are purchasing a raw material, this part of it, please remember, this part of your question, they have asked it a lot of time as part of your 2 marks, 5 marks or 10 marks. Now, when you're purchasing raw material, right, there are going to be a lot of costs involved. Now, let's try to understand what are the costs. Transportation cost, taxes, your storage cost, your wastages, your abnormal losses. Now, we need to understand what all will be added to the cost of product, what all will not be added to the cost of product. This, sometimes they've asked for a 5-mark question. Just remember this format and you will solve one question towards the end of the session. Now, when the raw materials are required, what are the list of items that I'm going to be adding and subtracting it? First is the purchase price net of trade discounts. What do you mean by net of trade discounts? And what is trade discount and a cash discount? Right? Now, remember this in the examination too. Simple. Let's say you went to Big Bazaar or D-Mart. You would see a Mari biscuit 100 rupees one getting sold at 50 rupees. Is it a trade discount or a cash discount? Trade discount, right? I go to the cash counter. They say you pay through Paytm, you'll get 50 rupees cash back. Cash discount or trade discount? Now, for us, for valuation of inventory, only trade discount is considered. Cash discount has no impact on cost accounting. Remember this? So, I'm going to be only giving effect to which discount? So, the purchase price, when I'm looking into it, I'm going to be reducing which component? The trade discount. Second part of it, all the costs which are involved with regards to freight, transportation and handling charges are going to be considered, right? So this is pretty, if you know on the accounting side, what does accounting say? All the cost involved in bringing the raw material to the present location should be added to the cost of inventory. So this is straight away. What about this? Import duties and taxes. How does it work? Now, remember this. Since you have already focused on your tax paper, you will be knowing it. You know input credits, right? So if any input credit is available, then the tax will not be considered. What is the rule? If there is any input credit. So if you cannot claim an input credit, then it will get added. If you claim an input credit, then you're going to be ignoring the taxes. Clear? So that's what it says. Any refundable taxes will be taken. Insurance during the transit. That is, so there are two kinds of insurance that you need to look at. One, which is basically got to do with bringing the raw material from the place of production to your factory. That insurance will be taken. But let's say you have taken insurance for storing the goods. You have bought it to your godown and then you are storing it. That will not be considered. So only the goods in transit is going to be considered. Now look into it. Storage cost. Storage cost, which is attributable to procurement. Storage cost, which is attributable to procurement. That is, after procuring, if you are storing, not to be considered. But while procuring, if it's required to be stored in certain places, then you will be considering. Cost of containers. Simple example that you have to consider is the Coke bottle. Coca-Cola bottle, right? So you get PET bottle and you get glass bottle. PET bottle, who bears the cost? Customer. What about the glass bottle? Supplier, right? So now what happens is, if the cost of the containers are refundable, then we don't consider it. If it is to be borne by the customer, then you will be adding it to the cost of the product. Then what are the items that we are going to be discussing that we have already spoken? Do you consider penalties? Let's say while I was bringing in, I was about to get only 100 kgs of raw material. I bought 45 kgs. I bought 150 kgs. For that, a police put a fine. Do you consider it? The answer is no. So any penalty or any retainable values or deposits that is there, this is going to be not considered. Now, this is an other 5-mark question that is going to be there, which is going to be your difference between a bin card and a stores ledger. Very, very important question. And if you see a lot of paper, once in 4 attempts, they have asked this question, a difference between a bin card and a stores ledger. Now, who does a bin card and who does a stores ledger, right? Bin card is basically maintained by the storekeeper. Bin card is maintained by who? The storekeeper. Why is he maintaining it? To keep a record of the goods. Was storekeeper, remember this, storekeeper will never have any idea about the value of the raw materials. For him, it's like A came, B came, C came, A gave, B gave, C gave. So he's only bothered about what? Raw quantity. He's not worried about the price. So for him, he's going to keep a track of raw materials coming in and raw materials going out. So he's going to be updating only the quantities, and immediately upon receiving it and giving it, he's going to be updating it. Now, when I look into the stores ledger, who prepares stores ledger? Cost accounting department. Now, for the cost accounting department, he is concerned about both. That is quantity as well as the cost. Second, when will he update? When will he update? Now, a bin card guy will be updating immediately whenever the transaction is happening. Whereas the stores, when you are looking into the stores ledger, he is going to be updating it after he receives from different parties. Right? He has to get all the data, then it's going to be post the transaction is happening. Are you clear? So this one, just remember, I've given the table, so you can just memorize it before going to the examination. Done? Now, this is your first set of practical questions, which is going to come in, which is going to be part of your 5-mark or a 14-mark question. Setting up of different levels for the purpose of inventory. Now, first thing is called your ROL. What is ROL? Reorder level. What does reorder level say? What is the reorder level? When are you going to reorder it? Okay. So, simple thing, when I look into it, what happens is, now, a reorder level will always be between the maximum level and the minimum level. It will always be between what? Maximum and the minimum. So it, whenever you want, you always want to keep it in a stage that I refill it, it comes to maximum. Then you keep using it, it comes to one level, you keep reordering it. What I reorder is called as EOQ. Listen to it. What I reorder is called EOQ. At what level I order is my reorder level. Now, whenever you are ordering it, remember, I would always try to keep in mind that during this period, there is going to be maximum consumption. There is going to be what? Maximum consumption. And the supplier will take the maximum time to supply it back to you. That's the part that we have to remember. Because whenever you are supplying, you know what is a lead time? So when you're ordering any of the part, the supplier says, if you would have seen on the Amazon too, it will be delivered between 8 to 10 days. 8 days will be my minimum period in which he's going to deliver. 10 days will be the maximum. So in the reorder level, I would always assume that he's going to be taking what? 10 days. And during this time, you are going to be consuming the maximum. So reorder level is always calculated at what? Maximum consumption into maximum reorder period. Clear with this? Easy to remember? Now, examiner's most favorite question, EOQ. There are 3-4 scenarios of EOQ, and since you guys came in late, I'm just recapping it. There are 4 topics where your 15-mark questions comes in. One of them is your material chapter. So we are going to be focusing little more on it. Few chapters which are not having too many kind of questions, I'll just run through brief because it's a revision class. So the ones which you're sure of getting 60 marks of the paper, we'll spend a little more time on it, right? So what does an EOQ mean? Economic order quantity. Like I told you, at reorder level, you're going to be placing an order for what? EOQ. EOQ, there are 2 costs that you're supposed to keep at minimum. How many costs you're supposed to keep at minimum? Which are the 2 costs? One is the ordering cost. Ordering cost. The second one is the, what do you mean by carrying cost? Cost of storing inventory. What do you mean by ordering cost? The cost incurred by the purchasing department. That becomes part of my ordering cost. So ordering cost and carrying cost, you have to keep it at minimum. The formula is calculated by what? EOQ is equal to 2AO by C. What does A stand for? Annual requirement or consumption. O is my ordering cost per unit or total? Ordering cost per unit. C is carrying cost per unit. So this formula, we'll have to just make sure that we remember it on a long term basis. So 2AO by C. Any doubt in the formula? Right? Let's try to just look into this question. And one of a part in your examination is costing paper. If you can read the question properly, trust me, you are solving half the question without even knowing what to do. Lot of them fail in costing only because of not able to read the question. And I'll tell you, one of the most easiest scoring paper in your group 2 is the costing paper. I'll tell you why. There are 2 reasons. For last 100 years, costing has not changed. What has changed is a bit of management accounting. Costing, all kind of questions are exhausted. All kind of questions are good for us. That's where if you see costing, a lot of people score 98, 100 and all only for this reason. Can we score it? The answer is yes. Last 2 attempts, most of your paper has come only from study material. Which material? So make sure all the study material questions, including theory, you go through it once. since I'm doing only 3 topics a day, you have enough time to complete all the questions to it. And the way I'm doing it, if you can run through it, you should be able to complete. So Monday you will not have anyway marathon class. So I'm saying by Monday you should be like, boss, give me costing any day. I should score 80 plus. That should be the target, because costing, the moment you get 80 or let's say even 70, what will happen to your other 2 subjects? The pressure comes down. You know which is the most riskiest in group 2? Is your audit paper. Subjective papers are the most riskiest in the CA thing. So to avoid that risk, I need to increase my score in costing, right? So that's where I'm going to be doing only 3 to 4 topics a day, so that you can go back and revise it. So that tomorrow, after this, when the FM comes in, boss, these 2 papers should take you to that 150 score. Then you should be like, okay, fine, I can score that 40-40ish and I'm done with my group 2 as a paper. That's the strategy. So I'm just keeping you guys to it. Let's read the question and try to make what I would want you guys to do in the classes. We'll only try to write what is given. Anyway, I'll be sharing this notes after the class. So you guys can just write down what is given in the question. Then we'll try to solve whatever is there. Now, how do we read a costing question? We are gonna always start off with per order. Because you won't place per unit, right? Whenever you have. So let's assume that you are ordering in Zomato, right? You order on Zomato. Now, when you're ordering on Zomato, if you see for you, whether you order 1 dish or 10 dish, he'll charge you 50 rupees. So there is never per unit there. So whenever you are placing the order, what is the cost that it's going to be involved for you for that order is what is going to be your ordering cost. So ordering cost is never looked at on a per unit basis. So let's try to look at this question and try to make, let's say if it's on the examination, how do I go about solving it? Whenever in a costing question, don't read the question first. Always read the bottom of the question. Always we are going to read what? That is, what is that they are expecting. The moment you read, you should be understanding what is that they are asking, so that I write it down onto it. 1 or 2 questions will solve it so that your presentation becomes better, and post that I'll be running through all the questions, right? Now, you are required to calculate EOQ. The moment they have asked me to calculate EOQ, that means what is my formula? 2AO by C. So what I would want you guys to do it is in your book, write down EOQ is equal to square root of 2AO by C. And below that you have to write what is A. A is equal to annual consumption. Handwriting does not matter for all of this, so you can write faster. Annual consumption, ordering cost, carrying cost per unit. C is equal to carrying cost per unit. Right? Now let's try to see second part. How frequently should the company order to minimize the procurement cost? That means what do they want to reduce? What is the total ordering cost they want to reduce? Third one, calculate the total ordering cost and total carrying cost. So anyway, that's going to be the later part of the question. Clear with this? So I have to find what is A, what is O, and what is C from the question. That then after that I just have to apply the formula, right? A limited, a toy company purchases its requirement of raw materials from S Limited at 120 per kg. What is this? So write down given purchase price is equal to 120 per kg. Given purchase price is equal to 120 per kg. Again, I'm repeating, I'm only going to be doing one question like this so that you understand how to present in the paper. And like I told you, any question that we get right, if there is 14 marks for that question, I have to get that 14 marks. I will not let the examiner cut marks for anything. Even if it takes 5 minutes more, it's okay, rather than trying to do one more question and not getting full marks. Clear? So, where were we? Given purchase cost is equal to, the company incurs a handling cost of 400 plus freight of 350 per order. What does this mean? Carrying. Handling. Handling means buying the raw material and handling it to you. This is my ordering cost, right? So write down ordering cost is equal to 400 plus 350 is equal to 750. 400 plus 350 is equal to 750. Next one. The incremental carrying cost of an inventory is 0.25 per kg per month. In addition, the cost of working capital finance on the inventory on the raw materials is 15 kg per annum. Carrying cost, are we going to be calculating it per month or is it going to be per annum? Per annum, right? So now write down my carrying cost is equal to 0.25 into 12 plus 15, which comes to 18 per kg. Now, are you clear? Now I have found A, O and C. Can I just apply it in the formula? Right? Guys, now just ignore it. Now we can anyway start off with it. Write down EOQ is equal to 1000 kgs. That is 2 into 12,000. Now, do I know my annual requirement? Did I find my annual requirement? So let's read. The annual production of the toys is 60,000 units and 5 units of toys are obtained from 1 kg. How much units of toys are you making? From 1 kg. So if you want to make 60,000 units of toys, how much raw material do you require? So write down A is equal to, I'll change the way I'm writing here. 1 unit produces 5 toys. How many toys do I require? 60,000. So how much kgs of raw material do I require? Can I write it as 60,000 divided by 5, which is 12,000 kgs of raw material? Right? So write down for A. Write down for A. So now I am done with A, I am done with O, I am done with C, right? Can you find out your EOQ? So EOQ will be 2 into 12,000 into 750 divided by 18. That comes to 1000 kgs. Right? So now see, the examiner will have no way for him to cut marks because all the working note I have shown it properly. Now one thing as students that you have to understand is, for an examiner, I have to show any working. If let's say in the question 1 plus 1 is there, world everyone knows it is 2. We assume that the examiner does not know. We'll show 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Do we require to do that? The answer is yes. By doing it, will I get additional marks? No. But I am cutting down the option of them deducting marks. Clear? So please make sure you follow this from next question, whatever we are giving it across. Done. We have answered the first question. Now, How frequently should the company order? How frequently should the company order? Annual requirement is how many kgs? 12,000, right? Per every time you're ordering, you'll order for how many kgs? So that means how many times will you order? 12 times. Now, in a year, right? In a year, how many months are there? 12 months. In 12 months, if you have to place 12 order, how frequently will you order? So, one mistake I've seen students doing in the examination is they will say they are supposed to place 12 orders. The answer is wrong. Read the question carefully. How frequently? That means when are you going to be ordering it? Are you going to be ordering it once in 10 days? Are you going to be ordering once in 20 days? Once in a month? They didn't ask you how many orders. Are you all clear? I've seen lot of students in the examination writing 12 orders and be done. The answer is not 12 orders. The question clearly saying how frequently. So we are looking at what? So I know I've got 12 orders. In a year I have 12 months. 12 months by 12 order. I'm going to be ordering in 1 month. Or you can look at it in number of days. That's going to be 30 days. Are you clear? Last question. How do you calculate total ordering cost? How do you calculate total ordering cost? How many orders was? 12 orders. Per order, how much are you spending? So, look into it. Ordering cost, 12 orders. 12 orders at 750, so it will be 9,000. Clear? Now, how do you calculate the carrying cost? Whatever your EOQ is, divide by half. Why do we do half? Because it's an average that we take, and per month or per annum, what are you spending? 18 rupees. So that's going to be 1000 divided by 2 into 18, which is basically going to be clear. Most frequently asked question in the examination. What we did now, if you see every alternative paper, there's a question on this. Anyone, any doubt in the presentation? Clear how to present it? Clear with the concept? What is E, what is O, sorry, what is A, O, Q, right? Let's come to the next part. I'm not going to be doing this question. This just I'm going to be running it across. Compute EOQ and the total variable cost. What is variable cost? Okay, now they have asked me to calculate EOQ. First we'll do that 5-mark question. First we'll do that. For EOQ, what all do I require? A, O, C. Do I know annual consumption? Was no. See the question. Do I know annual consumption? I know annual demand. Is demand and consumption the same? The answer is no. But since the question does not have annual consumption, I'm going to be writing an assumption. Again, mistake by the student. Because there is no consumption given in the question, we are assuming my annual demand to be consumption. Are you clear? So step 1, I'll write my assume that annual demand is equal to annual consumption. Are you clear? Right? I'm just telling you where all you lose marks. Clear? Second part of it. Unit price. This is what? Purchase price. Ordering cost. 16 per annum. What about storage cost, interest cost, this one? What has this got to do with it? Carrying cost, right? How do you calculate the carrying cost then? So you'll take the purchase price, that is 20, multiplied with, do we need to take all these things into 20%, which is 4 per unit. Once this is done, I think more or less everything is sorted, right? Now the second part of the question, pretty straightforward. Instead of 20, what if I use 12.2? So just change the answer into 12.2 and you should be able to get the answer right. Guys, are you clear with it? Online folks, Reshma, Amrita, Nivedita. Right? The next part of the question is basically got to do with your other stock levels, which is your minimum, maximum, and danger level. Now, how do I find my minimum? Look into it. I had told you guys, maximum, minimum, in between is the ROL. So from the ROL, if I remove my average, from the ROL, if I remove my, that's my minimum level. For the examination, instead of trying to mug up all the formulas, just remember this. ROL is anywhere between maximum and minimum. So from maximum, that's from the ROL, if I remove my average, that becomes my minimum level. Are you clear? Now, ROL, I told you, if you remember. Now, what will be maximum then? I told you whenever I fill up my ROL with ROQ, it should be going up to the maximum level. ROL plus ROQ, from that, if you remove the minimum consumption, that will give me the maximum level. Clear with all the formulas? So easy to remember. How do you calculate ROL? Maximum into maximum reorder period. What about ROL? Sorry, what about minimum level? ROL minus the average. Minimum level. Minimum level is ROL minus average because it is below. Maximum level is ROL plus ROQ minus the minimum. Clear? Easier way to remember, right? Danger level, it's basically gonna be, now I'll just remember how this danger level works, right? Now, let's say you need something, if you order in Amazon, it will take 5 days. You can go to, let's say, Kanchipuram and get it immediately. But to go and come to Kanchipuram, it will take 1 day, right? What is danger level? Is basically, if there is so much of urgency, I should be in a position to just go to Kanchipuram and come in and keep my production going till the time my actual raw material arrives. So emergency lead time, this is going to be like immediately if you have to go and run in, what is going to be the average consumption during that time. Clear? Let's see this question. This is also one of the examiner's favorite question. Very repeatedly asked in the material chapter. Just shall we look into it? Anil Limited uses 6 kg of raw material to produce 1 finished units of product XME. The correct demand is 16,000 in quarter. Again, important thing, because what I require is annual. Lot of students, again, they miss out and write only the 16,000 and take it. It's not 16, it is quarter. 1 kg will cost me 40. What is this? Purchase price. The cost relating to quotation, documentation, employee cost attributable to the procurement of raw material every time the order is made is 2,000. What is this? So you have found out ordering cost. You have found out what's your annual consumption. 16,000 16,000 into 4. Boss, right? Why? First word. Each unit requires how many kgs? Then the cost of fund invested is going to give you 15% per annum. What is this? The last line. The cost of fund invested in inventories, cost of storage, blah, 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 will carrying cost. So, did we get this? Did everyone get 384? Then it's pretty straightforward. Any doubt in the first part? So you saw the mistake that you would do, right? 6, 4 and your 16,000. Clear with the first part? Okay. How would you do this question? Should you accept an offer of 2.5% if the annual requirement is made in 4 equal installments? So what is he telling it to you guys? EOQ is how much? What is your annual consumption? So how many times do you have to place order? 3,84,000 divided by 16. How many times? Instead of this 24 times, he is asking you to place order only for how many times? So that means every time how much will he place order for? 3,84,000 divided by 4. So he's asking you, instead of placing an order for 16,000, place an order for. So how do you do this question? Okay. So simple, what we are supposed to do is, we are going to be finding the total cost. What are we going to be finding? We are going to be finding the total cost. First, I'll explain the question and then let's look into the solution. Now, the total cost, what I'm going to find is, what is the purchase price? So 40, I'll multiply with the annual requirement purchase price. For this ordering cost, I'll add. What was my ordering cost here? Some 24 orders, no? 24 orders into the ordering cost. Plus my inventory was what? 16,000 divided by 2 into whatever that cost is. So I'll do this. This I will compare it with my 2.5% discounted price. If I do this, I'm good with it. Lottery question for 10 marks. If I see this question, I'll just jump in and answer the first question, this only. Right? It's pretty straightforward question. Now look into it. Order size 16,000 kg, 960. Did I explain this? Number of orders 24 and 4. Did we explain this? Then what is going to be the purchase cost? Here is 40 in a regular scenario, whereas is ready to give you what discount? 2.5%. So that will be 39 rupee. So what's your total purchase cost? 384 into 40, 384 into 39. Ordering cost, 24 orders at 2,000, 4 orders at 2,000. Carrying cost, it will be 16,000 into 15% into 40. Here it will become 96,000 divided by 2 into 15 into 39. I'll be sharing the solution. Ma'am, I'll share the solution. So just understand the question, that is more than enough. Right? So now A and B, which one would you go? Should you go ahead with discount or not? Right? Finally give your conclusion. Lot of students miss out this conclusion. Are you all clear till now? This is one more kind of a question. Okay. 2 attempts back, this was your 15 mark kind of a question which came in. So I've taken a little advanced question so that we cover a lot of things onto it. First thing, from the given details, calculate ROL, maximum, minimum and danger level. What will I do in the examination? First thing, I'll write down the formulas for all the four. First thing, if you remember what I did in the EOQ question also, first thing what do? We write the formula. Next thing what I require. Now, I'll try to check what all can I find out. In the formula, what all do I require? What is the reorder level formula? Max consumption, right? Then maximum level, minimum level, reorder level, average consumption into danger level, right? So once I'm done writing the formula, I'll try to find what all is required, what all is given, what all I calculate. Listen to it. I'm going to be writing what all is given, what all I need to calculate. So in this entire thing, this is the only thing that the examiner is looking at. So I need to write what all am I going to be finding it out, what all is already given in the question. Are you clear with this? Right? Maximum consumption. Do you know it? Given. So I'll write given maximum consumption. You know average consumption. Can you find out the minimum consumption? Can you find out the minimum? So calculation, you will write average, you will write maximum, and you will say working note calculation of minimum consumption. Are you clear? So I have calculated maximum consumption. Now look into it. Reorder period, average, maximum, minimum, all the three are given. So do you have to calculate anything? Nothing. For emergency purchase, lead time is given. So I don't have to worry about anything with regards to the reorder period. Now, what else is pending here? I need to calculate my ROQ. To calculate ROQ, what all do I require? AOC. The number of units to be purchased during the year. A. Cost of placing an order. O. Storage cost is C. So can I find 2AO and 2AO by C? So that also is sorted. Now I just have to apply the formula. Clear? If you do this, there is no way that they're going to cut your marks for anything. Everything, like I said, whatever is not there, you need to show the working notes for it. Here the working notes was required for EOQ, and you had required a working note for minimum consumption and EOQ. These two were required. Do those two working notes, then just about applying the formula. So just look into it. So number of units purchased 5 lakh, ordering cost was 4, annual storage was right. So now computation for ROL, maximum usage into maximum lead time. I had nothing to calculate, everything was given. So straight away I found out the part of it. For maximum level, ROQ I had to calculate. So I'll come back, first calculate my ROQ. See here, working notes. Did we do both the working notes what the examiner was looking for? Right? Then it's just about applying the formulas from then. Easy. So please don't miss your material chapter. And I'm saying, even if you, the ones, again I'm repeating, in this 3 brackets, make sure 2 brackets you are extremely strong with. I'll tell you which are the chapters which students generally do a lot of mistake on. This chapter. Overheads. One more which I've seen students doing mistake is this one. And little bit here people do small mistakes. Now this topic is actually quite easy. This is easy, this is easy, this is easy, and if you guys are finding that difficult, I'll anyway teach you guys. This is easy. This is also easy if you can get your formulas right. So I'm trying to say, whatever you have found it easy, make sure you become the best out of it. Like I told you, you need only how many questions to pass? 3 questions. Only 3 questions to make you get that 50 plus. So make sure you strengthen those, right? So when I'm giving you guys those questions today, when you go back, try to go through your past paper questions, solve everything from material chapter. It's like, give me anything in material, I know. Since I'm here anyway for the next 3 days, I'm saying post the classes or recording is done, whatever doubts you have, you can get it clarified. So that you get an advantage of coming here and rather than sitting at home and attending. So we can get it clarified so that you get your marks. At the end of the day, I'm saying last a year back when I did this marathon, the guy who scored, he's got 85 just from watching the marathon video. So I think hopefully you should also get it. And because I'll be covering all the concepts in depth, so you guys should just go back and practice it, right? Clear till here? Guys, any doubt in the EOQ? Okay, this was another question which is this was your MCQ question. So I'll just cover one MCQ question so that we are aware of it. How much time should you take for an MCQ question? This is a 10 marker. You can go up to 20 minutes. 20 minutes you have. Best advantage. Best advantage. You don't have to do working notes. In examination, time is money. Best advantage is what? Right? And second advantage, our ma'am said, I don't have to worry about that. So I need to attend this no matter what happens. If luck favors you really bad, everything should go wrong. Otherwise, but most of them, CA intermediate has become easy because of this component. Especially with costing and all, you know what to predict in your 5 questions. So we'll try to look into it. What I would want you guys to do it is, let's again read the question, what are they looking at, and then we are going to come back to the main question, right? For the month of January, what quantity would be requisitioned for both material A and B? So they are asking how much raw material should you order for A and B. You are supposed to order. Second question, EOQ. Third question, maximum stock level. How much savings in purchase of material if purchase of order quantity is equal to EOQ? What would be the minimum stock level? Now, if nothing I can understand, at least I should be able to get 1, 2 and 3 right. The other 2 we should be able to look into it, but at least straight away from the formula, ROQ and EOQ are the same, Amrita. So 3 we should be able to answer, 2 we'll try to understand through the question. Clear? The purchase committee of A has been entrusted to review the material procurement policy of the company. The chief marketing of manager has appraised the committee that the company at present produces single product by using 2 raw materials A and B in the ratio of 3:2. So till here all are nonsense. I require product X. It requires what? 2 raw materials A and B in the ratio of. This is the only thing which is required from the current question. Material A is perishable in nature, which has to be used within. So till now we have not covered this case. It has to be ordered within. That means every 10 days once you have to place the So you have to only store quantity which is required for how many days? Clear? Otherwise, it becomes obsolete. Material B is durable and can be even used after 1 year. So B, there is no restriction. Material is purchased in the local market within 1 to 2 days. So minimum reorder period 1, maximum reorder period 2 days for which product? A. Material B will take 2 to 4 days. So minimum is 2, maximum is 4. These are the only information which was required for me from the first paragraph, right? Did you understand how I wrote this? So please, whenever you are in the examination, don't try to save paper. Don't try to save paper. You can always write down whatever it is. If finally, after your information, whatever you have got, think that's not relevant, draw one line. Draw one straight line, that is enough. But try to write, don't try to keep everything in your mind. Just scribble down the way I'm doing it, so that you don't do mistakes in your paper. Clear? The purchase price of the raw material is 30 and 44. That means what's my purchase price for A? 30. B, exclusive of the taxes. The company places an order to incur an administrative cost of, so that is what? Ordering cost of. Carrying cost of A is 15%. B is 5%. A is purchased in a lot of 15,000 to avail a discount of 10% on the market price. GST applicable on both materials is 18% and the input credit is availed. What does this mean? This is again nonsense information I don't require. Sales department said that it would require to sell 30,000 kgs in January and also projected the same trend for the entire year. So what will be your entire annual sales? 30,000 into 12, which is here 3 lakh. The ratio of input and output is 5:3. What does this mean? The ratio of input to output is 5:3. What does this mean? You will, if you make 5, if you put in raw material for 5 units, you get an output of 3. So if you require 3.6 as sale, what should be your input then? Use your calculator. So they are telling the ratio of input to output is 5:3. That means if you require a total sales of 3,60,000, right? How much input do you require? Into 5/3. That is going to be clear. Now with all of this information, what would be the quantity of materials to be required for both A and B for January? If 6 lakh is for the year, for the month will be how much? How much do you require of raw materials A and B? Because we know it's going to be in the ratio of. So what will be the answer? Is it right? Right. So you got the first one also properly. Just by understanding the question. Now after that, This is easy. So I'm not doing this. Guys, everyone got that 30,000? 30 and 20? EOQ, no problem. We just have to apply the formula. Now, maximum stock level. Now, this is little challenging. Just let's look into it. See here. Now, let's read the question for the maximum stock level of raw material A. You want to switch it off? Just ask them. Now, let's try to just look at from the A's per se. Why is A complicated? Why is A complicated? So, whatever you require for a month, can you store it longer? I can only store for how many days? That means I told you guys, no matter what happens, at any point of time, I'll not keep an inventory more than 10 days with me. In the month of January, you required how much of A? 30,000. Now, in the month of Jan, are you going to be working for all the 30 days? You're going to be working only for 25 days in the part. Where did they tell? They've clearly told in the question the company works only for 25 days. So that means, now look into it, 30,000 divided by 25 into 10, that will be 12,000 kgs for A. Are you clear? Are you guys clear with this? Right? This, the moment you don't look into it, you will end up doing a formula. That's where that perishable becomes important. For B, it is pretty straightforward. You have to find ROQ, ROL minus your minimum consumption into minimum reorder period. Why? Because this is durable in nature. Okay. What is this question? Let's try to understand. Calculation of savings or loss in material if the quantity equals COQ. So they want to see, instead of right now producing, why are they purchasing right now? They are trying to purchase 15,000 every time so that they get a 10% discount. But what they are saying is, instead of that, what if I can purchase it at EOQ? EOQ we calculated is 13,856. See here, my annual consumption is 360. This won't change. Right? Number of orders. How do you calculate number of orders? Annual consumption divided by your purchase quantity. Here you are going to be placing 30 orders. Here, why am I doing it 30 orders? No matter what, the number of orders will be the same because it's a perishable goods. Only thing that is going to be mattering for me is going to be my carrying cost. Instead of carrying 15,000, maybe I might carry lower, right? So ordering cost will remain the same. Only the carrying cost you will have to find what is going to be the difference, right? Now, when you look into it, at 15,000 kgs, the total cost is coming to 122. At EOQ, it is coming at 125. So, should you order at 15,000 or should you order it at EOQ? Order it at 15,000. This actually screws up the whole logic that I had. At EOQ, my total cost is always minimum. This case, because they are giving me the 10% discount, it makes a lot of sense to place that many. Clear with this? This one part, just this was part of your RTP question. This was RTP question. So minimum stock level is pretty much the same. So nothing to worry about. Are you clear? Uh, Anyone, any doubt with calculation of levels? Last part, this is again a 2 mark or a 4 mark question, which is called as the inventory ratio. There is one topic which I'm not doing it, FIFO and weighted average. Anyone wants me to teach that? FIFO and weighted average. Very hardly asked, but sometimes some mad guy wants to ask, he can ask it, because that is already tested in your foundation level. So that's why they don't test here. But sometimes if we just want to provoke you guys, we can do it. But you guys want me to teach, just let me know. Otherwise, this is the last topic of your material chapter. What is inventory turnover ratio? What does inventory turnover ratio mean? Inventory turnover ratio basically means how many times my raw materials was converted into sale. How many times my raw materials were consumed into sale, right? Now, for the total part of it, let's assume I'll tell first the basic formula and then we'll try to go to the advanced. Let's assume I have an average inventory of 5,000. What is average inventory? Opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2, 5. I have made sales in a year of 60,000. My average inventory is how much? 5. How many times have I made a sale? How much total sales have made? 60,000. That means I say my inventory was converted into sale 12 times during the year. Just understand the term, because there's a case study which I'm expecting to come on this. So that's why I'm just trying to say. So if I have an average inventory of 5,000 and I've done a sale of 60,000, that means my inventory was converted to sales. How many times? That it means 12 times you had to buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. This you were able to do it for how many times? 12 times. That's what an inventory ratio talks about. Are you clear? Inventory means stock, turnover means sales. Ratio is basically the relationship between inventory and turnover. Clear with this? Now look into it. Sales has a profit, correct? Selling price has a profit. I am concerned about the cost price, because that will give a wrong picture. So we take the cost of goods consumed. So my formula will be cost of raw materials consumed divided by the average stock. Now let's assume my COGS or cost of goods consumed was 60,000. Average inventory was 5,000. How many times did it convert? 12 times. In a year, how many days are there? 360 days. In 360 days, you were able to convert for how many times? In 360 days, you were converting it 12 times. So how much time was it taking for you to convert from raw material to sales? This is the entire logic. Understood the formulas, right? Formulas, if you want, you can remember. Otherwise, you can just understand what example I've told you. Just remember, let's just look into this question. Opening stock 90,000, closing stock 110. What's your average inventory? 1 lakh. Average inventory is 1 lakh. Purchases during the year is 2 lakh 70. Can you find out COGS? Opening stock plus purchases minus the closing stock. So that comes to 2 lakh 50. 2 lakh 50 by 5, 2.5. So 365 divided by 2.5, 146 days in a year. Done? Done? The next theory question which you can expect. So we are done with all the practical questions. Next, so I told you there are 4 theory questions that you can expect. One of it is the purchase department's role. The second one is the bin card versus stores ledger. Third one is the difference between perpetual inventory and continuous stock verification. You know what is perpetual inventory and continuous stock verification? Uh, Perpetual inventory. Perpetual means happening regularly. Remember it. So what happens in a perpetual inventory system is that you are continuously updating your inventory values on a real-time basis. You are continuously trying to value the inventory on what basis? Real-time basis. So here you don't do a physical verification of the stock. You follow computer systems. Computer systems will be constantly updating input output so that there is no stock out can be looked at. What does continuous stock verification means? Once in a while you're going to go and physically verify the stock. They've asked this for 5 marks, this part, perpetual inventory versus continuous stock verification. Understood the theory? Perpetual is basically, like I told you, it's updating your records continuously on a real-time basis to know the position of stock. Continuous stock verification, basically you're going to be doing a physical verification. Clear? Next part, true or false question, which keeps coming again and again, is this treatment of waste, scrap, loss. Okay, there is something that I missed out in this. You need to mark it in your study material. You need to know the definitions of all of this. What is waste, what is scrap, what is spoilage, defective and obsolescence. I don't know why I missed out in my notes. Right? So let's just try to understand what's a difference between waste, scrap, spoilage, defective and obsolescence. I'll tell you one logic that you can remember. Anything which is a normal, anything, all of this is basically a loss to the product, right? Or material. Anything which is normal will be absorbed by the good units. Anything which is normal will be absorbed by what? Anything which is abnormal should either be charged to costing P&L or to the department which has caused it, which will in turn charge it to the costing P&L. So just remember this logic, right? Along with it, remember the definition. That is more than enough. They have asked very repeatedly. I'm saying once in 4 to 6 attempts, you'll get one question on this. Either a true or false, or they ask differentiate between waste and scrap. So when they ask you that, you're supposed to write what is scrap and then say in the normal scenario how you're going to treat, in the abnormal scenario how you're going to treat. Are you clear? Done? So this portion you guys want me to cover or skip it? Right? So we are done with material chapter. Anything that you guys want me to explain or any topic? Clear? So we'll just do a quick recap whatever we have learned so that so on the day before exam, on the this notes what I'm giving you is what you will be referring. So it is like just to do a mind map to say, hey, you know what, have I covered all of these topics? I know I'm confident about it. Will the same questions come? I'm not God, but at least you'll be more confident. Today what you're going to be doing, these questions whatever I've given, you will solve it. Then you're going to go through all your textbook questions. First thing, study material questions is the first priority. Next priority is going to be going through the past year paper questions. Past year paper questions, what you will have to do is you will have to run through the question, try to find what is the formula, what all is that I have to find out, given, working note, then apply. See, once you come to a stage that you have come to the formula, you can skip and see the solution. That is the only way where you can solve more problems. Are you clear? In a day, costing, trust me, if you have between two exams, you have 40 hours, right? If you properly calculate, or even if you keep 35 hours per chapter, you get 2 hours to revise. 2 hours is so much good. In that half an hour, you should keep for theory. 1.5 hours, you should at least see 20 questions. How many questions? Only then you can go there. Is it possible? The answer is yes. You don't have to solve everything. So what I do is, whenever I am solving any question, I'll only keep writing given. This is the formula. Then I see the solution. Okay, got. Okay, oh, this I'm getting stuck. Which is the step? Right? Lot of time questions keeps getting repeated. I keep ignoring it. Okay, new question. Trust me, when you go to the exam hall, your confidence level will be to a different level. Right? Do it. It's possible. So today, like I said, this chapter is done 1 hour. Right? How much time did we take? 1 hour. 1 hour. That 20 minutes was more of 1 hour. So whatever I've done in 1 hour, you should be able to finish off by taking another 1.5 hour and another 2 hours for your past year paper questions. Are you guys clear? Right? So let's just recap whatever we did. We learned first part of the chapter. We learned about the objectives of why are we doing material. Then we learned about just the structure of how the material order happens. You guys came late by the time I was done. Then we spoke about who prepares material requisition note. Then we spoke about what are the items which are going to be added to the cost of purchase or the material. What are the items which are going to be excluded? You need to solve couple of questions on this. Because a couple of RTPs have a question on what are the items which are added, not added, you are supposed to do. Then we learned about the difference between bin card versus stores ledger. I told you important theory question for 4 marks. Then we covered, what did we do next? We learned about fixation of different stock levels. Here there were 2 kinds of questions that you can expect. One purely based on EOQ. One more based on different levels. Right? In EOQ there was one. What happens if you order at EOQ? What will happen if you go ahead with a discount? These were the 2 kinds of questions that you could expect. In different levels, it's only about trying to find out levels, and one different kind of question that came in, I told you, was the perishable thing that we have covered it across. What did we do next? We learned about the inventory turnover ratio. Then we learned about how do we treat the wastages. We learned about perpetual and continuous verification. Then there was FIFO and weighted average, which you guys said you're going to be doing by yourself, right? So this what is for the chapter. If you guys are pretty confident with it, I think you can at least aim for between 5 to 15 marks. 14 marks is what you can expect from this chapter. Even if you keep an average, very important from your examination point of view. Are you guys clear? The ones online, Sonia, Amrita, Yuvraj, Sangvi, this guy, there's one, Sharan, okay. Yeah, mentioned his name as Lovely Boy, so yeah. Done. You guys are there in the WhatsApp group, right? There's one, so I'll share the notes in the break for this. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll start the labor chapter. You guys are all done with your group 1? No. You are done. No. Nice. So how's your preparations going then? But what's your focus like? Group one, group two, or both? Like going now, there are when you're closer to exams, right? There are two ways. One, I'm extremely confident about both the modules. I don't care, or I keep focus on one and say, boss, I'll try to get the maximum there, and the other group should just try to see if I can push it to the exemption. So, what's the strategy that you are keeping with you? Oh, nice. Same. Group two. Group two. Awesome. Both group. Ah, your system anyway. Ah. Nice, nice. So then this becomes more important then. Ah.
But they said since when we started classes, the exams were in November, but then suddenly.
Correct, the scheme change.
So they said you can write it in January. I thought, okay, classes were done for first group, so let me give an attempt. I attempted first group in September. I lost by 5 marks in the previous.
So, but this time you're writing both.
Yeah.
Ah. That would have gone crazy, 5 marks.
I wasn't very confident, but I thought, okay, if not, I won't ever study group one.
Actually, group 1 is more easy to pass compared to group 2. To be very honest, group 1 is more easier to pass in compared to group 2. Only thing is group 1 is vast compared to group 2, but passing is more easier in group 1 than group 2. Group 2 auditing screws you guys up. And I'll tell you easier way to clear auditing. Open all the past year paper questions. Try to just mug up the answers. Just study material previous year back paper questions, study mat back questions, and the previous year RTP. Just mug up everything. Trust me, you'll get 80. The moment you try to write on your own, trust me, it screws up like anything. And again, definitely not a problem of a student. Auditing, there are two challenges. One, so let's assume FM paper and SM paper, right? Or costing paper. This is not something a CA does on its day-to-day basis. So you'll go with the suggested answers. Auditing is something that they practice also. And second, they also look at your suggested answers. Theory paper, whenever you deviate from whatever has been given from the suggested answers, the scope of losing marks is very high. In auditing, if you read all the past year paper questions and other part, trust me, at least 7 to 8 questions will come from that. 7-8 questions, you get 5 right, your scores would have crossed 40 plus. And all other questions, even if you get 2 to 3 marks, your score will cross at 60. Don't use your intelligence at all for auditing paper. After examination, you learn whatever way you require. Just keep, like your school days, if you remember, open the question, just keep doing it, and you will thank me after the examination is done to say, boss, thank you for making it. And that will, I've seen students losing out just on auditing paper. They've taken only 2-3 attempts for it. After that, it's like, yeah, I should have listened to what you said. I'm trying to say, you guys just follow it easier way. Costing and all, you can score 80 easily. You can score 80. I'm saying Dream when you're studying. After exam, when the result come, let it come 60. Ah. You can actually, to be very honest, the paper is very simple in a costing paper. When you see the first attempt of the new syllabus, 100 marks of the paper came straight from study material. Straight. One guy was attending my class and he went and wrote in between. He was like, only somewhere is like, okay, fine. So we had completed 8 chapters. So he went and wrote, he's like, sir, everything I got it right. And he passed that paper also. And he stopped the class because he was done with his group because of that. So costing and all, stick on with the study material and past year paper questions. That should be more than enough. Huh? Same. Go and check study material. Same question. Everything. Yeah. Shall we start? Is the pace fine, or you want me to add something to what I'm doing? Because these are pretty straightforward chapters. I'm just going a little faster. If you require anything, let me know. Or you are expecting something more, let me know. Because for me, still I prefer to complete all the topics which are there than just doing only the important one. Guys, shall we start? Online folks. Yeah. So labor, I'll tell you what are there are one of the other very easiest chapter. There are only two kind of questions practical which can come in, and there are little bit more theory questions. Do as many questions of different kind because there are only two formulas. It can get complicated when they introduce it along with the marginal costing. If you are not getting it, no one will get it. If you can get it, then everyone can get it. Otherwise, the other two are straightforward questions. So we'll focus on that. There is also another part which is your theory which you can expect. So 5 marks definitely you will get. But if your luck favors, you get more question. Good for you guys. Shall we start? Now, first thing, just to give a quick introduction about the various departments which are there in the costing. Now, when you look into it, there are 5 departments. For me, one of the most important department is this. All other things are pretty standard. Personal department is basically my HR department. For you guys to remember on a layman basis, this is my HR department. Now, what are they in charge of? To make sure that you are doing your recruitment, training, development, compliance, labor laws, all of it, they take care. What is this department called? Engineering department. And engineering department basically focuses on time and motion study. That means for doing a particular work, how much time do you have to spend? What is going to be the output? Not again more important for me, just for theory if required. Timekeeping department is what? This is where my role starts. Timekeeping, payroll, and costing department. Now, a timekeeping department, they are going to be trying to keep a track of what time has he spent on, what time did he come to office, what time did he leave office, how much time did he work on a particular project, did he work overtime, was he absent? All of this, they keep a track of it. Wages department, they are supposed to take care of wages, make sure that all the payments along with statutory requirements are taken care of. Last one is the costing department. What does the costing department do? They try to put it around different departments. Which department, which cost center did this guy work for, or which product did he work for, is what they'll try to classify across. So not very important, just for us to set the chapter. This is the first theory question that you can expect. What are the methods of keeping your attendance, right? So there are, basically, if you look into it, there are two methods, one under manual, the second one is under the mechanical or automated method. Manual method, first is the attendance register method. Please look at it not as a company, always try to look at costing department as a factory. Now, how does the attendance register method work? At the beginning of the office factory, there'll be one book. People will come, mark the attendance, go in, come out. What is it? It's easy, not expensive, but from there for you to collect the data, it will become little challenging. That's the difficulty of. Second part of it, she will come, she'll sign her attendance. So there is a chance of the fraud happening. That's the problem with the attendance register method. Next one is the metal disk method. What does metal disk mean is, now each of the employees will be given one token number. So when they come to office, they have to take the open token, put it in the in button. When they're going out, they'll take out and put it in the out button. Whoever is left over, they are marked as absent. Whoever has come late, then again they'll keep a track of it. That is called as the metal disk. Sometimes because large number of employees, there is a very high chance of errors happening. And again, what if she will again take two guys attendance and put it across? No one is there to check onto it. So again, there's a problem. Now mechanical method, there are two things. One is called as punch cards. The second one is called as biometric. Punch cards is basically each ID card, each of them will have their own ID card. When they're walking into the factory, they have to tap in and they go in, right? So initially there are a setup cost which is going to be higher, but compared to both the methods, the chance of errors are higher, lower, because automatically everything is getting calculated on a computer. The last one is the biometric attendance. Biometric means what? Either your fingerprints or retina, whatever you look at. Now, can you cut your finger and give it to somebody? The answer is no. So it eliminates the proxy system, but the cost of setting up and maintaining is very, very high. But it's very accurate compared to all the other methods. One 5-mark question. This is the first 5-mark question that you can look at. Second 5-mark question, which is common, is the difference between timekeeping and time booking. Right? Shall we start? This is little important for me. Shall we start? Online? Are you guys there? Online, not you guys. Yeah. Because they get 10 seconds late than what we do here. And I think 20 seconds late is what they get. Okay. Timekeeping and time booking. What is timekeeping and time booking? Simple is what time he came to office, what time he left office is timekeeping. What time he spent on a particular work is time booking. Are you clear? Again, what is timekeeping? Maintaining attendance. What is time booking? What is the time spent on a particular project? Now, if you remember the first table that we did, who does timekeeping? Which department does timekeeping and which department does time booking? And how do you do it? Now look into it. Why do we do timekeeping? Timekeeping is done for the wage calculation. That means your payroll is paid based on timekeeping. Whereas the cost of a product is done in the time booking. So let's say for an example, there are 10, you are working 10 hours in a day. In 10 hours, 2 hours you studied costing, 2 hours accounting, 2 hours taxation, 2 hours something. So whatever time you have spent on a particular job, that goes under time booking. Whatever time you have spent on studying will be under your timekeeping. Clear? Now, how do you track? Is in this through attendance records, punch records, biometric system. Here job card, time card and job sheets. Now, who's the guy who's supposed to maintain it? This here you maintain by the HR department. This is maintained by the cost accounting department. Now, this is what we just spoke about, right? Timekeeping department, HR department, they will share the employee details. He will share the attendance details. Together, the payroll department will calculate the salary, right? Because they don't want the guy who's keeping attendance to know what is your salary. He'll only say have they come, not come, and other part of it. Payroll department will have all the data. Based on it, they'll do the wage thing. Now that will go to the costing department for making the payment. They will deduct the statutory dues paid to the government. Balance goes to the employees thing. Clear with the process? Again, so your normal loss, abnormal loss, same story, like wastages, scrap, and other part of it. What is idle time? What is idle time? Hmm? What is idle time? So simple, boss. I don't like your common language. We are writing exam. We have to stick on to the difference between timekeeping and time booking is idle time. See, it is like this. What am I paying salary for? What am I paying your salary for? The time that you have worked on a project? Sorry, the time you are in the office or the factory is what I'm paying you for. You are supposed to work for me all the time. Now, I'm telling you for 10 hours you're supposed to study. You sat from morning 9:30 for let's assume till 8 in the evening. Are you going to study all the 10 hours? In between, once you'll go for your lunch, sometime for restrooms, sometimes phone, sometimes tea break. Are this not all idle time? What were, if it was 10 hours of study time, weren't you supposed to spend 10 hours on study? Right? So that's where the difference between these two, the time that you have spent on a project versus the salary that I'm paying it for you, that becomes my idle time. Salary is paid based on what? Timekeeping. You are actually working based on time booking. Difference between both becomes my idle time. Clear? Now see the examples. Normal idle time, time loss between factory gate and the place of work. If you would have seen the factories at the gate and where they go for office, difference is there. Interval between job. When you have to shift from, assume one subject to another subject, you have to change the book, keep everything ready. Time is lost. Machine setup time, normal rest rates, right? These are all considered okay. What is abnormal? Lack of coordination between the teams. Let's say you were ready for work, raw materials were not available. You started studying, suddenly God said switch off the power, no more power. You want to study, God does not want you to study only, right? Machine breakdown or non-raw material availability, strikes and all is part of your abnormal time. Now again, easy to treat. How do you treat normal loss? How do you treat normal loss? Normal loss, cost of production. Abnormal loss, clear with this, right? Just remember, this is the second theory question that you can expect. Done. We'll try to just look into one question on your idle time. This is the only question that they have been asking. If they ask on this, till now they have not changed the question. Hopefully they don't change it for you guys. But this one question they have been asking, and it's part of your study mat question. Just let's look into it. In a factory, working 6 days in a week, 8 hours each day. So how many days are they working? 6 days, 8 hours. A worker is paid 100 per day. 100 per day. Basic plus dearness allowance of 120% of basic. That means he'll be getting what totally? 220. He's allowed to take 30 minutes break and 10 minutes for recess. That means, can I say he can take on an average 40 minutes? During this week, his card showed that his time was chargeable to 15, 12 and 13 hours for job X, Y and Z. The time not booked was wasted while waiting for a job. In cost accounting, state how do you allocate the wages for a week, right? So first thing, how much time should he work in a week if you look into it? Can I say 8 into 6, 48? Right? In that, what is the break that they are giving you per day? So that means 40 minutes into 6. How many minutes? 240 minutes is how many hours? That means in 48 hours is allowed to take how many hours break? So ideally he should work for how many hours? 44 hours. This is what? Can I say timekeeping? Whereas my time booking is telling me what? 15, 12, 13. Yes, work for how many hours? So how much time did he waste? Are you clear? If he's gonna be paid now, if I have been paying 100 plus 120 per day, that means I'm paying 220 per day. For 6 days, I'll be paying what? 1320. So if you look into it per hour, that will be 1320 divided by 44. Because we only take the effective working hours, is supposed to be paid what? 30 hours. Now look into it, how are you going to be charging to the project? 15 hours, 30, 450, 12 hours, 30, 360, right? 4 hours is going to be charged to costing P&L, total 1320, right? So please remember this and this should always match. Understood the entire working? Done? Idle time, any doubt? Okay. Suresh, Sajan, Kajal, if you guys have any doubt, just post it around. Otherwise, we'll go ahead with the next topic, which is my overtime. What is overtime? If you have worked more than your normal hours, we call it as overtime. What is overtime premium? Okay, let's assume that your salary is 120. For overtime, you were paid 250. What is overtime premium? You are regularly paid how much? 120. For the overtime that you have worked, you are paid 250. My question is, what is your overtime premium? 130, right? So please remember this. Whenever somebody is working, even overtime, you are still eligible to get your regular wages. What is overtime premium is if you are paying them more than the normal wage. So 250 is not overtime premium. It is 250 minus the regular wage, whatever I am paying, I'll reduce it. That becomes my overtime premium. Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear? Now, this is again 2-3 questions which you can expect from overtime. Now, what all questions can you expect from overtime? First thing, we have to find what is the reason for overtime. Is it caused because of reason that cannot be avoided, or is it caused because of the failure of the particular department, or is it because of failure of one person? Now it is like this: if it's unavoidable, then what do? Add to the product. If it is because of one department's failure, charge it to that department. That's all is the logic. So you have to just find out why did that overtime cause. Based on it, you're going to be treating it. Did you understand the logic? Right? We'll just read the question. Theory first. Look at it. Work performed beyond normal working hours is referred to as overtime. Workers performing overtime are entitled to an extra compensation known as overtime payment, which consists of normal wages for the additional hour work. Overtime premium is the additional rate paid over the normal wages. Are you clear with this? Now, look into it. Causes and treatment. This is what I've told you, important for your examination. Now, if the overtime is caused because of the requirement of the customer, you know, a lot of times there would be marriage at your house. You'll go to the tailor and say, sir, tomorrow there is a marriage, please get it done. He'll say, sir, no, sir, office will get over at 6. He's like, no, I'll pay you extra. Please do it today only. Because of whose work? Customer. So whom should you charge? So I told you, whoever is the reason for the overtime, charge it to them. That's the logic, right? So look into it. First one, customer's urgency. Work done at the specific request of the customer. Overtime, charge directly to the job. Second one, urgent production requirements needed to fulfill shortfall or urgent orders. Now let's say, for an example, certain things which are like your season, right? If you see when COVID happened, mass suddenly, now there is a shortfall. You are telling people to work overtime and get it, make sure it's. Now what will happen in those cases? Whenever it is a seasonal in nature or something where it is because of a shortfall, you're going to be treating it as overhead cost, and management fault, right? You will be charging it to the department. Abnormal condition, you charge it to the costing P&L. Just let's just look into this question. Sure, Muruga, I'll send it tomorrow to it. Tomorrow I'll send you all the notes for tomorrow's session. Right? In a factory, basic rate is 100 per hour and overtime rates are as follows. Before and after normal working hours is 175%. Sundays and holidays are 225. During the previous year, normal hours worked is 1 lakh. Overtime and before worked is 20,000. Overtime worked on Sundays is 5,000. So total 1 lakh 25,000. The following hours have been worked on job Z. Normal 1,000. Overtime 100. Right? You are required to calculate the labor cost chargeable to job X and overhead in each of the following cases. When overtime is regularly throughout the year as a policy due to the worker shortage. What are we going to do? Worker shortage. Charge it to the worker shortage. Worked irregularly to meet the requirements of the production. Last one is to the request of the customer. Request of the customer, you will charge it to the irregular is what? It's a mistake. Charge it to the costing P&L, right? Now look into it. Rate per hour is fine. Now let's try to find how are we going to be finding the annual inflated rate. Let's try to just look into the cases. Now when I'm saying I'm going to be charging it to the as a premium, or whenever I'm going to be charging overhead cost, right, what it means is I'm going to be taking the total cost the way it is and I'm going to normalize it, because there is a shortage. So when I'm saying I'm going to be normalizing it, look into it. Oh, now earlier he was working for 1 lakh hours at 100 per hour, then 20,000 hours at 175 and 5,000 hours at 225. So totally you would have paid him 1 lakh 46 1 crore 46 lakh 25,000 for 1 lakh 25,000 hours. So your average rate will become 117. Average rate will become what? Why? Because this is something which is going to happen regularly. There is a shortage, and this shortage I can't do anything. Market, everyone has a shortage of COVID mask. You can't do anything. So everything you will try to normalize it. Are you clear? So you're going to go to the past data. Listen to it. You're going to go to what? Past data. Try to calculate for the last year, if this rates of overtime would have applied, what would have been my rate per hour. So you're normalizing it. Like if you ask me in a layman term, boss, you're just averaging the cost. I don't want to charge separately. I'm telling all of it. This is what I paid last year. My per hour cost is this much. That is what you're going to do when there is a shortage. Are you clear with this? Lot of students do mistake in this. The other two, they get it right. Now, when it is worked regularly as a policy due to worker shortage. So what you will do, whatever number of hours he has worked, you will charge at 117. Now, if it is irregular, what you will do, see here, this 1125, what is there? That you will charge at 100 per hour. Because you are only supposed to be paying him based on the number of hours. The extra time that he has worked, that is going to be part of my factory overheads, right? How much did he work on the factory overheads if you look into it? Now, see here in this particular question, right? What did I tell you at the beginning of the class? This 1125, no matter what, this would be the wage rate whether he is doing anything or not. Whereas this 100 hours, what are you going to deal with it? You're going to be paying him when I see working before and after the working hours. So if you're going to be working before and after the working hours, you're going to be paying them what rate? The question says you're going to be paying them 175%. That means what is the overtime premium you're paying? So this you're going to pay 75. And this you're going to be paying 225. 225 means what? 125. See? 100 hours at 75, 24 hours at. So this will be 10625, which will go to the factory order. Last guy, I don't even care. Everything, boss, you only pay, make the customer pay for it. Guys, are you clear? Clear with idle time? Clear with over, right? Most probably the question what you're going to get is the theory. But if they want to make it difficult for you guys, you can expect more or less. There is one more question on the study material on idle time. Just solve that. That should be more than enough for the part of it. This is your 5-mark question. Constantly repeated every attempt. Shall we start? Which is the payment of Halsey and Rowan. Now, what does Halsey plan say? See, both of them are trying to pay you based on the time that you are saving it to them. Both of them are going to be paying you based on what? Time that you are saving to them. Now, what Rowan plan says is, whatever time you have saved, whatever time you have saved, we will pay 50% of the time saved. We'll pay how much of the time saved? What Rowan is saying is, I am not going to be paying 50%. Rather, I will be paying you as a proportion of the time saved. Listen to it. I'm going to be paying you what? Proportion of the time saved. This is the only difference. Halsey will pay you how much? 50%. How much will Rowan pay you? Proportionate of the one exam question came in. People suddenly started freaking out. When will Halsey, the wages under Halsey will be equal to wages under Rowan? When will wages paid under Halsey will be equal to wages paid under Rowan? You understood the formula, right? See here, what he is saying is, Rohan is saying, so it has to be that he has to save me 50% of the time, right? See, if he saves me 50% of the time, then automatically that will become 50%. Otherwise, it's like this. Let's say the project is 10 hours. Time allowed for the project is 10 hours. He did it in 5 hours. What is time saved? 5. Time allowed is 10. That is 50%. This is the case when both of them will be. They gave 5 marks for this. Just to explain this. In what scenario will the ALC be equal to Rowan? I don't know. People did not write. Lot of students did not even attempt the question. I was like wondering what was wrong with them. That was just 50%. When it will come, if you get it right, you should be able to get this. No, so but anyway, formula wise, did you understand? So time saved by time allowed. That on the other side is 50%. So just remember this. That is more than enough. Now let's just try to look into 2-3 questions which have come in. I think 5 mark questions. Right. So let's try to look into this question. SMC Limited is producing a particular design of toys under the following existing incentive system. Normal working hours 48, late shift hours 12, rate of payment is 150, late shift is 300. Average output per operator is, for a 60-hour per week is 80 toys. The company management has now decided to implement a system of labor cost, either Rowan or ALSI, in order to increase output, eliminate late shift overtime and reduce the labor cost. The following information is given. The standard time allowed for 10 toys is 7.5 hours. Time rate per hour is 150. Assuming that the operator works for 48 hours in a week and produces 100 toys, you are required to calculate the weekly earnings for one operator under per hour. Now, why is this question complicated? Do you know the time allowed? Now, what did I say? Anything that they give you in the question, first thing we are going to read this. What is the formula for ALSI? Time taken into time rate plus time saved into rate. Correct? Do you know time taken? The answer is yes, 48 hours. Do you know the time rate? 150 per hour. Do you know the time saved? We can figure out later and we'll see the time rate to it. Now, what is majorly challenging for me is I don't know what is the time saved. And why is it getting complicated to know what is time saved is? Because they have spoken everything in terms of the toys. So I have to convert everything from toys to hours. That one, if you get it right, you're done with the question. Should I read the question again? So let's go one by one and try to solve what it is, right? Normally, under the existing system, the normal working hours is 40, late shift is 12. He's paid 150, 300. In 60 hours, he's working for 80 toys. So if you have to pay him for 60 hours, what will you pay him? If you pay him for 60 hours, what do you pay him? Can I say 48 hours into 150? 300 hours into 12? This, does anyone have a problem? Now, what is the time which is allowed to manufacture 100 toys, right? Now if you see, he's saying in 60 hours he makes 80 toys. That means to make 100 toys, how much time should he take? He should take 75 hours. But what is he saying in the question is, assuming that the operator works for 48 hours, that means the time that he has worked is, how much time did he save? Now I think everything is easy to calculate. Are you clear with this? Should I repeat this question again, because this is one of a very typical question which keeps coming in the examination. Online, Amrita, Kajal, Nivedita. The last theory or practical question that you can expect in the paper is the labor turnover. Right? Now, what is a labor turnover? What does labor turnover mean? What does labor turnover means? Number of people who are changing in the organization. Number of people who are changing in the organization becomes my labor turnover, right? Now, when I'm trying to look into it in terms of a labor turnover, what happens is, there are three methods which is there. Now there are two kinds of questions only which can come. One direct question, one indirect question. Direct question means all the data will be given, you have to apply the formula, 5 marks. Indirect question means answer they would have given, you have to calculate the other way around. These are the two kinds of questions that you can expect in the examination. Expected even part of the 15 marker or that MCQ also. Replacement method. What does the term replacement mean? Number of people, let's assume 100 people left the organization, 80 people joined back, 80 will become the number of replacements. So number of people who left and replaced becomes the number of replacements. So the replacement method formula is very straightforward. It talks about the number of employees replaced divided by the average number of employees multiplied by 100. Right? Second, separation method. Now separation method, what does it mean? Number of people leaving the organization. Now the third one, yeah, leaving, right? I don't care. They have left the organization is separated, right? Third one is the flux method. Flux method, there are 2-3 formulas to calculate it. What it says is number of new people joined, number of people left, plus number of people replaced. Listen to it. Number of replacements, number of joining, number of separations, all three put together divided by 100 becomes divided by my average becomes the flux method. One MCQ question, what do you mean by accession? ACCESSIONS. Accessions. So number of workers joining including replacements is called as accession. What is accession? Number of people leaving plus the number of replacements is called as accession, right? See, this is the question I was telling you, the second kind of question where they'll give you the answer. You are supposed to do the reverse calculation. PQR has replaced 72 workers during the quarter. So I know the number of replacement. What is the number of replacement? 72. Then they are telling me the answer, flux, separation and replacement method, right? I'll use the replacement formula. Easy. Number of replacement formula is what? Replacement divided by average into 100 is equal to 8%, right? So if I have to do it, 72 into 100 divided by 8 will be my average. So what will be my average? Right? Now once I get average, can I find out the separations? Because now in the separations, look into it. What is the formula for separations? Separations, average. I know the answer is 5%. So now which is the missing figure? Can you find out the number of separations? Then last one, flux method. If you know the number of separations, right? Can you find out the number of accessions? Because I told you the flux method formula is what? Number of replacement plus number of new joinees plus number of separations divided by average. What is number of replacements and joinings called as? So accession plus separation divided by average, right? Now now I know separations, I know average, I know the percentage. Can I find out the accession? Once I know the accession, can I find out the joining? How do I find the joining? Because accessions, from the accessions, if I remove the replacement, that will become the joining part of it. Are you clear? This is the MCQ question I was telling you across. I'll give you guys 5 minutes. Just read the question. Give you guys 5 minutes. Just read the question first. And let's see, are we both understanding the same part of it? Just read the question and then I'll get back to the solution side of it. Guys, done reading the question? Now look into it. We'll just run through. The board of J Limited has been appraised by the general management that the attrition rate of the company has increased. The following facts have been presented. Training period for the new recruit is 50,000 hours, during which their productivity is 60% of the experienced worker. Time required by the experienced worker is 10 hours per unit. That means effectively in 50,000 hours, if we are saying the productivity is 60%, how much time have they worked ideally? Can I say only to the extent of 30,000 hours? 20% of the output during the training period was defective. So whatever time he has worked, 20% of the output was what? So in this 30,000 hours, if he's going to be taking 10 hours per unit, how many units he would have produced? In that, he's saying what? 20% was defective. That means, can I say roughly around 600 units? I don't know the numbers. I'm just trying to see what all can make sense. Potential productive hours due to delay in recruitment were 1 lakh hours. In 1 lakh hours, how many units you would have produced? If 1 hour, 1 unit takes 10 hours, for 1 lakh hours, how many units you would have produced? Selling price per unit PV ratio. I'll come back to this after the break. Since you guys know it, I'll just then settlement cost of the workers leaving the organization, recruitment cost, training cost. Now, how much quantity of output is lost during the labor turnover? Lost during the labor turnover. Let's try to count the numbers. First case, how much I should have produced? In 50,000 hours, if 10 hours per unit, I should have produced how many units? But whereas how much did I produce? So how much did I lose? That is in the case 1. Case 2, how much did I lose? 20%, which is, so I lost 2,600, and for 1 lakh hours, how much did I lose? So total, how much did I lose? See, I did not even have to wait for it. Straight the moment I break the question, it's more or less, how much loss in form of a contribution did you lose? Right? Now, selling price is 180, PV ratio is 20%. Therefore, what is contribution? What is contribution? 36, right? So 36 into 12,600 units. 4 lakh? Is there anything else that we have missed? They have not taken this only in the second part. Oh, sorry. I did not read the second part of the question. Sorry, my mistake. Sorry. Guys, sorry, I did not read the second part of the question. This one. sorry, the 20% of the units at 600, they have spent additional money and they've made it proper. So the total loss that is there is only this and this. 10,000 and 2,000, because that 600 units, they've made it right. So I only lost contribution on how many units? 12,000 units. So that will be 4,32,000. Sorry, my mistake. I did not read the second part of the question. Then what is the cost of repairing defective units? How much was the repair units? 600 units. 600 units at which is 15. What is the profit lost by the company due to the increased turnover? Profit lost by the company due to the increased turnover. Let's try to see what all did they lose. First thing, did I lose this 2,000 units? That is 2,000 into 36 I lost. Can I say I additionally lost 600 into 25? Then I lost 10,000 into 36. Then 1,83,480. 1,56,340. 1,13,180. These are the things that I lost, yes or no? Total 9 lakh rupees. Done? Done? That's all is your labor chapter. Please don't miss these two chapters, whatever happens. And I'm saying go and try to do today as many questions as possible between this and marginal costing. These three chapters, 20 marks of your paper along with the introduction is going to be on your pocket. Are you clear? So we'll take a break. It's 10 o'clock now. We'll meet at around 10:30ish. 10:30. We'll resume for two chapters. That's the introduction chapter theory. We'll run through the study material only. And the second part is we'll do the marginal costing after that. So tomorrow before you come in, what I'm suggesting is we'll open few past year paper questions and try to see, with knowing these four chapters, how much can I score. That we'll do between 7:30 to 8. 8 o'clock to 9 again we'll take one chapter, standard costing. Tomorrow we'll do standard costing 9 to 10. Then we will do cost sheet. Then we will do process and joint costing and byproducts in the post break. So that will push your score to 50 to 60. Third day we are going to do budgeting. We will do overheads, right? And if you require some bit of time, we will try to do this topic called as integrated, non-integrated and ABC costing on the day 3. Day 4 we'll only do service costing, then we'll do the RTP papers. Clear with the schedule? So 4 hours a day is what we are going to spend. Actually 4.5 hours a day. Half an hour for your past paper questions. Each hour one topic. I hope the pace is fine. Right? Few topics which are today. After break, we'll do marginal costing. Which one? Job and unit. Cost sheet only is that what you will do. Job costing and batch costing is cost sheet only. That's what I'm saying. I'll teach you. It will take 5 minutes. That's all. It's job. If you know cost sheet, job costing and batch costing is the same. Only difference that's gonna happen is you're gonna divide with the number of batches. Done. So we'll see you guys at 10:30 with the marginal costing. So guys, join in with the new link. Online folks, do you have any doubt? Please let me know. Or else we are gonna take a break and reassemble. Yep. Okay, so we are gonna start the next important topic, which is got to do with your marginal costing. So we have three management accounting topics: standard, marginal, and budgeting. Least important from the examination point of view, if you see the past trend has been budgeting. Budgeting has come between 5 to 8, but standard costing and marginal costing. Marginal costing as a chapter, you get 5 marks, but in between different chapters, marginal costing keeps coming in, especially the concept of contribution. So we'll try to understand not just from the understanding solving questions, but also more got to do with trying to understand how are we gonna apply it for different scenarios. So the last day when we are doing a lot of other questions, we should be able to connect with it. Today we are only doing standalone chapter questions. Last day we'll do more of this related chapters. For the ones who have come in, just repeating the schedule. So today we are finishing off material, labor, marginal costing, and introduction chapter. This is going to be done from the study mat. The important topics. Tomorrow we are going to be doing, what all topics did I say? Standard costing, cost sheet, process costing and joint products. One more topic I told. Right? Anyway, day after, okay, we'll do overheads also tomorrow. Day after, we are going to do integrated, non-integrated, ABC costing. No, we'll do ABC tomorrow. Overheads, then budgeting. Last day, we'll do service costing plus the previous year papers. This is what your schedule will be. Every day, we'll have 4 to 4.5 hours session. Half an hour would be just to discuss whatever we have discussed on the previous day. Any doubts that you have, you can ask it. The next 4 hours, 1 hour per topic that we're going to spend. Few topics might take longer, few might take smaller. 2 hours will spend across. And if you guys have any doubts that you want to ask, you can always get back to the session and we can start with it, right? So, okay, let's start. So first thing, what is marginal costing? Marginal costing is got to do with variable costing, right? So what it says is, from every product, I'm going to be looking at only variable cost. Fixed costs are going to be treated as period cost. First MCQ question, fixed costs are going to be treated as what? Period cost. And marginal costing only deals with what? Variable cost. Two things that you have to remember in a marginal costing is my cost of goods sold. My cost of goods sold. There are two methods of costing that we follow. One called as absorption costing, one as per marginal costing. Absorption costing will have both variable cost and fixed cost in the COGS, whereas marginal costing will only have what cost? This is one thing, just remember, because we have one 5 marker which considers to be difficult question is reconciliation between the marginal and absorption costing, that we'll do tomorrow or day after towards the end of the session, right? Now, a marginal costing statement for a layman term looks at like this: from the sales, from what? Sales, I remove my variable cost, I get my contribution. So contribution is basically my selling price minus my variable cost. From the contribution, if I remove my fixed cost, what I get is my, and this is called as my marginal costing equation. What is marginal costing equation? If I have to write it, see here, sales minus variable cost is equal to contribution. I told contribution minus fixed cost is equal to profit. So if I move this here, what will happen? Contribution is equal to fixed cost plus. Are you clear with this? So we are going to be playing around with this definition again and again with regards to how are we going to arrive contribution through different means. So major thing, everything in this chapter is got to do with only contribution. Different ways to find out the contribution. Clear till here? Right? So let's come in to the next scenario. Now, a PV ratio. Which ratio? PV ratio basically means profit volume ratio. What ratio? I want you to understand how does a profit volume ratio work. Let's assume that there is a product which is 100 rupees, one more product which is 100. Variable cost is 40, variable cost is 60. This is my revenue, this is my variable cost. Now, what is my contribution? 60. Let's assume my fixed cost is 50,000. Here it is 1 lakh. Here it is 1 lakh. Now, or to make it easier, I'll put it as 60,000. Right? Now, if I plain look into it, right? This is a product I'll never look at. And this is a product I would want to go ahead with it. Yes or no? What if I change the scenario like this? I make this as 1,20,000 and this as 40,000. Sales minus contribution is 60. Sales minus variable cost is 60. Whereas my fixed cost is 1,20,000. And then here in the scenario 2, sales minus variable cost is 40. I have fixed. Which product will you choose? Second one. Everyone is saying second one. Now we'll try to come back with one concept called break even. Which concept? What does break even mean? Break even is a point where I have no profit, no loss. Break even is a point where there is no profit, no loss. When can you be at a position when there is no profit, no loss? When you have recovered all your cost, correct? That means, can I say my sales should be equal to total cost? My sales should be equal to total cost. Now, can I also say where my contribution is equal to fixed cost is where I am at break even? Where my contribution is equal to at fixed cost, can I say I am at break even? Why? Profit is 0. Therefore, my contribution should be equal to the fixed cost as per the accounting equation, right? Now, look into it. What is break even? Break even is basically my fixed cost upon contribution per unit. So what does break even talk about is number of units that I need to sell to recover my fixed cost. So let's assume in this case, I had a 40,000 as my fixed cost. Contribution per unit was 40. Therefore, I need to sell how many units? 1,000 units to break even. Are you clear? Now, what is break even sale? What do you mean by break even sale? Boss, if I have to sell 10,000 units, what is selling price per unit? What is the selling price per unit in the question? 100. So multiply your break even point into selling price. That will give you. That's all. So you just find out the number of units, multiply with the selling price, you get the break even sales. Clear till here? Clear till you? So you need to recover your fixed cost, multiply with the selling price, that becomes your break-even sales. Are you clear with it till now? Any doubt? Now, let me go back to that question that we were doing. What was my selling price? 100. Variable cost 40, 60. Contribution 60, 40. What is PV ratio? PV ratio is divided by contribution upon sales. PV ratio is defined by what? That means, can I say in the case 1 it is 60%? Case 2 it is? Are you clear? Balaji, Nivedita, Nidhi, are you guys clear with this? Done? Now, if I am going to be doing this, remember, in a long run, MCQ question or case study question, in a long run, I would always choose a product which has higher PV ratio. In which run? I will always choose a product which has a higher. Whereas in a short run, I try to recover my cost faster. In a short run, I'll try to recover my, right? Now look into it. What my fixed cost in case 1? 1,20,000. In the case 2, it was. Now, if I ask you break even, what was my break even in this case? Can I say 60 by 120? 2,000 units. For case 1, 1,20,000 divided by 60. Can I say 2,000 units is my break even? In case 2, can I say 40,000 divided by 440? 1,000 units is my break even. Which is now in short run, which one will you take? Short run, will you take option 1 or option 2? Option 2. In long run, why am I looking into it is something that you have to understand. Let's assume I'm selling 10,000 units. How much am I selling? If I'm selling 10,000 units, what will be my profit? Let's try to understand under both the scenarios. If we understand this, I'm done with the chapter, to be very honest. If at 10,000 units, case 1, what is the revenue I make? 10,000 into 100. 10 lakh. Case 2 also. What is variable cost? 60. 60 into 10,000. 6 lakh. 4 lakh and 6 lakh. Okay. 4 lakh and 6 lakh. Okay, you guys don't make faces. 4 lakh and 6 lakh. What is your contribution? 6 lakh. What was my fixed cost? 1.2 lakh. 40,000. What's my profit? 4.8 lakh. So see here now, long run, which one gave you more profit? First one. Clear why it is? Is everyone clear? Now, so we learned 3 or 4 formulas now. What are the formulas that we learned? No, first one we learned about marginal cost equation, which is what? Minus variable cost is equal to contribution. Correct? Second one, we learned about break-even point. Break-even point will be based on what is break-even point formula? Fixed cost upon per unit. What is break-even sales? Can I say break-even point into selling price? What is PV ratio? Contribution. These are the 4 formulas we learned. Clear? Can I write break-even sales like this? contribution, sorry, what's break even point formula? Next. Yeah, fixed cost upon into selling price. In the mathematic rule, can I bring it down? Can I write it as fixed cost upon contribution divided by selling price? What is this? So break even sales can also be found out by fixed cost upon. This will help us in some cases where there are some challenges. Like I told you guys, this is only got to do with logic. So we are not going to be learning more formulas. We'll try to understand the concept and then we'll try to apply it in real life scenarios. Done? Any doubt till here? Okay, we'll go next step. Now, at 0 units, what is going to be your profit or loss? At 0 units, what's going to be your profit or loss? At 0 units, what is your profit or loss? Was at 0 units, what is fixed cost? What is fixed cost? Irrespective of the units produced, you will still incur a cost, right? So if I look into it, even at 0 units, I'm going to be having my. What about variable cost? Can I say at 0 it will be 0? Right? Can I say you will always try to sell above your variable cost? Selling price? Can I say this should be my total cost? Because that will be what? Sorry. Go a little more steeper. Try to do like this. So these two should become parallel. Total cost and variable cost should work parallel. Can I say this is where the profit happens? And this angle is called as angle of incidence. What is this angle called as? Couple of times they've asked for 2 marks question. The theory is there. So you'll have to write the definition and show this diagram. Understood? Right? Now see the chart. Here. Did you understand this fixed cost? So I told you this is my sales revenue. So this should have become my variable cost. So if you look into it, total cost minus fixed cost will always be the variable cost because that's the difference. And this is going to be my profit. You know, in x-axis and y-axis, what does x-axis stand for? Y stands for amount, correct? So if where my total cost meets the total revenue, what is that point called as? If I draw it down, it will become break even point. If I draw it towards my left, it will become. Are you clear? The next concept, any sale more than the break even point is called as margin of safety. Simple thing, if I have to understand margin of safety is, what is your passing mark? 50. Why do you write for 100? If the objective is to pass, why do you write for 100? Should have written for 50, get 50, no? You need that extra cushion. So any total sales minus break even sales will be called as. Everyone's clear with this? Clear? Now, from the last few attempts, one of the question which has been asked in a lot more indirect manner is multi-product break-even. Is what? What does this multi-product break-even mean? I have two products, but I have common fixed cost. I have what? Common fixed cost. So what do I try to recover? Was at the end of the day, if I knew one product, it's easy. Sales divided by fixed cost divided by contribution, I would have made profit. But since I have more than one product, how do I find my break-even point? That is called as multi-product. Where in the last few attempts, this has become very common question of multi-product. Now, there are two ways to calculate multi-product. Let's try to understand what the theory says, and then let's just try to look at example, and then we'll do a couple of previous year paper questions. Now, a multi-product says when the company is manufacturing more than one product using a common fixed cost. So it should have, both of them should have only one. There is one exam twist question where what happens is they give you two separate fixed costs. There, don't go and try to find multi. You have to check, are they both incurring same fixed cost? That's a condition. People will twist you in the examination, so just use this, right? So we need to try to make some adjustments to it. So there are two ways that we do. One is basically we try to find the ratio of quantity. Ratio of what? Quantity. Second one is we try to find the ratio of the sales and try to do the mix and match of it. So we'll try to understand through one example and see how it works. Now, Arnav Limited sells two products, J and K. The sales mix is 4 and 3. That means they are selling in the ratio of what? Their contribution margin is 40 and 20. So I know 4 is to 3, 40 is to 20. Fixed costs are 6,16,000 per month. 6,16,000 per month. Clear? Do I have a common fixed cost? Right? Now, how does the sales mix work? Look into it. What I'll do, whatever contribution I have, what is the contribution? 40, 20. This I divide it in the ratio that they have as per sales mix. What is the ratio? 4 is to. So 4 by 7 into. Are you clear? So now when I do this here, 40 into 4 by 7 plus 20 into 3 by 7. I am getting how much? 22 and 8. So 31.43. Did you understand this? So I just have to take the contribution, multiply with the ratio of what? Sales. Because I know the quantity mix. Instead of quantity, if they give you sales mix, we'll try to find the selling price of it. Now, what is my common fixed cost? 6,16,000 divided by the composite contribution. This contribution is called as what? Composite contribution. So I divide this with this. So I end up getting 19,600 units. Clear with this? This you will again break it in the combination of the sales, that is 4 is to 3. You'll end up getting 11,200 and 8,400. Did you understand this? Nivedita, Balaji, Nidhi, Amrita, are you guys clear with this? Right? So just easy, and I'm saying lottery question, don't unnecessarily complicate it. Step, what is the first thing that I have to check? Fixed cost should be common. Are they asking it as per the sales quantity or the selling price, right? So if it's selling sales value, say not selling price, it's the sales value, total sales what they have done, right? So you'll just have to find the ratios and divide your contribution based on it, then find out whatever it is required. So find your total common cost divided by composite contribution. You will get the number of units, that again you will divide it in the based on the ratios that you have taken. Clear? Now, PV chart. I want you guys to look into this. When I'm producing 0 units, what is my profit or loss? What is my profit or loss? It's going to be a loss, right, at 0 units. And this loss will be equal to fixed cost. My loss will be equal to, so that means where my PV line touches, which axis is this? Y axis. This is going to be my fixed cost. Then it will keep going in. It will touch the x axis. The point where it touches the x axis is my break-even point. Clear? Chumma for random sake, they'll ask draw PV chart and all. So at least just note break-even chart how it works and PV chart it works. Right? Margin of safety we covered. Now, what did I say margin of safety is? Total sales. Can I say total sales minus break-even sales? This is the stage where I make profit. Can I say it's the stage where I'm going to be making profit? Can I say it is only after I achieve my break-even? Because at break-even, what are you doing? Just recovering your cost. So you need to go further from break-even to make your profits. Are you clear? Right? Now, how do we calculate profits? Right? I want you guys just to understand one more logic because it's going to help me on my case study. Let's assume I have 100 rupees as my revenue, 40 as my variable cost. What is my this one? 60. My fixed cost is 900. My fixed cost is, what is my break even point? Now, if they say you are totally selling 20 units, totally selling what? 20 units. What is going to be your profit? What is going to be your profit? How did you find 300? So basically, look into it. I want you guys, at 15 units, you are at 0 profit, 0 loss. Let's try to see for 16 units how it works. What is the total revenue for 16 units? 1600. What is your variable cost for 640? That means you have a profit of 9 minus fixed cost 900. Therefore, you have a profit of. Now, that means every time I go more than break even, listen to it concept. Every unit that I sell more than, that contribution will be equal to profit. So if they tell you I have sold 25 units, what is your profit? 25 minus 15. 25 minus 15. 10 units multiply with the contribution. Remember this, it's going to help you guys in few of the questions. Again, I'm saying when you know the break even, when you know what? Break even, what are you going to do? Subtract the total number of units minus your break even, and that number of units, which is my margin of safety, I will multiply with contribution. Clear with this? Right? So now with this, I'm going to be coming up with a formula which is going to be important. Now, margin of safety, right? can also be calculated by profits divided by contribution by sales. Can I say this will be equal to profit by PV ratio? Profit by PV ratio. Now, don't you think at margin of safety my contribution will be equal to profit? Don't you think at contribution profits? So let's assume that in the example that we spoke, your profit was what? 5 into 60, 300. My contribution per unit was what? Selling price was 100. So if I look into it, 300 into 100 by 60, that is 5,000, no? Pakka. Hey, how? Oh yeah, 500. Sorry, my mistake. 500, right? Now, if you see, that will always be equal to margin of safety. Because this contribution has come in, only the contribution will turn into profit only after break even. This is another formula that you can remember, but not very often asked in the examination. Very rarely, if they want to make it difficult, they would ask you on this. Clear with this formula, right? We spoke about angle of incidence, if you remember. The difference between which line? Forming after which one? That's all. We are done with all the questions. There is one question called limiting factor, which is going to be another concept. So otherwise, we are done with the entire marginal costing chapter. Clear with all the concepts? Amrita, Nivedita, Nidhi, are you guys clear with the concepts? Balaji, Chiru. Okay, let's start one by one. We'll run through all the basic questions and then we'll do the little advanced ones. Now see here, sales 1 crore 80, profit is 3.8. Sales is 2.4, profit is 11.2. You are required to calculate break-even sale. To calculate break-even sales, what are the two formulas that you can use? Boss, I don't have both the information. Now, what you need to understand is when I have two different selling points, remember this, when I have what? Two different selling points, I know fixed cost is going to be same. What is changing between both of them is just the variable cost. What is changing between them is what? So, in that case, PV ratio can be calculated by change in profit divided by. This is something we are going to be using it very often in our preparations. If when are we going to use this? When I don't know my fixed cost or the variable cost. The other formula for PV ratio is what? Change in profit divided by change in sales. Done. Now, in this question, what is change in profit? How do you find change in profit? 11 lakh 20 minus of minus 3 lakh 80. So 15 lakhs is the change in profit. Change in sales 60, that comes to 25%. Are you clear? Done. Now I found out the break even sales. Using the break even sales, I found out the PV ratio. But how can I find the fixed cost? How do I find the fixed cost now? I know as per our marginal costing equation. What does the marginal costing equation say? Contribution is equal to correct, or can I say contribution minus profit is equal to fixed cost? Right now, do you know profit? The answer is yes. Do I know the contribution? The answer is no. Now that is where your understanding of PV ratio comes into picture. Now how did we calculate PV ratio? Look into it. 100, 60, 40. What is PV ratio? 40 by 100, 40%. Correct? Can I say if contribution is 40%, can I say variable cost is 60%? If variable cost is 60%, can I say sales is 100%? So if contribution is 40, can I say into 100 by 40? That is reverse of PV ratio will give me the sales value. Right? So we are going to be playing around with this formula. Right? Try to use this for trying to find out, can we do something out there. Now I know my fixed cost is equal to contribution my profit. I know my PV ratio is what? 25. So I'll take my sales. I'll take my sales and multiply with the PV ratio. That is going to give me my contribution minus my profit will give me my fixed cost. Once you get fixed cost, you know fixed cost, you know the PV ratio, can you find out the break-even sales? Understood this question? Right? So this marginal costing, why it gets little trickier is because there is no standard format of solving it. So you need to keep doing more questions and get it. And what you have to do is what I taught in the first 10 minutes of the class. That's all is the chapter. So you need to keep doing permutation combination to see, can I arrive fixed cost like this? So I have covered all the cases of doing indirect thing now. You just can watch this part of the video just before you solve marginal costing. Then you just have to keep using your aptitude skills. Are you clear? Let's read the second part of the question. In 2024, it's estimated that the variable cost will go up by 5%. Fixed cost will reduce by 4.8. Selling price will remain the same. Calculate the sales volume to earn a profit of 15 lakh. Now, before this, I'll have to come back to one more concept which we discussed on. When will you achieve profit? After break even. When are you going to achieve profit? After break even. Let's assume that 100 rupees is my selling price. Variable cost is 40. Therefore, contribution is 900 units. 900 is my fixed cost. So how many was break even? 15 units, correct? Now, if I have to say I need to make 600 rupees profit, I need to make what? 600 rupees profit. How do you make 600 rupees profit? Now, this is where understanding contribution comes into picture. Why do we call something as contribution? It is contributing towards recovery of a fixed cost, and then it will contribute towards the, so indirectly it is like this. You have to first recover which one? Per unit you are recovering 60 rupees. 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, like this you kept on doing. You did 15 units. You did how many units? Did you recover your fixed cost? Now after that 16th unit you sold, you will start making 60. Like this, how many units you have to make profit? If you have to make a profit of 600, per unit 60, how many units do you have to sell? 10 more, right? So that means, can I say break even plus this additional unit together is the total number of units to be sold? So now with the same thing comes a new formula. Whenever I have a desired profit, whenever I have what? Add the fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. This will give you the total sales to be achieved. Are you clear? So desired profit plus what? Fixed cost divided by the contribution per unit will give you the total sales. Clear till now? Now, with the given question, see here, they want the revised fixed cost. They are saying it will come down by what? So that means, can you reduce your fixed cost from 448 to 4.8? What is your targeted profit? So total you need to recover how much? 15 lakh. Now my question is, do you know the selling price in the question? Do you know the selling price in the entire question? The answer is no. But only thing I know is my contribution, or can I say my PV ratio is 25%. If my PV ratio is 25%, that means, can I say my variable cost is 75%? Now they are telling my variable cost will go up by 5%. That means, can I say my variable cost from 75 will become 80%? Can I say that means my contribution will become 20%? That means, can I say this is my PV ratio now? Sorry, 5% of the variable cost, right? So 75 into 5% of 75, that will be 78.75. 5% of 75%, that is 7. How much does it come to? 3.6. So the variable cost will become 78.75. What will be your sales value then? 100. Sales value will be 100. Variable cost is 78.75. Therefore, contribution will become 21.25%. Now, using this, you can find out your break-even sales. Understood this question? Should I repeat anything onto it? Madam? Fine. Done? Now, you can also assume that the variable cost has gone 5% in total, then you will end up doing it at what? Instead of 21.25, you will do it at 20.5. You can recommended answer, they have said you can do any of it, but write the assumption what you have taken. Recommended answer, what is the institute saying? You can either do it at 5% of 75, or you can take 5% more, but just make sure that you are going to be writing what assumption did you take. See here, if it is assumed that variable cost will go up by 5% on total. Because there is a gap in the question, you can assume whatever you want. Guys, clear till here? The guys watching online, I was just seeing how many ads the YouTube guys keep running in between. Can we go to the next part of the question? RS Limited manufactures and sells a single product X whose selling price is 100 per unit, variable cost is 60 per unit. Close your eyes, one mark. Given selling price is equal to 100, variable cost is equal to 60, contribution is equal to 40. Marginal costing beauty is whatever is given, find the contribution. Whatever is given, find the contribution, find the fixed cost. After that, everything else is just about playing around with what you want. If the fixed cost for this year is 24 lakh and the annual sales are at 60% margin of safety. Annual sales are what? What does that mean? Thank you. My break-even point is equal to 40%, or can I say my break-even point is going to be 24 lakh? Break-even sales, sorry, can be 24 lakh. Should I repeat? What is margin of safety? Right? So if you are doing any sale more than break even, that is my margin of safety. Now they are telling you that I am at a 60% margin of safety. Correct? That means I have done 40% will be my break even then. That you are at break even sale. Don't you think that my fixed cost will be equal to the sales value? Break even point is a point where my contribution is equal to fixed cost. So I'm only telling that. So at 40%, that means my 40% of margin of safety contribution is equal to 24 lakh. Are you clear? Makes sense? Calculate the net return assuming that the tax level is 40%. If, look into it, my contribution per unit is 40, my fixed cost is 24 lakh. Can I find break even sales? Sorry, break even point. Correct? How much will that come to? How much? 60. Pakka. 60,000. And this 60,000, can I say, represents 40%? So what represents 60% then? Do your calculator, no? I missed the answer to this. Yeah. So it's going to be how much? 90,000 units will be my margin of safety. So what will be your total sales? 60K plus 90K, which is 1 point. Are you clear? So the only thing in this question, the concept that I had to understand was what? If my margin of safety is 60%, break even is going to be 40%. At break even, fixed cost will be equal to the contribution. If I get that concept right, everything in the question gets sorted. Are you clear? Let's come to the next one. For the next year, it is proposed to add another product line Y whose selling price is 150 per unit. So now he has one product 100, another product 150. Variable cost is 100 per unit. The other guy variable cost was what? Here. 60 per unit. Can I find the contribution? 40 here, 50 here. They are saying that the sales mix would be 5:3. Fixed cost will be 28 lakh. Have we done this question? Sales mix, 8 marks question. Done. The only thing new in this question was this one. Otherwise, but again, this was something we have covered in the concept. So like I told you guys, marginal costing, only thing that you have to do is solve as many questions as possible. There is no format. You only have to end up getting the answer. Wherever your logic tomorrow, when you go back and do today, it does not define, please come back tomorrow, we'll discuss on that. Where you would have tried to apply this, you say, hey, you know what, can I do something shorter way instead of doing it? I'll teach you guys. Otherwise, this is more than enough. Are you guys clear? Sanvi, Nivedita, are you guys clear with this? So see here, contribution per unit 4, sales mix is 5/8, 3/8, so you get 43.75. So you got 64,000 units that you will divide it. Okay. Pretty straightforward question, but little bit more drama because they have a what does shelf life mean? If I don't use it, that goes for a. So now some bit of logic we have to use, right? So this is the kind of questions where I'm trying to say is, don't try to overthink. Don't try to, just keep your thinking simple and we will be able to get the answers. A dairy product company manufacturing baby food with a shelf life of 1 year furnishes the following information. On 1st April, the company has an opening stock of 20,000 packets whose variable cost is 180 per packet. So I know my opening stock, I have a variable cost of 180 and number of packets I have is 20,000. Clear? In 2023, the production was expected as, so can I say during the year, production is expected at how many units? 1,20,000 units. Oh, the previous year production was 1,20,000 and the expected production in this year is 1,50,000 units. Then they are telling that what else have they given? Fixed cost, expected sales is 1,60,000 packets. Fixed cost was 60 per unit last year and it is expected to increase by 10%. Tell me, how do you calculate 60 total fixed cost? Correct. Whatever units that are produced last year, multiply with 60. So that will be 1,20,000 into 60, somewhere around 72 lakh. For that, they are telling it will increase by what? 10%. So that will be 79.2 lakhs. Are you clear? Then they are telling the variable cost will increase by 25%. Variable cost will increase by, what was the current variable cost? How much will it increase by? So it will become, okay. Now they are saying the selling price is fixed at 300. Now if I just write all of this, trust me, I've already got 4 marks of the question. Doing nothing, I just wrote what the question is. I'll tell you what all will I find out from this. Can I find out the contribution? Did I find out the fixed cost? Right? that is giving you 4 marks just for writing all of this. Just write, then we'll try to solve. You are required to calculate the break-even point in units. Now, how do you calculate break-even point is the question. How do you calculate break-even point? Fixed cost upon? Okay. Now, I am saying you cannot use this right now, because there is one product which has a shelf life of, so that means, now look into it. If I calculate the contribution, so let's just try to look into it. Did we calculate this? Did we calculate this? Did we calculate this? So this much we are clear about. Now look into it. What is my contribution for the first set of unit? Can I say 300 minus 180, 120, right? Second one, can I say 300 minus 225, 75? Now, let's try to use our common sense and understand which product will you sell first? Opening stock. How much sales are they planning to make? Correct? Now, first thing what I'll do, I will try to sell this 20,000 units. I'll try to sell what? If I sell this 20,000 units, what is the contribution I will get? Into 120, can I say 24 lakh? What is my formula for break even? Fixed cost upon contribution per unit. Now, I know no matter what, I have to first sell which unit. So, look into it. Out of my total fixed cost of 79.2 lakh, I'm gonna first recover 24 lakh. I'm first gonna recover. How much I have to recover? This can I divide by 75? Because after the 20,000 is thrown out, because of which concept? FIFO. I have to recover balance from this. So how many packets should I sell? Okay. Is my break even 73,600? Is my break even 73,600? Correct. Thank you. It's not just this 73,600. I also have sold earlier which one? 20,000. So the total break even will become 93,600 units. Easy now. We have covered the third case also. Easy. Online guys, are you guys clear with this? So just remember, whenever there is a shelf life, we are going to be using which method? FIFO method. So we'll recover it first, the thing. Then for the balance, we'll apply for the new production. Whatever is left over, we are going to be taking it over. Clear? Make sense? Okay. This is a case study question. Again, got to do with logic. Again, there is no formula. And I'm only doing all the questions where there are thinking involved. All the formula based questions, that's why I said you go back and practice at home. I'm doing only things where you need to use some bit of thinking and logic to it. So all of the questions, I'm leaving it back to you guys. Later, don't come and say that Mararthon, you did all the things which was useless. I'm only trying to cover all the possibilities where you can score marks. Practice has got to be done by you guys only towards the end. T Limited produces and sells 95,000 units in a year at its 80% production. Price of the product is 8 per unit. Variable cost is 75% of the selling price. So what is variable cost? %75 of 8, which will be what? So again, in the paper, everyone please look into it. Given selling price is 8, variable cost is 75. If you write 6, 75% of 8, 6. Contribution 8 minus 6, 2. Done. The fixed cost is 3.5. I don't even know what they are asking for. I'll still find the break even. I'll still find the, what is the break even? 1,75,000 is the break even, right? Till you're done. So that means 2 marks of the question I've got even without knowing what the question is. The company is continuously incurring losses and the management plans to shut down the plant. If they do it, the fixed cost is expected to reduce to 1.3. Expected to reduce at what? 1.3. Additional cost of plant shutdown are 15,000. Should the plant be shut down? Find the shutdown in units and also in the percentage of the capacity. Right? So if you look into it, it's absolutely got to do with nothing. Now, we calculated, look into it. They are saying that we are operating at how much capacity? 80% capacity. Can I say this 95,000 is 80% capacity? Correct? That means what will be my sales? Can I say 95,000 into 8? 95,000 into 8. And what is my variable cost? 95,000 into 6. This is giving me a contribution of 1,90,000. My fixed cost is 3,50,000. Therefore, what is the loss I am suffering? 1 lakh. Okay. Now, they are telling if you shut down, you will suffer a loss of 1,30,000 plus 15,000. So you are going to be suffering a total loss of, which one should you do? Should you shut down or should you continue? Why shut down? Because the loss is lesser. 5 marks for this. Whatever we spoke now. How much marks? Now for the next part, find down the shutdown point in units. What does that mean? When will you shut down? So can I say if my loss is below 1.45, I will continue to run. If it goes beyond 1.45 is when I shut down. So can I say 1.45 is my point? So if 1.45 is the total fixed cost I have to recover, contribution is 2 per unit. Contribution is 72,500 is where, now look into it. Sorry, I have to just explain a little bit more. Now, see here, let's try to just understand currently what am I producing? Currently, what am I producing? $95,000 units. And this is at what capacity? 80% capacity. Now, I need to make sure that my capacity, right, this should be equal to my contribution, should be equal to my fixed cost. Contribution should be equal to the fixed cost for me to be break even. Correct? But for me, I am not looking at break even point. I am not looking at what? I want to be at a point that my contribution should be in a point of recovery of my shutdown cost. That means here 3,50,000 is what is there as my fixed cost. If I shut down, I'm going to be suffering a loss of, what is the difference between both? 2 lakh? 2 lakh 5,000. Contribution per unit? 2. So I should be looking at 102,500 as a point where I'm going to be shutting down, right? Anything below that, I'm okay. Otherwise, was shut down. It does not make any sense. I need to achieve minimum of 102,500 to be sustainable. Are you clear? Now, they are asking you, now if 92,500 is 80%, what is going to be 100% capacity? 95, is it? Okay, if 95,000 is 1 lakh, 1,18,750. You are saying my shutdown point should be 102. Find the percentage. That is the capacity at your shutdown point. 86.32%. Clear with this? Right? Because anyway at 92, look at it, at 92, anyway I am not at 95,000, anyway I'm not being able to recover my fixed costs. So I'm trying to see what more can I push to be in a stage that, hey, you know what, either should I continue or should I shut down? So that is going to be at 102,500. Are you clear with this? Okay, this is a common question, 10-mark question. As easy as it looks, it's also difficult. But I said, you can score minimum marks without even breaking your head. After that, it's got to do with your intellect, right? Break even point in value for each company. Break even point in value for each company. Simple thing. Can you know the contribution? What's the contribution for this guy, 2,72,000, 6,80,000. Can you find the PV ratio? Once you know PV ratio, fixed cost upon PV ratio will give you the break even point in value. They didn't ask you units, they asked you in sales. Break even point in value means break even. So this one we know, 5 marks, lottery. Sales at which each company will earn a profit of 5 lakh. Which formula are we going to use? Desired profit plus profit divided by the PV ratio. Same thing only, no? Why will contribution will change? I did the reverse only. See, what you are telling me is profit plus fixed cost is equal to contribution. Contribution upon PV ratio. Instead of writing this, I directly wrote this formula. That's all, no? I wrote the same thing only. Hope I solved it out. So this also done. So 2 more marks came in. Last one. Sales at which both companies will have same profit. How do you do this? Sales at which both companies will have a same profit. How do you do this? How is PV ratio same? What are they telling? Both of them should have a. So this is where your marginal costing equation comes into picture. What did we learn? Sales minus variable cost, contribution, which is equal to plus profit. So if I move this here, can I say contribution minus fixed cost is equal to profit? Can I say this profit, I'll call this as company 1. Can I say this profit should be equal to contribution minus fixed cost of company 2? You know fixed cost? You know PV ratios? You can just supply. So now look into it. Just I'll run through the equation. Did you understand the logic? So when they say profits is equal to profits have to be same, you're going to be looking at what? You'll go back to the marginal costing equation and then try to solve it. So see here, contribution is equal to fixed cost plus profit, right? So my contribution is what? 20%, and my fixed cost is 1.7 plus P. So just do it and solve for the profit portion. You know how to solve the equation, right? You'll end up getting 2.40 sales value for both the companies. Guys, are you clear with this? You know how to solve equation? Pakka no? We have 2 more questions in this chapter to solve. Mr. X has 2 lakh investments in his business. He wants to have a 15% return on money. So how much profit he has to calculate? 15% of 2 lakhs? 30,000. From the analysis of recent figures, he finds out that his operating variable cost is 60% of the sales. What does this mean? PV ratio is 40%. PV ratio is not 60. PV ratio is, I told you, if PV ratio is 40%, variable cost will be 60%. If variable cost is 60%, PV ratio will become 40%. His fixed costs are 80,000 per year. Compute what sales volume should you show? You know the fixed cost, you know the PV ratio. Can you find out the break-even sales? 2 lakhs, right? Then if you want to achieve a profit of 30k, how do you calculate? Fixed cost plus desired profit will be the total contribution divided by the PV ratio, right? Now last one, Mr. X estimates that if he closed the doors of his business, he would incur 25,000 as an expense per year. At what sales would he be better off by locking his business up? What does this mean? Same thing we have done already. What should be the stage? Either we should look at shutting it down or should he continue the business? Now look into it. Now, avoidable fixed cost if the business is locked up, right? Now, if you are running it or not running it, if you are running it 80, if you are not running it, it will be 25. That means what is avoidable then? 55,000. So do 55,000 by PV ratio. Do 55,000 by PV ratio. So if the sales is less than 1,37,500, then what you will do? Short. If it's more than that, continue to run it. Yeah? Okay. This is just a theory question on the PV thing. Again, 1 mark for true or false that you get. Pretty straightforward question. What will... So I just want you to look into it. Sales. So whenever they give you a question which is very vague, what you do is consider selling price to be 100 and then you start solving everything. You have to tell whether the PV will increase, decrease, or there will be no change. So variable cost, let's assume 40. Therefore, contribution will be, right? We'll use this and then we'll try to solve the question. Increase in the volume. Will there be a change in the PV ratio? Instead of 100 units, they sold 1000 units. Will there be a change in the PV ratio? How it will change? Do the math, no. Instead of 1 unit, let's assume it was 10 unit. Instead of 1 unit, let's assume that if there was 10 unit, then it would have become 1400. What is PV ratio? So there will be increase in fixed cost. In this formula, did we use fixed cost anywhere? So that means no impact. If there is a decrease in variable cost, so instead of 40, let's assume that it became 35. What will happen to the PV ratio? 65. Will it increase? Decrease in contribution margin. If this reduces, this becomes 57. What will happen to the PV ratio? Increase in selling price. Decrease in fixed cost. Now this is actually nice. A 10% increase in both selling price and variable cost. So they have said 10% increase in both. So 100 will become 110. 40 will become 66. There's been a increase. 10% increase in the selling price and 10% decrease in the physical volume. Read carefully. 10% increase in the selling price, 10% decrease in the sales volume. Why? This has no impact. How is volume impacting your PV ratio? If this one you said no, how can this have an impact? So you are only going to be considering the increase in the selling price. If the sales price has increased, right, then a 50% increase in the variable cost per unit. Decrease in the PV ratio. Increase in angle of incidence. Nice. You know angle of incidence, no? Like this it is there. This is going up. That means what does this mean? Contribution is increasing. Understood? Okay. Last part of the chapter, which is called as the limiting factor. Now, I'll tell you how does this limiting factor work. I'll be doing one question tomorrow morning. I did not save that question in the handout, so I'll do that in the morning. But I want you guys just to understand the concept, how it works. If there are three components that I can produce, let's assume A, B, and C. Okay. A is giving contribution of 150, B is giving contribution of 200, C is giving contribution of 250. If you know this information, which product will you produce first? I'll produce C, then B, then A. Remember the concept. I only know what? A, B, and C. So I'll always produce the product which has the higher. Okay. Now, instead of I gave you contribution, let's say I give you the sales value. I'll give the sales value. Let's assume this is 300. This is 300. This is 300. Now, which product will you produce? Sorry. Should have made it as. Now, let's assume this is variable cost. Which product will you produce? A, because A has higher PV ratio. A has higher PV ratio compared to B and C. So, A you will produce. Now, the third scenario. A 150, 200, 250. There is a shortage of labor. There is what? Contribution. There is a shortage of labor. So you need to utilize the labor effectively. You need to utilize what? Now, labor hours per unit. Okay, this will take 2. This will take 4. This will take 5. To produce 1 unit, how many labor hours this will take? 2, 4 and 5. Now, which product will you produce first and why? If you have a shortage of labor, you will produce which one first? Okay, you will produce A first. So remember this, whenever there is a limiting factor, whenever there is what? In this case, what was limiting for me? Labor hours. Where it will, I'll tell you what question I wanted to get and did not find us. In one exam question, they gave both machine hours and labor hours. They gave what? And they said, you guys give me a production plan. One of them was limited and you had to find which one was it. Your first question starts with finding out which is limited, whether it's the machine hours which is limited or the labor hours which is limited. How do you find which one is limited? How do you find which one is limited? So we'll come back to that portion. Let's try to look into it. Now, since in this case, labor hours is limited, what I do is I find something called as contribution per limiting factor. What do I find? How do I find contribution per limiting factor? Look into it. For 2 hours, it is giving me 150. That means per labor hour, it is giving me what? 75, 50, 50. Right? So that means I will produce this first. To just make it better, I'll call it as 160. So I'll produce this first, this second, and this third. Are you clear? So whenever we identify a limiting factor, what are we supposed to do? We are supposed to find out the contribution per limiting factor, and then we are going to be finding the production. Which process are we going to follow? Did you understand this? Now, let me try to make some question. A demand ABC. A demand is 1000 units, 500 units, and let's say 250 units. Labor hours required for a product, let's say 2, 4, 6. Machine hours required 1, 5, let's assume 6. Total machine hours available 2500. Total machine hours available. Total labor hours available is 8000. Now, which is the limiting factor? How did you calculate it? Is the question. Which is the limiting factor? How do you calculate it? 8000. Now look into it, guys. If I produce the entire thing, listen the way we are going to calculate. If I produce the entire thing, how much labor hours will be required? 2000, 2000, 1500. Total I'll require 5000. Correct? If I produce the entire thing, how many machine hours will be required? 1000, 2500. So I'll require 5000. Sorry, 5000, right? Now, to produce this demand, why aren't you able to produce that much? Is it because you have shortage of labor, or is it because you have shortage of machine hours? Shortage of what? So machine hours become the limiting factor. This is how you calculate it. Should I repeat this again? See, now what I do, I see the question and I try to see, can I produce, can I meet the entire demand? Can I meet the entire demand? If I have to meet the entire demand, what I look into it is, see, I have to produce 1000 units of labor. So 1000 into 2, I'll require 2000 hours. For this, I require 2000. Here I require 1500. So totally I require what? 5500 hours of labor is required. But how much do I have? 8000. Was enough labor is there? Don't have to break my head. Let's come to the machine hours. To produce one, I require 1000. To produce two, you require 2500. To produce the third one, you require 1500. Machine hours totally required is how much? 5000. But when you go and see, you are only having what? 2000. Therefore, my limiting factor is not labor hours, it is the machine hours. Are you clear? Now, look into it. What I do, let's assume my contribution was 50, 100, 90. My contribution was what? 50, 100, 90. Till here, did you understand what we did? So we identified first step as what? My limiting factor is what? Machine hours. So first, once I identify it, I ignore the other one. I completely ignore the other one. I'll only focus on what? Machine hour. So I have to find out how much machine hour will it take per unit. I found out the contribution per unit was what? 50, 90, 100. You know how to find contribution? So now, what was my step I told you? Contribution per limiting factor. What is my contribution per limiting factor? 50. For that you take 1. So that means per hour you are contributing how much? Second guy. Third guy. So whom would you produce first? A, B, correct? Clear? Now, if I have to look into it, how much machine hours do I have? 2000. Okay. First whom will I produce? I'll be producing first two. A. So, to produce entire demand of A, how many labor hours do I require? So, 1000 into 1, I require 1000 hours. I had how much? How much am I left with? Okay, now let's look into it. Who's my second preference? B. How much does B require? But do you have 2500? Can you produce 2500? Sorry, can you produce 500 units? Now that means if one unit takes 5 hours, in 1500 hours, how many units can I produce? So the second unit B, I'll not produce 500, I'll produce only 200. I cannot produce. What about third one? I don't have resource at all. So this is the way you're going to maximize your contribution, right? Understood? Limiting factor, right? So try out this particular topic that I told you. Just go back and do some questions, especially RT. First thing, go and solve everything today. I'm saying before tomorrow, at least before you come in, please make sure you solve everything from your study material at least. RTP, MTP past papers, we'll try to solve on Monday or Sunday class. But you guys, at least before today's class, I think most of it will be done in the class only, right? When you had attended the live classes. So please make sure today you finish everything of which one? All the study material. Are you clear with this? Now this one, once go through, I've given you all the handouts. Just go through it tomorrow morning. We'll again run through if you have any doubts in the study material. We'll run through the questions. One of you guys just carry it so that, or I can just copy from the soft copy and just run through it. Clear? I'll just run you the important topics which are there in the chapter 1, where all questions can come in. Online folks, Nivedita, Sangvi, Nidhi, are you guys clear with this? Yes, same. When I say study material, illustration and practice questions. No matter what, you cannot skip illustration question. No matter what, you cannot skip which one? Practice question, I'm okay, but I would still not recommend. If you can do both of it, like I'm saying, 60% of the paper will be same to same. You don't have to think anything in the paper. If you are in a position that you don't have to think in the paper, you are gaining what? That will give you more time to think for complex questions. 2 or 3 questions are going to be indirect, which I don't know. If you are smart enough, you should be able to do it, or you should have done more practice questions. I put it that way. Either you should have done more questions or you should have practiced. That should be good enough. Is study material enough? If I am you, first thing I'll complete only study material. First thing I'll complete only what? If after that I have time, then I'm gonna check the RTP, MTP, all the things. After completing, are you clear? Right? So we'll just run through the chapter 1 questions. You guys want theory notes? You guys want last minute theory notes? You tell what you don't want. I'll give you guys some Monday. I'll give it to you. I'll just run you through the chapter because this is a potential 5-mark chapter. Lot of them ignore it, but required for us to know, right? Definition of cost, costing, cost accounting, cost accountancy, cost management, and all. Boss, don't break your head. Write something meaningful. That is more than enough. Objectives of cost accounting required for you guys for a 5-mark question. Objectives of cost accounting. What are the objectives of cost accounting? Just look into it. I'll tell the keywords. If you can remember it, saves time on your reading. First, why are we doing costing? To know the cost of a product. Once you know the cost of the product, you can find the selling price. Second one, once you know what you have spent, what your competitor has spent, you look into cost control. Fourth one is cost reduction. Fifth one is to give management data for decision making. 5 points. What are the 5 points? Cost, selling price, cost control, cost reduction, assisting management in the decision making. 5 points, 5 marks. Next, important question. Cost reduction versus cost control. Next important question that you get in the examination is difference between cost reduction and cost control. Okay. What are you trying to do in a cost control and cost reduction? I'll just give you a very quick brief so that you can understand. Now you have said that you don't want to spend more than 1,000 rupees. You will try to keep working to make sure that you are going to be spending less than 1,000. That is cost control. You are spending 1,000. Next year you are spending only to come down to 900. Next year you want it to come down to 800. So cost reduction is a permanent reduction in the value, whereas when you're trying to have a standard and you're trying to play around with a standard, that becomes a cost control. There's this difference between cost control and cost reduction. Try to just remember those ones which are highlighted. That is more than enough. Don't try to mug up, try to remember. Why am I telling all of it? Is the day before exam, I told you 6 hours. That morning 6 hours, you should know what to read in every theory chapter. So that is one of the things. So when I see this, I should be able to know, okay, these are the 4 points I have to write. Read twice, thrice, 4 times, try to make shortcuts and all. That the moment you see first question that you have to answer in the paper is the theory question. Done with that 15 marks, tata bye bye, and I'm good enough to start off with my other part of it, right? Scope of cost accounting, blah blah blah, not required. Relationship with costing and management accounting and other part of it, not required. Even if they give you, just write any story, that's okay. You'll get grace mark of 1 or 2. This also not required. Uses of financial, that's why you are good at writing stories, so just continue to write stories, not required. This is important. Essentials of a good costing system. They have asked for 8 marks twice or thrice. 8 mark question. Essentials of a good costing system. Next one, important topic, installation of a costing system. So the question that is going to be asked is, what are the factors to be considered while installing a good costing system? And whatever theory I'm saying now, please don't miss it. Right? What are the factors to be considered while installing the... So what you have to do is, remember, make sure you write this, whatever is highlighted, remember that inside that you can write the story. And when you read once, you should be able to write what it is. If I have time, last day I'll run you through what are the points. But basically, why are you trying to set up a costing system? What's the nature of the company? What's the nature of the industry? Okay, what's the hierarchy of this company? What's the know your product? Like what is the product that you're producing? Know the process of your production. So inside and all, you can write all the stories that you require. But just try to make sure that you maintain this 9 points are there, because it's a 8 mark question. So don't miss it out. Okay. This they have asked recently twice about ERP system. I'll send you guys the notes. Somebody remind me in the group later. This one they have asked a couple of times a question. Use of ERP in a costing system. Right? These are the only, these 4, if you get it for 8 marks. These 4 questions which I told you, you'll get it for 8. All other questions what you get from the chapter are for 4 marks each. Right? This, what kind of questions they ask you, I'll tell you first. They'll ask you to define what's a cost object with examples, 4 mark question, or they'll give you different examples and ask you to find out whether it is for process and other part of it. Same, they'll cost unit, again the same set of question. They'll define you what's a cost unit, and they'll give you different cost units. You have to identify for what it stands. For each of it, like for an example, automobile, what's your cost unit basis? These are all 4 mark question. This they give it when they want the paper, when they make the paper tough, they want somewhere a student to score. That's where you get this. When you get to question like this, you should know the paper is tougher. So I'm telling you in advance only. If you are getting a question like this, be sure that the paper is tougher. So then how to clear that stage, I'll tell you how to get it also. Right? So this again, same thing. They'll give you the industry. You'll have to find out the cost unit. This is one more thing. Cost driver and responsibility centers. Cost driver, anyway, we'll be talking in the ABC costing chapter. This is one more question which has been asked on different. So they have asked 2 of it for 4 marks. What is responsibility center or what is investment center? The types of responsibility centers, again ask for 4 marks. They'll ask you 2 to write it. They'll give you which 2. Limitations of cost accounting. Okay, this entire thing, it's a case study. Anything in this you want me to explain? It's all 2 marks question. So I'm trying to tell if it's based on the nature or element, means what? Material, labor, expenses. If it's based on functions, sales functions, marketing function, administrative function. If it's based on the behavior, fixed cost, variable cost, semi-variable cost. If it's based on controllability, controllable cost, uncontrollable cost. If it's based on normality, normal, abnormal, cost for decision making, standard cost, marginal cost. So typically they'll ask 1 or 2 for definitions. Don't try to mug up, try to write in your own words, but at least write the keywords what is required. So this is another 2 marks question that you can look at. Yeah, that's all. It's part of your question. So is this worth reading 2 hours for 5 marks? The answer is yes. Compared to all the chapters, your ROI is higher in this chapter. We understand ROI, no? Return on investment. Highest return on investment is in this chapter, which students ignore the most. 4 marks to 8 marks you can get in 2 hours, worth the effort. I've told you what part of the question comes in once you read it. So tomorrow before you come in, what is the task that I've told you guys? Study material, all the questions, illustration compulsory, practical questions if you can solve even to an extent of 60-70%. So when I'm saying 60-70, you run through the question, it's like I know, then you can check the solution. Material, marginal, labor, 3 chapters. You have enough time to complete. It will take you 6 hours if I know it, but if you are too lazy and other part of it, it should take you 8 hours, and closer to exam I think you should be good enough with it, right? So see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow what time? We have 10 o'clock now. 10 o'clock. So tomorrow we are going to start at 10 to 12:30 first session. We'll take then an hour break. Then we'll do from 1:30 to 3:30. Done? Perfect. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good morning. So what we'll be doing across in the morning is, like I said, we are going to be covering just a quick recap of whatever we learned yesterday, and post that what we'll do is we'll try to do standard costing in the beginning, because something which definitely is going to come in the exam, right? Post that we are going to do cost sheet and integrated and non-integrated. In this, one of them will come. Cost sheet is something which has been coming regularly, but integrated comes, that's like a lottery. But students find it difficult, but trust me, it's like a lottery question if you get in, because that's like a straight 8 or 14 marks that you will get in. So that's going to be our morning session. Afternoon session, we'll be doing more of the process and job costing. So today again, we'll be focusing on getting the 25-30 marks of it. So let's just recap what we have done yesterday. So let's start today's topic. So just a quick recap, whatever we learned yesterday. If there's any concept doubt that you guys have, we are gonna just run through that concept. or else we are going to start with the standard costing, right? First thing, yesterday we learned about material chapter. I told you few topics where you get questions. First one is trying to set up different levels. In the different levels, we learned about ROL. What is ROL? Maximum consumption into maximum reorder period. Then we learned about EOQ. What is EOQ? 2AO by C. Remember, it is annual consumption, and if you are using annual demand as consumption, we are going to be writing a assumption. O is the ordering cost, right? It's not per unit, it's one order, how much ever it's going to cost it. C is the carrying cost per unit. There we learnt about 2-3 questions that you can get. One kind is the straight application question. The other one is where they give you a discount, and then you have to choose whether you want to go ahead with a discount or should you continue with your current EOQ itself. If what did we do? We try to find out the total cost under both the scenarios and compare whichever is better is what we go ahead with it. Good morning, Rahul. Then the third one that we learned was the next part that we learned was ROL done, ROQ done maximum level and minimum level. What did we say minimum level is? I told you it's gonna come between the below the ROL, so it will be ROL minus the average, and maximum level is going to be above ROL, so therefore it will be what? ROL plus ROQ minus the minimum consumption, right? Any doubt in any of this application formula, right? Then we learnt about what did we learn next? Danger level is okay, huh? We learnt about inventory turnover ratio. What did we do in the inventory turnover ratio? COGS, cost of goods sold, divided by the average inventory. But to find out the turnover in the number of days, what do? Take whatever ratio we get, we take it as a denominator and divide my numerator with it, right? Anything else in the theory? We learnt about perpetual and continuous. Then we learned losses. I told you guys to learn about the definition of losses and then also how it's going to be treated. Then average, then we had FIFO and weighted average, which is like a one-off question which you can get it. That's all was in the material. Labor chapter, we had 2 kinds of questions that you can get. One is got to do with what? Halsey and Rowan. The second one is what? Your labor or employee turnover ratios. These are the only 2 questions, so try to do little more questions on it. Then we learnt about marginal costing. Marginal costing, I told you what's the marginal costing equation? Sales minus variable cost is contribution. Contribution will be equal to the fixed cost plus profit. I told you this is what we are going to be playing around, because this is the only thing the formula is. Everything else we play around. What is break-even point? Fixed cost by break-even point is going to be contribution per unit. Break-even point in value is going to be fixed cost upon PV ratio, or we multiply break-even sales, break-even point into the selling price. What is margin of safety? Total estimated sales minus my break-even sales is going to be the margin of safety. Then what else? Then when we have a desired profit, desired profit plus the fixed cost divided by the contribution per unit, right? Then we learned about composite. I told you this is something which you can expect for this paper, composite ratio, where you do the sales mix, right? I told you guys I had to solve one different limiting factor question, right? Just one sec, we'll solve it right away before we So we are gonna do one question which I told you guys, something which I am expecting uh, can be your 15-mark question this time. I am just expecting out of it. Let's see, hopefully if it works. Okay, I've shared one notes, just look into it in the. Okay, so let's just recap the topic that I was telling yesterday. See, first one, how do you find a limiting factor between two items? Marginal costing, the one question which I told you that we need to discuss. How do we find the limiting factor if there are machine hours and labor hours given? First thing that we are going to be looking into it is, which is the one which is not being able to let me fulfill the demand. Remember this, which is the one which is not letting me what? Fulfill the demand. So even though there is a demand of a product, there is something which is stopping me to achieve the demand. That becomes my limiting factor. Once I identify my limiting factor, what do I do next? What do I do next? What I do, I'll try to find out which limiting factor, which is the one which is going to give me higher contribution per limiting factor. I'm going to be finding out what? The one which is going to give me the higher contribution per limiting factor. Once I know that, then I'll do the ranking system. Once I do the ranking system, I'm going to be looking into it. How do I apply it for my demand and then try to produce? Sometimes I will be able to fill the entire thing, sometimes it's not, but that is going to be the combination which is going to give me the highest profits, right? Did you guys get the notes? Just open that. Good morning, Deva. Good morning, Ritika. Good morning, Bharti. Hope you guys tried out doing the questions of these three chapters yesterday. Hi, Nivedita. Good morning. You tried the study material questions? Super. But were you guys able to solve like without seeing the solution more than 80%? You could do it by yourself, understand the question, do it. Everyone. Then that means you guys will get no 85, 99. Huh? No, I'm serious. If you guys can understand the question and do it, I think that itself is a bigger. Okay, let's just see this question, right? Uh, no, it's not happening. And I just want to finish that question. I'll connect my iPad after that. The problem of coming late is this. No, the problem is this iPad is full. So that's why it's there. So see, that's what is happening. Yeah. Anyway, leave it. I just wanted to discuss this question. We'll run through it. Come to the page. I think that was. Huh. Come to the last page of this question. Guys, this is marginal costing. Just yesterday, one question that I had kept it pending. I want you guys to just understand the question. Agriculture based, an agriculture based company. Okay, come to that last question which says about the agriculture company. Yeah. So let's start with this particular question, guys. I hope you have received the notes of it. The ones who are online, great. Finally, yeah. Let's come to this question. An agriculture based company having 210 hectares of land is engaged in growing three different crops, namely white rice and maize annually. So, look into it. Let's always try to focus on the numbers in any question and try to look into it if there are any problem. How many hectares of land they have? 210. That's one part. I'll try to look into it. What are the three things that they're growing? Wheat, rice, maize. The yield of different crops and their selling price is given. So that means per hectare, if you are putting in, wheat is giving you how many kgs? 2000. Rice is giving you 500. Maize is giving you 100. Per hectare. Like this, how many hectares they have? 210. So 1 hectare of wheat is giving you 2000 kgs. 1 hectare of rice 500 and one maize is giving you 100. So automatically when you look into the selling price, the lowest selling price would have been wheat, because you're producing in large means automatically the selling price would have been lower. Wheat is 20, rice is 40 and maize is 250. Now the variable cost of different crops are given below. Wheat, labor, packing, other variable expenses 824. So how much is the total? 14. This is what? 10 to 13 and this is 120, 130, 150, right? The moment I know I have a sales cost and a variable cost, what does my marginal costing brain say? First working note, irrespective of whether they have asked or not. The moment I have a sales and a variable cost, I am done with it. I care for that mark and I do it. Now see here, the company has a policy to produce and sell all three kinds of crops. So what are they trying to tell you? They want to make sure, see, if given a choice, what I will do? If given a choice, what you guys will do? No. Given a choice, three crops, selling price and contribution, what will you do? Select one, whichever is giving the highest contribution, that is what I will produce. So they don't want you to do that. They are telling you what? Boss, produce all the three. Now, how do they want you to produce all the three? See here, maximum and minimum. How would you go about it if you are a strategic decision maker? They're telling you all the three crops. They've given you the maximum and minimum to be produced. How would you go ahead with it? Average. Boss, use your common sense. Now, the one whichever is giving me the highest contribution, that I will produce the maximum. Whichever is giving the lowest contribution, I will produce the minimum. Then in between, whatever is left, there I'll produce the middle one. Are you clear with the logic? So the maximum is the one which I'm going to be producing, the one which has the highest. Minimum will be for the lowest. In between is what it is, provided I have that many hectares to fulfill. Provided I have what? That many hectares to fulfill. If I don't have that many hectares to fulfill, what I will do? See here, I'll go one step further. I try to produce first minimum of all the three. Listen to the other logic. I'll try to produce what? Minimum of all the three. That means, have I produced all the three? Then I'm gonna be checking what is balance left over. Then I will try to allot based on the ranking. Understood the logic, right? This is common sense. This is not costing. So this is just, you need to understand how do we do it with regards to it. Everyone's clear? Online folks, are you guys clear? Right? So rank the crops on the basis of contribution per share. I think this we know what to do it, right? So now see here, First one, my contribution per kg was what? 6, 27, 100. Now, what is yield per hectare? 2000. Because see, when you're trying to compare a contribution, one of the mistake the students do is you need to compare it on a common basis, not on a per unit. Because see, wheat, how many kgs can you produce in an hectare? 2000. Whereas your rice and maize, you're going to be producing how much? 500 and 1000. So you need to make sure that you're going to be producing, making sure all the three are in the same vertical, that is per hectare. What is the contribution per hectare is what we are going to be calculating. So if this is going to give you 6 per kg, you're producing 6000 kgs, so you're going to be making what? 12,000 per hectare. This is making 13,500, this is making 10,000. So which one will you produce first? 1, 2, 3. So common mistake a student do is they'll take this and act it. Please remember, similar kind of a question, it has to be always under one common thing. Clear? Then determine the optimum product mix considering that all cereals are to be produced. So what did I say? All three has to be produced. First one, I try to produce total how many hectares I have? 210, right? Can I produce 10? Definitely have to produce because this is the lowest. Which is the highest? Which is the highest contribution per hectare? See, if you do the ranking, guys, if you do the ranking, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. What did I say? You're going to be producing the maximum of highest. Then lowest, right? Now totally how much is done? 60. Total you have how much? 210. 210 minus 60. So what will you do with 150? Produce in between this. Total I have to produce 210, right? First one was highest of rice, 50. So I'm still left with 160. Lowest of maize, 10. So now I'm left with what? 150. I'll produce the middle category because he is okay that I should be more than minimum, lesser than the maximum. Clear with this? So see the optimum mix. That's what they have done. 50, 150, 10, total 210. Are you clear? Guys, are you clear with this? Now next one, what is going to be the contribution per hectare? We have found out whatever is the contribution per hectare. So find the total contribution minus the fixed cost will give you the profit. Done? So that's all is the question. 15 or 14 marks question for this. Done? So we'll go to the topic which is your standard costing now. Guys, are you clear with the question? Ritika, Deva, Bharti, Vijay, Raghavan, are you guys clear with this? So we'll start your important topic for the day, which is going to be your standard costing. Now, first thing, what is a standard costing? I want you to just understand the logic behind standard costing. Then everything will become more easier. See, what I try to do is, when, let's say, typical example of your mother, when she's making coffee or tea, or let's say even rice at home, you know, clearly she knows for one person how much to put. For 3 people means automatically she'll multiply to it. So in a standard costing, what happens is we always try to find out if I have to produce 1 unit, listen to it. If I have to produce what? 1 unit, what is going to be the standard components required? Are you clear? Now, one of a common mistake that the students do is, let's say for an example, to make 100 liters of coffee, to make what? I need 60 liters of milk. I need how much? 60 liters of milk, 200 liters of water, and let's keep 10 kgs of chicory or the coffee powder. Are you clear? What do I require? 60 liters of milk, 40 liters of water, and 10 kgs of the coffee powder. Clear? Now I made 200 liters. I made what? 200 liters of coffee. I always try to compare, listen to this word, I always try to compare standard cost per unit multiply with the actual production, not the budgeted production. I wanted to produce how much initially? 100. But how much did I produce? So I will always try to convert my standard into the actual and then compare with the actual figures. Are you clear? So standard cost is basically called as a planned unit cost. What is it? Planned unit cost of producing a particular product. Are you? That's only the definition that we need to remember. Required for the exam? The answer is no. This one required for your examination, which is your you have received the standard costing notes, right? So there are 4 kinds of standards that we look into it. First one, ideal standard, attainable standard, basic standard, and current standard. Now just on a layman term, what is ideal? What is ideal? For your parents, if you ask what is ideal, I want a son who's studying from morning till night, making sure he clears CA in first attempt, he gets the best job across the globe, blah blah blah. That is like superstar thing. But on a realistic side, we know it's not possible to study every day, get first rank, all of it, right? So we try to see what is our capability and what we can achieve. That becomes an attainable standard. Now, basic standard is seeing your performance over the last 10-12 years. Your parents would have made up your mind whether they'll clear in first attempt or they'll clear in second attempt. They would know who you are, right? Why do they know? Because of seeing your past standards. Now that long term thing is called as basic standard. When you're trying to look at a long term picture, hey, you know what, I know I can only expect this from my kids. That becomes your basic standard. And the last one is the current standard, is where you stand. So let's try to read the definition. An ideal standard represents the highest level of efficiency achievable under perfect conditions. Everything is right, you try to achieve the best, that becomes the ideal standard. Attainable standard based on the efficient working operations under normal working conditions. Ideal standard assumes no wastages. Perfect person, ideal. If there are going to be certain wastages, then it's going to be on the attainable side. Basic standards serve as a long-term benchmark, remaining unchanged over a several period of time. This is used for comparison rather than day-to-day performance evaluation. Whereas current standard reflect the current operating conditions, resource prices, and production techniques. Are you clear with this? They have asked this part of your 4-mark question. Define basic or ideal, or define one of these two. Just a basic thing. You don't have to mug up, right? Whatever is there, I've made it in a simpler word. They should give you guys, fetch that 4 marks that if they ask you in the question. Clear with this? Right? Now, this is typically the examiner's favorite, right? I'll tell you what all kind of questions you can look at. If the paper is easy, you will get between standard and labor. If they want to make it medium, they'll give you standard, labor, variable, or the fixed overheads. If they want to make it difficult, they'll give you fixed overheads. So I'll teach you guys how to remember material without formulas. Why? Because I want you to mug up the formulas for fixed. Are you clear with this? What I'm going to do, I won't teach you all the formulas. I'll teach you one which will be applicable for fixed material, labor overheads. So you variable overheads. So you don't have to remember any of it. Then only mug up one. 5 formulas easy to mug up, right? So that means you should be able to get that 14 marks right. Easy, you will anyway get it. Difficult thing, you will have to just remember some part of it. That's what the focus is going to be. Are you clear? Now, let's start with our first standard. Online folks, are you okay with the pace? Just right. So let's start. When we talk about a material variance, the first variance is standard cost minus actual cost. That's called as what? Cost variance. What is cost variance? Standard cost minus the actual cost. Now, again, remember this all your life. Whenever we talk about a standard cost, we talk of standard cost for actual production. Remember, again and again I'm saying, this is the only thing that they're gonna ask you difficult in the question. We are gonna be finding what? Standard cost for actual production. If you get this right, trust me, everything in the question becomes easier. So the only focus that we are going to be having in this topic is what? To find out the standard cost for actual production. Now, let me understand this through an example. Read this. So what did I say? Material cost variance is going to be standard cost minus actual cost, and I'm going to be taking the standard cost for actual production. What is standard cost? Listen to it. Standard cost is standard quantity into standard price. Standard quantity into, again, for my understanding, it's the standard quantity required for actual production. It's the standard quantity required for actual production multiplied with the standard price minus actual quantity into, this is called as standard cost minus the actual cost is called as MCV, material cost variance. So from now on, whenever I use SQ, please remember this, I am talking of SQ for AP. Are you all clear? Right? So we'll just try to understand this portion once, because once we do it, everything else will be derived logically. Let's try to look into this question. Y Limited manufactures product M, which requires 3 raw materials A, B and C from the following information related to the first quarter of FY 2023 has been collected. The standard input required for 1000 kgs of finished product. 1000 kgs of finished product are 500, 350, 250. Total you require an input of 1100, and you're going to be having a loss of 100, and then you will get an output of. So what does it mean? Can I say if I put 1100 units, I'll get an output of 1000 units. Now the company has produced 20,000. Company has produced what? So logically, if I look into it, if I put 1100 kgs, I'll be getting. So if I require 20,000, how much should I put? Did you understand this? Right? So I need to consider what? Standard quantity for. Then you are required. Then they have given me material A, B, C. What is this? This is my actual production, and purchase price, actual price. This is what? Standard price. This is what? But I need to convert it to the. Are you clear? First part of it. So let's try to look. See here. Right? Now, my standard output for 1000 kgs is going to be 500 of A, 350 of B and 250 of C. Right? That means for 20,000 kgs, what is going to be for A, B and C? There are ways you can just do the cross multiplication. Now look into it, because I know my total output is 20. For this I require how much of raw material? 22,000. That is going to be between A, B and C. There are two ways of doing this. Look into it. I can do a reverse calculation too. My output is 22. Sorry, my input is 22. In that my loss is 2000. Correct? If I do the reverse calculation, my standard output, I need to look for how many kgs? 20,000 kgs. Can I say then for 100, if it's a loss for 1100 units, can I say for 20,000 the loss will be 2000 units? Then can I say my input required will be 22? Then if you do the ratios, you will be getting this. So instead of doing all this drama, easier way is just write like this and you can just take it down. So for 1000 kgs, if you require A 500, B 600, C 250, for 20,000, how much do you require? Just keep doing a cross multiplication for everything. That will be 500 divided by 1000 multiplied by 20,000. Are you clear with this? Right? So you end up getting your standard quantity as what? 10, 7 and 5. So see here, 10, 7, 5. That becomes my standard quantity. This becomes my standard price. Right? Multiply standard quantity into standard price. What do I get? Standard cost. Actual quantity into actual price. I'll get the, what is standard cost minus actual cost known as? Material cost variance, which is going to be 43,000. Are you all clear with this? Clear? Anything that you want me to explain? Any calculation? Done? Now let's come to the next variances. Look into it. If I understood the first part, what was my first part? MCV. How did I calculate MCV? Standard cost minus actual cost. And what is standard cost minus actual cost? We have to divide it SQ into SP minus AQ into AP. This I'm going to be dividing into two components. One for quantity, one for price. Same thing, whatever I've written there, I'm going to be dividing like this. Now when I say quantity, look into it, I multiply standard quantity minus actual quantity. And when I say price, I reduce standard price minus the actual price. Are you clear with this? Right? Whenever we talk about quantity, and whenever we talk about the price, I just want you to remember this example. If you know the conversation between your mom and dad, when let's say they send your dad to go pick up some vegetables at a particular shop. Let's assume the tomato is 10 kgs. Sorry, general rate is 10 rupee per kg what your mom brings. Your dad paid 15 rupees. Your dad paid what? What is going to be the conversation about by your mother? What's going to be the conversation by your mother? Your mother will say, "Ayyo, tell me how much did you buy? Because I would have got it for lower price." When he says, no, I only bought half a kilo and all, she'll be fine. If you would have bought by accident 4-5 kilos, your mom would then destroy your dad there. Correct? No? Happens at home. What are they trying to tell? This is the, if you remember this example, see here, whenever we talk about the price, we talk about the actual quantity. And whenever we talk about the quantity, we talk about the standard price. That's all is the formula. Are you clear with it? This is called as material usage variance and this is called as the material price variance. Understood how I derive this formula? Right? So you just, whenever we talk about usage, what do we do? SQ minus AQ. Whenever we talk about the price, SP minus AP. Price means what do I multiply with? Actual quantity. Whenever it's a quantity, what do I multiply with? Standard price. Are you clear? So for this particular question, look into it. Once I make this table, I've shared the notes now already. I'm erasing this. Just standard costing. Hey, I think they've shared it already. Okay. Anyway, they'll share it. Leave. Done. So now look into it. Material price variance. What did I say? Standard price. Standard price minus actual price multiplied with actual quantity. Now, what was my actual quantity? Look into it. Was 11. So standard price minus actual price multiplied with actual quantity. If I am doing usage variance, what do I do? Standard quantity minus actual quantity, multiplied with the standard price. Are you clear with this? Right? Done. Any doubt in the price, usage and this one? Cost, price and usage. Anyone, any doubt? Easy to remember now? Okay. The next one that I'm going to be doing, that is where most of the students do mistake, called as mix variance and yield variance. Called as what? Okay. What does this mean? Look into it. Mix variance and yield variance comes only when there are more than one raw material to produce a product. Remember this. When will mix variance come? When there are more than one raw material to produce. In this question, how many raw materials were there? 3. That means, will the mix and yield variance come? The answer is yes. What does it mean? See, for an example, to make one coffee, I told you, you require 60 milk, 40 water, 10 kgs of coffee powder. That is to make how many liters? 100 liters. If I have to make 200 liters, can I say it will be 120 of milk, 80 of water, 20 of coffee powder? Yes. I made 200 liters of coffee. I made what? 200 liters of coffee. Now, whereas I used 150 liters of milk, I used what? 150 liters of milk. I used 40 liters of water and 10 liters of coffee powder. Now, what I want to know is that how do I compare the actual quantity with the revised standard quantity? What am I going to be comparing in yield and mix? I am going to be introducing a new term called as RSQ. What is it? Revised standard quantity. What do you mean by revised standard quantity? If you guys want, write it down. Revised standard quantity means actual quantity in standard proportion. Actual quantity in what proportion? Standard proportion. Are you guys clear with it? Right? Now, let's try to just understand this. What is my proportion here? Can I say my proportion is 50 is to 35 is to 25? Or even if I have to break it further, can I say 10 is to 7 is to 5? Right? Now, what is my actual quantity? 11, 7 and a half, 4 and a half. What's the total? 22 only, no? Or more? 20? Okay. 23,000. Now, what is going to be my RSQ? Right? What did I say my RSQ is? Actual quantity in standard proportion. Now, what is going to be my standard proportion? Now, look into it. There are two ways to calculate. I'll show you both. Whichever is comfortable, you guys can use it. Now, what was my standard quantity? 7, sorry, we did this, right? 10, 7, 22. Easier way, since I already know this, right? So I'll do like this. See here. 23,000 is what? My actual quantity. This is my standard proportion. This is my standard proportion. What is standard proportion? Look into it. 10,000 divided, for A it will be 10,000 divided by 22. For B it will be, for C it will be. Are you clear? First way, easier if you want to do this. If not, you can use the ratios. Ratios we just found out here, that is 10 is to 7 is to 5. So you can always do like this, which is 23,000 in the ratio of 10 is to 7 is to 5. I always prefer this because sometimes in the examination, calculators are allowed for you guys. You are not using your brain, so calculators will do your work. So you can pretty much put 2 zeros more and complete it off than breaking your head. I always prefer this. But there are guys who want to use their brain in between, then you can do the ratios. But preferable, just you already would have calculated this. So you can always find the ratios and be done. Are you clear? Okay. Now let's come back to the formulas, right? Now, where will the yield and mix come in, right? Now see here, these two are there. Now we'll try to introduce RSQ in between. We are going to introduce what? That means SQ minus RSQ, RSQ minus so typically I'm just breaking them apart through introducing some middlemen called as what? RSQ. Are you clear? So just write this down. Guys, understood Nivedita, Shiny, how do we calculate RSQ? Guys, anyone has any doubt, please ask, right? Otherwise, I'm just, because it's a revision class, so you need to ask. I have told you if you have any doubt. Done, right? So we figured out RSQ. Now see here, RSQ minus AQ is called as mix variance, and SQ minus AQ or RSQ is called as the yield variance. So please don't try to mug up this, because if you can remember this, I'm sorted with regards to 3 calculations: material, labor and variable overheads. Don't try to mug up, because it will just start getting confusing. You will take RSQ. So easier way is this, the way I remember. So what I do is, when I get the paper, first thing I write this off. Answer script it's not copying, right? First thing, I'll go and write it off so that I don't get confused during the examination. I'll just go and write off all these things. So even sometimes you can, when you get an answer script, what you can also do is take up the script wherever formulas which you find it confusing. So this is something I did for examination. I'm just sharing with you guys. So since I cannot remember a lot of things, I used to always stand near the door waiting for the teacher to put that answer script in front of my table. The moment she puts, I would have remembered one couple of formulas which are those longer ones. Immediately I'll come and write it in the paper. That is technically not copying. You're not allowed to bring it inside the exam hall. Boss, I was outside, the paper came in, and that's okay for me, right? You can always play around with those tricks and all. Try to always play around with your weakness. That is where you will succeed. Not play around. Playing around with your strength is also good. Certain times knowing your weakness is also better. So sometimes if you don't get, you're getting confused with the formula and all, keep waiting. Wait for it to drop a question paper. Immediately you can run, write something there and be done with that, the entire thing. Clear? So just recap of how we calculated the formula. What is it? MCV. How do you find MCV? Standard cost minus the actual cost. Standard cost minus the actual cost. That further I am going to be dividing into what? Quantity minus the standard quantity into standard price minus actual quantity into the actual price. Now further I divide my quantity on one side, price on the other side. Quantity, if I derive it, what do I call that as? Usage. Price is called as my price variance. Quantity is going to be multiplied with standard price and price is going to be multiplied with actual quantity. Usage can be divided further into two. Yield and mix. How do you calculate yield and mix? Minus RSQ. What is RSQ? Revised standard quantity. How do you find the revised standard quantity? Actual quantity in the standard proportion. Are you clear? Right? Now first, now look into it. How do you verify in the examination if you are right? If we follow this tree diagram, these two put together should be equal to this. These two put together should be equal to this. This is the way we are going to be verifying it. Are you clear? So now see here in the current question, I did my yield variance, which came to 38,181. I came to mix variance, which came to 18714. Guys, any doubt in this? Because I have only calculated, I have shown you how to calculate, then it's only the final answers. So you can go back home and practice, right? Now see here, how does the answer look? What did I say? These two put together should be equal to, now there is going to be a 6 rupee difference because of the rounding off, that's okay. Right? And next, what did I say? These two put together should be equal to, if you do this, 14 marks. And this is going to be part of your MCQ question most of the time. Most of the time if they ask you, it's going to be part of your MCQ question. See here, 5 questions, all the 5, 2 marks each for each of them. Now in the examination, how to save time? How to? Let's, yeah. Nivedita, Shiny, Bharti, are you guys clear with this? So what are we going to be doing further with regards to this is that when we are going to be in the examination, let's assume that if you can calculate this, You calculate this, you know, this 2 minus this will become this. So you don't have to waste your time. You can always keep playing around because of knowing the plus or minus rule. So there is one question which they ask you sometimes to do the missing figures, where they're going to give you the answers. Like yesterday, if you remember one question where you know the answer, you're going to be doing the reverse calculation of it. So you just know which are the missing figures and try to do. That's also another question which you can expect from the examiner. Now let's come to the labor cost variance and try to derive from the same thing. Now, what was material cost variance? Standard cost minus. And what was this comprising of? Quantity. Correct? This is for material. What is the difference in the formula between material and labor is quantity gets replaced with hour, price gets replaced with rate. Otherwise, everything else is the same. So see here, labor cost variance. Labor is standard hours, standard rate minus actual hours, actual rate. What is that I need to remember here in the standard hours? Standard hours for production. How many units you have produced? For that, let's say for 1 unit, you take 2 hours of labor, worked hours. So if you have worked for 1 unit, if you have taken 2 hours, let's say you have produced 50 units, how many hours you should take? That's the standard hours. Okay. Now here again, we are going to be dividing into two things. There it was called as material price variance. Here it will be called as labor rate variance. There we called it as material usage. Here we call it as efficiency. Now, what was the formula there? Rate means what I compare? Standard rate minus the actual rate. And whenever it is rate, what did I say? It's the actual hours. And whenever it is efficiency, standard hours, just remember this portion, it is AHW. AHW, what is AHW? Actual hours worked. Actual hours worked. Right? Now, what was the formula for yield variance? Standard quantity minus revised standard quantity multiplied by standard rate. What about mix variance? RSH, there it was RSQ minus AQ multiplied by SQ. Right? Now, what do you mean by idle time? Yesterday we learned the difference between the hours paid minus worked. Paid minus worked into standard rate. This is something which is additional. Now here the only difference is these three put together will give you the labor rate variance. Are you guys clear with this? Everyone's clear? Easy? Now let's just try to look into the question. The standard output of product X is 25 units per hour in manufacturing department employing 100 workers. The standard wage rate per hour is 6. The standard output of a product X is 25 units per hour. So 1 hour if you work, how much output you are going to give? 25. But they are employing how many workers? That means, can I say 1 hour is equal to 100 hours? Because it's not one guy working, it is 100 guys working in that 1 hour. That means you're producing what? In 100 hours of work, you're producing 25 units. This is my standard rate, right? Now, I always try to find out, listen to it, standard units to produce 1 unit, how many hours will you take? To produce what? 1 unit, how many hours will you take? If for 100 hours, you're gonna produce 25 units. To produce 1 unit, how many hours will you take? Now look into it. My standard hours, 4 hours to produce. Now your Y actual production, you'll understand it now. Done. Now, in a 42 hours per week, the department produced 1040 units. Despite 5% of the time being paid lost due to abnormal reason. The hourly wage rate paid was 6.5, 5.7 for 10, 30 and 60 hours. So there are different kinds of people. So each of them had a different set of hours. Now look into it. Standard hours for actual output. Standard hours for what? Actual output. How many units did you produce? 1040 multiplied by 4. So you require how many hours? 4160 hours. That becomes my standard hours for actual output. Did you understand this? So that's what I said, if you get the standard hours, everything else becomes the common. Now I want you guys to tell me this. Are you employing 3 different categories of employees, or are you just paying the same kind of employees different rates? Listen to it again. Are you employing 3 different categories of employees and then you're paying them different rates, or are you hiring same category of employees but you're paying different rates? It's the same category of employees, same, but you're just paying different rates, maybe because of their experience and other part of it, but all are similar. How did I get to know about it is the question. Because I don't have in the plan, I did not say I require category A, B and C. When this scenario happens, you don't have to calculate mix and yield variance. Right? If you end up doing mix and yield, even you will lose the marks that you might be getting for your regular one. Then you are at the mercy of the examiner. Clear? And I told you guys, the objective of the examiner is to make you fail, not pass. So don't give any reasons to it. Right? Now see here. So the standard hours 4160 multiplied by 6, you got 25. So what is this? Standard hours. What is this? Actual cost. Now look into it. There are 10 employees. In a year, in a month, in a week, how many hours did you work? 42. So multiply by 42, can I say will become your actual hours paid? Same thing. So multiply with this. So can I say this becomes my actual hours? Because 10 employees, 42 hours. Same way for everything. How many hours did they say is idle time? 5%. So in everything, reduce the 5%. You will end up getting the, what is this? Actual hours worked. Rate they have given in the question. Actual rate hours worked into actual. Sorry, one sec. Now what is going to be your amount paid? How are you going to be paying it? Are you going to be paying based on this or this? because you're going to be paying it based on this. So whatever this rate is, 420 into 6.2. So this is going to be your, so this is my actual hours paid into rate. Are you clear? Once I know this, labor cost variance is pretty straightforward. What is it? This minus this. Labor rate variance. What did I say labor rate variance is? Now look into it. Since labor rate variance, I have three categories. My standard rate is the same for all, but actual rate is different. Multiply with actual hours paid, you'll end up getting this. Where are we going to use actual hours worked? I'll tell you. So actual hours paid, you end up getting this, right? Efficiency, pretty much standard hours minus your. Now see here, what did we take? So this is where people do mistake. Efficiency is where we are going to be taking actual hours worked. Remember this. Efficiency is where we are going to be considering what? Actual hours worked. Right? What is idle time variance? Idle hours into standard rate. Are you guys clear with this? Are you guys clear till you? Any doubt? Okay, now let's read this question and try to understand. Now, in this question, I want you just to understand the part of it. Just read the question. I'll give you guys 2 minutes. Now, first thing that we need to understand is how many categories of employees are there? How many categories of employees are there? 3. That means now which two variants will additionally come? Mix and variance, right? Now pretty much look into it. Skill. So this is my standard hours, standard rate. This is for how many units I am producing? That means everything will get multiplied by 10,000, right? Once they had asked this question and lot of students did mistake in the paper. So what they did, they gave the labor hours for manufacturing 20 units of product X was given, and they gave the same question. Now in this case, what will you do? So you will do 2 into 10,000 divided by 20, because 2 hours is for how many units? 20. I'll calculate per unit and then multiply with actual. So just be little careful with this portion, because twice or thrice they have asked it and lot of students did mistake with it. That's why I said it's always you'll find per unit and then do it for the actual production. So don't blindly do it, multiply by the 10,000 every time. Just once, be little aware of it. Done? So you have your standard hours, actual hours, you have your actual hours, then you have idle time. You are supposed to calculate the labor variance. right? Now, pretty much, if you see, everything is just on a table format. You know your standard as, see here, I compared it with the multiplied with 10,000. I got the standard for the actual. Then actual is already given. So just multiply it to it and then you are sorted with regards to the question. Just I want you guys to calculate efficiency variance for two guys. I've given all the data is there. I want you guys, I'll give you 2 minutes, just calculate efficiency variance for semi-skilled labor. Calculate efficiency variance for semi-skilled labor. Online folks, I am expecting your answers too. Guys, done? 9,200 adverse. Do fast, no. Exam is only for 3 hours. Guys, are you done? What's the answer? Everyone got what? Okay. Okay. Let me see. Are we both on the same page? What is the formula for efficiency? Efficiency. Okay. Standard hours. What is standard hours? 30,000 minus what is your actual hours worked? Actual hours worked is 33,000 minus 700, which is 32,300 into standard rate of 4. Did everyone get this? How many of you guys got it wrong? Everyone got it right? No. It's okay. You can. This is not exam, no. Anna, you got it right. You guys. So just remember this. Whenever you have an ideal time, just to make sure that you remove the ideal time from your standard part of it. So see here. So that's where this will become 17,500, 32,300 and 57,200. Are you all clear? So just please make sure that you don't miss this portion in the examination. In the excitement, we tend to lose it. So please make sure this has been taken. So any doubt in the material labor, right? Variable overhead also same formulas. They would have given overheads, is going to be absorbed based on machine hours or labor hours. So if they would have given you based on machine hours, then you will use material variance formula. If they have used the labor hours, then you will use the labor rate. So otherwise, variable is the same as these two. So we'll focus on the next part, which is little important on the fixed. So I've given some questions for you guys to practice. So just for your understanding, we'll do one question of the variable overheads. See here. From the following information of G Limited, calculate variable overhead cost variance, variable overhead expenditure variance, variable overhead efficiency variance. Right? Now, see here, budgeted production is 6,000 units. Budgeted variable overheads is 1.2. Standard output for standard time for output is 2 hours. What does this mean? So can I say for 6,000 units, it will take 12,000 hours? That means for 1,20,000, if I look into it, it will be 10 per hour. Standard cost per hour, can I say will be 10 per hour? Can I say standard cost per unit if I have to find, it will be 1,20,000 by 6,000, which is 20 per unit, right? Now the rules remain the same. Standard cost minus the actual cost, then we divide it, right? Actual production overhead is 5,900 units. So what is going to be your standard cost? For one unit, if it's going to be taking 20, for 5,900 units, how much it should take? Can I say 5,900 into 20? Right? Minus your actual cost is going to be your variable cost variance. Right? Then standard overhead for actual hours. Standard overheads for actual hours. How many hours did you work? 11,600. What is your standard rate per hour? 10. So standard minus actual overhead. Then efficiencies, standard hours for actual production minus the actual hours. So there's absolutely nothing. It's just the same formula. Just one question. Just practice it across. Okay. Now this is where everything gets little trickier, and this is the only thing I want you to, I don't know how you will try to mug up. I can teach you the logic. If you can understand it, brilliant. Otherwise, what do we do? Mug up. Guys, shall we start? Okay. Guys, shall we start? Now, this portion we will do after the overheads chapter. This portion, when are we going to do? So, till here, whatever we have taught. So, before you come for tomorrow's class, whatever we have done, material, labor, variable overhead, make sure that you are thorough with it. Because tomorrow when you come in, we do overheads. Overheads chapter will start confusing because there are 3 chapters which are interrelated. Material, overheads chapter, ABC costing, and this. Tomorrow I am going to be doing all the 3 difficult chapters. So that 3 may you can at least expect your difficult portions to come in, and I'll also do budgeting, which are going to be, tomorrow is going to be the difficult day. Saturday no. So tomorrow is going to be a difficult day. Sunday we'll just relax, right? So this portion I'm going to be doing it tomorrow, so that you don't get confused between both. So to recap, clear with the formulas. So how did we do cost variances? First is standard cost minus actual cost. Then we divide it into further price, usage. Price, what do we do? Standard price minus actual price into price, mother, actual quantity. Then next one, usage is what? Quantity minus actual quantity multiplied by. Now I told you usage, you need to check if I'm using more than 1 raw material. If I'm using more than 1, then 2 more variants. For both of it, what is important? So always remember Y and M. Don't remember M and Y. Because first is sealed, then it's mix. SQ minus RSQ is sealed. RSQ minus AQ is mix. So my YM, right? So reverse of Y. So in the examination, just remember this. Because you'll get confused in spite of whatever we try to tell. In the examination, you'll get confused. So remember, it's YM, not MY, right? So clear with this entire thing. So we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll do the cost sheet questions. Guys, any doubt, online folks? Any particular thing? This we are going to be doing it tomorrow. Guys, any doubt? Online folks or else will meet at 9:45. Ritika, Nivedita, Shiny, Bharti. Done. So, see you guys at 9:45. Okay, let's start the next topic, which is cost sheet. Again, one of the most important in terms of your examination. Ideally, or let's say consistently ask for 8 marks from your examination point of view. So both the chapters put together, what we have done now should fetch you guys easily around 16 marks. So yesterday's 25. So what we'll do after the break is we'll run through few papers to see are we passing. Not break. It was 10-minute break, no? Just a quick break. Want to wash your hands and come. Go. Right? Now cost sheet is one of a thing which if you ask me the preference of me starting questions, first question always is going to be theory. Second question, what I'm going to be starting is the cost sheet. Third question will be my standard costing. Fourth question will be my material, then labor, then comes marginal costing. This is the way I go about solving my paper. Recommended. Why? Because it will help you to save time. In CA, we get excited of sometimes knowing everything, but time becomes a concern because you know so well that you want, right? It's also better to choose topics where you can solve questions a little faster. Right? Let's go to the cost sheet. Basically, what's a cost sheet? What's a cost sheet? Now, when I look into it, a cost sheet, it basically gives me a total cost information. Now, you just have to understand what each of the functions do. If you understand the functions, you don't have to mug up too many things in the cost sheet. First basic thing is got to do with my prime cost. What do you mean by a prime cost? Sum total of all the direct expenses is called as the prime cost, right? Now, here there is only one complication. Here there is what? Only one which is that? Is the raw material. We are going to be talking of, see, when I talk about a prime cost is sum total of direct material, direct labor, plus direct expense. This direct material is basically change your definition to TMC. To what? Direct material consumed. What is direct material consumed? Opening stock. So once you do this no matter what should give you guys 1 mark. So first thing, what are we going to be finding it out? Find out the prime cost. And how do we find the prime cost? The notes are shared now in the group cost sheet. So the prime cost is going to be my sum total of direct material, direct labor and direct expenses. I told you only thing that you have to remember is your DMC, otherwise all the things are fine. Now this portion of factory overheads, to make it more easier, the way I'm going to be remembering is like this. All my indirect expenses which happens at the place of production, all indirect expenses which is going to happen at the place of production will be called as my factory overheads. It can be anyone. but it should be happening inside the factory, right? Don't use your brain at all. It will work in all the scenarios. Anything, just use your thing. Is it happening inside the factory or outside the factory? The moment it is inside the factory, what are you gonna do? Factory overheads. Are you clear? So for the prime cost, look into it. You're gonna be adding the prime cost, add the factory overheads. Now, once you add a factory overheads, I want you to just remember the logic of it. What happens is, when I'm telling you it's a finished product, when I'm telling you what? It's a finished product, generally look at it logically. What would you produce first? Is it an incompleted unit of last year, or do you start producing something new this year? So that means if I have to know what I've produced in this year, look into it. Whatever was incomplete in the last year, first I'll employ my resource to complete that. Plus I will add additional resources to make certain new production this year. If all of them get completed, fine. If few of them are left over, they should be removed off from my cost sheet. That's where I add my opening WIP, close my WIP to know what's the factory cost. That means while coming outside the factory, it should be a finished product. Are you clear with this? Right? So factory overheads, add your opening WIP minus closing WIP. What do you call this as? Factory cost. Now, the next part of it, this is very rarely asked. This portion is very rarely asked. So that's where we'll only try to remember something. If there is any indirect income which is coming out of the raw materials out there, if there is what? Any indirect income, what can be those indirect income that can happen? Maybe I sold something on scrap, I got some money. That should reduce my cost of production. If I want my product quantity to be checked, I incur a quality control cost. If I want the packaging to be done, listen to it, it's the primary packing, not the secondary. This should be added to the factory cost. Are you clear with it? Right? So for this, I will add, for my understanding, all miscellaneous cost minus miscellaneous income to get my cost of production. But in most of the examination question, factory cost and cost of production is going to be the same. Most of the question. But sometimes, just for us to tease a bit, few things can be added. So for my easier understanding, miscellaneous cost plus miscellaneous income, I take it into consideration. Are you clear with this? Right? Next one. Now once I have my cost of production, now I need to put it for sale. Right? When I'm trying to put it for sale, what I do is, whatever is my finished goods of the last year, am I not going to sell that first, FIFO? So I have last year's finished goods. For this, I will add the current year production. From where did I get the current year production? From the cost of production. I'll add this up. Then whatever I'm expecting to be left over, that I will remove it off. So it is basically like this. For this cost of production, I'll add last year's opening stock of finished goods, reduce the closing stock of finished goods. This becomes my COGS. This becomes my what? Now, again, a little bit of overheads chapter comes into picture. Why do we do it is, these costs are considered to be period cost. These costs are considered to be, yesterday in your theory you would have read what is a period cost and product cost. Chapter 1, if you have read it. If not, you can anyway read it. That's one of your MCQ, 2 marks question which comes in. What do you mean by period cost versus product cost? I think I did not tell yesterday if I remember it right. So what do you mean by period cost versus product cost? Right? So these, now my period cost are going to be recovered that year only based on the product sold. So you don't drag it to the next year or other part of it. So that will be done on the COGS. Are you clear? So from the COGS, you will add your administration, add your selling and distribution. That will give you the cost of sales. If you can remember this portion, whatever I have written, that is more than enough for your examination, right? So just once we'll recap it and then we'll try to look into the scenarios. What is it? The first one, prime cost. In prime cost, what are we going to be looking at? Direct material consumed, direct labor. So you have to show a separate working note for DMC. For that 1 mark, and then to do the prime cost 1 mark. So total 2 marks. If you get, then what are you going to be doing? Add the factory overheads, add the opening WAP minus the, this is going to give you factory cost, plus if there is any miscellaneous income or expenses, add your miscellaneous expense, reduce your miscellaneous income. Examples of miscellaneous expense: quality control, administration, research and development, primary packaging. What are your miscellaneous income? Scrap value that you're going to be getting, or anything that you're getting it from byproducts. From byproducts, that's going to be reduced. What do we call this as? Cost of production. If you do this, 2 marks again. So 2 and 2, 4 marks done. Next one, add opening stock of finished goods, reduce closing stock of finished goods. What do you get it? Cost of goods sold. Get it? 1 more mark. 5 marks done. Then add all your administration, selling and distribution. This becomes your cost of sales. 1 more mark. 6 marks. Then where is the remaining 2 marks? Where is the remaining 2 marks? You're not there in the WhatsApp group. Okay. Because there was few guys who are fighting online saying that we want it at morning only so that we can finish off and go study. Yeah. Where will we? Yeah. Where is that last 2 marks? Last 2 marks is for two major mistakes that students do. Profits will be given on cost or on, right? I'll give you simple numbers. Let's assume that the cost of sales was 100. Cost of sales was 100. Remember this. Profit is calculated 20% on cost. Profit is calculated what? What do you do? 100 plus 20. Selling price will be easy. 1 mark. Then 1 mark will be for my format. Fine. Now, if they say profit is 25% on selling price, profit is what? 25% on the selling price. Do you know the cost price? Hey, cost price is 100. Do you know the cost price? Do you know the selling price? Only this much. Do you know the selling price? Do you know the profit? But it's on what? So whenever they give you something like this, I want you to write a table like this. This is applicable whenever we are doing the selling price formula. Just blindly follow, you will get the answer. Now you will write like this: cost, profit, selling price. What did they say? Profit is calculated on what? 25% of the So when they said profit is calculated 25% on the selling price, consider selling price to be 100. Consider selling price to be, therefore profit will become, therefore cost will become. In the given question, what was my cost price? 100. Do a cross multiplication. 33 point. Therefore, what will be my selling price? Easy. Use this rather than trying. I think a lot of places you learn about cost is calculated 20% on the cost is 25% on the sale value and all. Please don't do this. This is more easier and logical way to do this part. If you understand this table, it will also help you guys sometimes when they would have given. See, there is one time they had asked I am saying very old attempt. What they did, they did not give you the cost price. They did not give you. So I'll give you this in the practice question for you guys to solve. If you have any doubt, I'll tell you which number to contact me with. So I'll give you a mail ID. You can drop in. I'll call you guys and explain if you have a doubt on that particular question. So what they did, they said profit is calculated as 20% on cost. Profit is calculated as what? 20%. They said selling price is 120. Selling price is what? How do you calculate it? So I'll take this as 100. So let's just make it as 150, right? They take the cost price as 100. Profit becomes 20. Therefore, selling price will become. In this question, what do you know? Selling price is 150. So now do the cross multiplication. How much? 25. Therefore, cost price becomes. This question was asked like this when you were supposed to do a reverse calculation. That means they have given you the sale. You are supposed to arrive at the prime cost. They have given you the sales price and you are supposed to arrive at what? Prime cost. So everything was related one by one. Since I have not done the overheads chapter now, I can't teach that problem. I'll see maybe on a Sunday revision class if possible. I'll try to teach that question. But this is the trick that we are going to be using it there. Are you clear? Okay. Important part. Now in certain questions, what they do? In certain questions, what they do? Purposefully, they are going to be giving you this item. Purposefully, they are going to give you these items. These items are what? Excluded from the cost sheet. Now, what do I do in the examination? They'll give you this part. What do you do in the examination? You ignore it. Correct? If you ignore it, they'll ignore you for the marks. So you are supposed to write a working note. Whenever there is any item which is there, which is going to be outside the cost sheet, try to write a note that they do not form part of cost of production or whatever it is. Now, basically, what are the things? Just 4 items. Just look into it. Sometimes abnormal cost anyway, if you know, is going to be charged to costing P&L. So abnormal cost will never come in. Now, if there is any subsidy, grant or incentive, what you will do is you will reduce it from the cost of material. If there is any what? Subsidy for material, you will reduce it from the material. Labor, you will reduce it from labor, whatever it is. Penalty, fine and damages, customer will never pay for it. So you will not charge it. Last one, interest and finance cost. Interest and finance cost is not shown. But if you want to show it also, you will show after the sales value, cost of sales. You will show only after what? Cost of sales. You can always write, if they give you interest and finance cost, it's not part of cost of production. But if you want to take it, you can take it where? After the cost of sales. Everyone's clear with the cost sheet? So I'll just run, what we will do, we'll run through 2 questions on a cost sheet just to see are we able to identify it right. Now, since you know the format, it's more easier for us to identify. So just once, let's recap the format and then we'll run through the question. First one, RMC, direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, prime cost, add. What do I told you factory overheads that you have to remember? All the expenses which is happening inside the factory is going to be my factory overheads. Then add your opening WIP minus your closing WIP. This is going to give you the factory cost. Then add your miscellaneous miscellaneous expenses, reduce it. Examples of miscellaneous expenses: quality, packaging material. What did I say about the packaging material? It has to be the primary material. Then research and development cost is going to come in the miscellaneous expense. My miscellaneous income is my scrap value. Then what did we discuss about? Cost of production. Add your opening stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods. This is going to give you the cost of goods sold. Then add administrative overheads, selling and distribution overheads. That's going to give you the cost of sales. If required, after cost of sales, I can add the interest and finance cost. Then you are going to do the profit calculation. Under profit calculation, I told you two things. Profit can be given as a percentage of cost. Then it's very simple. If they give you as a percentage of sale, do the reverse calculation through that working note. Then we spoke about three costs which are gonna not go. Which how do we treat it in the financial statements? Cost sheet. First one was the abnormal cost. Abnormal cost. What are we doing? Ignoring it. Penalty and damages. Ignore it. Then subsidy. What we receive. For whichever object, whether it is for material or labor, wherever you have got, you will reduce it from there. That's all is the question. Lottery 8 marks. So please don't miss it out. I'm expecting this to be your MCQ question this time. I'm expecting your cost sheet to be your MCQ question this time. So let's see. Right. See here. Inventories. They have given you finished stock, raw materials, work in progress. Just for our understanding, where does finished stock come? Can I say in the cost of production? Raw materials, prime cost, work in progress, office appliance, madam, there are only two overheads. Is it factory or is it outside factory? Outside factory, everything is going to go under the administration overhead. Keep it simple. Don't try to overcomplicate it. 8 marks is laddu for us in this question. So we have to get it right. Plant and machinery. Wait. Plant and machinery won't come. Depreciation on that will come. Building. I need to check whether it is for office or for. If it is for office, it will go under the admin. If it's under the factory, it will go to the factory cost. Are you clear with this? I'm just telling you how I read the question so that it becomes easier for you guys. Right? Sales. The below item. Sales return minus material purchased. Now I have inventory and I have purchases. That means what? I have to calculate raw material consumed. Right? Freight incurred on material. Add it to the cost of material. Purchase return. Reduce it. DMC. Prime cost. Indirect employee cost. I need to check whether it is part of the factory or administration. If nothing given, I'll be taking under the factory overhead. Factory supervision. Repairs and factory upkeep expenses. Heat, light, power. Rates and taxes. Nothing given. So I'll have to write an assumption. We'll see if there is something there. Otherwise, write an assumption. Miscellaneous factory expenses. Sales commission. Interest, salary, office salary, admin, interest on borrowed funds after cost of sales. Closing stock value they have given, outstanding expenses they have given. What do you do with the outstanding expenses? Add it to the cost, no? Right? So they have told depreciation to be provided in office. Now see here, heat, lighting and power has to be divided between factory, office and distribution in the ratio of 8 is to. Where will factory go? Factory overheads. Where will office go? Where will distribution go? Rates and taxes, 2/3 for the factory, 1/3 to the office. So whatever it is, 2/3 will go to the factory overhead, 1/3 will go to the administration overhead. Depreciation, factory, office and selling, 8 is to 1 is to 1. So wherever, I think I had put 3 places where I did not know whether it was factory or other part. All the 3 are taken care here. So I don't have to write my assumption. Now, how do I go about solving it? We first did our mental math, calculated everything. Now, how do I go about solving it? I'm asking you guys. First thing, do all the working notes. First thing, do all the. This is a 14-mark question or a 10-mark question. So the working notes will carry. Easiest working note to be done. DMC can you do? Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Can you do this division of calculating depreciation? Once you do depreciation, can you do this division? Then this, so anyway, you just have to show add of it. It take one page, write all the working notes. Wherever DMC is given, whatever is the employee cost is, add that up and say this is the total employee cost. It will take you 10 seconds more. Worth it? The answer is yes. Clear with this? See here.
Can we start with the working note?
You can. I do it with working note, it's okay. But only thing is, whenever you are starting a question, please make sure that the question number becomes pretty visible. You can start with working note and then do the final answer. You can do the final answer and also do the working note. Because I'll tell you, for me, I always started with working note. I'll tell you, there were 2 reasons for me why I did it. One, because I was never prepared entirely with any chapter. So my bet was to get more marks from working note. If I get working note right, I know if I go wrong also, you'll know this is the only thing you would have done wrong as a student. My chance of getting marks is higher. Teacher, I'll tell you what happens as an evaluator is, when we are looking into it, when I have already your final answer in front of me, I get into an assumption that you have done it wrong when certain things don't match. I'll not try to find the reason why you have gone wrong. But when I have written the working notes there, I know where you have gone wrong. So my chance of getting marks in the final answer is very, very high. So I have always been doing working note and then the final answer. And I've got marks for all of this. So I can only vouch for it that it would work. Not an issue. Right? But please make sure you write it little bold, the page or question number. And after every answer is done, just make sure you draw 2 lines to tell them that the answer is completed there. Otherwise, the evaluator might think that you are just continuing the working notes of the previous one. So please, it's okay, write properly, working note, put the numbers. You can write the question name also. Try to just make the life of the examiner easier. Right? Question number 14 on preparation of cost sheet. then you write working note, then it's fine, no problem. So you'll exactly know where you have gone wrong, and you have a higher chance of getting marks than doing the answer first and the working note later, right? Okay, let's try to look into this question. The other one, is it fine? I've explained everything. Does anyone have a doubt in the previous one? Let's try to see the next question. A Limited has a capacity to produce 1 lakh units of product every month. It works cost at varying levels of production is as under. So they've directly given you the work cost. Work cost means what? Factory cost. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70%, 100% level they've given. Its fixed and over administration amount to 1.5 lakh and fixed marketing expenses 2.5. The variable distribution costs amount to 30 per unit. It can sell 100% of its units for 500 per unit and incur a further expenditure. So they've given you, it gives gift item costing 30 per unit of sale. It has lucky draw per month giving the first prize of 50,000, 25,000 and 30,000 and 3 consolation prizes. It spends 1 lakh on refreshments served every month to its customer. It sponsors a television program per month. It can market 30% of its output for 550 per unit without incurring any of the expenses referred in 1A to D below. Prepare a cost sheet showing total cost and a profit at 30% and 100% level. So they are telling you two scenarios. I don't have to market at all. I don't have to market at all. If I don't have to market at all, what is that I'm going to get? 30% of the share. But if I market, I'll be getting 100%. For that, I have to incur additional expenditure. So I only am bothered about two levels here. Right? So just see the solution. At 30%, 380 per unit. Administration cost, do you have to incur at both the cases? Fixed marketing expense, yes. Now the special cost you're going to be incurring only under the 100% case. Then you're going to be selling at 450. See here, you know the selling price, you know the cost of sales. Difference becomes your profit. Now you're making a profit of 38. Here you're making a profit of 1 crore. What would you go ahead with? I'm going to go ahead with 100%. So you give your suggestion, you are done with. Right? One more question we'll do and then we'll be done with this topic. Any doubt till now on the cost sheet? Simpler. So this is just for me to calculate the profit on a percentage of sale. I've taken this question. This came in for the examination also 10 marks. I prefer if you guys get this question for your exam, I'll be more happier. Lottery 10 marks. Right? See here, they've given you the selling price, you know the direct labor, you know the administration expense. They are telling you this is related to
Production.
what is the importance of this? Super. Factory overheads, right? Raw material opening stock and closing stock is given. What would it have an impact on? But do you have look into it? How do you calculate DMC? Okay, opening stock is there. Where is purchases? Where is purchases? Thank you. That's why I told you when they give you sale, you need to be a little more careful, because that means something is going to be missing in the top of the question. Clear? That's why they have already given you the sale and they have told you profit is calculated as a percentage of sale. So we are going to be doing entirely bottom up. Are you clear? Finished goods, we know where it's going to come, work in progress. Direct labor would be 175% of the work overheads. Cost of goods sold will be 6,900. Selling expense will be 500 per unit. You are required to prepare a cost sheet for the year ended 31st March. Right? Now let me try to look into it on how are we going to go. Right? I know the selling price. Do I know the number of units sold? Check into the question. Do you know anywhere the number of units sold? Have they given anywhere the number of units sold? So in a scenario like this, what we will try to do is very simple. What we will do is we'll try to just write a cost sheet, try to fill up whatever we know there. What are we going to do? Write a cost sheet. Basic thing, we are going to fill up whatever we know there. Right? See here. Do I know this? So I'll just highlight whatever I know. Do I know this? Do I know this and this? Okay. Do I know this portion? Do I know this? Right? But I again don't know this too. I don't know this. I don't know this. I don't know this. Right? Do I know this and this? Do I know this part of it? What? I don't know this. I know this. I know this. I know this. So this where I wrote down everything that is there. Now let's come to the cost of goods sold. Now they are telling me that the selling overheads, see here, selling expenses is how much? And selling expense is what? 500 per unit. So can you know how many units were sold? So this is the only place where I'm getting the information about the units sold. Are you clear? Did everyone get? So now I know 500 units are sold. Right? That means, can I know my COGS? Because COGS, they said, is 6,900 into 500 units. Now, COGS I know. I know my selling and distribution. Can I find out the profit? Did you understand it or should I repeat this again? See here, when I go back to the question, just see the format, what is there. COGS plus selling and distribution expense is my cost of sale, plus profit is my selling price. I know sales. I know this. This they have told me 6,900 per unit. So I need to find the number of units. Since I know this, and I also know my per unit cost, can I not know number of units? Once I know the number of units, can I find COGS? Once I find COGS plus selling and distribution, won't it be cost of sale? I know now cost of sale. I know selling price. Can I find out the profit? Are you clear? So write down the table. Figure out which portion can give you the unit cost. Somewhere there'll be a clue, and this time the clue was in which one? Now once I know my COGS, now that means what I have to just, I know this, I know this, I know this. All these are given in the question. So that means when you reverse add it, won't you get this? They have given you this. So when you add, you will get this. What happened? Exam question, last paper. You wrote last attempt?
No,
Last year.
May.
I think some last or previous attempt, one of the attempt questions. You didn't get it right. Now you'll get it right. Okay, done. Okay, so then finally you will end up getting this value. This you just have to balance it out. Are you all clear with this online, guys? Online, Nivedita, Ritika, Rahul. Clear with this? This is a straightforward question. Straightforward question. Here there is nothing else. You just have to do an identification of everything. Raw material purchased. Where would these two come? DMC. Manufacturing wages. Depreciation on plant. Quality check activities. Super. Lease rent of production assets. Administrative. You can take it under miscellaneous or factory overheads. Both are fine. This is okay. Primary packing cost. Research and development. Redistribution of finished goods. Advertisement. That's all. This is a lottery question for 10 marks, whoever has got it. Done. So you have the solution to it. This we covered it off. I have given one question for you guys just for homework. The PNM. So this chapter, don't do anything else. Like once, now you can do it, but on the day of exam, this should be more than enough. So clear with the cost sheet. So we have covered how many topics now till now? Chapter number 1. I told you guys you can expect 4 marks, 4 or 8. We'll keep it on the lower side 4. Material chapter 5 or 8, 5 marks. So you're done with 9. Then labor 5 marks, 14. Marginal 5 or 8, 5. 19 plus 5, 24. Standard costing 8, 32. This one is again 5 or 8, 37 marks. So tomorrow you can write a test, or you'll write on Sunday. Tomorrow if you write, I can correct it and give you. Like I can tell tomorrow, maybe post class is done, you guys can just we'll take one of the RTP papers and do it. RTP papers are a little scarier. They try to put different kind of question and none of it come for exam if you go and check. So we'll take maybe the last attempt paper or something else. We'll see. We'll try to do some question. So we are done with this chapter. We are at what, 10:30. So we'll catch up at 11. So we are gonna do. We'll do integrated, non-integrated, then take a little break and do the process costing. Or we'll finish the integrated and then take a longer break. We'll take small break now. Then we'll do process costing and integrate it together. Okay, so we'll catch up at 11:15 then. So see you guys online, folks. If you have any doubt, just make sure you post the comments onto it. Otherwise, we are good enough. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Just 2 minutes. We'll start off with it. So we had to. So I'll just give you a quick brief. What are the things that we are going to be covering today? So we are going to do overheads as a chapter. Post overheads, we are going to be looking into service costing. So what we'll do the easiest one, service costing, because that comes for 5 marks, or sometimes you get a 8-mark question. Concept is extremely simpler, so just we'll run through it. Then we'll do overheads, which is little trickier. We'll take a break. Then we'll do ABC costing. Now, exam pattern is either you will get overheads or ABC or combination of both. So between both, one chapter will come. So either decide to skip both or prepare both. Don't do. Lot of students that I have seen is they'll do overheads, they'll skip ABC. Sometimes they'll skip ABC and do overheads. So these two chapters, either you do both or you don't do anything. But don't try to do in between. It's little trickier as a chapter, but definitive question in the exam. And I'm saying, if you ask me how sure are you, it's like 100% sure. One of these two chapters, one question will come, right? Questions understanding is trickier, but if you get it, you'll get it right, right? So what we'll do overheads in the before the break. After the break, we'll do ABC. So that then we can combine both, and finally we'll do the standard costing chapter, right? Just check on your notes whether you guys have got the standard service costing notes. Otherwise, I'll just forward it to the team, right? Good morning, all the online folks. Just whoever is logged in, just request you to drop a message so that I know whom am I addressing to, right? So let's just do a quick recap of whatever we have learned in the last 2 days. Just like a quick recap so that if there's any doubt or other part. So tomorrow's session, we have only 2 more chapters left. That is budgeting. No, that's the only chapter, budgeting, and then we'll have that batch and unit costing. That's the only chapter that's going to be left for tomorrow. So what we'll do tomorrow, once we are done with the first part, that's the first half an hour, then we are just gonna look into at least 10 last year paper questions. We are just gonna look into it. What we need to analyze from the student angle or other part of it is, see, it's not that a marathon can complete 100 marks, but are we in a position to score 60 plus in the paper, right? Now, how do we strategize and how do we even utilize that 15 minutes of paper? So because we have only 2 attempts of the new syllabus, we are going to look at few of the RTPs just to know the format and how much time should we take per question, how do we move on with it, and how do I make sure that I also try to score as many marks as possible. So we'll at least run through last 10-12 years paper. Post that, you guys write your test. I'll give you a feedback where all you have to correct it in terms of the presentation. Now, so by tonight, I'm suggesting push all what you can get to make sure that tomorrow, if you are in the position after the marathon is over, that boss, I can clear costing, and you have Monday, one more day to improvise wherever you are falling short of, right? That means you are in a position to say, boss, I'm done with the chapter in one subject in 5 days, right? Then smaller every day I'll tell you how to keep revising it so that you can get that 80-85ish. Like I said, if you get your first paper of group to 80-85ish, then you are in a very good position. Good morning, James. The guys who are attending online, just request you to drop your name so that I know who am I addressing to. So just one sec, I'll start off the I didn't do integrated, non-integrated, right? Is the notes shared of the integrated, non-integrated? Integrated, non-integrated. Shared, is it? I don't know.
Cost.
Yes. So what we are going to do is, this is another chapter where you either get or you don't get. So this is like a lucky chapter. Either you get or you don't get. Whenever people have seen this chapter, people have started freaking out. It's difficult. Trust me, this is actually very easy as a chapter. And what I'm teaching you next 15 minutes, if you guys focus on this chapter, you can go and write even without studying. Right? So just look at the past year paper questions post that, we should be good enough with it. Now, what are we talking of in this chapter? Can you explain what is this crash course? Crash course is basically we just recap all the topics. That's all is called crash course. Right? So first thing, what are we looking into the cost accounting system? See, now cost account, why are we doing costing? To record all the cost so that I can fix up a selling price, right? Now there are two systems. Costing, if you know CMA guys, that's our ICMA, chartered or a certified management accounting guys. They do cost accounting. We do financial accounting. Now there is a duplication of both the things. Accounting is always about debit and credit, but what happens is there are certain terminologies which they use differently because they are only trying to find out from the costing angle. From the product, what should be the cost? They are not bothered about whom should I pay, what should I pay, other part of it. They are only concerned about what? Finding out the cost of a product. Whereas we are concerned about what? Trying to find what is our financial status. Financial status means that, hey, you know what? Whether I made profit, whether I made loss, I'm not looking at just from a product angle, I'm looking at from a company angle. When this scenario happens, now there are two systems of accounting. One called as non-integral. The term non-integral means that you're going to be maintaining financial accounting separate, cost accounting separate. Right? Financial accounting, we are not in the subject to teach, so we are going to sticking on to the cost accounting system. Second component is called as the integral system. That means I don't want to maintain both the books. I'll maintain only single book called as what? What is that book? Called your integral accounting system. So where I don't have to maintain both. Now, what we are going to be looking into it is, if I'm doing non-integral, my costing will show different profit. My financials will show different profit. How do I reconcile? That is one question. Very repeatedly asked. What is the things which are shown in cost accounting? What are the things which are shown in financial accounting? Profits sometimes will not match, and there are some reasons for not matching. Have you done BRS? Good with BRS? Say no. Ayyo. Huh. So we'll try to make it simpler. So that is the first question that you get it for 5 marks. Or sometimes if the examiner likes you guys more, he will give you guys, what do you say? He will give you guys for 8 marks also. But lucky enough, if you get it, but lot of students don't attempt the question. Guys, they're saying they've not got the questions. Notes. Just one sec, Elmer. Are you guys in the WhatsApp group? Okay, I've shared it again. You'll receive it in 2 minutes. Right? So, that is the first question you can get. The second question is journal entries. The second question is what? Journal entries. So, journal entries, since we know debit and credit, we are going to be using the concept very simple. Debit the receiver department, credit the giver department. What are we going to be using the concept? Just remember this. Debit the, credit the. If there is no department involved, if there is, let's say for an example, I'll tell one example, just remember this, it will make your entire chapter easier. Let's assume that I have purchased goods. Who will receive the goods? Which department will receive the goods? We learnt in the material chapter. stores department. Now, when I'm buying goods, stores department is receiving it. Who's giving it? Is it within the department or outside the department? Outside the department, right? Whenever it is outside the department, we put it into the general ledger account or cost ledger account. So what we are going to be looking into it is, see, for an example, there is a transfer between materials to the administration department. You wanted some material, you gave it to production department. Who's the receiver department? Production. Who's the department giving? Material is stores, right? Materials is going to be stored in this. So this is the concept that we have to apply. If you understood whatever I have told till now, that's all is the chapter. Again, two set of questions I told you. First one is what? Reconciliation. Second one is what? Journal entries. Journal entries, what's the rule that we are going to be following? Debit the receiver, credit the giver. So I'll only draw one chart now, which will talk about how the departments will function. Understand the flow. Trust me, without even doing anything, out of 10 mark question or an 8 mark question, 6 marks you can do without even reading anything. 2 marks, little bit over its calculation will be there, that if you get it right, okay, otherwise we'll try to look into it. Clear? Shall we start? I'm starting for the first time. Is this class enough for preparation? The answer is no. This is a pure revision of all the topics. Anyone preparing for the first time who have seen the sessions, is it good enough? Like what I'm doing right now, somebody is asking. Okay, they are saying it is good enough, so you can try to take a risk. I don't know. Now somebody is asking question, BP, I'm studying for the first time, is the class enough for the preparation? Students are saying it's enough, so I don't know. I have covered all the topics as such, so you'll have to do a little bit of practice after that, right? So we learned about cost accounting. What did we say? Where cost accounting and financials are integrated, the system so evolved is called as the integrated. So I said both of them, if I put together and do one system, it is called as integrated. If both are maintained separately, then it is called as non-integrated, right? I just want you to know the names of the ledger. Don't try to break your head too much into it. Cost ledger. Now this is for recording impersonal accounts, right? Stores ledger for store items for material. What is that impersonal account and all? I'll tell you when it is. Work in progress ledger for unfinished products. So what happens is, you have raw material. Raw material has to go to work in progress. From work in progress, it has to go to the finished goods. That's the order, right? Raw material has to go to work in progress. Work in progress will have some extra vibe, and we are going to go to the finished goods. I want you guys to just recap the flow of cost sheet yesterday, what we did. Now tell me the flow of cost sheet. Material, direct labor, direct expenses, prime cost, then add factory overheads, add work in progress, minus closing work in progress. This is going to give me work. So till here, if I look into it, what is happening? First, material, labor, direct expenses, they came together. Then they got added to the work in progress. Sorry, factory overheads. Then this all got transferred to work in progress. Opening was there. You added this. You reduced this. That became my finished goods or cost of production or factory cost. Factory cost, right? Then you added your opening stock, miscellaneous and all, we'll leave it here. We'll add my opening stock of finished goods, closing stock of finished goods. That became my cost of goods sold. Then you added your administration, selling and distribution. That became my cost of. This is the same format we are going to be following today. So cost sheet, if you are clear, this accounting becomes simpler. So let's just try to look into it. Now, cost ledger control account. This is for non-integrated one, cost ledger account is used as a reconciliation for financial statement. This records all the expenditure and sales. Now, stores ledger control account. Let's first understand how this works. All the raw materials, whether direct or indirect, listen to it, all the raw materials will be received by stores ledger. Are you clear? Direct material will go to work in progress. Indirect material, depending on the nature, is it factory overheads? Then it will go to production overheads account. Is the material related to administration? It will go to administrative. Is the material, indirect material, related to selling and distribution? It will go to the selling and distribution overhead. Are you clear? First flow. When you buy the raw material, which is the receiving department? Whether it is direct or indirect, will be received by which department? Stores department. From here, direct will go to the work in progress. That's what we learned in the cost sheet. Indirect will go to the, depending on the functions where it is. Are you clear? Labor. Again, there are two ways of doing labor. One, you take it to the wage control department. Which department? Direct from there will get transferred to the work in progress. Indirect will be again dependent on the functions, whether it is production, administration, selling and distribution. Are you clear with this? Is everyone clear? Done. The third part, direct expenses. Which expenses? Direct expenses, I will try to directly put it in the work in progress. Why? Because that is incurred only for that purpose. Sometimes in the question, if they say a raw material is purchased exclusively for this product, right? So you don't have to bring it to the stores. You can directly go to the work in progress. If I am buying what? Raw material. See, typically how it should happen. I am buying all the raw material, then you will transfer it to different departments. It can be job 1, job 2, job 3, job 4, whatever it is. But sometimes I have bought raw material specifically job 1. Then you can skip the stores, directly put it in the work in progress. Understood? Right? Now once you have work in progress, you have opening, did you add your material? Did you add your labor? Did you add your direct expense? What is missing? Factory overheads. So in the direct material cost, this went to factory overheads. From the factory overheads, now transfer it to the work in progress. Now calculate the closing work in progress. Where will the balance get transferred? To the finished goods. Add their opening, closing. Transfer it to the cost of sales. Then you add selling, administration. That becomes your integrated accounting. That's all is the chapter. Cost sheet, if you know, this is easy. So we'll just try to see the question. Are you clear with this? So see here, this is what I just explained to you guys. Purchase of cost, materials. From materials it will go to the store. So we can skip the material, we can directly put it into the stores. When you are issuing it to the production, I told you what will happen. Which account will it get? Which account did I say? When you issue raw materials to production, which account will it get affected? Work in progress, no sir. Direct material will go to where? Okay, I'll draw it for you guys. If you guys want, just remember. I'll have stores. I have my labor. Just write it later, ma'am. Just once. And I have my expenses. Now, if the stores is for all my raw materials, labor is for my wages, this is for my other expenses. Now, stores department, if it's a direct material, that will go to, if it's indirect, it will go to the respective overheads account. Labor, if it's direct, work in progress. If it's indirect, expenses. Direct, you don't have to write anything into direct. You can put it into the work in progress. If there is a overhead incurred, whichever overhead that you are incurring, you will transfer. From now, we are going to be doing some bit of overheads chapter. I'll teach you now, where we are going to be learning about absorption of overheads that I'm going to be using again a little later. Understood the flow? Basic flow of it. Now, I want you guys just to look into the journal entries and we'll try to connect with finance what we do. Guys, are you all clear till here? Now, let's try to look into it. When I purchase goods, which is the department which is going to be receiving it? Stores department. Stores department account debit. 2. Is it involving any department that I spoke? When I spoke about departments, I'm talking of wages or work in progress or overheads, right? Finished goods or my cost of sales. If none of these departments are involved, you're going to be writing an account called as cost ledger control account. Typically, look at it. What's your journal entry for purchases? Purchase account debit. 2 creditors. Creditors are not part of, creditors or cash is not part of cost ledger. So it will go to an account called as cost ledger control account. So whatever is not part of the cost accounting system, everything you're going to be writing under which account? Cost ledger control. Are you clear with this? Now, second one. Purchases worth 500 for a special job. That means you're purchasing it for a particular job. Where it should go? Work in progress. To whose account? There is no cash and bank in the cost ledger control. We are doing non-integrated. In integrated, I'll write cash or bank. Here it is called as what? Cost ledger control. Are you clear with it? 2 entries, 2 marks done. Right? Third one. Material returned to vendor. Material returned to vendor. Who's the receiver? Vendor. From where is it going from for you? From the store. So what will be your ledger account? Cost ledger control account debit to stores ledger account. Easy. Third one. Material issued to production. Who's the receiving department? Work in progress. Who's the department giving it to you? Super. Then indirect material issued to production. Indirect material issued to production. What is indirect material? Factory overheads or production overheads. 2. Which department is giving? To stores ledger control. Are you clear with this? Right? Next one. Material returned from shop to stores. Returned from shop to stores. Shop means the place of production. Production to, so they said, oh, this much of raw material not required, they gave it back. Who's the receiving department? Who's the giving department? Where is production happening? Work in progress, no. For me, production is happening. When I say a department, it's work in progress, right? So who's the receiving department? Receiving department. Giving department. Are you clear? So let's just recap all the entries related to materials that we spoke. First one, when we received raw material. When I purchased raw material, sorry. Journal entry. Stores to CLC. Second one. When you have issued it for production. Issued it for production. Work in progress to stores. Indirect material issued to production. Factory overheads to. Are you clear? Returned is all the reverse of it. Raw materials. There was issued for job 1. it was transferred to job 2. What will be the journal entry? Who's the receiving department? Who's the giving department? Job 2 account debited to job 1. Clear with this? Material issued from stores for repairs. Material issued from stores for repairs. Repairs is what? Direct or indirect? So indirect means what? Factory overheads. Factory overheads account debited to. Are you clear? Easy. A chapter that most of you guys miss it, right? Easy now. Okay. Now let's look into the wages. Wages paid. Direct wages paid. Direct wages paid. First comes to wage control. Wage control to CLC. And then you will transfer it to work in progress. See, it is like this. You learned about labor department, no? In labor department, what did we say? There is something called your wage department. So you will first pay wages here. When you pay wages here, it will become wage control to cost ledger control. Then if it is direct, when they say direct wages involved, you will do this. Then you will transfer to WIP to wage control. If it is indirect, overheads to. The moment they say it's a direct wage, listen to it. These two entries should be done together. The moment they say direct wages, these two entries should be done together because the name itself is saying what? Direct wages. So you directly pay it and transfer it to WIP. Are you clear with this? Now look into it. Indirect wages paid to production. What will be the journal entry? Indirect wages paid to workers in production. First one, when you are paying it, wage to CLC, and since it's indirect, factory or production overheads to wage control. Are you clear? Just please follow the flow. The entries I'm saying, only thing that you're going to be getting confused is the overheads. That once you do overheads, hopefully that also should be fine. Right? Next one, indirect wages paid for administration. First, wage to CLC, administration to wage control. Next one, indirect wages paid for selling and distribution. Wage to CLC is selling and distribution. Done. Direct expenses incurred for job. So job will be WIP for me, right? Direct expenses paid for particular job. Job is not there, no? Till now, what did we do? Work in progress to CLC. So whenever there is something specifically paid for a job, directly you give the credit to the job, that is WIP for me, and then you're going to be giving a credit to the CLC account. Are you clear? Okay. Now, this is where it gets a little trickier. Now, what about if I have paid factory administration overheads? What's the journal entry? To CLC. Paid selling and distribution overhead. Are you clear? If I have paid carriage inward, carriage inwards direct to factory. Okay, that can be debated. Either you can put it as WIP or you can put to production overheads and change it around. That's okay. Okay. Now, till here, is it fine? Whatever I have told you till now, if you do, you will get 4 marks. Right? What I'm going to be teaching you now is something got to do with overheads chapter. Right? So we'll try to just understand a bit of overheads and then come back here. Now, I want you guys just to understand how an overheads department works as a general overview. Okay. Now see here, what is overheads? It's a sum total of indirect expenses, right? And let's say when I'm trying to go to a shop, just remember this example. It will help you out whenever you're stuck with overheads. Let's say you went to a juice shop. For a juice shop, what you will do? You will pay for the fruit juice. You will also pay for the rent, electricity, all of it. But what is that he can trace directly? How much fruits have gone? Can you know how much electricity are you drinking in that juice? No, right? He will put a cost for you on the estimated basis. Now that means he would have done, look into it, he would have done a budgeted indirect expense. He would have done what? Indirect expense. Indirect expenses are called as overheads. And I will try to find out how do I recover it. I'll try to find out how do I recover it. That is called as my budgeted base. Now, for an example, let's assume that I want to recover my indirect expenses based on the number of students. Based on what? So whatever electricity bill that is getting generated here, I want to recover it on a per student basis. So what will be my base? Number of students. Let's say I want to recover it based on the number of hours of class taken. So total number of hours. I want to recover it based on the number of subjects taught. So this is layman, you can understand. So in the real life, what happens? Fact, overheads are recovered based on machine hours, labor hours, or a prime cost or a labor cost, typically, right? So that means whatever they say, overheads are recovered based on machine hours. That means what you will do, whatever is the budgeted overheads, divide by your machine hours. If they say labor hours, whatever is the total overheads, you will divide with the labor hours. Are you clear? This one, did you understand? For my understanding purpose, let us try to take my budgeted overheads as 1 lakh. Budgeted over as 1 lakh. And let's say budgeted basis 10,000 labor hours. 10,000 labor hours. What is my overhead recovery rate per hour? Okay, this is easy. This is called as what? Overhead recovered or overhead charged to the product. Are you clear? Is this the actual overhead? Is the question. Why? Because we have done it on the budget. Now let's assume that to produce one particular product, it took me 5 hours. To produce one particular product, how many hours did it take? So how much overhead will you recover? If you recover 1 hour 10, for 5 hours, how much you should recover? 50. Now I'll go and check what was the actual, because customer would have paid it. After that, you would have got a bill. I'll go and check what is that actual bill which came in. So I checked the actual. It came to 45. Actual came to what? Now, are you in a good position or a bad position? Oi. Boss, bill was 45. Customer paid me 50. You are recovering from the customer. When I say overheads recovered, what I am saying is, see, to produce a particular product, it took me 5 labor hours. Per labor hour, how much did I charge to the customer? 10. That means for 5 hours, how much did I charge? 50. But when the actual bill came, it was 45. My recovered was 50. Actual money spent was 45. Are you in a better position or bad position? Better position. Then we say you are over recovered. Madam, you told guys we'll all go to movie. pay me 250 rupees. You went to movie theater. Bill came to 220. How much did you charge from us? How much was the theater cinematic? Are you in a better position or worse position? That's what we are. You thought per hour, whoever is working, you have to pay 10 rupees. Like this, these guys work for 5 hours. So the customer paid them 50 rupees. But when you saw the bill, because indirect expenses you cannot know today, you will have to wait till the end of the month. When the bill came in, you saw it was 45. It was 45. What position are you in? Right? I am in a better position. Then we say it is over recovered. Now let's say it was 50 and this was 55. Then it is, I want you to write whatever I've thought. 5 marks question, very often asked in the exam. I have a question, I'll do it in the overheads chapter because I need to use this here. So look into it. Overhead absorption rate. Overhead absorption rate is equal to budgeted overheads divided by my budgeted base. Sindhu, yes, it will be available on YouTube. Budgeted overheads divided by budgeted base. For your example, just take it as 1 lakh divided by 10,000 labor hour. So overhead absorption rate is equal to rupees 10 per. Are you clear? Are you clear? Now, next step that we are going to be looking at it is overheads recovered. Overheads recovered, right? Overheads recovered, what did I do? Overhead absorption rate, in this case it was 10 rupees. I multiplied with my actual labor hour. My overhead absorption rate, I multiplied with what? Actual labor hour. So in this case, what was the example? 10 into 5, 50. This is called as overheads recovered. This is called as what? Overheads recovered. Tell ma. Tell, it's okay. Madam, understand first basic principle of costing. What is that you are doing as costing is whatever cost you have incurred, you are going to be charging it to the customer to recover it from them. Now, when I am saying overheads recovered, that means this is the amount I am adding it to the cost of the product. The moment I add it to the cost of product, who's going to be paying it? That means you're going to be recovering it from the customer. Okay, I'll tell you this. I'll go back to the juice center example. Do you go to the juice center? If you know what he is doing is, let's say he put one bunch of grapes. You know the cost of grapes? Okay, he put one spoon of sugar. You know the cost of sugar? Okay. Now he puts the mixie on. There is 10 workers working. There is fan, electricity. Do you wait for him? Juice is done. Hey, tell me what is the bill amount now? For all of this extra, I'll give you right away. Or do you think he'll charge you on an estimate? That estimate only is doing it based on the budgets. He would think that in a month, let's assume that I'll sell 10,000 juice. Per juice, I want to recover 2 rupees as my overhead. That is his overhead recovery rate. Now, how will he know what is the actual amount? Will you, if I am a juice center, will I call you after a month and say, ma'am, you remember that day you drank juice? For this, the bill came now, electricity bill and all. That month only, you are the only one who drank. Yeah, 45 was the electricity bill. 45 was the electricity bill. But when did you pay to the owner or to the shop guy? When did you pay? Correct, right? That is what it is. So I'm recovering it from the customer, that money. Right? So I have recovered how much? 50. This I compare with, write on this, I compare with my actual overheads incurred. This I compare with what? Actual overheads incurred. Now, how much was incurred in this case? Example 1, 45. Example 2, 55. You guys have earphones? You both. You have earphones? What I would suggest is for 5-10 minutes, just listen to the first 10 minutes of the class on the YouTube, so that otherwise you'll be left out. I'm done with the topic. That's the reason I'll be doing questions. So what's the overheads? Now in the example 1, I compare, listen to it. I compare my overheads recovered with the actual. Overheads recovered with the actual. Which is more? Recovered is more. That means we say it as over absorption. We call it as what? Over absorption. How much was the over absorption amount? 5. In the second case, what was the under absorption? If you go and check last lot of papers, just this portion what I taught you has been asked for 5 marks. Go and check the papers. I'm not trying to tell. Lot of papers have just only this portion for 5 marks. And this is easy. I don't know why students don't attempt the question also. The moment they see the overheads, they just start freaking out. So when we do overheads, this is the base at which I'm going to be starting off. It's okay. It's okay. Rajni is coming. Online folks, did you understand? Till you're clear? Now, I want you guys to, ma'am, it's okay. Just listen, I'll just recap it. Now, let's try to understand what all have we done till now. And I want you to just visualize. First, I have a department called as stores department. I have another department as wage control department. Then what happened? From the stores department, I tried to look into it. Are there direct material? And then there is a indirect material. Wages had again what? Direct wages, indirect wages. Both of them are getting transferred to the work in progress account. Now, I have indirect wages, indirect material. This will go to the overheads account. And I told you depending on which overheads it is, right? Which all overheads can be there? Production, administration, selling and distribution. Now, what will happen? From this overheads, look into it. I am going to be charging it to the WIP. I am going to be charging it to the, which overheads I will charge to WIP? Production, right? Now, how do I charge it to WIP? Is it based on actuals or is it based on the overhead recovery rate? Listen to it. How are you going to be charging it to the work in progress? Is it based on the production? Sorry, is it based on the transfer of the actuals or is it going to be on the overhead recovery rate? Recovery, I'll tell you, listen to it. Stores department, direct material, indirect. Isn't it based on actual? Wages, direct wages, indirect wages, isn't it based on actual? So in the overhead recovery, overheaded, there'll be one side actual, but what you would have transferred to WIP will be based on the overhead absorption rate. Now automatically the difference will come. Automatically a difference will come. The difference will go to what? Either costing P&L or certain departments that we'll learn later. This is how the chapter will go. Now in the work in progress account, if you see what all was there, direct material, direct labor, direct expenses plus factory overheads. Now from here it will go to finished goods. From the finished goods it will get added selling administration, that's my cost of sales. Then it will go to the sales account, or where you're going to make the profit or loss, right? So this portion is the 2 marks which I was telling you where everyone will go wrong. So till here you can get it right. The logic is what? Debit the receiver department, credit the giver department. That's the only thing I was teaching before you guys came in. Apart from it, the overhead recovery rate. Are you clear? So just remember this. I am going to be charging from the overhead department to the respective departments based on overhead absorption rate, not based on actuals. There would always be a difference between both, and how do we treat the differences? If we learn it, I am done with the chapter, right? If you cannot get this right, like I told you, if you don't know overheads chapter, don't try to read ABC costing also. If you don't know overheads, skip ABC. But if you skip overheads chapter, trust me, your impact on the exam is very, very high. Very, very high, because overheads comes in various forms. He's like Vishwarupam. He'll come in different forms. It will start haunting you. Paper suddenly becomes difficult. I definitely don't recommend, and it's an easy chapter that you can actually do. Even if not, you do not do in the exam, it's okay, but learn it as a chapter. Whatever I'm teaching in class is more than enough. If luck favors and you get the same question, good for you. Otherwise, you can skip. Anyway, we have prepared for the other chapters to do it, right? Till you're clear. So see here, production overheads recovered. Production overheads are made a thing. That means I am charging it to the product. Production overheads recovered means what? So who's the receiving department if it's production? Work in progress. Receiving department is work in progress. Giving department is the administration overheads recovered. Administration overheads recovered. Cost of sales, no, cost sheet. Go back to your cost sheet. Cost of sales, that is where administration and selling comes, right? Cost of sales department to administration. Selling and distribution overheads recovered. Cost of sales to selling and distribution. Are you clear? Last one, under recovery. Under recovery of overhead, charge it to costing P&L. Over recovery, charge it to the costing P&L. So whatever the difference is in the overheads account between the actual and budget, that will go to the costing P&L. Are you clear with this? I'll tell you when we are going to be doing it. Right? Right now, can you do this without breaking your head for 6 to 8 marks is the question. If you can do it, we are good enough. So there are 2-3 questions in the study material where the ledger accounts have been given. They won't test you guys on the ledger account, but you don't know. But even if they test you in the examination, you will only do that question if you have done all the things and you don't know what to do in the exam, because that will take you minimum 40 minutes to do. You are gonna do the ledger accounts only when, again I'm giving you a warning, only when you are done with everything, you don't know anything in life, this should act as a savior, then you can do faster. Otherwise, I don't recommend, because for 10 marks question, taking 40 minutes is a sin. 10 mark question, you should be able to complete in 20 minutes. 1 mark, 2 minutes. Remember that logic and go ahead. Whenever you start a question, keep a timer, start, try to complete it within that time. Right? Now see here, because for your understanding, I'm just taking the question. Journal entry, I hope you are clear. So I'm not doing the journal entry. I'm just telling one ledger account question so that you are aware of it. Now see here, Acme Manufacturing Company opens the cost records with the balances on 1st July as follows. That means, can I say it is the opening ledger account? On 1st July, opening balances, right? Now, these are all my debit balance. Do you know how to make ledger account? Put all the format of every ledger account. Clear? Now, we'll go one by one. The following transactions happened for the quarter. Materials purchased. Material purchased. What is going to be a journal entry? So, see here. Material control account debited to cost ledger control 480. Right? I'm doing parallelly. So, just look into it. I'm directly teaching through ledger so that you know how to balance it out. Right? Next one, material issued to jobs 477. Work in progress. We'll use work in progress so that drama is lesser. Work in progress to stores. Work in progress to stores. You know how to read ledger account, no? So don't later say you did not do it. Ledger account, I hope you know how to read it. Right? Next one, materials for maintenance. Indirect, it should go to the production overheads, right? Production overhead. So what will be a journal entry? Production overheads to wage control by production overheads. Clear? Done. Online folks, are you guys clear with this? Next one, materials to administrative office. Administrative overheads to material control. Do I have a material administrative overheads account? So whenever we are doing it, please do parallelly ledger accounts. So all these three accounts that I did, see here, I come to production overheads. There I wrote material control. I came to administrative, I wrote material control. I came to work in progress, I wrote my material control. Are you clear with this? Materials to sales department, selling and distribution overheads to material control. Wages direct. First, what did I say? Wages direct. Wage control to CLC. Next one, work in progress to wage control, right? So I'll come to wage control. See here, wage control to CLC. Right? Then your work in progress account. Next one, wages indirect. First, wage control to CLC, production control to wage control. Next one, transportation for indirect materials. Transportation to production overheads to CLC directly. Why? Because I am incurring directly there. Absorbed production overheads. Okay, production overheads incurred. Production overheads to CLC. Production overheads to CLC. Absorbed production overheads. Absorbed production overheads. Production overhead Singapore. Work in progress to production overhead. Cost sheet, again and again I'm saying it's just the cost sheet. You just have to do is the debit the receiver, credit the giver. Trust me, I did not know this as a student. I wish I would have known this. And this is a very simple chapter. I don't know why we all freak out on this chapter. It's actually quite easy. Once you know the cost sheet and just connect with it, it's just transferring entries. Debit the receiver, credit the giver. Debit the receiver, credit the giver, right? Administrative overheads incurred. Administration overheads to CLC. Administration overheads allocated to production. Work in progress to administration overheads allocated to sales department. Selling department. Cost of sales or selling and distribution overheads incurred to CLC. Selling and distribution overheads absorbed. Cost of sales. Production, no? Where is production? That's all. Why do you have to use your brain? What they have given, do it. Right? Then finished goods produced. Finished goods produced. Where? So, I have my total goods. Cost of sales also, look at, transfer it to finished goods. Then you are selling it. Difference between these two will become your. So your finished goods account, look into it. My finished goods account is going to be transferred to the cost of sales. That's what happens, no? From finished goods, from work in progress, it goes to finished goods. From finished goods, where does it go? Cost of sales. Transfer it to the cost of sales. Cost of sales, add up all your expenses, will finally come to your, see here, cost of sales. You will add your selling and distribution, that will go to the costing P&L. In the costing P&L, if you look into it, you have your cost of sales, you have your selling figure, balancing figure will become your profit. Understood? Please go back, and what I would recommend you guys to do this question is, first tomorrow when you go back today, do the journal entries first. Back simultaneously do the ledger accounts. By all the ledger accounts, finally the way we are going to check whether we are right or wrong is CLC account should automatically tally. Which account should tally? Should automatically close. That means we have done it right. Understood the question? Easy. Integrated accounting, they have not asked till now in the exam, but for if they ask you to, I'm just giving you the journal entries for your understanding purpose, because we can't trust the examiners, right? So just in non-integrated, what did we do? When we purchase material, what did we pass an entry? Material control to CLC, right? Now, if I would have done in the regular finance department, what would have been your journal entry for raw material purchase? Purchase to cash, or now you have to mix both. That is integrated. So material control account debit or source control account debited to creditors account. Wherever now CLC is there, you're going to be starting to use their original names. Cash or creditors or debtors account. That's all is the difference between integrated and non-integrated. Now look into it. Payment to creditors. If you would have done payment to creditors in the integrated, you would have written to whom? CLC to bank. Here you will write creditors to bank. Direct wages paid. Direct wages paid. Under non-integrated, what do you do? Wages control to CLC. Here what you will do? Wage control to bank. Hey, tell. We don't use bank or cash, yes, but when we are finally doing a settlement, we use it. We use, let's say for an example, when I'm making a payments or other part of it, both will go to CLC. So we generally don't show this entry at all, to be very honest. This entry we don't show it. So that's the difference between both. Just look into it. Wherever the CLC was there. We are using, instead of CLC, bank or creditors. That's the difference between non-integrated and integrated. So this is the first question that you can expect in the examination. If you get it, you will get for 8 or 5 or 10 marks. There are only two kinds of question. One, I've covered it. Clear with the entire thing, right? Please do this question again, and then you can just do the past year paper questions. I'm saying don't freak out just because you're not getting everything right. Idea is, I told you yesterday, if you remember, that when we do a question, if I know one question for 8 marks, I told you where all that 8 marks come. You need another question which will give you that 5 to 6 marks more. These are those questions. If I get 8 on 8 on that question, superb. But even if I get 4 or 5, it is brilliant. And these questions are the ones which are gonna give me that 4, 4, 4, 4, 4 in every question. So that instead of getting 14, I might get 12, 12, 12. And 3 questions will push my score to 40 plus. Clear with this? Hope this topic is easy now. Okay. The second question that you can get in the examination is this one for 5 marks, called as reconciliation of costing and financial accounting. Online folks, are you guys clear with this till now? Okay. Now the next part of it, which is my integrated, non-integrated, the way it's going to work is, reconciliation is going to work like this. See here, I'll tell a very simple format. Just remember this, and you can just remember the notes that is there. You should be good enough with it. Let's assume that there is a sales of 100. There is income A 200, income B 400, expense A 200, expense B 400. Okay. Now let's assume this is financial accounting and this is cost accounting. Now A expenses belongs to the financial accounting, B expenses belong to the cost. Now if I have to do as per financial accounting, can I say this will show sales 100, income additional 400 minus expense 400? No, so let's make it as 500. It is showing 0. If I do under cost accounting, it is showing what? Sales 100. Hey, financial accounting, what did I say? Yeah, no. Okay, income 200, expense was 50. So 350, 250. Whereas for cost accounting, what did I say? B plus income 400 minus expense 500. So this is showing 0. Now, are both showing the same profits? One guy is showing 250, another guy is showing 0. Now, what is reconciliation? What is reconciliation? Reconciliation is, see, we both are trying to come in common terms. How does that mean? Typical example of reconciliation is to understand, let's assume I and her, right? If either I'll have to change to her needs or she has to change to my needs, we cannot come in between and we get into that coalition government. You do this, I do that. So either I decide to change or she decides to change. So let's assume I'm doing reconciliation as per financial accounting. I'm doing reconciliation as per what? That means I'll tell you shut up, you change whatever is there, so that you show the same profit of mine. If she says reconciliation as per cost accounting, then what is that she is going to tell? You change, I don't even care about it. Now, this one you understood. Now, second part of it. I have an income, she has an income, both are same, should we change anything? I have an expense, she has the same expense, should we change anything? I have an expense, she does not have it. Should, if I am changing, what I will do? I have an expense, she does not have that expense. If I have decided to change, what will I do? I will add back the expense so that it becomes zero. If she has to change, what she will do? This is what reconciliation is. Right? So we try to just see, if I have added, I'll reduce it. If I have reduced it, I will add it back. If she has not done it, she'll do the reverse of it. Right? So we now what we need to understand is this particular table. This particular table, if we know this reconciliation 5 marks, we'll get it easily. Now, what does this say? It says that there are some expenses which are just appearing in financial accounting only. That means you would have not taken it in the cost accounting. So what will you do as per, if I am doing reconciliation as per cost accounting, what you will do? I have to change the financial accounting, so I will add back. If I am doing as per financial accounting, what I will do? I will reduce it in the cost account. Which are these expenses? Interest on loan, expenses on issue, capital losses, loss on fixed assets, income tax, and expenses on share transfer. Second one, pure financial income. In pure financial income, financial accounting, what you would have done? Add it. So if you have to reconcile it, I will reduce. If she has to reconcile, add. That's all. Right? So financial income, you know what it is? It's dividend received, income received, profits on sale of assets, transfer received, or rent receivables. Are you clear? Next one, items included in cost accounting only. Items included in, what will you do? If cost accounting I has to rectify, what you will do? You will add back. If financial accounting I has to rectify, what you will do? Subtract. Clear? Any doubt till here? Easy. Then the next part of it is the valuation. Valuation is like this. I have shown depreciation at 200. She has shown it at 300. What will I do? I have shown depreciation in my books at 200. She is showing depreciation as 300. Different valuation mechanism. What will I do? Add my depreciation, or I can say reduce my income. Adding my depreciation is basically reducing, right? If she has to rectify, she has to reduce her depreciation amount or add that portion back to the income. Are you clear with this? This is what is the next thing. We'll do just one question just to understand, and we are done with this topic, right? The following figures have been extracted from the financial accounts of a manufacturing firm. Direct material, direct wages, factory overheads, general administration, bad debts, preliminary expenses, legal charges, dividend received, interest received, blah 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 blah. The cost accounts for the same period reveal that the direct material consumption was 56 lakhs. Factory overheads is recovered as 20% on prime cost. What does this mean? Whatever is your total prime cost, overheads is going to be charged at what? 20%. Administration is recovered at 6 per unit of units sold. Selling and distribution is recovered at 8 rupees per unit sold. Prepare profit and loss account both as per financial, as per costing, and reconcile the profits as per the two. Right? Now let's do you know how to do P&L? Right? Let's try to look into it as per P&L account. Financial accounting is done as per actuals. Financial accounting is done as per what? Actuals. So let's try to look into it. Where is my sales value? Sales value 1.2 crore. Closing stock, work in progress, finished goods, whatever the values, direct material, direct wages, factory overheads gives you gross profit, administration, selling and distribution, bad debts, preliminary expenses, legal charges will give you the net profit. This one though, you know, you have been doing it from the childhood, so I'm not looking into it. I'm gonna go directly to the cost accounting. This one, just look into it. Do you have any doubt in it? Right? Let's go to the cost accounting. Now look into it. In cost accounting, how do you find profit? Do you know how to do cost sheet? We have to do the cost sheet. Direct material consumed, direct wages gives me prime cost. Factory overheads is calculated at what? 20% of the factory overheads. You don't have an opening WIP. You just reduce what you get. Works cost, then finished goods, then cost of goods sold. You have administration and selling, cost of blah 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 will give you your net profit. This also have we done already? Cost sheet yesterday. No, the way she's looking, I'm getting scared. Oh, have we done this yesterday? Right? Now I am doing only what is for today's class, right? That is what I need to check the. This is showing 565. This is showing. Which book do you want to start with? Do you want to start with finance? We'll take with finance and check with the cost accounting, right? So, I have done it. I'll have to do the reverse of it. We have it as per cost. We'll just stick on to it, right? So I have a part. So let's go one by one and check the items. I'll try to read it through this. See here, direct material consumed as per financial accounting is what? 50 lakhs. As per cost accounting, they are showing 56 lakhs. Now, we are starting as per what? Cost accounting. So cost accounting is showing higher cost of raw material. So if you have to reconcile with finance, what will you do? I am doing as per costing. I am doing as per costing. When I am doing as per costing, right? I will only try to match my costing to the finance profit. Finance, I am starting, when I'm saying profits as per costing is my heading. That means I'm trying to change my costing profits to arrive at finance profits. So first thing, costing is showing 56 lakhs. Finance is showing 50 lakh. I am doing as per costing. So what should I do with 6 lakh difference? I should add back. Clear? Done. Second item. Factory overheads. See here, it is showing 16 lakh. Here it is showing 17 lakh 20. 1 lakh 20 is more in costing. So what you will do? Costing, expense means you will add back, income means you will reduce, right? More expense, so you will add back 1 lakh 20. Next one, administration overheads 7 lakh. Here administration overheads is 7 lakh 20. Again add back. Then selling and distribution 9.6. 9.6. Same thing. Nothing to worry about. Then do we take dividend in cost accounting? So what you should do? So sorry, yeah, you are supposed to add to the costing. What about bad debts? Reduce. Preliminary expenses, legal charges, right? All this are done. Finally, we are going to be looking into the valuation of these two things. Valuation of what? finished goods and WF. Now look at it. What is the finished goods value here? 3.2. Here it is 325. So there is a valuation of excess valuation that you will reduce. Are you clear? I have taken a tougher question for this, but in examination you will only be getting this statement. Just for understanding, I have taken this question, but in the examination you will only be getting this statement for 5 marks. Clear? Right? Please don't skip this chapter. You might get or might not. Every 2 attempts or 3 attempts once one question has come in. Whenever I've seen this question has come, people have come out and said paper was difficult. And I'm saying whenever overheads or the costing accounting system has come in, people have come out saying that it's difficult, but actually it's quite easy. So just make sure that it's been taken away. Done? Any doubt in this topic? Good enough? Can we go next? Online folks, which one? This was a 10-mark question. Which working note is there? Hey, that is part of the question. See here, they have asked you to do. Prepare both. It's a 10-mark question. 3 and 4 marks. 3 for P&L, 3 for costing, and 4 marks for the reconciliation statement. I'll actually show you guys. No, we'll do it tomorrow anyway. Have you received the service costing notes? Once you receive, let me know. We'll start off with it. Shall we start? One more chapter where you either get one theory question. So this chapter you can expect one theory or a practical, 5 or 8 marks. Right? Usually they have been asking frequently for 5 marks, but 8 marks also sometimes they just want to add it up. Now, just I'll tell you the service costing logic. First, I'll tell you how to score marks. Then we'll try to see, can we get the entire mark, right? So what is complicated in service costing is the denominator. What is the formula to find cost per unit? Total cost divided by number of units. Here in service costing, that number of units is complicated, not the total cost. So in the examination, please find the total cost. You will get 4 marks. If you get the denominator right, you will get the remaining 4 marks. Getting the numerator is easy. You just don't have to use any sense at all. Whatever is given, just add it up. Right? That's why they give it for 5 marks, because they also have realized it's not worth it for 8 marks, because everyone will just add up the cost. That's the numerator for 4 marks. Denominator, just finding out what is denominator is the remaining 4 marks. So what I'll do, I'll explain a couple of questions and post that when you're doing back home service costing questions, I only want you guys to focus more on what is the denominator. Numerator, no brainer. What you have to do? Add up. Denominator is what you need to focus in every question. Don't try to keep wasting your time doing addition. Oh, I did 100 service costing question. Does not even serve the purpose. Know how the denominator is calculated. Again, like I said, question on service costing will come, but you don't know for 5, 8 or theory. There are 3 things that you can expect. 5 or 8, for that both anyway you have to prepare the same. If it comes for 5 mark question, easy without breaking your head. If it's a 8 mark question, then they complicate more of English. So whoever does not understand English will start struggling. The third part is the theory portion. Theory anyway I've given what has been asked in the examination. I've covered it, right? First thing, When we are looking into the service costing, you need to understand this portion, and this is asked for theory question also. They'll give you the service industry and I'll ask you how are the cost units calculated for it, right? Transportation services, you will calculate on per passenger kilometer or per ton of kilometer what it is. If you're talking of electricity supply, you are talking of kilowatt hour or patient per day. Canteen is going to be per item or per meal. Cinema per ticket, hotel guest days or number of room days. Now, what is more important in understanding all of it is, whenever we do service costing does not have one component as a parameter. Let's say for an example, when I bought 1 kg of sugar, I know I'm buying just sugar. When I'm buying a meal, you are not paying for the meal. You are paying it also for the services. When you go to a hotel to stay, do you pay per room or do you pay per night? Per room, per night. That means there is more than one cost unit involved. When you say you're traveling in a bus, do you pay per seat or do you pay per kilometer? Per seat per kilometer. That means it's passenger kilometer. Again 2. So in service costing, we are going to be calculating composite units. Composite units are one where there are more than one cost unit involved. If you can get the composite unit, you are done with the question, like I told you, right? So we are supposed to understand. I'll give you a simpler example. If you get confused, you don't know what to do in the composite unit, you can remember this example. It will help you to solve it. Let's assume that there is one set of passengers. The bus is traveling from A to destination B, which is 10 kilometers. Okay. 2 kilometers, 4, 8 and 10. This is the journey. 20 people boarded the bus. 20 people. So till here 20 were there. Then 15 were there. Then 10 were there. Then finally 5 reached the destination. 5 reached the. Now, what is the kilometers traveled? What is the kilometers traveled? Calculate it. You understood the question, no? You guys understood the question? There is point A to point B. The distance between point A to point B is 10 kilometers. 20 people boarded the bus. After 2 kilometers, 5 of them got down. Remaining 15 went further. For how many more kilometers? 2 kilometers. Then 5 more people got down. Now they went for an additional 4 kilometers. Then 5 more people got down. Last 5 people went for 10 kilometers. Tell me what is the number of kilometers did the bus travel? Thank you. Bus traveled for 10 kilometers. How many kilometers did the passengers travel? How many kilometers did the passenger travel? I want you guys to post onto it on your chat. How many kilometers did the passenger travel? Or how many passenger kilometers did you guys travel? 50, 160, 120, 120, 120, 120. Okay. See here, there are 2-3 ways to calculate it. I'm teaching any way that you look like. First one, guys, online, do you get the answer? Now, 2 kilometers. How many people traveled? other 2 kilometers, how many traveled? 4 kilometers, how many traveled? 2 kilometers, how many traveled? 5. That is 40, 30, 40, 10. This is the passenger kilometer. Did you guys understand this? So basically, every distance, how many kilometers did the passengers sit? That becomes my passenger kilometer. This can become tons. This can even become rooms. This can become anything, but you have to just multiply 2. That is the composite unit. Just try to understand this question. If you have understood, what did you guys understand? Yesterday you didn't turn up, no? Okay. A lorry starts with a load of 20 millitons from station A. From A, they are traveling how many? 20 kilometers. It unloads. Sorry. How many kilometers are there? Sorry. So, from A to B, this guy carried 20 millitons, right? Then it unloads 8 in station B. That means how much is left? 12 unloads, right? So he's removing it off. He's taking how many more? To C. On the return, he loads the distance between A to B are 80, B to C 120. What happened? Then calculate your number of, what is say, absolute ton kilometers. 5,000, 5,600. Now, if I have to do simple average, for all our calculation purpose, we are going to be doing weighted average. Just for time pass, if they want to ask, they'll ask you the simple average. Simple average is actually very easy. So what you will do under simple averages, did everyone get 5660? Sorry, 5600? Okay. Now I'll tell you how simple average is. Simple average is basically average. You do simple average of kilometers. You do simple average of the weights. And just multiply. That is, see here, my simple average of the kilometers is what? 20, 12, 16 divided by 3. Sorry, that's the weights, right? That comes to 16. Kilometers is what? 20, 120, 160. Right? So total 360 kilometers. So just take the weight, average of the weights, multiply with the number of kilometers. Simple average, we are not going to use anywhere in the question until and unless the specifically written. We are always going to be using which one? Weighted average. Are you all clear? Right? We'll directly get into the questions of service costing. Like I told you, what are we going to do with a numerator? Add up whatever cost we get. In the examination, typically they expect you to do between fixed cost and variable cost. It's okay if you don't do it. Even if you don't do it, there is no harm with it. You can continue to just take up the total cost and be done. If you get some time and you can do it, then you can always write it as fixed charge or standing charge and variable charge. If you get time, then you classify between fixed and variable. If not, you can just do the sum total of all the cost format wise. Some brownie points, 1 mark you might get extra or might lose. So that's one thing that you have a. Okay. RST toll plaza. This was, I think, a 5 mark question. RST Toll Plaza built a 80-kilometer long highway between two cities and operates the toll plaza to collect vehicles passing each way. The company estimated that 50,000 lightweight, 12,000 medium weight, and 10,000 heavyweight vehicles will be using in 1 month. So, what is the distance? 80 kilometers. How many kinds of vehicles are there? Lightweight, medium weight, heavyweight. Okay. What I am teaching you now, there is an in your study material there is a question on the rooms. In the examination there is another 2 past year paper questions. Please apply the same logic what I am teaching you right now. Always for me there has to be only one base for calculation. I have 3 kinds of vehicle, that is light, medium, heavy. I need to make sure either I convert everything to light or I convert everything to heavy. I can only have one vehicle movement. I can have only what? One vehicle movement. Are you clear? Now let me tell you how am I going to calculate. Let's assume that I am charging 100 rupees for a single room. For a double sharing, let's assume that I charge 1.5 times. For a triple sharing, I charge 2 times. Right? Now, for me, if I have to tell, I'll say that, let's assume that there are 2 double sharing rooms. Each room is what? Charged at what price? 1.5 times higher than the basic room. Now, I'll say that room, can I say is equal to 3 single room? So I need to convert everything into one. Remember that whenever I have more than one category, I need to convert into one. How do I do it? I'll do it this thing. In the study material, there is a hotel example. Please make sure that you revise that. You know the question number also? You're seeing on the study material. Okay. Okay. As per the government notification, vehicles used for medical emergencies, members of parliament are exempt from toll charges. It is estimated that 10% of the light vehicles will pass the highway for such use. It is the policy of the company, if it vehicle returns within 24 hours of the journey, the toll price would be reduced by 25% automatically. What does that mean? So that means instead of you paying 100, you might pay 75, right? It is estimated that 30% of chargeable lightweight vehicles return within the same time frame. That means you have 50,000 vehicles. In that, how many is going to return on the same day? 30%, which is the toll charges of medium weight vehicles are fixed at 2.5 times of the lightweight, and that of heavy vehicles is 2 times the medium weight. Clear? The toll maintenance cost for a month is 59 lakh. The company requires a 10% over the total cost to cover the interest and other cost. Calculate the toll rate for each type of vehicle if concession facilities are not available on the return journey. Calculate the toll charges that will be charged from the light vehicles if the return journey facility concession is available, assuming that the revenue from the option 1 remains the same. Right? First thing, very basic, what we are going to be doing is we are going to convert all the vehicles into the light vehicles. Right? Now, how do we do it? Let's try to look into this. Now, first part, %10 of the lightweight vehicles will pass the highway. What is the total number of light vehicles that I have? Yeah, yeah. What is the total number of light vehicles that I have? 50,000. 10% are the ambulances and member of parliament. And are you going to be charging anything on them? Are you going to be charging anything on them? No, right? That means, can I say it is free? Free means I cannot recover. I cannot recover means they cannot be part of my calculation, right? So what is the actual number of light vehicles then? So first working note for calculation of the light vehicles. Is everyone clear? Second portion, medium vehicle. They are telling me how many times of lightweight? 2.5. That means 12,000 into 2.5. 12,000 into 2.5. How much does it come to? 30,000. 30,000 is one way. 30,000 is, so return will be how much? 60,000. Third one. Now, tell me, how do you calculate this? Tell me how many light vehicles are this? 2.5 into 2, right? First, you'll convert it to medium. Then from medium, it will go to it. So it means 5 times, right? So how many heavy vehicles are there? 10. 2 and fro, 20 into 5, 1 lakh. So any doubt in this? Any doubt in this? So let's come to the second part of it, which is let me come to the second part of it, which is if I'm going to be giving a concession. If I'm going to give a concession. Now let's try to look how does the concession work. Now what are they saying in terms of concession? How many vehicles will have concession? See here. How many vehicles will have concession? 30%. Now see here, 45,000 vehicles are there. In that, 30% is getting concession. How much is that? Now in this 13,500, are you exempting them anything? $45,000 is there. In that, 30% of them are gonna return on the same day. That's all I have done now. For this 13,500 will go and come back the same day. Are you gonna give them any concession?
Yes.
You're gonna give what? What is 25% of this? 3375. So 13,500 minus 3375 is how much? 10. 45,000 minus 13,500. 31. Okay. Now look into it. How many vehicles did you return as per equivalent units? Right? The total number of vehicles which came was actually 45 only. But the 13,000 vehicles, I'm not going to be charging as per the original rate. I am going to be collecting only 75% from them. So this 13,500 vehicles is 10,000 is equal to 10,125 full vehicles. Yes or no? Did you understand this? Should I repeat again? Repeat. Yesterday we did equivalent units. Remember chapter? They are telling 13,500 vehicles came, but they are equal to 75% revenue of the light vehicle. So if I have two options, right? Either I can say 13,500 at 75%, or if I have to make it as equivalent units. How many equivalent units are there? 13,500 into 75%, that is 10,125. So the number of vehicles, equivalent vehicles which returned is basically 31,500 plus 10,125, which is, are you clear? You are only giving them a concession with regards to the fare, but the number of vehicles returning is the same only. And for me, from the cost unit per se, they are only equal to my 75% of the light vehicle. Are you clear? Now see here. While going 45 went, while coming back 41. So to and fro 86, 625. This guy is 60. This guy remains 1 lakh. This we have already done. So what is the denominator if the concession is given? 246, 625. Now they are asking you to calculate the toll for it, right? Total cost they want you to recover is 59, and 10% onto it you divide with the equivalent units, that is going to give you 26 rupees per. Hey, this one first without the toll, 26 rupees per light vehicle. How many times of light vehicle is medium? 2.5. How many times is it for medium? 5, 130. Are you clear with this? If I am giving concession, now it gets little trickier. Look into it. Now see here, I want you to read the second part of the question carefully. Calculate the toll rate that will be charged from the light vehicle if the return journey concession facility is available, assuming that the revenue earned from the light vehicle will remain the same. If they would have not told this, my answer would have been very simple. I would have just done 65 lakh divided by 246,625. Because they have told this, what it means is that from the light vehicle, I have to still earn the same amount of money. I need to earn the same amount of money. I cannot have a concession given there. Even though I give a concession, the total money that I have to collect from the light vehicle has to remain the same. Now in this case, what do we do? Look into it. I have 90,000 vehicles. I'm collecting 26. That means I'm going to be collecting 20. But as per the new vehicle count, this is 86 to 25. So I'll be collecting 27.01 from it. So instead of earlier collecting 26, I'll be collecting 27.1. Are you clear? Too long question for 5 marks. If you ask me, for 5 marks, if it's worth it, the answer is no. But this comes in compulsory question, so I don't have an option to attend it. Understood the question? This was another 5 mark question. So see here, this kind of question comes in life is easy. The company has incurred the following expenditure. Calculate as per policy. Calculate as per rupee insured value. Basically do the total and just divide with the number of policy. Do the total and divide with the number of insured value. 5 marks. This was the kind I was telling you. These kind of questions, if you are lucky enough, you get a 5 marks without breaking your head. And they're asking you to divide it based on marketing support, operation support, IT and function support. So that means you need to do is basically calculate these functions based on the departments and then segregate it and play it around, right? So see here, marketing support, operation support, IT cost and postage support. Calculation of cost per policy, total cost divided by number of policy, cost per insured value, total cost divided by cost per insured value. Solid 5 mark question, and most of the questions which have come in the exam are this kind only. But there is a 5 mark question very repeatedly asked about the service costing. This was a 8 mark question which came in. I'll do one bigger question. This is, I think this had come for a 10 mark question, I guess. I'll do one 10 marker. The other two I'll just run you through. 10. ABC is having a branch which is engaged in processing vehicle loan and education loan. In addition to the other services, 30% of the overhead cost for the branch are estimated to processing of vehicle loan and education application each. What is important? That is 30 and 30. Branch is having 4 employees at a monthly salary of 50,000 exclusively for vehicle applications and 270 each exclusively for vehicle. Branch manager who supervises all the activities is paid 90. Legal, all of it, other expenses are 10 per branch. You are required to calculate the cost of processing a vehicle loan, assuming that 496 vehicle loan applications are processed each month. Find out the number of education loan processed if the processing cost per education loan is the same as vehicle loan as computed above. So what they are telling you is, they are telling you the number of applications is the same. So do the reverse calculation and find out the cost of it, right? Now let's first look into it. My employee cost, this is directly given. Apportionment of salary, we said 30%, 30%. Legal charges again 30%, 30%. Other charges again 30%, 30%. You found out the total cost. This I told you we can do it without any hassle. Right? Next one, cost of processing a vehicle loan. What did I say? You have to divide with the number of loan. This also is done. Now they are telling you the computation of number of loan processed. Now you know your total cost. They are telling you the processing cost should be same as vehicle loan. So this will become 500. So that means you'll have to find number of applications, 376. That's all is the question. When you read it, it looks terrible, but when you just now understand the component that was, I need to just add the total cost, then break it, it becomes more easier. Easy till now? This is one strange question which came in. A lot of people struggled when this question came in. We'll try to see if we can make it easier. The following, the company has 3 alternative proposals for conveyance facilities for its sales personnel who has substantial traveling, approximately 20,000 kilometers per year. So there's one guy who's traveling almost 20,000. Purchasing and maintaining its own fleet of cost, the average cost of the car is 7.2. So they are giving you an option as what? You only buy the car, you only maintain it, but it's gonna cost you what? 7.2. Or the second option they are saying is, I'll allow you to reimburse, you buy the car, we'll reimburse you, but we'll pay you the 12 rupees per kilometer and also pay your insurance cost. Clear? Third one, hire a car from agency and you pay them 2.16 per year per car. The company will have to bear the cost of petrol, taxes and tires. They are asking you to find out which of the 3 proposals is better for you. If you look into it, basically you just have to do the total cost of all the 3 proposals and find out whichever is the lowest. That will be a ranking, right? So see here. Now if you are reimbursing it, you're going to be paying 12 per kilometer. No drama. Insurance, what are you doing? who's paying? Let's look into the first one. If we use our company's car, in these expenses, what are the things that the company has to bear if it's their own car? First one, life of the car is 5 years. Life of the car is 5 years. Resale value is 96. That means, do you know how to calculate depreciation? Working note. Cost of the asset minus the scrap value divided by the useful life. Are you clear? So once I do that, I get the depreciation portion, find out per kilometer, so divided by 20,000. Insurance, do you have to take, whether it's my car? Do I have to take insurance? Yes. So 1,400 divided by, if it's my car, do I have to repair it? Taxes, do I have to pay? Tire, petrol, right? So this guy, look into it. If he's using, he'll pay insurance, taxes, depreciation. Depreciation, we did the calculation. Petrol charge, repairs and maintenance, all of it. Your cost is coming to 13.94. So for 20,000 kilometers, it is coming to 2.78. If you are using employee to use the car, what are you telling him? I'll pay you 12 rupees per kilometer, plus I'll pay your insurance cost. Only these two items. So it will come to 12.02, 2.41. If you're gonna be hiring, what all is he telling? If you're gonna hire an agency, what all you have to pay? The company will have to bear the cost of petrol, taxes and tire. Petrol, taxes and tire. Right? Then they're going to be charging what? 2.16. So now add up all these three to it. You're getting 3.63. Now which is the best option for you? Tell the employee, buy your car. I'm going to give you the reimbursement for it. I don't know. Most of them did not attempt this question. I don't know why. If you read the question, it's actually quite simple. Just understand the question, service costing and all, you can at least try and get some marks onto it. Don't skip on the service costing question. I'll read the question, let me know. I'll only do the denominator. Numerator, anyway, you know what has to be done. I'll just do the denominator of it. Royal Transport Company has given 50 kilometer long run route for 5 buses. Sorry, 6 buses. So what's the route? Each bus is costing, bus will make round trips. Going 50. On an average, 75% passengers of their seating capacity. The seating capacity is 48%. I only want you to calculate the number of passenger kilometers per bus and overall. Calculate the passenger kilometers. You read the question, no? Do it. Guys, done? Done. What's the answer? 10,800 into 6 will be okay. Same. 6 into 25 days. I told we are calculating per month, no? Total passenger kilometer per month. Okay, let's try 6 bus, no? Okay, so see, let's try to see where are we. What? Will come. Wait, what and all will come. Why this working note carries 3 marks, 4 marks and all? I told you guys will come in. Wait. If you guys are having some issues per month, and you have to do multiply by 12, because so I'll tell. Okay. Did you guys get per month? How much did you get per month? Multiply by 12 and keep it around. I'll tell you. Can I start now? Everyone, can I start? Okay. Now, look into it. There are two ways of doing any question. Any question, I always will want to have one base. Like I said, when I'm doing light vehicle, medium vehicle, heavy vehicle, I decided I'm going to do everything as per the light vehicle. Now see the expenses. There are per month, per quarter, then there are per kilometer. What is that which is going to be easy for me? Either I need to convert everything into per month, or I convert everything into per annum. Easier, what I've seen as a student, is when it is per annum. Students do more better when in multiplication than division. Students do better in terms of multiplication than division. So either you can convert everything into per annum, or you can do everything into per month. But you need to keep all the base consistent. Are you clear? So most of it, if you see, most of the solutions and all are done on per annum basis. So we'll try to see what are they asking for it. They're asking you just to calculate the bus fare to be charged from each passenger if the company wants to earn 35% on the taking. What does this 35% on the taking mean? 35% of the taking ticket price. That means yesterday you remember 10% on the selling price. So you have to do the reverse calculation. Last line, if the company wants to earn a profit of 33 1 by 3% on taking 33 1 by 3. So see here, how many kilometers are there? 50. How many sites in a day, in a month, in a year? How many buses? So this is the number of kilometers that we travel. First do that. Then how many passengers are there? How many percentage? So this is going to be passenger per kilometer. For doing this, you get 2 marks. Out of your 10 marks, 2 marks is for this. Now, rent, since we are doing everything on per annum, this and all is just a multiplier, right? Into 12, into 12, into 12, into 12. Now see here, one of the common mistakes that the students do is this. Salary of drivers, 6 drivers, 20,000. This is 20,000 into 6 into 12. So please each remember this one. Into 4. Office expenses 12, depreciation 20% anyway given, insurance, variable charges, this is anyway per bus, this is per kilometer, right? Diesel charges, they are telling you it's going to be for every 6 kilometers it's going to be 92 rupees. Engine oil, all are fine. Now look into it. Now I've got this, and they're telling my profit is 33.5%. So what did we learn yesterday? When this is the case, cost, profit, selling price, 100 rupees if it's the cost, 33 1 by 3 will be the profit. Therefore, cost price will be 66 1 by 3. Now, my cost price is coming to 364.92. So find out your profit margin. That's the 50%. You guys attended the yesterday session and all? No.
82 lakhs, 43.
You have attended the yesterday's. Okay. No, the problem is I don't do chapter wise. That's the problem. Whereas in most of the other academies, they do just that chapter and do it. I connect every chapter. So just wherever it is required, ask me. Otherwise, I don't know. Clear with this? Yeah. Done with service. They've said to round it off if you read the question. They were told not to keep anything decimal but to round it off.
82 lakhs, 43,263.
Yes.
46,000.
That is because 33 1 by 3, if you properly take it, it will come to 50%. That's your 33 1. See here, what is this? 66 1 2 by 6. What is this equal to? 50%, no? 33.333. That's okay. You won't lose marks for it. So don't worry about those half a mark and other part of it. Clear with service costing. So today we have done 2 chapters. Both of it, like I told you, might come, might not come. So both of them that we have done is like your luck part of it. But you have a higher chance one of them will come in from both of it. So we'll do the overheads chapter. We'll start the overheads chapter. Break. I'm the one who's supposed to ask for what is it? Because it will. You want for breakfast or? Okay, done. We'll resume at what? How much? 30 minutes? 15 minutes. They are not serious students and all, so they are our students now, so they chill in life. Ever chill. Okay, we'll meet at 11:50. Overheads chapter, have you guys received the notes? Just let me know. Then I'll do ABC costing tomorrow then. We have only 2 chapters left for tomorrow, ABC and budgeting, so that should be fine. Because ABC and service, if we do back to back both the chapters, you will screw up. That's why I wanted to do before break and after break. So we'll do ABC tomorrow then. We'll do overheads and standard costing today, and ABC will do it tomorrow. Fixed overheads. So what we'll do after today's class again, we'll run through again some 4-5 papers. Like yesterday we went through 2 papers, right? So we'll go through 4-5 and we'll see where we stand. And I'll send one link in the group today. You guys, whenever required, you can write that paper, and I'll be leaving at 6 o'clock tomorrow. If you write a paper, I can tell you guys how to present better. For the ones who are attending online, you have to send it on your WhatsApp group. They'll let me know, but I don't know when I'll correct. But offline, guys, definitely I'll correct it. Let you guys know feedback tomorrow itself. So tomorrow 6 is what I'm going to be leaving. Hopefully not 6, by 5:30ish, right? So before that, I think you'll have enough time. So tomorrow's session thing, I'll just tell you. We are going to be doing 2 chapters. That's the budgeting and your ABC costing. We'll do both. Like before break. After break, we are only going to be solving all the past year paper questions. That is, we'll read the question. We will see can we solve it or not. Wherever you're not able to solve, only that I'll explain. Otherwise, idea is if you read the question, you should be able to say, okay, this is what I need to do on that particular question. Right? The ones you guys, I would prefer if you can watch anyway. It's a 4 hour video. If you guys can watch it, so that you don't lose the track, because I do that interconnection, so that should be better for you guys. Yeah, see you guys at 10:50 then. Overheads, crash. Okay, so let's start with overheads chapter. Now, overheads chapter, the first portion that I taught you just before the break was got to do with absorption of actual and budgeted overheads. That's the difference between overheads absorbed and overheads recovered, or overheads incurred. We found out that's a under recovery or over recovery. So let's just start with understanding overheads now. How does this overheads work, and where all does it have an impact as a chapter? Now, overheads as a chapter, there is only one or two theory question which you can expect. I have given it in the notes, but majorly it's going to be got to do with calculation of overheads. There are three kinds of questions that you can expect. One, which is got to do with allocation, apportionment, reapportionment. One question for 8 marks. Or there is something called as reciprocal servicing. That is again got to do with 8-mark question. Then there is a 5-mark question, which is the under recovery, over recovery. Then there is something called as supplementary rates. These are the 4 questions. What we do in cost sheet has an indirect impact from overheads chapter. Now, what does it mean is overheads are going to be calculated, like I said, on a basis of material, labor, machine hour, labor hour. So they'll do a percentage of machine hour to be taken or a percentage of labor hour to be taken. So that is where the impact is going to be. So these are the 5 questions that you can get. And the 6th question that you're going to get is comparison between absorption costing versus ABC costing. That is something which has been asked very regularly compared to the overheads chapter, where they have asked you to compare between the absorption versus the ABC. So we are going to look into the first part today. There is one question which has come off the regular trend that is there. I've put in that question also to it, so that if there's some time, if they want to repeat the question, it will be the same question or similar question which would get repeated. Otherwise, this notes is good enough for your overhead chapter. Now, I want you guys to first understand how does this table work. And this is the crux for me to understand the entire chapter of overheads, because they are going to be asking us questions in between. They would have given you already step 1, step 2. They might directly ask you to start from step 3. Sometimes they'll directly ask you to do only step 9. So you have to understand the terminologies here more. And students find it difficult because of lack of understanding of terminology. Not because the chapter is tougher, because they don't know which stage are they asking in terms of the chapter, right? Now, I'll give you one story and then we'll try to look into it from the overheads chapter. How does it work? Now, what is overheads? What is overheads? Sum total of all the indirect expenses, right? So if I look into it, I have material, labor, expenses. I have material, labor, expenses. In this, again, I have direct material, direct labor, indirect material, direct labor, direct expense, indirect expense, right? Now, what is this 3 called? Direct material, direct labor, direct prime cost. What is this called? It's my overheads, not factory overheads. It's my overheads. Then it gets further divided into factory administration or other part of it. Now, why do we call it as an overhead? Because I'm not able to trace it to a particular product, right? So my objective is that I need to find out the cost. I need to find out the cost which I'm incurring in common, and then I need to put it to a particular product. That is the objective of the overheads chapter. Since they are indirect in nature, now how do we do it? Now please understand this process. Now what happens is, as a cost accountant, we try to do something called as departmentalization or cost centers. So there are going to be different cost centers. Now, let's say for an example, I'm trying to manufacturing a product. There might be manufacturing department, there might be assembly department, there might be a call center or a support department, there can be purchase department. Like this, departments which are not related to production, these departments I'm going to be first classifying it. Do I have to do it? The answer is no. They would have given you in the examination which are the departments. The second step is where we come in. There are going to be different departments. We need to identify them into two categories. How many categories? Either their production or their service. Either what? Production or service. In the production department is where the products are getting produced. Service department is providing the service to the production department. Let's say for an example, let's try to take this academy. Who's your production department and who's your service department? The team which is coming in setting up the classroom or the team which is attending your support calls, they are all your support team. I am part of your production team. Now, don't you think that whatever cost that they are incurring should be recovered through my means? Right? So what we do, we are going to divide first into production and service department. Once I do that, the next step that I'm going to do is I'm going to identify costs which are going to be incurred by each of the departments specifically. After I divide it, what am I doing it? I'm going to find out the cost incurred by each department by themselves. It should only be incurred by you, not by anyone else. This is called as allocation. What is this called as? In allocation stage, what is happening? You are trying to find out the cost incurred by that specific department. Done. Now, after this, aren't there going to be expenses which we have incurred in common? Right? Do you think this electricity bill will come separately for this class and separately for that place that they are sitting in out there? We are going to get one bill. Now, don't you think that it's going to be unfair if I charge their entire bill of them to you guys? Because there are two classrooms here. It has to be divided between both. So what we do, we are going to come into the next stage called as apportionment. After allocation, what are we going to do the next step? Apportionment. What are we going to do in the apportionment? In apportionment, whatever expenses we are incurring in common between all the departments, we'll try to find a reasonable way to divide each of them between all the departments, that is production and service. Are you clear? Are you guys clear with it? Now we are going to be learning next what are the ways of division. So once you know the division, then it's only about your calculator. Just find, divide. So what did we do till now? If you recap, first thing, we collated all the overheads. Then we found out the departments. What did we do in the departments? We allocated, we divided the departments into production, service. After that, allocation. What did we do in allocation? Cost of each department, I'm charging it to them. Once I did allocation, next one, what did I do? Apportionment. What did I do in apportionment? Expenses which are incurred in common, you're going to be dividing it based on some ratio. So we have to learn that ratio. Done. Now comes the next part called reapportionment. What is this reapportionment? Reapportionment means whatever cost has been incurred by the service department, you have to divide it back to the production department. So the total service department should become 0. Whatever cost has been incurred by the service department will now move to the... Are you clear? Once I find the production department, now I'll have, if you see the production department, what all it will have? It will have its allocation, it will have apportionment, it will also have reapportionment. Done. So now I'm going to do the totals of each. I'm going to do the totals of each of them. Once I do the total, this is called as budgeted overheads for the department. What is this called as? Overheads for the. My next stage is to calculate overhead absorption rate. Overhead. What was the formula? We wrote budgeted overheads divided by my budgeted base, right? Now the trick is, how do you identify the budgeted base? 90% of the time they'll give you in the question that the overheads are going to be recovered based on machine hours. Then my base becomes, if it becomes based on labor hours, if they say as a percentage of prime cost becomes the base. Are you clear? This is the step. In case they don't give you the base, how are we going to calculate it? What we are going to do, this I'm not doing any question, I'm just giving you a hint. Remember this in the exam. Let's assume there are two departments, A, B. Machine hours 1 lakh, 2 lakh. Labor hours 50,000, 3 lakh. These were the number of hours. My budgeted overheads was 5 lakh and 15 lakh. They only give you this information and they're telling you calculate your overhead absorption rates. To calculate the formula of budgeted overhead absorption rate, what all do we require? They did not tell the base. How do you calculate if an information like this is there? Option 1, do machine hours also, do labor hours also. But if you do it, you will not get marks. How do you do it? Proportionate? No. So, see, the logic behind this is, I need to find a way to recover. Now, I'll try to find what is the dominant force of that particular cost center. What is the dominant force? A department, which is more, machine hours or labor hours? B department, which is more? So department A, my budgeted base will become machine hour. Department B, it will become labor hour. Are you clear? Understood? That's all is the overheads chapter. I'm repeating again for the ones who came in late, right? What all? So we'll run through the table and see, have we understood everything, right? First thing, I find out, I have classified the departments A, B, C, then service department 1 and 2. So this 3 becomes my production. These 2 are my service. After that, what's my first step? What do you do in allocation? Identify expenses which are only related to that particular department. This I will write it. Next one, what do? Expenses which are related to all the departments. What will I do? I apportion it. Once I apportion, what I'll do? I'll take the total of the service department and then divide it back to the production departments. What is this called as? Reapportionment. After that, I'm going to be doing the total. Then I'll find the absorption rates. Then I will charge it to the units. Understood the chapter? Right? So I'm going to go now from downwards up. First, we'll try to do this. Then we'll do this. Then we'll come to the reapportionment. Now, like I told you, my overheads can be recovered. My budgeted base can be what? Either as a percentage of direct material or a percentage of prime cost, percentage of labor, machine hour rate, labor hour rate, or rate per unit. Clear? So the denominator can be anything that they have defined in the question. Now, what do you mean by, this is a theory question which is asked. What do you mean by comprehensive rate and a supplementary rate? What comprehensive rate means? See, sometimes what I do, I try to recover my machinery expenses depending on the machine hour rate. If I take all the expenses, listen to it, if I take what? All the expenses and divide by machine hours, that is called as comprehensive machine hour rate. So what I do, I don't want to break my head to say, hey, you know what, in this department, half should be done based on machine hours, half should be done on labor hours. I don't want to break my head. For that department, all the expenses I'll put under what? Machine hours only. Next department, all the expenses I put under labor hours only. That is called as comprehensive. Means all the expenses of that department I'm going to be charging under one particular base. Now, what did we learn before? Each department can have different bases, or no? Each department, if I follow all the departments the same base, then we call it as blanket rate. They've asked it for, the theory is not there, just write it down. Blanket rate, you have to read it through the study material. Blanket rate, they've asked twice in the examination. My notes does not have it, so okay. Somebody was asking this before the session, saying that when are we, the guy who asked only is not there. Crazy. When are we going to be looking at how do we treat the under absorption, over absorption? Look into it. This is the set of questions that we are going to ask. Is there any under absorption, over absorption? Have you learned how to calculate under absorption, over absorption? For our understanding, we'll write that question again because I can teach you supplementary rates. Go back to the question that we did. My budgeted base was what? The ones before the break. My budgeted overheads. Budgeted overheads. 1 lakh. Budgeted base 10,000. Budgeted overheads. Overheads absorbed rate 10 per labor hour. What is my actual labor hour? Actual labor hour 5. Actual labor hour is 5. Actual overhead absorbed is 5 into 10, 50. Actual overhead incurred is 45. Therefore, I have a over absorption of 5. This is what we had done. So, I am going to use this and tell. Is there any under absorption or over absorption of overheads? The answer is yes. Amount of over or under absorption is small. Then charge it to costing P&L. It says no, it is large. Is it due to the wrong estimation and abnormal reason? Abnormal means automatically it will go to the costing P&L. If the answer is no, then we are going to use the supplementary rate, and then we are going to charge it to either cost of sales, finished goods, or WIP. When are we going to charge it to WIP or cost of sales? For it has to be two things. One, the amount should be large, and it should not be because of the abnormal reasons. That means it is something which was bound to happen. That's why you're going to charge it to the product. Are you clear? Now, what is supplementary overheads? Supplementary overheads is over or under absorption divided by actual hours. Over or under absorption divided by So in this case, what is under over absorption or under absorption that we have? Over absorption of 5 hours, actual hours. Wait, actual hours is 5 hours. Actual hours is 5. That means 1 per labor hour becomes my supplementary rate. Understood till here? Understood till here? So we'll do one question based on it. We'll try to see how does this work of the supplementary. Anyone, any doubt in the supplementary rate? Should I repeat anything on the supplementary rate? You guys were out, so I don't know. Clear? Online folks, are you guys clear? Done? So let's read this question. A light engineering factory fabricates machinery parts for customers. The factory commences fabrication of 12 numbers of machine parts as per customer specification. The expenditure incurred for the job is like this: material, all the item, direct labor, machine hours, and total cost. The total overhead of 8 per hour is based on 3000 machine hours per week. The machine hour rates are based on the normal working machine hours of 40 and 45 hours per week. So they are expecting you to work in a week how many hours? For machine 1, 40 hours, machine 2, 45 hours. Overheads they are taking into consideration how many hours? 3,000. After the close of each week, the factory levies a supplementary rate for the recovery of full overheads on the basis of hours worked. During the week 21st August, the total hours worked is 2,400. The machine 1 and 2 had worked for 30 and 32.5 hours respectively. Prepare a cost sheet for 12 numbers of machine hours during a supplementary rate. This is for what? 1 unit. So let's try to just first do the cost sheet. See here. Right? This one 1810 already given in the question. Now I need to check how do I calculate the supplementary rates. Now, if what is your budgeted hours? 3000 hours. Listen to it. How much was your budgeted hours? 3000 hours. And what is your budgeted rate? Now, if you see, my overhead absorption rate was budgeted cost by budgeted base. In the question, they said overhead absorption rate is 8 and budgeted cost they did not tell, but they said the budgeted base is 30,000 hours. See, read the question again. The overhead rate of 8 per hour. What is this overhead rate? Overhead absorption rate of 8 per hour is based on 3000 machine hours. That means what's your budgeted cost? 2,40,000. So 3000 into 8, sorry, 24,000, right? So 24,000 is my overall budgeted cost. Are you clear? Now, in the month or that particular week, how many hours did they work? 2,400. So 2,400, 24,000 divided by 2,400. That means what? 10 per hour. Your actual cost is 10 per hour, whereas your overhead absorption rate was what? 8 per hour. Therefore, are you losing out money or are you gaining money? Guys, listen here. Are you losing money or are you gaining money here? Losing, no. My actual is higher. So I am losing money. I am losing per hour how much? 2 rupees. Are you clear? So see here. For 20 hours, I'm going to be charging 2 rupees more because that's the cost that I lost. Right? Let's do it for the machine hours and labor hours. Sorry, machine 1 and machine 2. Now, machine 1, what is it that is saying? They were supposed to work for how many hours? 40 and they were supposed to work for 40 hours out of the 45 hours. They are supposed to work for what? But they worked what? 30 and 32.5. So now see here. The budgeted cost of machine hour 1, 40 into 45, 40 into 65. That's the rates that they have given. But what is the actual hours that they have worked? 30 and 32. So actual rate per hour will be dividing this with this. We'll end up getting 60 and 80. Because of it, what becomes your supplementary rate? 15 and 15. Now, which is higher, actual or budgeted? Actual. That means again you will have to charge this additional 15 to the product. That's what is 15, 15. Did you guys understand? So basically the concept is, boss, if you are you are losing that money additionally, charge it to the product. That's all is supplementary rate. Clear? They have asked this kind of question once in 6 attempts. Once in 6 attempts, there's a supplementary rate question which has come in. So cannot ignore, just understood the supplementary rate, right? Okay. Difference between allocation and apportionment. They have asked you 5-mark question or a 4-mark question on theory. What did I say allocation is? What do you mean allocation is? Cost of each department. That means costs are identified to each department. What about apportionment? So basically you have common costs that you're going to be dividing it to the departments based on some basis. So in allocation you will directly charge, whereas in apportionment you do the division. Now I am coming for the apportionment. See here, this is the table that I told you guys. You have to remember. Sometimes they've asked you for 4 marks. Sometimes they've given you part of the question. Rent, lighting, eating, fire, precaution. How are you going to divide between the departments? Each department, how much space have they occupied? Labor welfare expenses. How many employees are there in that particular department? Compensation, based on how much wages are they drawing? General overheads, you don't have a thing. You need to write an assumption. What are you going to take? Depreciation based on the asset value. Power estimate, they'll give you electricity, area or number of light points. Machine hour is going to be based on horsepower. Material handling will be weight or the volume of materials. Clear with this? So allocation, nothing to break our head. Why? Because that is going to directly go and sit in the department. Apportionment, this is the way we are going to be dividing it. Are you clear? Till you are fine? The guys who are attending on YouTube just wanted to check, do you keep getting random ads in between? In live you don't get, no, I am getting ads from again and again. Huh? Premium member. No, the ones general, your premium. Live, nothing you get. Do you get? Because I have been getting onto it. That's why I was just checking. And it's getting irritating. So many ads in between again and again. I think for a month it is what, 125 rupees. No, rather than watching so many ads, I think At least whenever the marathons are there, you guys should take it up. Okay. Now, now I'm done with allocation. I'm done with apportionment. Now, what is my next step? Reapportionment. What do we do on the reapportionment? Cost of service department. I need to divide it back to the, okay, whatever it is there. You guys want, you remember it. I'll tell you an easier way. Let's say service department is a purchase department. Which department? Now, or a stores department. Let's keep it as stores department. The other three are production departments. The way I'm going to divide the service department to the production department is based on the services availed. Based on what? Services availed. For an example, if I'm a stores department, how do you think the production department will avail the service of stores department? If you are a production department, how do you think you will avail the service of the stores department? Think you are a production department. How are you going to avail the services? We did material chapter, no? We sent something called material requisition note. 2 days back, I only thought we did one chart, material requisition note. That is where the stores department will issue materials to the production department, right? Now, when, let's assume I gave a material requisition note, that the stores keeper will be sleeping all the time. The moment you give you material, will like, okay, fine, submit it. For him, whether you, let's assume stores is like a medical shop. For him, it does not matter whether you have gone for one service, one medicine or 10 medicine. For him, you have gone there, he will make sure, if you know, he'll supply everything to you and you're out. Same way is how the stores department works. That guy is going to give service to the production department based on the number of requisition notes that he gets. So what I will do, if I am a stores department, you are department 1, you are department 2, what I'll do is, depending on the store orders I get, that is how I divide my cost to both of you. Let's assume I am a quality control department. Depending on the quality checks you do want, she wants, I'll divide based on it. Let's say it's a customer call department. How many customers you have, how many customers they have, I'll divide based on. So service department cost will be divided based on the services availed by the production department. Remember this. Then if you read this, it will make sense, right? I won't require this for the calculation of the question, so you guys can just read it for your understanding. Because a lot of it we can infer it logically only, and MCQ question they won't ask you also in this, right? Till you're done. So where were we? I was done with allocation, apportionment. Wait. What did I tell you in the theory? How are you going to divide the cost of the service department into the production department based on the services availed? Now comes something called as reciprocal servicing. Reciprocal servicing. So before that, there are two other concepts. You can just understand the concept and you should be able to solve the question in the study material. So I'll just explain you what it is. For the namesake, I'll do some totals. 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh, 2 lakh, 1 lakh, 50,000. This is at what stage? After doing my allocation and apportionment. What is my next step? I have to give this back to this guys. This guy again I have to give it to, to Yes or no? So for understanding, I'll call it as A, B, C, S1, S2. Now let's say S1 is giving service to A, B and C in the ratio of 4:3:3. S1 is giving ratio of what? 4:3:3, and S2 is giving in the ratio of, let's say, 2:2 and 1. How do you divide this? 1 lakh in the ratio of 40:30:30, then 50k in the ratio of 20:20:10. This is called as direct apportionment, direct reapportionment. What is this called as? When do we do a direct reapportionment? Is when one service department does not give service to another department. When one service department does not give service to, so in these kind of questions, the question will have more more apportionment calculation, and the focus will be on the calculation of the overhead absorption rate. Clear? So in those cases, typically just check who's giving service to what. Next case, see here, S1 is giving service to A, B, C and S2. S1 is giving service to what? A, B, C and S2, and S2 is giving service to A, B and C. Now in this case, how do you do it? In this case, how do you do it? After, so what we do, again you have to check this, are the service departments giving service to each other? Are the service departments giving service to each other? The answer is no. Only one service department is giving service to one, not the other. Then we do something called a step ladder method. Which method? What does the step ladder method says? That whichever department is giving highest service, whichever department is giving what? First divide them. First divide them. So which is the department which is giving highest service? S1, that was in the ratio of 4:3. So I'll do 40k, 30k, 20k minus 1 lakh, 10k. Are you clear? Have I allocated everything of S1? Now allocate S2 with the new value of 60,000. Now allocate S2 with a new value of what? 60,000. That's going to be in the, that was in the ratio of 24k, 12k minus 60k. This is called as step method. So I have not covered both the methods in the notes because this is self-explanatory. So I'm going to be doing more on the reciprocal servicing because that comes for an 8-mark question. Clear till here? What is reciprocal servicing? Reciprocal servicing is when one service department gives service to another service department. One service department gives service to vice versa. That means they are giving services mutually. In this case, there are two methods to follow. Third method, we don't do it, called trial and error. We are going to be following two methods. Method 1 is the simultaneous equation. Method 2 is the repeated distribution. In the examination, if you are not able to get the simultaneous equation right, spend additional 5 minutes and do of the repeated distribution also. If you are not able to get what? Simultaneous equation right, just follow the repeated distribution and close it off. You'll at least get some marks than not doing anything, right? But preference is they'll ask you majority of the times is the simultaneous equation. So try to do, if not, you can do the repeated distribution. If they don't mention anything, you can write an assumption you are following this method and go ahead and do it. Clear? Shall we start? Okay, see this question. Service department expenses. I want you guys just to read the question. Okay. Now, which are the two service departments I have? Boiler and pump room. Production departments are A and B. Service departments are boiler and pump room. Now they are telling you how are they giving service. Boiler house is giving service to, and pump room is giving service to. That means they are giving service to. Then what do we have to do? Simultaneous or repeated distribution. Now, first thing, look into the way we form the equation. Easier way, don't complicate it. Easier way, don't complicate it. So, see here, if I look at boiler room, what is the total cost of the boiler room? 3 lakhs plus is gonna get 50% of pump room. Right? Pump room is giving 50% to the boiler house. That means his total cost is going to be what? 3 lakh plus the 50% of the. What is pump room cost then? 60,000 plus. Right? You can call one as X, one more as Y. You know how to solve simultaneous equation? So you solve it, you get the value of pump house and boiler room. Are you clear till here? Understood how to form equation? I cannot sit and solve equation. So done. Any doubt in the equation format? Now, one of the common mistakes that people do is, now, how much should I allocate to the, now, to the A and B in terms of pump room, right? Take the cost of the pump room, multiply with the percentages given. Take the cost of what? Pump room and multiply with the percentages given. And for the same thing, we'll apply it for the boiler house and apply the percentages which are given here. Right? So see here, the 60 and 35% of so you end up getting the total expense. And when you do the total, of this should be equal to the total of this. That's your verification. When you do the total after redistribution, it should be equal to what? Total of service department cost. That means you're doing it right. Are you clear? Any doubt in the simultaneous equation method? Now, repeated distribution method. Pretty straightforward. I've actually taken another question just to show you what happens in case of a repeated distribution is whatever ratios they have given. You do, let's say 4,75,000 and Y. These are the two departments. So X they want you to divide in this ratio. So you'll divide X and make X as 0. Then whatever is the cost of Y, you will divide in the ratio of 60 is to 35. This is another question, not that question. So 60 is to 35 is to 5. So you now made Y 0. Something will be left in X. That again you are going to be dividing in the proportion. Make X 0. Then make Y 0. So you will be doing it until you arrive at 2 digits. And then you're going to be closing it off, right? Once you do the total, That means I'm done with what? Allocation, apportionment, reapportionment. What is my next stage? Absorption rate. How do I calculate absorption rate? Based on whatever they've given in the question. In this question, they had given it as machine hours. So divide with the machine hours. You get the overhead. This entire question will be a 10-mark question. If you are not quick, this question takes you more than 40 minutes. You need to be very good with your calculator. So you should be able to solve it in 10. Don't try to beautify drawing lines and other part of it. Just keep drawing it. It's okay. So that you can... T-shape. We do T-shape only, no? Particulars amount, that's all. You sure after that leave anyway. Okay. 10-mark question. I'm done with overheads chapter. Anyone, any doubt? So just to recap whatever we have done in the overheads chapter, look into it. You need to read the question at what stage are they starting. First thing, we know what's allocation, we know what is apportionment, we know what is reapportionment. Then we have to find the base. Then we have to do the under absorption or over absorption, then apply the supplementary rates. These are the 5 topics, 5 questions. I've covered everything. Any doubt in this? Okay. Now, there is one question which I did wrong. I'm just trying to see if you guys can get it right. Okay. In this question, right, let me add this component direct material, direct wages. Let's assume 1 lakh, 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 1 lakh. Right? Now, let me try to understand allocation and apportionment in this. First step, allocation and apportionment. Which all would you take for allocation? Indirect material. You have to ignore both. Everyone. Again, I am repeating this question as direct material, indirect material for all the departments. So what is that everyone is saying? Thank you, madam. So we will only ignore this. This will still continue to be there. Please don't do this mistake. I think I had done this mistake. I don't know, one of the papers. I don't know whether it was for CA or other part of it. I know I have done this mistake because direct material for a service department is an indirect expense. Direct material and direct labor for what? Service department is a indirect expense. So if they have given this, you need to ignore only for the production, take it only for the service department. Are you clear? Okay, I'll read the question. Let's see if there are certain things that I have to explain. Otherwise, if we know what we are doing, we'll just run through the question and be done, right? I have how many departments? P, Q, R and S. Step 1, have I identified production and service? So I'm done with step 1. Step 2, what am I supposed to do? Step 2, allocation. I have to identify expenses which are incurred only by that department. Already given, nothing to worry about. What's the third step? Rent should be divided based on the area, depreciation on machinery, value, power, horsepower. You know how horsepower is calculated? Machine hours into horsepower, right? Security expenses for factory premises, security expenses for factory premises, area, insurance on machinery, capital value, supervisor expenses, area or wages. If you don't have, if you have data on the labor, you can take it based on the labor also. So supervisor, number of employees, right? Are we done? Allocation done, apportionment done. Then what's the next thing? The overhead cost of the two service departments are done using step method in the same order, that is R and S respectively, on the following basis. Department R based on the number of employees. So what they're saying, whatever is the cost of department R, divided in this ratio. Once you do the total, department S based on the don't apply simultaneous here, because they have clearly told which method. So for this one, 6 marks, whatever we have done till now is 6 marks, right? Then see here, this is what I was telling you. Calculate the most appropriate overhead absorption rate for each of the production department. So production department, now I have already taught you. See here, compare your machine hours with labor hours. Which one is more for first department? Machine hours. For second department? So department 1, my appropriate rate will be machine hours. For department B, my appropriate rate will be labor hours. Are you clear? How did we find out? Right? So just see the question. So we did the total. This was my apportionment. Then I did my total budgeted overheads. This is after reapportionment. Then I divided based on the machine hours and labor hours. 2 marks each. Is it easy? Understood the flow of the question, right? Please, overheads, if you just spend that 15 minutes is there now before paper. If you spend time understanding the question and mentally prepare what has to be done, you can actually do an overheads question in 20 minutes. Again, this is a question where even if you do wrong, you have a scope to score 4 to 5 marks. Max to max, your allocation number will go wrong, where you would have taken floor area or machine hour or labor or other part of it. Try to do little bit more question, like the way I just revised now. If you can do like this, you can at least solve as many questions as possible. How much time did we take to solve this question? If you look into it on the revision purpose, it took what, 5 minutes? Like this, if you do it for an hour, you can do 12 questions. You do it for 2 hours, 24 questions. Even worst case, do 15 questions, boss. Do 15 questions. Trust me, you will be so confident on the examination. Don't try to keep solving every question. Do one question completely. After that, just keep applying to see, do I know everything in this question? What I don't know. Let's say for an example, in this question, there was this confusion on supervisor expense. Should I take it area or employee? I now got to know it's number of employees. So that means in the examination, when supervisor comes in, I know other things and all. Boss, we got it right even without reading the theory. So try to remember that way. That way you'll make it more easier in terms of the examination. Are you fine with this? Okay. Okay. Let's read this question. Under absorption, over absorption, 5-mark question. The total overheads expenses of the factory is 446,330. Taking into the normal working hour, overhead was recovered at 1.25 per hour. What is this 1.25? What is this 1.25? Write down. Overhead recovery rate is equal to, I'll only just tell you what has to be written. After that, Overhead recovery rate is 1 point. What is this 446 380? Read. Read. The total overhead expenses of a factory is so what is it? Is means what? You have actually incurred. You have actually incurred. So write down actual overheads incurred is 446 380. 446 380. Next one. The actual hours worked was 293104. That means actual hours worked will be 293104. Therefore, overheads absorbed is equal to or recovered is equal to overheads absorbed or recovered is equal to, how do you find out overheads absorbed? Actual hours multiplied with the absorption rate. How much is it? 3,66,380. Right? Now compare actual versus this one. 80,000 under absorption, over absorption. Are you clear? 2 marks for this. Everyone's clear? Now let's understand the second part. State how you proceed to close the books, assuming that besides 7,800 units produced, 7,000 were sold and there were 200 equivalent units in work in progress. So how many units did they produce? 7,000, out of which how much was sold? 7,000 was sold. 7,000 was sold, 7,800 was produced, and there were 200 units work in progress. On investigation, it was found that 50% of the unabsorbed overhead was on account of increase in the cost of indirect, and the remaining is due to the factory inefficiency. Now what did we learn in that chart, if you remember? If it is abnormal, you will charge it to, so in the 80,000, 50% is abnormal, so you will charge it to, clear with this, 1 mark. Next one, what is the remaining? Which is part of the regular part only, you could not avoid. How much was that? 40 more thousand. This I divide with the actual units. How many units was my actual? So we learned the supplementary rate. Whatever is the difference, divide with your actual units. So you'll be charging cost of 5 rupees per unit. Did we do this already? Right? Now stock of finished goods, you have how many goods left with you? 800. Then you have work in progress 200. Balance 7,000 units sold goes to cost of sales. If you remember the last part, we told it's gonna go to work in progress, finished goods, and your cost of sales. This is what we spoke about. Didn't understand? Understood? Easy? I'm telling you, 90% of the country does not attempt this question because of trying to use their brain. What is that supplementary rate? If you understand what is under absorption, over absorption, supplementary rate is extremely simpler after that. So please don't screw up on this. They have not asked in the last 2 attempts, so higher chance of coming in. Sir, now supplementary rate is whatever is my under absorption or over absorption portion, I need to charge to the units, right? So what I do, whatever is the under absorption or over absorption portion, take it to the numerator. See here. Oh, we finished so much. Yeah. Right. I try to check what is the reason. Is it because it's small? Then charge it to costing P&L. Is it because of the wrong reason? Charge it to costing P&L. If not, then I'll increase the cost of the product. Whatever is the difference, I'll pass on that to the consumer because this was something which was unavoidable. So you will charge it to the product. So how will you charge? Whatever is your under absorption, over absorption portion, divide with your, either if you're recovering on hours, divide by actual hours. If you're recovering on per unit, divide by the actual number of units. Okay, one more. See this 10-mark question, epic. And I remember this question was not done, I think, across the country. Not even 5% of them had done this question. And it's not difficult now. If you have understood the concept, let's read the question and see whether you guys know what the question is, right? How do we read the question again? I told you, costing all the question, we will always read from what they're expecting us to do, and then the moment they tell you what they're expecting you to, that's the formula I'll write first, right? Calculate the amount of unabsorbed overheads. Budgeted by base, multiply by actual, minus actual. So I need to find what is my budget, budgeted base, multiply by actual base, and find out the actual overheads. I'll be done with it. Now, second one, show the journal entry for unabsorbed overheads in the cost and past accounting. That's basically the second part that we did. They want you to show it in form of a journal entry. This came in from the integrated accounting. So now we know integrated. So I think we should be able to do that also. We'll try to see if we can get that right. X Limited manufactures single product. It recovers factory overheads at a predetermined rate of 20 per day. What is this? It recovers factory overheads at predetermined rate of 20. Thank you. Overhead recovery rate, predetermined overhead absorption rate, all mean the same, right? During the year, the total factory overheads incurred was 35.5. This is what? Actual overheads incurred. 1.5 lakhs. 1.5 lakh days. What is your overheads absorbed? 1.5 into 23 lakhs. 1.5 lakh into 23 lakhs. Right? Out of the amount of 3.5, 2 lakhs were in respect of the wages for sick period, I guess. And 1 lakh was with respect to the expenses of the previous year booked in this current year. What does this mean? Strike period. Okay, we'll put it as strike period. This is straight taken from the exam paper. So whatever mistakes are there, you need to write it, assumption, and go on with it. I can't go and call the examiner there. So, he wants to assume it as strike period. Okay, the answer will change based on it. We'll take it, no issues. Strike period. Thank you. It's an abnormal loss. Directly should go to the costing P&L. Instead of trying to tell abnormal, they gave one statement. Right? Then at the end of the year, 12,000 completed units were held in stock, no opening stock of finished goods. Similarly, no stock of uncompleted. But the end of the period, 20,000 uncompleted units were 60% incomplete. Boss, I don't care what is the total number of units, 32,000 units. So whatever is whatever is not going to the costing P&L, charge it to this 12,000 units. On investigation, it was found that 40% of the unabsorbed overheads were due to the factory inefficiency. So after you deduct the first two, balance may you figured out what 40% is the factory inefficiency. Where should that 40% go? Cost. Factory inefficiency abnormal. Factory inefficiency. How do you take factory inefficiency? Factory inefficiency is abnormal. How is factory inefficiency normal? Suddenly I got confused. I think I have never told till now factory inefficiency is normal. You are supposed to work for 3 hours. You slept for 3 hours. Why should the customer pay for your sleeping? 40% was for what? So that 40% will go to the costing P&L. 60,000 units will be divided between the equivalent units. So we'll try to look into it. Understood? Actually very easy question. For 10 marks, trust me, the best part of this question is it will take less than 10 minutes to solve. If you have understood the question, it will take you less than 10 minutes to solve this question. And not even 5% of the country did this because of, again, supplementary rates. Right? Now, see the first one. Actual overheads incurred is 35 lakh. In that, this 3 lakh was anyway abnormal. So, you will take it out. So, you are having 32.5 left. We calculated 3 lakh. So, my amount of unabsorbed overheads is what? 2.5 lakh. This one, are you clear? This was my 4 marks. Next one, accounting treatment. Look into it. Out of 2.5 lakh, what did they say? 40% is because of the factory inefficiency. That should go to the costing P&L. Balance, how much is there? 60%, which is 1.5 lakh. Clear with this? Now in this 1,50,000. Now how many units do I have? Look into it. How many units were sold? 50,000. Then how many were completed units? 12,000. Then how many units were incompleted? 20k. How much was it completed by? How do we find equivalent units? 20. So that means the remaining 1.5 lakh. Remaining 1.5 lakh, I need to divide it between the 75,000 units. That comes to 2 rupees per unit. Did we learn this already? Right? Total cost divided by the number of units. Right? Then you will charge it based on 1 for work in progress, 1 for finished goods, 1 for cost. Now what is your journal entry? See here, I told you it's gonna go to from the overhead control account. You charge it to WIP, you charge it to finished goods, you charge it to cost of sales, charge it to the costing P&L, 2.5 lakh. Done? Understood the chapter? Oh, there is one question I told you I wanted to do this one crazy question. Oh, we have 2 more questions to solve. This again was a 10 mark question. This I agree, even if people don't do it, acceptable. This question takes, I'm saying in a normal scenario, only 40 minutes to do. I'm saying for me, 40 minutes to do. Why am I teaching you? It is for a savior. I have told you how to leave the questions also. So if you can solve it, brilliant. But it's taken 30 to 40 minutes for me to solve. So I expect you guys that you will take a little longer time than me. So, but we'll try to read the question and understand. Am I able to understand the question? If not, I'll explain it to you guys. So we'll keep this towards the last question then. We'll do the other easy question. Read this question. USP Limited is the manufacturer of double grip motor cycle tires. In the manufacturing process, it undertakes 3 jobs: vulcanizing, brushing, stripping. All of these jobs require the use of special machine and also the aid of robot when necessary. A robot is hired from outside and hire charges are paid for every 6 months is 2.7 lakh. An estimate overhead expense relating to the special machine is given. Rent for the quarter 1 18,000. Cost of the special machine 19.2 and depreciation is charged at 10% per annum. Other direct expenses are recovered at indirect expenses are recovered at 20% of the direct wages. The factory manager has informed that in the coming year the total direct wages will be 12 lakh, which will be incurred throughoutly during the year. During the first month of operation, the following details are given below. Without the aid of robot, vulcanizing 500, brushing 1000, stripping 0. With the help of robot, 400, 400, 1200. You are required to calculate the machine hour rate for the company as a whole when the robot is used and when the robot is not used. Also compute the machine hour rate for the individual jobs, that is vulcanizing, brushing and stripping. Exam question only, 10 marks you can see below. So if I explain the answer, you will be like, that much only is that question. You guys again read the question carefully. The answer is extremely simple. Okay, first thing, I don't know where to start. Let me try to do this. I don't know what is incurred for each of the department and other part. Can I find out what is the expense incurred if I use robot? If I don't use robot? First step, do I know the total machine hours with robot, without robot? Total cost, you know, total machine hours. Divide that. Won't you get machine hour rate? Do you know the machine hours? If you multiply with that rate, don't you get the second answer? That's all is the answer. Question, that's where I'm saying where your concept comes into picture is this. At the beginning of the class, if you remember, I told you clearly, we do the total of indirect expense, divide by the base. They have clearly told the base. And to make your life simple, if you read the question, they didn't ask you to do per department at all. Just because you have learned department wise, you are thinking, what should I divide? They have clearly said, calculate for company as a whole. I told you guys this in the service costing also. Just do the total, divide with the base. I took this question just to make sure people did not attempt this question also. And they came out saying paper difficult, you don't know what it is. And then I showed them this, they are like, yo, sir, this easy question, we didn't do that. Please read the question carefully. Right? Concepts have covered everything what is required for exam. You just have to be little more careful in reading it. And like I am telling you, getting after this 5-day class, whatever you are attending, you will, if you do those past paper questions and all with study mat, trust me, you will be confident to score 80 plus. I am telling you, if you do all of it, but I want you to read the question, not jump into solving the question. There's a difference between both. Right? Just now, let's try to just look into it, right? If your total machine hours used, you know the total, then without the use of robot, what it is, just do the total machine hours with the use of robot, whatever is there, then you are just doing the total cost divided by the machine hours. That is going to give you the machine hour rate. Then you are just going to be multiplying with the number of hours which has been given. This we did it, no? Okay, this we did not. Okay, this was another question again. Comprehensive thing came. People did not look into. What is comprehensive machine rate? What is comprehensive machine rate? Total cost divided by the machine hours. They are telling. So they have given you all the cost. Just add up the cost. Just you'll have to spend time to understand what is the actual machine hours worked. That's all is the answer for 10 marks. This again something which looks difficult, but basically since now we know what's a comprehensive machine hour rate, you just have to do the total of the cost divide with the machine hours. Done? Just one sec, I think I did not do this yesterday in the, did we do effective hours in the labor chapter? We have done. Okay, then we have covered this. Otherwise, look into it. I have spent 120 hours, absenteeism 12 hours, reduce it. Leave with pay is not effective, reduce it. Normal unavoidable idle time, reduce it. So if you reduce all of it, you'll get the effective working hours 7,200. Then you just do the total of the cost and divide it with the effective hours. You'll end up getting machine rate per hour. This was another 10 mark question, which again most of them did not do it. Again, lack of concepts, not because the question was difficult. Huh? Easy one only, everything. What is difficult? You tell. You tell what is difficult, we'll try to make it easy. Huh? Nothing is difficult. Huh? My dad tells this. So if I go and tell him I can't study for this exam, it's difficult and all, his only question that he's going to ask is, has anyone failed or anyone cleared this exam? If you say yes, now look into it the way he puts across. If you say yes, he'll say, my son can do it. So if one of them has cleared it, he'll say, my son can also do it. Now suddenly your pride goes up. That, hey, you know what, he is saying that you can pass, why can't we do it, right? One side, a good motivation for us to look at. And like I tell you, if there are guys who are visually challenged, who are doing without classes, who without English can clear it, you guys have to just get over a little bit of laziness. Failing requires immense talent, that too with that 1 mark, 2 marks and all. Immense talent is required to stop at 39, to stop at 49. Where you got same. You require, like, that one question will haunt you all your life, right? Either you study properly, you clear 7-8 chapters out of 14. If you know thoroughly, you will not fail whatsoever in any subject. Like I've told you yesterday how to look into it and prioritize to each of the chapters. So we'll just try to look into one question which I found difficult. So I thought, let me just do it for just fun sake. In an engineering company, factory overheads are recovered on a fixed percentage of. So factory overheads is going to be recovered basis of direct wages, right? So if I have to look into it, can I say factory overheads is equal to some percentage of wages? And what is factory cost? Direct material, or let's say prime cost, right? And they're saying administrative overheads is a percentage of. Did you understand this? This is what they meant in that one line. One line had so much of deep meaning. Factory overheads is percentage of wages cost. Factory cost is going to be prime cost plus factory overheads, and administration overheads is percent. How do we know all of this? Yesterday we did cost sheet, right? The company has furnished the following data, and I've covered this conceptually yesterday. I'll tell you where. The company has furnished the following data related to two jobs undertaken by it in a period. Direct material, direct wages. Can I find out the factory overheads? Can I find out the factory overheads? How will you find factory overheads? Wait. How do you calculate factory overheads? Boss, do you know the percentage? The question is saying factory overheads is recovered as a percentage of direct wage cost. You know the wage cost? Yes. Do you know the percentage? So one unknown. Then selling price is given. Profit percentage on the total cost is given. Profit percentage on. So you only know, if I write the sheet, I know DM, I know DL, that is my prime cost, plus percentage of, or I can call it as XDW, which is going to give me factory cost, plus percentage of factory cost is my admin. Since there is no selling and distribution expense, I can call it as cost of sales. I know profit, I know the selling price. So I know this. From this, I'll calculate profit. How do I calculate profit? The table. I'll arrive at cost of sales. I know cost of sales. I have two unknowns. Since the percentages are same, I'm going to solve two equations, get x and y. Okay. Now, see here, factory cost is, can I say, direct material, direct wages and factory overheads? That is for job 101, 54, 42, 42x, because percentage of direct wages. For job 2, 37, 30 and 30x. Any doubt in this? Now further, total cost is what? Factory cost plus administrative overhead. Factory cost we calculated here, plus factory cost into some percentage. This is 11,500. How did we get 11,500? We followed this calculation, that table thing. So I ended up getting the cost. Now you get two cost. Now you need to solve the equation 1 and 2. Right? Writing the equations takes time, not the solving. But try to look into it. It's actually pretty simple question, once illustration question only. Done. We are done with overheads chapter. It took 2 hours, 1.5 hours. Okay, we'll do the last chapter, which is our standard costing part. So tomorrow what you can do is whatever doubts that you guys have, you can either post that questions in the group. You need to tag @Johnson in that group, right? So I'll give you guys how to reach out to me. But most of the time, my phone's not reachable. I don't pick unknown numbers. So better is if they reach, I'll tell you across. So I don't pick unknown calls. So just telling in advance. But you can reach out to me. Otherwise, on my LinkedIn or Instagram, I respond to it. Otherwise, I'll tell you where to reach out. They'll help you out to connect with me. You can drop an email. Then I'll call you guys back. Right? What were we supposed to do? Online folks, are you clear with the overheads chapter? Oh, this is where we stopped yesterday, no? It'll take 2 minutes, break my throat's pain. Hey, they do crash course, no, at your place? Like, huh? You're attending morning here, evening there. Huh? So you guys are doing what? Throughout the day marathons. Huh? Hmm. So you attend this? Huh? That much time you put in your efforts. First of all, if you ask me, attending this only is crime. If you honestly ask me, attending this only is a crime, especially 30-35 days before exam.
First time we were
Oh, okay. I don't know. Then how are you guys understanding? Ah, this strange. Oh God. Huh. Okay. Anyway, their headache will figure out. Okay. We'll start the last topic for the day, which is our. What happened? That's okay. I didn't tell any name now. Your voice won't be heard here, so it's okay. Your face is not seen, so you want, we can show the face. Shall we start? Okay. I'll tell you the logic of remembering the formulas. If possible, try to remember it. Otherwise, I told you yesterday also, easier option is to what? Mug up. Since we know the budget, now we know what's budgeted overheads and all, we should be able to get most of it right. If not, we'll try to figure out what has to be done. Now, what was the formula for material cost variance? Standard quantity, standard price minus actual quantity. So, fixed overhead cost variance, the formula will be the same. Standard, so it will listen to it, everyone. Everyone, please listen to it. My fixed overhead cost variance, the formula will be the same depending on what am I going to be absorbing my overheads. If I am absorbing based on machine hours, It will be standard machine hours into standard rate. If I am absorbing based on the labor hours, it will become what? Standard labor hours into standard rate minus actual hours into actual rate. Are you clear? So please now, since you understand overheads, see what are they recovering based on. Most of the question directly they'll give you, until and unless examiner is like me wants to screw you guys up. So just read what is it. So the material cost variance, can you get the straight formula? Standard hours into standard rate minus actual hours into actual rate. So this portion, make sure that you write it. 2 marks sorted. Now let's come to the next two variances. Right? What we will try to do, we'll try to keep certain things where we have not, my old formula and new formula is the same. So I want you to write it in the books. I'll change some orders here. So I want you to write it in the books. First one, write down fixed overheads cost variance. Fixed overhead cost variance. Standard hours. Hold. Standard hours into standard rate. Standard hours into standard rate minus actual hours into actual rate. Minus actual hours into actual rate. Right? Second one. Fixed overheads efficiency variance. Fixed overheads efficiency variance. Second one, I want you guys to calculate this. Fixed overheads efficiency variance. What did we do? Labor efficiency variance formula. Labor efficiency variance formula. Standard hours minus actual hours multiplied by standard rate. So the formula will be the same here. So 4 marks you can get between two formulas. Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Next one, write down capacity variance. Next one, write down capacity variance. Now, what do you mean by capacity? Right? Now, when I say capacity, you did beyond your capacity. Just remember this term. You did beyond your capacity. What does that mean? You were planning, let's assume, to study 6 hours. You studied for 8 hours. Then what will they say? You are beyond, you perform beyond your ability or beyond your capacity, right? What you have budgeted, if you have done beyond that, then we say you are at a good capacity variance. So capacity is compared not with standards, but with budgets. Remember this. Capacity is calculated based on what? Budgets, not based on the actuals. So write down the next one. Capacity variance is equal to actual hours minus budgeted hours. And whenever it's hours, do we take standard rate or actual rate? Standard rate. Done. Next one, overhead volume variance. Overhead volume variance. right? Overhead volume variance. What did I say? Okay, I told overhead volume variance, right? Overhead volume variance, what we tell is what you have absorbed. We know what is absorbed overheads. What we have absorbed, you compare it with the budget. So it is formula is standard minus budget, standard hours minus budget, standard hours minus budget into standard rate. Sorry, what did I say? Standard hours minus only I told, no? Okay.
That's beyond my ability.
See. Standard hours minus budgeted hours multiplied by standard rate. I want you to write below that absorbed minus budgeted. Next one, overhead expenditure variance. Overhead expenditure variance. Okay, this is basically whatever is your budgeted expense, you reduce it with the actual expense. So if you remember the overheads chapter that we did, budget minus the actual, this is not absorbed. Originally what I budgeted minus the actual. Budget minus the actual. So write down overhead expenditure variance, budget minus actual, that is budgeted hours minus budgeted hours into standard rate, budgeted hours into standard rate minus actual hours into actual rate, minus actual hours into actual rate. Last one, calendar variance. Last one, calendar variance. Calendar means what? Days, right? Actual days worked minus budgeted days. Actual days minus budgeted days into, now since you are doing days, you will be trying to find the rate per day. It's not going to be hour, it's going to be day. So into standard rate per day. Into standard rate per day. Okay. Now this formula, no matter what happens, it will get confusing again and again when you do. Better is to learn only one formula a day. Better is to do what? One formula a day. Recap it 20-30 times, that tomorrow when you just say, hey, what is standard, what is calendar variance? Actual days minus budgeted days into standard days. Standard rate per day. If they ask you, hey, you know what is overhead expenditure variance? Actual minus budgeted. So you should get into that mode. Don't try to read it everything today only. Trust me, you will screw up more than anything else, and you will screw up what we have learned yesterday. The reason of doing it today is, since now we have focused so much on overheads, we should be able to get those terminologies, and lot of time we are not going to be using formulas also. Lot of time we are not going to be using. Why? Because let's say for an example, budgeted fixed overheads. They would have given you in the question, this is the budget fixed overheads. Actual overheads, incurred amount they'll give you. So you don't have a formula for all of it. You can't say, hey, where is that actual, or hey, where is that actual rate? Because they've given you what they've actually spent only, right? That's where your understanding of this becomes little important. Why they keep asking this again and again for 10 marks is, one, lot of students skip this. Second, even if you have read, it gets confusing, right? So please make sure, that's why I'm doing this towards the end of the day, so that you don't over dramatize. Shall we start? Once you have learnt all the formulas, you need to remember this flow of it. The flow that is been given in the chart, you need to remember the flow of it. For a reason, it works like this. Whatever you do, these three will be equal to these two. These two will be equal to cost variance. So it should work simultaneously. So we'll look into it once we do. But while after you have mugged up all the formulas, last step is that you have to mug up this chart. Done? Okay. A company has a normal capacity of 120 machine hours. Normal capacity, they work for 8 hours per day for 25 days in a month. Right? That means what is the budgeted hours? What is the budgeted hours? You have a normal capacity. Normal capacity we learned, that is something that they're gonna work. So 120 hours. Sorry, 120 machines, 8 hours, 200 hours. We are talking per. You have 25 days, no? Huh? 120 into 8. Huh? 25 into 8 into how many machines? This is my budgeted hours. The fixed overheads are budgeted at 144. Straight away given. What is that? What does that mean? Budgeted expenses. Now, the standard time required to manufacture one unit is 4 hours. 1 unit requires. That means in 24,000 hours, how many units can you produce? Clear? So budgets, we calculated what's the budgeted hours, what is the budgeted units. We calculated also the total budgeted expense. Now, the company has worked 24 days, 840 machine hours per day and produced 4305 units of output. The actual fixed overheads is 1,42,000. Now, what I know from the formula, let me do what I know first. I told you every mark is important. What do I know that there is a difference between budgeted cost minus actual? Which formula was that? Expenditure variance, budgeted minus the actual, 2000 favorable. So one thing, am I done? We'll try to break as much as possible into smaller things. Second thing, now, how many days was he supposed to work? How many days did he work? 24. That means, can I go to the calendar? And how do you calculate rate per day? Rate per day. How many hours is he working? 120 into 8 into 20 is working for 24,000 hours, right? For 24,000 hours is getting paid how much? 1,44,000. So do the math. Does it come to 6? You should be able to get. We are doing standard rate per day, right? Standard rate per day. Standard rate per day, right? So can I get the calendar variance also? So 2 are done. 4 marks without breaking our head, right? Then efficiency, what did we say? Standard hours minus the Actual hours. What is your standard hours? What is standard hours? I've done this yesterday. I've done this yesterday. What is standard hours? Standard hours is for the actual production. Per unit. Per unit takes how many unit hours? How many units did I produce? 5350. I told you yesterday again and again. Standard hours is always for standard hours for actual production, right? So my standard hours for actual production is 21,220. Why are you guys going blank? Right? So if I know my standard hours, I know my actual hours, can I find out the efficiency variance? 3 done out of 6 without too much of headache. Now the other two things we'll try to break our head. What has to be done? Do you know your actual hours given in the question? Do you know your budgeted hours? 20 into 120 into 8 multiply by your rate per hour. Then what else was pending? Then it's the total. That's the absorbed overhead minus the actual. Absorbed overhead, what do you do? How do you do absorbed overhead? How do you find absorbed overhead? 5305. How do you do absorbed overhead? First, you have to find standard per unit. Per unit is what? 24. Standard cost per unit is 24. You multiply with the actual units produced, that you will get it. That will end up being the answer. This question, if required, practice twice, thrice, whatever is required. More or less the question comes of the same standard again and again. Understood? Fixed overheads, right? Please, again and again I'm saying, I still, if you ask me any chapter in costing, I can still recollect. Fixed overheads has been a nightmare for me because the formula just keeps going here and there. Sometimes I miss out budget with the standard with actual. So that's why I told you what I did in the examination also. I just kept it on the exam hall waiting outside. That moment they gave the paper, I came inside and wrote the formula first. 5 minutes before exam, once you know the formula, it's basically, if you just understand what standard and budgets are, everything else becomes easier. So just make sure that's been taken care of. See this question. NC Limited uses standard costing method for manufacturing of product X. This is a 10-mark question. 10-mark question. Too much drama for a 10-mark question, but we'll try to see what it is. The following information is available for the last week of month. 25,000 kgs of raw material were actually purchased for 25,000 kgs. That means I know what? Actual cost, actual quantity. The expected output is 8 units of product X from 1 kg of raw material. So for 25,000 kgs, how much should be your standard output? $2 lakh. There is no opening and closing inventory. The material price and cost variances. So they have given you the answers. You need to do the reverse calculation. You know AQ, you know AP. So you know cost variance and also the price variance. What is the formula for price variance? Standard price minus actual price multiplied by. So you know actual price, you know actual quantity, you know the price variance. Can you find out standard price? So you'll find the standard price. Once you know standard price, once you know AP, once you know AQ, can you find standard quantity? So that's the first question that they have asked for 4 marks. No, sorry for it. This was 2 marks. Once you know this, they are asking you to calculate material usage variance, labor cost variance, labor efficiency variance. Can you find this out? 3. Last one, calculate the fixed overheads cost variance, expenditure variance, and volume variance. For this, we'll try to I am focusing on this. Guys, clear with the first 2 questions? This is a reverse working calculation, right? Fixed overheads variance. The fixed overheads are budgeted at. So this is what? Budgeted overheads. Overheads are distributed throughout a month. Assuming that there are 4 weeks. In the last week, the actual overheads incurred is. So what will be the budgeted overheads for a week? 76, 480. 19,120. So can I find overhead variance? Budget minus the actual. At least I can do this. Then volume variance. What did we say? Budgeted output minus actual into the budgeted rate. Finally is your overhead cost variance. That is the standard minus the actual. Standard for what units? Standard for the actual units. So you have other ways also to present. I have given both the ways. So you can just look into it. So in the study material, I have told you practice illustration 5, 6, 12 and 15 from your study material so that you are aware of it. This was one of your exam questions which had come in. You can go back and try to solve it. One came in from material cost. The second one came in from the part of it. So clear? So we are done with, just to do a recap, whatever we have learnt till now. Chapter 1, I told you which all theory has to be read. Chapter 2, what all topics did we learn? We learnt about the role of the procurement department. We learnt about what is bin card, what is stores ledger. We learnt about what is material requisition note, what is bills of material. What else? We learnt about the levels, ROL. We learnt about EOQ, maximum level, minimum level, danger level. Then we learnt about inventory turnover ratio. Then we learnt about treatment of normal and abnormal loss. There we learnt about what is waste, scrap and other part, which I told you need to learn theory on it. Then there was weighted and fixed average inventory valuation, which FIFO and weighted average, that you guys said you're going to study by yourself. Then we came to labor. In the labor chapter we learnt about practical, what is required is HALSI and ROAL. Then the labor turnover ratios. Then effective hours. In material we learnt also one thing, how to calculate the cost of material issued, where we took the list of items which has to be taken, which are the list of items which has to be ignored from the topic. Today we learnt about overheads. In overheads we learnt about allocation, apportionment, reapportionment. In reapportionment, today we learnt about allocation, apportionment, reapportionment. In reapportionment we learnt about straight method, direct method, step method. Then we learnt about reciprocal servicing. In reciprocal servicing we learnt about the equation method and we learnt about the repeated distribution method. Then we learnt about how do you calculate overhead absorption rate. We had 5 methods there. Then we learnt about supplementary rate. When are we going to be taking it? We learned the difference between machine hour rate and comprehensive machine hour rate. That was the chapter. We didn't do ABC costing. We came to integrated accounting. There we learnt about integrated, non-integrated. We learnt the journal entry. What was the thumb rule that I told you for journal entry? Debit the receiver department, credit the giver department. If it is not within my cost sheet, you will be transferring it to the CLC ledger account. If I open ledger account, which is the account that I have to check whether I'm doing it right? CLC ledger account should automatically close. Then we learnt about reconciliation statement, right? This past year paper questions on reconciliation is extremely easy. Please go in and try. If you have any doubt, let me know, because I did an advanced question. But the exam questions are very, very easy. So just try it out. 5 marks, something that you can expect. Then we learnt about cost sheet. After that, the next chapter was cost sheet. We learnt about cost sheet. There we learnt about prime cost, how we absorb the overheads. Their only trick part I told you is how do we calculate the profit margin, whether it's going to be given on the cost price or the selling price, or you take it over. Otherwise, you just follow the format. I have given you one basic format which we have covered onto it. We didn't do job costing. We didn't do batch costing. I said because that's only the sum total of the cost that you'll have to take it. The difference between job costing, batch costing is only the denominator. Job costing will only be 1 unit. Batch costing will be based on the number of batches. So total cost divided by the number of batches. That's what it is. So we ignored it. We came to the process costing. We learned output of one process will become the input of other process. There we learned about 3 things: normal loss, abnormal loss, and abnormal gain. How do we treat that normal loss and abnormal loss in the costing P&L? We did one more entry. So post that, what did we learn? We learned about interprocess profits. Then equivalent units. There we did 2 methods. One is FIFO, one more is the weighted average. In the FIFO method, what did we say? Opening, you will keep it separate. We will only find the cost per unit, divide by the equivalent cost, and then just add it up. Whereas in weighted average, you take the sum total and 100% of it. For normal loss, we'll always consider 0. For abnormal loss, they'll be giving you in the question what percentage to consider. What else did we learn? Then we moved on to the joint products by products. There we learned what is before split off point, what is after split off point. After split off point, we have different methods to break, either based on the units or based on the sales value. Then we learned about byproduct. Byproduct, we learned about what is whether if it's a nominal value, then you reduce it from the cost. If it is something which is of higher value, you'll treat it like a joint product and be done. We also learned something called as residual value method for splitting. That was done in the joint product by product. Then what was the next topic? We did, as I'm going as per study mat, I'm just trying to recap the study material entirely. So then we learned about marginal costing. Marginal costing. Under marginal costing, we learned about marginal costing equation. From that, we derived how do we find out the break even, PV ratio. We learned about the break even chart. We also learned about taking decisions. We said if I'm taking a decision, I should be able to recover my variable cost. If I don't recover my variable cost, then don't go ahead with the project. Then we had 2-3 projects that we had to evaluate, should I go ahead or not. So we are seeing that incremental revenue and incremental cost. If the incremental revenue is more, go ahead with the project. If not, then cancel the project. Then composite contribution. Yeah, we had questions on it. Composite contribution. When 2 or 3 products are there, we do it based on the sales mix. Then we learnt about the standard costing, right? These many concepts we have learnt. Oh, service also we left, correct. Service costing, I told you one logic. Do the total of the cost, divide with the composite cost unit. So please do more questions on finding out the composite, the denominator. That should be good enough for it. Desired sales and profit. That's marginal costing equation only, not an issue. Done. We'll run through. Okay. We'll run through a couple of papers just to see where we stand today. Again, whether are we able to understand the questions or not. It's got nothing to do with how much you will score. We'll just run through some papers just to see can we understand the questions. We'll go to the very case-based scenario, marginal costing. allocated fixed cost per unit, break even point, maximum number of each unit to be done. If you remember, what is this? Read this third question. You know which question is this? Limiting factor. This attempt RTP question. Maximum units that can be supplied to each of the article, correct price of each of the item. So it's a limiting factor question. Once you read it, you should be able to do it, right? Next one, the next question is input of process 1 to process 2, further loss of 25%, cost plus 33%. I think this is cost plus 33.5%. Which chapter? Interprocess profits. I think we did this also yesterday, right? Again, if this paper comes in, trust me, half of them will give up on the examination because both the questions are actually on the advanced level. Try it out. I would want you guys tomorrow to attempt it. Let's see where we stand. This much, first two questions, I'm telling you, if you get half of them, you'll see them walking out of the examination straight away because or tukka marna is just try out your luck. Employee cost drivers. Time, the current unit produced. So you are supposed to calculate based on labor cost per unit under the existing system. So basically, you know, you have time rate, number of hours you have worked, you pay it, or you have based on the. So they are given you the. They want you to amend the system. This also absorption costing method. Comprehensive machine hour rate, we have covered it. Then cost sheet, find out the raw material purchase with the help of statement of cost. If you remember reverse calculation, we have done this kind also. Joint products, byproducts, TerraCap sold after processing. Compute the joint cost allocated based on NRV method. Have we done NRV method? Total sales minus the cost incurred. I think that was that. Which question was that? Sulfur question that we did yesterday. Chlorine sulfur. That was on the net realizable value. This also we have done. Marginal costing question again. Break even point. Material costing. Oh, till here it was only MCQ questions. Now I'll tell you where you will have a bigger impact is these many questions to do in 60 minutes is going to be quite a task. These many questions to do for what? Why? Because let's say this question to do it will take you 10 minutes. For how many marks? This is actually a full-fledged question we did yesterday. And they are asking you for how many marks? Now, in this, you need to be very quick to do just, you don't have to write the format or other part of it, just scribble and go to the final one. To do tuck, go to the final one and say what it is. And you should be able to try to do without any writing or other part within that 4 minutes time. So what I generally do is, if you would have seen most of the times I write like M, L, D, DX and all. That has come because of these practice only. Because when we do MCQs and all, you don't, who's caring for the format? Boss, I need the answer at the end of the day. This will take, if you try to do it today, when you, if possible, try to solve it and come tomorrow. And keep the timer and let's see where you stand. Do it as if you're writing exam. Take 15 minutes before the exam. That is what we are doing now. Another 3 hours. The moment you start writing, 3 hours sharp it has to be. And no mobile phones during that time. Irrespective of whoever is dying, it's okay. Until and unless somebody who's dying in front of you, everything is fine. 3 hours is 3 hours. You need to sit and focus on your preparation. Right? Now, so in that, if you look into it in that 30 marks MCQ, We have covered everything. We have covered everything, but our target is to score how much? What was our target to score in that MCQ yesterday? 10, right? If in that 60 minutes, look into it, my target is maximum 60 minutes, I should be trying to score 10 marks. If you are taking your own sweet time and all, it's okay. So rather preferences do it towards the end than to do at the beginning. Because as students, you don't know. See, I can see a question and say this is the time it's gonna take. And trust me, I'm seeing this paper first time now with you. So I've not even seen where it is. But the moment I know what to look into the question, then I read it backward. I don't try to read from the top the way you are doing. I'm directly going to the point and then moving forward. And I can analyze how much time it will take. I doubt you will achieve that efficiency right now. So rather, better option is you can always start off with the full-fledged ones. Try to keep that 70 hours, 70 marks. 60 marks I should be able to attend in 2 hours. Is it possible? The answer is yes. If you give me a choice, I'll take another 20 minutes and attempt 70 in this than to go to the MCQ. But very rarely you will know all the question. Very rarely you'll know all the question. I think one of my student highest he has got is 95 in costing. So hopefully you guys try it out to it. So descriptive questions. Product X. I think we did the same question yesterday. It's okay. I think 6 kgs was there, X was there, X cost 40 was there, 160 units was there. Every time the order is made, procurement cost of 2000, calculate EOQ. I think I've done this question. Same question only I've done. Then material cost, ABC publishers work assigned 20, calculate the incorrect amount of loss that is calculated because of the incorrect selection. This is difficult question. We have not done it. Not done. So I know I'll read it once, maybe towards the end, but I will not try to break too much into it. Absorption, costing, selling and distribution are based. Tuck, boss. I know what has to be done. You're required to calculate the profitability statement and examine the recommendation. So basically you have your cost, try to divide it based on the allocation and be done with it. Cost sheet. Prepare a cost sheet for silicon phone cover. We can do cost accounting system. Prepare a statement of reconciliation. Under recovery, over recovery. We did it through comparison. This they have given you directly. So they have done that step and directly given it to you. You need to do addition or subtraction. 2-3 questions once you do, you'll become very pro at it. I'll give you one format in the group. Just look into it. I don't know why I missed out on the format. Right? Batch costing. We didn't do it. I'll cover it up anyway tomorrow. Joint products by products. Calculate the joint product if they are sold without further processing. Should I do it with, right? Service costing, distance traveled by the bus. Students need to attend something similar. Standard costing. They have asked you for material cost variance. Marginal costing. Minimum price which the company should quote to it. I would want you guys to try this question. Anyway, you're going to be solving the paper. This concept, I did not do it. I'll do this. So the only portion what you are supposed to do is you have to recover the marginal cost. That's the concept. When they say you have to, what is the minimum cost that you can quote is I have to recover the marginal cost. That's the only concept. If you anyway trying it, try it out. Budgets, we have not done it. Theory, what all they have asked, discuss the advantages of marginal costing. List down the certain financial expense and income included in. We have done this. Treatment of byproduct in joint product byproduct. Discuss the normal and abnormal process loss and enumerate their treatment in cost account. I think we have done 1, 2, 3 out of this. Discuss the advantages of marginal costing. I have not given the notes, but I think B, C, D is been done. Passable paper. Even if I'm the worst out of it, let's say where I would score marks, B, C, D, these three, at least I should get 10 marks. Then, hey, where did it go? Right? Then, let's assume marginal costing, I don't know. This one I can do it. So, how much done? 10 plus 8, 18. Then, this one can we do? Service costing, right? Profit or loss for each process. So 18 plus 8, 8, or even if you keep 6, 6, 30. Batch costing we didn't do. Reconciliation, 5 marks, 35. Cost sheet, right? 8 marks. Absorption costing, 6 marks. Calculate row 1 scheme, and you have to just find out, yes, taken some, done it wrongly, you have to do right one and compare the wrong with right. 5 marks. EOQ, 5 marks, and 10 marks in my MCQ. Let's see the other paper. Please, again and again I'm saying, learn to pick your questions. If you see now too, I am not bothered about what I don't know. I am only focusing on what I know. If I can do what I know, I'm saying 60, 70 and all will become like a cakewalk. Try to apply it for the other papers also, whatever I'm teaching you right now. Because the other papers, other teachers are going to be focusing more on the chapters to complete what's important. Very rarely we would discuss on the strategies of the paper. Since I have taken others and all, I think it's only 3 days session. If you know, FM is 2 days. FM is 2 days, audit is 2 days, and SM is 3, SM is 1 day, right? So I'm trying to say is just they won't be spending time, and because they do a lot of longer hour sessions, they have topics to complete. So that's why I have taken a little bit on break so that I can explain you how to go about all of this, right? This one, accelerated, registered, unregistered supplier under GST. This question is got to do with finding out the cost of a product, material issued. Unregistered supplier, income tax applied in costing. What does unregistered supplier mean? Costings, no credit can be taken. All the guys who are preparing for only one group and who have skipped to group 1, listen to it. Unregistered supplier, no input tax can be availed. That means everything will be the total cost, right? Even though they say credit is available, I cannot be availed because it's a unregistered one. Apart from it, we have done all of it. Find the total cost. Find the total cost. Now they have asked you, should you take it, not take it? Add, not add. Question comes in, superb question. This can be done in 5 to 10 minutes. 10 marks, 20 minutes, easily can be done. And this is a easy question. So how much mark? 10 marks. Standard costing. They have given you the variances. They are asking you to find the actual output, material cost variance. So reverse calculation of everything. Can you do this? 20 marks. So total 10 plus 10, 20 done. Absorption costing, under absorbed, over absorbed, can you calculate? So 22. Process costing, abnormal gain, do we know how to calculate? 24. Service costing, total cost divided by the room rent per day. So that's another, what is your room rent per day for the premium room? So you have to multiply with whatever the premium, like what we did, into 2 into 2.5. So this is another 2. So how much are we at? 26. Then calculate the cost of rupee of insured value. We did it in the class. 28. Budget control we have not done. So 28 sorted. Employee cost. Next one. How many of them left and recruited joined? 28, 30. So I know entire MCQ in this paper. And everything is done in the class. Right? Only budget was there. Luckily it came in an option, so I can skip it. Absorption costing. Required to calculate comprehensive machine hour per day. Have we done it? 10 marks. Activity based costing I did not do. Cost sheet, straight question, crazy. Material consumed, prime cost, cost of production, 6 marks. Cost accounting statement, memorandum reconciliation statement. If you see, it's there in the current RTP also, it's there in the last RTP also, and they've still not asked in the paper. High chance of coming. High chance of coming. I'll send you one format. Just remind me tomorrow. I'll just give you guys when you're writing the test. So if nothing happens, you can just do as per cost and thing. So 5 marks. Where were we? 51 already crossed us. Crazy. Batch costing we didn't do. Equivalent production cost per equivalent production. Calculate the cost of abnormal gain. Your process costing. We have done this. This is a 10 mark question. Joint products, byproducts. Joint products, byproducts. They just want you to calculate the cost per unit. So this is a 5 mark question. Service costing. This is a 8 mark or a 6 mark question. I think this one you will do some mistake. This you should be able to get 3 marks, I guess, without even doing anything, doing the total cost. You will do some mistake. So try it out if you can get it. Marginal costing, 4 marks again. Budgetary we didn't do. Theory, did we discuss the net realizable value? Distinguish between service and product costing. Controllable, uncontrollable variances. Standard and discretionary cost, it's there. So all the 4 theory are also there. That's another 14 marks. 84 if you get a paper like this should be good enough. So Monday I would want you guys to solve 2 or 3 papers, whatever it is, because when we two, you feel you know it, but when you sit and do, like I said, there'll be some challenges. But I don't expect any of you guys to fail. Now from compared to yesterday, we are way too ahead of all of it. We have only 2 more topics that we have not done. Tomorrow we should be done with it. If we do that ABC also, I think we are in a good position. So let's look into the May paper. That's the first. Okay, this question basically is got to do with what is the raw material that is required for the year and how much are you procuring. So typically what they have told is, they have told to produce this many units, you require raw material A and B. You require it in the ratio 5:3 or something. So find the total raw material required and then divide it in the ratio. That's what the question is with the loss. Then they have asked you this. This is working note. If you get only this right, you will get EOQ we know. Maximum stock level we know. Then if we purchase beyond EOQ, what's going to be the profit or loss? And the minimum stock level. So 10 marks. Then labor turnover question we did yesterday. Loss because of labor turnover. If you remember, somebody was falling sick, somebody did not work during the period. We found out what is the contribution. Something. So very similar question to this. See, like how much output is lost. If you remember how much was lost for 1, 2, 3, same. Then absorption costing method. Okay, this I think you might do little overhead absorption, under absorption, over absorption you can do. Supplementary rate, this also we have done. Supplementary rate and what is the amount to be apportioned to work in progress. Except if you get the first one right, which is the budgeted machine hour, you should be getting everything right. So just focus on that. Then descriptive questions, ABC I did not do yet. Cost sheet straight question. So that's a 10 mark. Cost accounting system. Prepare profit as per cost records and financial records. Calculate the cost. Prepare the reconciliation statement. We have done this. Same thing, I think more or less similar question that we have done. Batch costing we have not done. Process costing, FIFO and equivalent production. FIFO and equivalent production I think we have done it. Service costing, okay. Standard costing, where have they asked? Oh, okay. Material price quantity to it, that we know. Marginal costing, break even sales, profit, margin of safety, that we know. Budget we don't know. Is reconciliation in the cost and financial accounting necessary in case of integrated accounting system? The theory is not there, so just impact of IT in cost accounting I had told you to read. Difference between controllable and uncontrollable cost. How do you apportion joint cost up to the point of separation using the market value and also the net realizable value discussed to it. Again, this paper, if you look, we are at that 60 plus above. So please make sure if you fail, it's going to be completely on you guys, right? Can't make it more simpler because it's not a full-fledged class that I have a responsibility to make you pass or other part of it. We have done what best can be done with regards to it. If you can just put in a little bit more effort, 1 or 2 chapters leaving here or there, if you see, that did not make so much of impact on my overall scores. Sometimes it's a blessing in disguise not knowing couple of chapters, because you will get time to do the others properly. When you know everything, you should know also how quick to do it. Otherwise, it's okay to leave 1 or 2 chapters by yourself. What you find difficult might not be difficult for me. So each of you guys are matured enough to take your call. So do that with regards to it, right? So done with the topics. Tomorrow will do, like I said, we are just going to be running the questions like what we did right now. Morning we are going to do those 2 topics, which is budgeting and ABC. So if you're learning overheads, learn ABC or skip both. And we are going to be doing budgeting as a topic, which is theory and practical. So thank you guys. See you tomorrow. Right? See ya. Then thank you all. See you tomorrow. Okay. So because we have 2 more topics, so what I'll be doing after the break is that I've given some extra questions, which are like this one-off questions, which requires you guys to apply. It's not the formula thing. It's only about understanding the question. So I'll be doing that post the break. But what I want you guys to understand is, see, in the paper costing as such, there are 2 ways of doing it. One, you do as many questions as possible so that you can break or you can understand what is that they're trying to ask in a question. That you can do when you're preparing in depth. And I'm saying 10 days with whatever we are doing, if you spend an additional 5 days, you should be able to achieve that. Second option, let's say you are the lazy guy who wants to clear at the easiest way, but you also want to make sure that you score that 50-60. Please listen to what I am saying carefully. First thing, make sure your theory is extremely stronger. When I say extremely stronger, 14 marks, you should get that 14 marks. Second part of it, every paper will have 2 or 3 direct questions. One of the reasons that I have not skipped any topic is because we are focusing on making sure we attempt all the direct questions. Listen to it. Now, even if you can get 2 direct questions right, that means 14 plus 16, 30 marks is taken care. This is with least effort. Now, in all the other questions, you should be at least in a position to attempt the basic stuff. So, every question I was doing, if you know, I was telling you, do this, at least you'll get 2 marks. Do this, you'll get at least 3 marks. So, that will push your score to 40 to 45. that will ensure that you are passing with whatever we have done in the class. If the luck favors you, you might end up getting 1 or 2 questions more of whatever you have studied. It might be instead of 2 direct questions, you might have got 4 direct questions. Then your score will push to 60. Otherwise, with whatever we are doing in the class, you should only be looking at 40-45 with this 5 days. And 40-45 days for a 5-day effort is extremely good. Right? So please don't, because in the examination, you will start having a lot of demotivation if you don't spend additional 5 days on doing every question. I've told you guys also, you have 14 chapters. Now, I told you tomorrow you have the entire day, and post that 4 more days if you spend. The way you are supposed to be looking at it is like this. Every day, you need to spend 1 hour on one chapter only on theory. And remaining 3 hours, you only have to go and do questions. Don't try to understand the concept. And don't try to even, do that 1 + 1 = 2 and all. Just see, am I know the flow of it? Try to understand what are they asking. Don't jump into the answer. Right? Always when you're practicing, write down what all is given. What is the formula that they're expecting? If you achieve both, what all is required for the formula? Did I calculate through the working note? That means you can do more questions. The more you do, it's not that the same question will come, but a similar question will come. Right? I have covered all the direct questions and also certain things which are complicated. Now, whatever I have done in the class, if you are conceptually strong with it, trust me, you can score easily around 60 plus. That is, you should know how to apply, because it's going to be a combination of 1 or 2 questions coming into the third question. But if you go and check all the paper, everything what I have done in the class, if you are very thorough with it, you can easily score a 60 plus. Now, like I said, I don't expect you guys to be so smart at it, but at least I expect you guys to say, guys, okay, I know what am I looking in the paper. First thing, like I said, theory. Then I'll go chapter by chapter, which is my strength. Standard costing, more or less, if I can get it. Right? Absorption or ABC. Now I'll do ABC. One of them is easy to score. People don't do it because they find the question reading difficult. Overheads, yesterday, are you guys clear with it? So today we'll do the ABC and you will do the combination of. Trust me, one of these two will come. Marginal costing might be easy or might be difficult. Might be extremely easy or might be extremely difficult. Easy comes, luck favored you. Then let's look into the process costing. There are 3 kinds of questions you can expect. Process, equivalent production, joint products. Trust me, even if you spend 1 day on doing all the different examination questions, these 3 questions are easy category for me. If you just look into it, question pattern keeps getting repeated. Joint cost, process, weighted average. Something small twist will be there in every question, but if you just get the twist right, you will get the entire question without any hassle. If not, if you can do that, 40 you are done only with these 4 chapters. Theory, standard costing, overheads ABC, and your process joint product. That if I am clear with it, then it will become more smaller chapters. Material labor, 10 marks. Okay. Now, I assume that both becomes difficult, boss. I'll write the formula, get out and come. Try to please plan your examination. Not if everyone could have predicted the paper I've been telling in the class, I would have been God. Right? The only way is that we need to be smarter enough in the examination. What should I do? What should I not do? When you are that's why I was telling you again and again during the class that not knowing sometimes is good for us. Because you definitely will not do 2 questions. You have enough time to do 8 questions. Knowing everything, sometimes you'll end up screwing up because you don't know what has to be done. That's where I always left 1 or 2 chapters just for my satisfaction that boss, anyway, I have prepared only for 90 marks. I'll go and write it for 70-80 marks. Right? First thing, clear theory, I'll write it so well. 14 marks, right? I'll spend half an hour, write properly all the theory. Then I'll come to the next question. Let's say overheads or ABC costing takes 20 minutes. I'll take 30 minutes. I'm least bothered about it. Then standard costing. Okay, 30 more minutes. boss, I'm done with 40 marks of the paper. Now I'll up my pace. Right? These are things, that's why you need to practice writing paper, or you have to be mentally, see, there are two ways to prepare for your exam. Either you keep practicing again and again, or other part of it, you mentally visualize how the paper would be, see the paper. When you see the question paper, sit for 10 minutes and visualize what all can come, what all cannot come. Keep doing this with 3-4 papers. When you see the paper, you'll be extremely clear that what you want to attend. If you go in with an order of doing it, trust me, you will screw up your entire exam. And again, I'm telling you, knowledge and exam clearing are two different things. You need to be clear for examination clearing. This is what he'll ask, this is what I'll do. After that, you will do knowledge and all, that's okay. After exam, trust me, you'll not even touch the book. Right? So let's just focus on the other two chapters, and what I'll do is I'll try to do other questions which were of a little difficult category. Like one-off question, hardly it has come, but whenever it has come, people have found the paper to be difficult. I'm covering those questions, and after that what I'll do is I'll just run you through certain papers. Just we'll read entire question. We are not going to run what is the chapter or other part of it. We'll run through the question. I'll tell you what steps am I going to be following for solving it, so that you guys can follow that format. Then we'll run through the solution. Are we on the right track with regards to it? So that will give you guys enough boost to clear your exams. But please make sure, like I said, every theory that I've given it to you guys in the marathon notes, please don't skip any of it. If you go and read any of your past paper questions, more or less 3 questions have come from it. One question has always been missing. I can't help on it because I can't cover everything. This is not my full-fledged class. So one more little bit general knowledge, you write it. All the questions, like I said, once you're done with the marathon thing, make sure you do the study material questions. Then come to the past year paper questions, right? Because past year major question patterns, I've covered it already, right? So good morning, everyone. So let's start the next topic called ABC costing. Now, what do we do in overheads chapter, right? The chapter of overheads is called as absorption costing. The chapter of overheads is called as what? Absorption costing. What is absorption costing? What we are doing, if you see, we had a budgeted overheads divided by my budgeted base. I got overhead absorption rate. This overhead absorption rate I multiplied with actual base. It could have been machine hours, labor hours, or other thing. Then I found out what is the actual overheads absorbed for a particular product. Now, what activity based costing is saying is, we'll do the first step, that is try to find out the total cost or indirect expenses. But instead of trying to do it under cost centers, we do under something called as cost pools. What do we do? Now, what is this cost pool? Just to understand the logic, this chapter then becomes extremely easier. What is a cost pool is, let's say for an example, this room electricity bill, right? When do you think the electricity bill will change of this classroom? When do you think the classroom electricity bill will change? Depending on the number of classes held. It is not gonna happen irrespective of what you say. Whether the class is happening or not, the bill is not going to be stagnant. It is going to be dependent on the number of hours the classroom is or the classes are held, right? Let's say the telecaller, right? How do you think that is he a direct cost or an indirect cost? Telecaller. Support system. Indirect, right? Now, do you think it is better to divide it based on the subjects, the cost of the telecaller? Or is it better to do it on a per student basis? Or is it better to divide it on a per enquiry basis? Per enquiry is reasonable, right? So what did we do in the overheads chapter is, we were taking the total cost and a total indirect cost, We are just taking it based on machine hour, labor hour. Now what they are telling, in the total indirect expense, try to find activity pools. That means what is that which is driving the cost. Let's say for an example, whenever the classrooms are happening, AC, electricity, internet bill will be high. So all of this AC, electricity bill, internet, put it under the classroom hours. Rent, whether classroom is happening or not, you have to pay. Divide it based on the space. If there are no calls, no work for the customer support. So that means their salary, the office rent, all of it, put it based on the number of calls received. So the same indirect expenses that we had, instead of trying to divide between just machine hour or labor hour, this entire cost we are going to be dividing into multiple cost pools. And we will try to identify which is the driver of those cost pools. So then we will divide the total cost divided by the cost pool. That will become the cost per activity. Cost per activity. Then if I want to find out the cost per product, if I have to find out what? Cost per product, I'll try to find how much activity does this product take. Then you will multiply, that's all is the cost per product. So the difference there is, understand, absorption costing, you're going to be doing what? Total of all the cost and then dividing between machine hour, labor hour. If you remember, total of product production department divide by the number of labor hours, machine hours or anything. Whereas when we are doing the activity, remember, we are going to divide between different pools and then we are going to be looking into. So first thing what I'll do, I'll directly jump into a question. If you have understood this, so that comparison becomes easier, then I'll do the theory and then we'll do one full-fledged problem, which is having a comparison between the absorption costing and the variable, ABC costing. If they ask you just ABC costing, it's a 5 mark. If they ask you overheads plus absorption, that's going to be a 10 mark question. So most of the papers either have just an ABC or a comparison between two or an overheads chapter. That's why I said read both the chapters together. It's not standalone chapters for the examination. Are you clear? See, this is what I told you. My total overhead cost, I'm going to be dividing between cost pools. Then either I'll try to divide it either at unit level, batch level, product level or the facility level. Then I'll try to identify what are the drivers for each level. Then I'll try to find the driver rate. So now let me try to look into this example. Come to this question. ABC Limited manufactures two types of machinery equipment, Y and Z, and applies or absorb overheads based on, ABC Limited manufactures two types of machinery equipment, Y and Z, and applies or absorb overheads on the basis of direct labor hours. What does this mean? So denominator, my budgeted basis what? Labor hours, right? The budgeted overheads and direct labor hours of December are 12,42,000 and 20,000 hours respectively. So can I find out what is the absorption rate? Absorption rate, that is 12,42,500 divided by 20,000, 62.125. Clear with this? Now the information about company's product is as follows. Direct production volume 2,500 units, 31250 per unit. Labor cost 300, material cost 300, 450. Y 3 hours at 150, 450. Z 4 hours, 150, 600. How do you find the total cost of the product? Can I say 300 plus 450 plus how many hours of labor for Y? 3 hours. And what was my rate per hour? Overhead absorption rate? 62.12. 5. How much? Same thing that I am doing with Y. Which method is this? Absorption costing. Are we clear with this? Any doubt? Now let's look into how the ABC costing will work. Now what they're saying is ABC Limited overhead of 12 lakh 40 to 500 can be identified into 3 major activities. So remember the theory what I told. You are going to have the total overheads. Instead of doing under one base, I'm going to be dividing into different cost pools. Different cost pools. Now, the 3 major activities that they're saying is order processing 2.1 lakh, machine processing 8.75 lakh, and product inspection 1,57,500, right? Once in a while or in the examination, I would always prefer you guys to just do the total and check is it matching with this. Matching? So that means the theory works good. Now what did I say next? Whatever is the cost pool, I have to find the driver of that particular cost pool and we'll try to see what all information do I have. Order processing 2.1, machine processing 8.75, product inspection 157. These activities are driven by the number of orders processed, machine hours worked, and now orders processed. How many orders did you process? What is my total? 2,10,000 divided by 600. 350. What about this guy? Machine processing 17 point. Last one. How much? So 350, 17.5 and 10.5. Now tell me, is it per unit that it is taking or is it taking for the budgeted units? Read the question. This is overhead for what? For the entire budget. Remember, the overhead was for the entire budget. You are dividing this with this, right? Then how can that be per unit? This is going to be per order, per machine hour, per inspection hour. Are you clear? Now, see here, what are they saying? Assume that if the budgeted manufacturing volume is achieved. Manufacturing, that means I will be trying to find out the total cost of 2,500 and 3,125 units. So let's come back. See here. This one did we get? This one did first day of the class. This is my last topic. That's the reason. Yeah. So see here. So order processing. Now let's try to look into it. How does it work? Go for the total order cost, right? Material cost per unit I know. Labor cost I know. So this is gonna be my prime cost. No problem with it. Now because I know the cost per order, you don't know per unit how many orders it will take. So what I will do, I will try to find the total cost of a particular product and then divide by the number of units. Total ordering cost I'll find and divide by the total number of orders or total number of number of units produced. Don't you get per unit how much it will take? So see here, I am spending 350 per order, correct? This guy is taking what? 350 orders. So do 350 into 3 1 lakh 22,500. And what about the second guy? 350 into 250. Same thing. Let's come to the machine processing. How much did we get machine processing as? 17.5. And our processing is 23,000 hours. 4,02,000, and the other one will be 4,72,500. What about inspection? What was my cost? 10.5. So multiply 10.5 with 4,000, 42, and 10.5 into 11,000. Okay. Can I say this is my total overhead cost for Y? And this is going to be my total overhead cost for equipment Z, right? But how many units of Y and Z are you planning to produce? If I know the total, if I know number of units, can I find the cost per unit? Right? So that's going to be the next step, where I'll get my per unit cost. Done? Now, can I find my total cost? The total cost will become, can I say prime cost plus overheads cost? Done. Now, what is the fourth question or the third question that they're asking is, compare what is the overhead cost as per absorption costing as per the marginal costing. So see here, if I use direct labor hours, it's coming to 936. This is coming to 97. Just compare the overhead cost. Now, practical question. Now, why does Y have a lower cost in the absorption costing? Has a lower cost in the absorption costing is because it has a lower volume. Because you're doing based on the machine hours and other part of it, it has a lower volume. That's why you're getting a difference in the negative. Whereas Z is having higher labor hour consumption. That's why the cost is going high. This carries 1 mark if you write your explanation finally. So basically just check lower volume or higher volume and just write it around. Clear with absorption ABC costing? Is it easy? Please don't miss the overheads chapter. Again and again I'm saying you will definitely get overheads chapter. When I say overheads, absorption and the combination of both. Please, lot of students don't attempt it. Because absorption cost, most of them don't do ABC costing. I don't know for what joy, even I did not understand as a student. But I'm saying ABC, to be very honest, is very easy compared to overheads chapter also. So please don't skip the chapter, right? When you go back also in the examination, check directly where is ABC or absorption overhead costing coming in. It will take time. It will definitely take time. But worth that 30 minutes because you will get 10 marks for sure. Right? So clear with this? So I have given the theory of whatever I have explained. So you can read it back. We'll try to look at one more question. This is a 5-mark question which came in exam. Let's try to look into it. Good morning, Nivedita. Good morning, Elmurga. Right? Let's start looking into this question. I think this was 2023 paper, I guess. Right? Beta Limited produces 50,000 units, 45 and 60,000 units of product A, B and C respectively. So which are the 3 products we have given? A, B, C. At present, the company follows and absorbs based on, we are pro at it now, do the total of budgeted overheads divided by, what is my budgeted base? Labor hours. Now the company wants to adopt ABC. Now for that they have given the following information of Beta Limited is given. Floor space occupied, direct labors, machine hours and power consumption. I don't care about it. Labor hours is required for me for the total I have to do and find out the right. But there is now look into it. Calculate overhead rate per laborer under absorption costing. You know what most of the students did in this question? Just guess what they would have done. So first thing they would have, most of them did was they have seen this directly apportionment, they do it. Did they ask you for apportionment? What have they asked you? They have clearly said calculate overhead rate per hour under absorption costing. And I told you yesterday when I was doing overheads chapter, they will directly ask you only one step. You don't have to do everything. Read that question carefully. What did they say in this question? They want the overheads to be absorbed based on labor hour. So I only have to do the total and divide by the total of labor hours. Because we don't read the question, we are habituated of doing allocation. Lot of students in that paper I saw were doing only this. Allocation, oh, I don't know what to do next because I am stuck with it. Boss, it does not even matter. Are you clear? So first thing, let's just look into it. See here, overhead absorption, total overheads divided by my labor hour, which is coming to 150 per hour. 2 marks for this. Now, they are asking you calculate the overhead cost per unit ABC as per activity based costing. As per. Now we'll try to see what activity can we relate to each of them. What activity can we relate to each of them? Now I have only this data, so I need to play around with it. Rent. What would be the better way? So rent, I'll divide based on floor space. Sir, I did in absorption costing also same. Here also the same. Boss, does not matter. Because I only have to find the way to divide it, which has to be reasonable. Just because I'm doing that does not mean that I don't have to follow the same thing. Right? Let's come to the second thing. Electricity. Power consumption, indirect labor, maybe labor hours, repairs and maintenance, machine hours. Just do the division, then divide by the number of units, you get the cost per unit. Ten-mark question. It was your paper. These are all exam questions only. Yeah, everything is an exam question what I'm doing. Oh, you missed the first part of the today's topic. That's what I was telling. There are going to be in paper few direct questions. Where students fail again and again, I'm repeating this, because one, they don't complete all the chapters. Any chapter you skip, don't miss the application questions of the chapters. You will get 2 or 3 direct questions. That is what will help you to push your score to 40. After that, it's your intelligent or maybe more questions that you do, which will push you to 60. Then it's your hard work, which will push you to 100 or 80. Getting 60 does not require too much of effort. Again and again, I'm saying. But getting 60 plus, it requires a little bit more, because either your intellect should come in or you should practice more questions. One of it, I remember one of my classmate, I was there, and one thing I really admired about that guy was, he was clear that he is not smart. He had made up his mind that, boss, I'm not smart. I can't answer the questions the way you are doing or other part. So what he did, he went through and did every single problem. I'm saying every single problem that you can think of, right? He got a rank, I think he got 8th rank or 9th rank, I guess, in intermediate. But I'm saying he was clear that, boss, I cannot remember. I'll do all the questions whichever way comes in. Yes, morning till night he'll only be doing questions. We are like, what you'll do? Why are you spending so? He's like, boss, I can't answer questions to it. I know I don't want to take risk, right? Or you can work on the smarter way. No, like whatever concepts we are doing, then you can get into the application mode. Depending on what are you good at. Costing, if you read the question carefully, trust me, getting 60 is easy. People or students don't know how to read question. Again and again I'm saying they don't know how to read a question. Example was the last one I told you. Right? Let's read this question and try to understand. It's a 10-mark question, and now since you know both the topics, let's see how much you will find it easy, and it's a 10-mark exam question. Shall we start? You guys want to read once and then I'll read it, because if I read it then I'll get the answer straight away. So you guys read it. I'll give you guys 2 minutes time. Okay, shall we read the question now? Bopanna is producing 3 products ZRT using the same plant and process. Production quantity they have given, cost, direct material, direct labor given. Budgeted labor, direct labor rate was 40 per hour. What does this mean? It's my overhead absorption rate. The production overheads shown in the table below were absorbed based on direct labor hour rates. Company followed absorption costing method. However, the company is now considering ABC. They have given you the budgeted overheads, right? Now, if you look into it, what was the difference between last question and this question? Last question, they had directly given you the total budgeted overheads and they gave you the number of hours. In this question, they have not told you what is the total budgeted overheads. What is your total budgeted overheads? Can I say sum total of this? 8 lakhs. And they are telling you, if we know the formula, what is the formula? Budgeted overheads divided by budgeted labor hours is equal to budgeted rate or overhead absorption rate. Now in this question, I know budgeted overheads 8 lakh. Do you know budgeted labor hours? Do you know the budgeted rate? Can you find the budgeted labor hours then? 20,000. One more thing that you are supposed to understand. Your number of, sorry, I did one mistake, one part of it. That's not the overhead absorption rate, that's the budgeted labor rate only. They listen to it. My labor rate is what? 80 per hour. Sorry, 80 what you're paying per unit. You are paying 40 per hour. That means for Z, how many hours are you taking? 2. For R, you are taking what? 3.75, and this guy is 5. Now, how many units is this guy doing? So 2 into 6. 3.75 into 7,200. 20. 5 into 9840. 40. Right? Now let's try to look into it. What all do I have? My direct labor hours is 40, 80, 20, and we got this value. So we got the total of labor hours. I found out my budgeted is 8 lakh divided by 88,200, which is giving me 9 per labor hour. 9 per labor hour. Sorry, that's the budgeted labor rate only that given. I had. So clear with it. Now once I know, can I find out the cost as per absorption costing? Everything you'll just multiply with 2 into whatever is there. 2, 3.75 and 5. You'll end up getting this. This is 5 marks. Understood? Now let's come to the next part. ABC costing. What do you do under ABC costing? according to the activity drivers. Now, what is the activity driver for material procurement? 2.5, and number of orders was 30 units for each product. So, what will be the cost per activity driver? 10,333. Okay, 833. What did you do? Everyone did 2.5 by 30. Okay. For each product, guys, listen to it. That's where again I'm saying read the question carefully. They're telling for each product, right? Now let's look into this. Now for the material procurement, so which all activities do I have? Material procurement, setup, quality control, and the maintenance. So let's just first read the question, then we can look into the solution. Setup cost, they are saying number of production runs. Number of production runs. All three products are produced in the production run of 50 units. Wait, what does this mean? What does this mean? Now, when I'm trying to say Z requires 6,000 units, and this will be applicable for all the things, listen to it. When I say Z is 6,000 units, when they're saying number of orders was 30 units in each product, that means every time he's placing an order, he's placing for 30 units. So 6,000 divided by 30 will be what? 200 orders. Now when I say for all three products are produced in production runs of 50 units, 60,000 divided by 50, that will be the production run for Z. Same way you will do for R, same way you are going to do for P. Clear? So please don't do that mistake just because you saw 30. That's where they've given you that statement. They're telling was 30 units each product. So now look into the solution. See here, this guy now 6,000. You're placing an order for what? 30. So this guy is 200. For R, it will be 240. For P, it will be 328. Total, how many orders? So you will do 250 divided by 768. Cost per activity driver is understood the difference between the question reading? Question is still easy. Again and again I'm saying, please read it carefully. Don't hurry up reading a question. It's just preparing for yourself and you should be able to get it right. Next one. So tell me for the quality control. Do it yourself for the quality control. Guys, do it for the production. 217. You didn't get 216 point. Okay. What are they telling? Where do they give details about the production run? Here. 6,000 units. Per unit you are doing 50. How many production runs? 1, 20. For R, 1. For 40, 144. And the last one? 196 point. Correct, no? So I have to just divide it based on production runs and all can't be in points. You will not stop a machine in between. It has to complete, right? Divided by 461, it came to 217. Understood? Last one, do it for the maintenance. How much did you get? 4,000, 2,000 and 10,000, is it? Done with all. Now let's come to the activity level. Now what did I say activity level you're going to be doing? You're going to be charging it on the per unit because we are trying to do per product. Direct material, you know, direct labor, you know. Material procurement was what? Correct? 325. And you're placing how much for a particular thing? How many did we do with regards to the product? Number of orders was 200, right? So 325 into 200 divided by the 6,000 units. So you get the total. So you are spending same thing, look into it, 325 per machine procurement, that's the order. You are doing in a year 200 orders, 325 into 200 divided by the number of units. Are you clear with this? This question is the one which is repeatedly coming. I am saying similar kind of question, not the same question. Similar kind of question is what has been coming again and again. Students don't attempt it, I don't know why. That last activity driver, just be little careful when you are reading it. Don't just jump in because it's only got to do with English. Then after that it's only about division. We are done with ABC costing. Any doubt with this? Right? I've covered all the questions which comes in the examination. Madam. So we are going to be doing, I'm going to be done with budgeting in next 1 hour. After that, we are just going to be doing previous year paper questions. That's left to you guys whether you want to attend or not. No, I am telling. I told this yesterday also, no? Same thing only I told. We are not changing colors. Guys, clear with the ABC costing? Please again repeatedly telling, don't mess it up with this chapter. Because when you see last any number of paper, one of these 3 questions have come in. I am saying easy 10 marks. And because overheads is one of the chapters, see students, I'll tell you what all chapters they miss. They miss overheads. That too overheads, they'll read till the reapportionment stage. And then post that they'll skip it off. So if you get that in your attempt, good for you. Otherwise, you're screwed up. Most of them skip ABC. They skip integrated, non-integrated. They skip budgeting. Right? Now, this is all done. Then equivalent production, they skip. Now, if you see, if any paper these things come, suddenly paper will start looking difficult. I am telling, let it come. But out of this 5, even if I can attempt 2, I am not saying I want to attempt 5. Please understand this. I am not looking at attempting 5. I am only looking at attempting 2 properly. But I don't know which 2 will be easy. Out of this 5, I don't know which 2 will be easy. I am just trying to make sure one of them is done. Then standard costing, boss, nothing happens. Formula is there to save me. Yesterday also when we did formula based questions. I said nothing happens. Few of it you can at least attempt and go 50%. Marginal costing, nothing happens, 50%. Process costing, nothing happens, you can do 50%. right? But if any of this topic, what I told you, standard, marginal, material, process, if it becomes easy, was 10 marks. If it becomes difficult also, I'm okay to get 5. Where students are betting is that this topic, what I told you for, is going to become easy. I've done everything, but the moment that gets difficult, that is screwed up. This 5 is also screwed up. That is why people are not clearing the exams. You need to be clear with the way you approach the paper. Again and again, I'm saying you need to divide it into brackets and try to just go in with that approach. Boss, I know this question, 10 is what I'm expecting. Like I said, it's only the 2 questions I'm searching for, which is that 8 marks, 10 marks, which I have to get it right. Take all the time in the world, practice it properly, and you will come out. I'm telling you, if you do whatever I've told, if you get less than 60, and I'm challenging it to you guys, there is no way you'll get less than 60. Right? And when you see the papers now, you'll see it's like, yeah, what he said makes sense. That the 2 questions what I'm looking at is, and we'll only search for those 2 questions from the paper when we are going to be looking into it. Right? We'll do the last topic, which is budgeting. Now, budgeting, there is, which was the chapter, budgeting, no? Okay. Now, what do you get in the budgeting chapter? Now, budgeting chapter has 2 kinds of questions that you get for examination. One is theory for 5 marks, or you will get a 5-mark question or an 8-mark question. Is budgeting something which appears in the examination every attempt? The answer is yes, but not sure. It's going to be a question. Not sure. It's going to be a practical question. But budget as such, if you go and check last 30 years paper, every paper there is a budget question. But 5 marks, 8 marks, theory or practical, that you're not sure, but 1 question is definitely going to come. I have covered all the major questions which are going to come in. What I would suggest you guys to do is, after your chapters are done, like whatever you have done from the notes that I have given, what I would want you guys to do is 2 things for theory. 1, go back to all the previous year paper questions, check all the theory questions. Have I covered everything in that? If not, whichever is missing, read that answers. First part. Second, go to the study material. Study material behind there are theory questions. Make sure that have I covered everything in the notes. If not, read that. Second, once both are done properly, what you are supposed to do is just run through the entire chapter like a newspaper. I know this. What is required is, if they give you some question on that, some story to write. I'm not expecting you to memorize or do anything. They give you some story, some question. I have to know which chapter is it, what are they talking, so that I can write 1 or 2 lines on it. Why? I don't want. I at least want. The 1 mark has a difference between 3940, 4950, 5960. Sometimes it will even push you that 1 mark from 35 to 40. Right? You need those smaller 1 marks to push your score. And don't take it lightheartedly with regards to all of this, because this is the one which will help me to cross my aggregates. People who are all scoring, I'm telling you, 180 plus, or let's say when you're talking of 3 papers, you're scoring of 130 to 140 or 150. This is the common problem they do. It is not that you're not knowledgeable. It is not that you don't know where to squeeze the 2-3 marks on. I am telling you, if I'm the best guy, I have no problem. 200, 240. I'm the worst guy, less than 100. No problem. In between, guys, you need to be little smarter. Right? Last chapter is the budgeting. So I'm not doing unit and batch costing. I told you guys earlier also, something that you can read it yourself. Now, in budgeting, what are the things that is there from the questions per se, right? 1, there is a theory portion, like I covered. Second part of it, you have 2 kinds of questions that you get. One is called fixed budget. Second one is called as production master budget, right? Or we call it as functional budgets. Now, what is this production budget and fixed and flexible budget? We'll first do fixed and flexible budget, which is the most easiest. This question is again got to do with English, not with what I teach. Concept is very, very simple, and it is only got to do with English. Please listen to the next 2 minutes. You will be done with flexible budget chapter. Now, what is a fixed budget? Let's assume that I wanted to produce 100 units. 100 units, material cost was 1 lakh. 100 units, material cost was 1 lakh. I actually produced only 50 units. I actually produced what? I spent 70,000. I spent what? What does fixed budget says? What was your original plan to spend? How much did you spend? Boss, you have saved 30,000. What is fixed budget is saying? Originally, what did you plan to spend? How much did you actually spend? 70. Therefore, you saved. That is what fixed budget is. What flexible budget says is, boss, you are spending 70,000 fine, but it is not for 100 units. It is for 50 units. So that means the budget I've done for 100 units 1 lakh, I need to change it. I need to change it for 50 units. If 100 units cost 1 lakh, for 50 units it will cost 50,000. Now check with your actuals. Now check with your actuals. What did you do with the actuals now? You have spent additionally 20,000. This is what is flexible budget. Chapter is that's all. Now we'll go further to chapter 1. In chapter 1, we learnt about fixed cost, variable cost, semi-variable cost. Now what is fixed cost? What is fixed cost? No change irrespective of the activity level. What is variable cost? What is semi-variable cost? It has a component of both fixed and variable. How do you classify semi-variable cost into fixed and variable? Wait, these things are all basic. You should know even in your dreams. Change in the total cost divided by the change in the total activity level. Change in total cost divided by change in the activity level. That is my variable cost per unit. Once you get variable cost per unit, you will multiply with number of units. You get the total variable cost. Total cost minus total variable cost. You will get the total fixed. Now, why did we talk about this now? Why did we talk about this now? Now, in the budgets, you will have all the costs fixed, variable, semi-variable. I need to change from 100 units to 50 units. I need to change from what? 100 units to 50 units. When I'm doing that, I'm gonna keep the fixed cost as it is. I'm gonna be changing the variable cost based on the activity level. I'm gonna be changing the semi-variable cost into fixed and variable portion. Fixed portion I'll keep it as it is. Variable portion I'm going to change it. Now you do this and then compare it with the actual. That is called as flexible budget. Understood? Concept is easy. Anything on the concept you have a doubt? Online folks, concepts, are you fine with it? Can we apply it to the question and check? So again repeating, what are we doing in a flexible budget? I'll have a budget, original budget. I'll change it to the actual activity level. When I'm changing it to the actual activity level, 3 things to keep in mind. Fixed cost, keep it as it is. Variable cost, change it as per the activity level. Semi-variable cost, you divide it into fixed and variable. Fixed component, keep it as it is. Variable cost, change it to the activity level. Then you compare it with, what is your third step? Compare it with the actuals. Are you clear? Are you clear? Right? They've asked this theory questions and all. Essentials of preparing a budget. What is budgetary control? What is feedback and feed forward? Limitations of budgetary system. This they have asked it so many times. What is budgets manual and contents of budgets manual? Then different kinds of budgets. What is there? Fixed and flexible budget. They have asked you. So I've given all the theory. There is one more question called what is zero-based budgeting. I don't know whether I've given. I think it's there in the theory. I've given it. Okay. Shall we read the question? Action plan. Manufacturers normally produce 8,000 units of their product in a month in their machine shop. For the month of January, they had planned a production of 10,000 units. So what is planned production? 10,000 units. Owing to a sudden cancellation in the middle of January, they could produce only 6,000 units. This is my actual. Indirect manufacturing units are carefully planned and monitored in the machinery shop, and the foreman of the shop is paid 10% of the savings as. So he's getting 10% of the saving in bonus. Indirect, when in any month the indirect manufacturing cost incurred is less than the budget. So what is saying, whatever you have planned and the budget, if you are doing a saving, whatever you are saving, in that you have to get what? 10%. Everyone understood this? The foreman has put to the claim that he is supposed to get a bonus of 88.5. The workers wonder how anyone can claim a bonus when the company has lost a sizable contract. The relevant figures are given below. Expenses for normal month, expenses for January, actual costs in January. Do you agree with the works manager? Is the foreman entitled to any bonus in the performance in January? Substantiate your bonus with. Now, what were your expenses? Look into it. The company normally produces 8,000 units a month. That means expenses for a normal month is for how many units? 8,000. Planned for January, 10,000. Actual cost. First thing, since I am doing flexible budget, what do I check? Fixed, variable, semi-variable. How do you find whether it's a fixed? Right? So we'll check which all is remain the same. Can categorize them as fixed. Salary. Then which all is variable? How do you find which all is variable? Cost per unit will be the same, right? So 720 divided by 800 or 8,000. So 720 divided by 8,000 multiply by 10,000, you should get this value. If you get that, that means you are that's a variable cost. So check for everything. I think so. I don't know. I'm not doing any calculation. I'm just guessing it because of the numbers. Bharti, we are doing questions for each kind of budget. So I wrote semi-variable only, no? If when you do cost per unit, listen to it. How do I classify something as semi-variable? So to say something to be semi-variable, it should not be fixed cost. Both of them should be different, right? Second, per unit cost should be different again. So if it is neither fixed nor variable, then we call it as semi-variable cost. If the cost per unit, if the total cost is not same, then it's not fixed cost. If cost per unit is not same, then it's not variable cost. Then if it's in between, then we call it a semi-variable. Are you clear? Now, what is the next step that I have to do? Once I found out fixed, variable, semi-variable, what is the next thing that I have to do? I have to convert this budget for actual units of 6,000. Are you clear? Now, see here. Fixed will remain the same. So, same step you can do for variable. Look into it. For variable, I did 720, 8,000, 10,000, 6,000, right? 720 divided by 8,000 multiplied by 6,000. Or if you want, you can do like this, 720 divided by 8,000. How much do you get per unit? 0. Multiply with 6. Next one. Indirect, we found out as variable. That was what? 800 divided by 8,000, which is 0.1. Multiply with 600. Semi-variable, how did you do? I told you, do change in the total cost divided by change in the total volume. Change in total cost is what? 650 minus 600 divided by 10,000 minus, which is 50 divided by 2,000. How much does it come to? 0.25. Okay. For 6, now if you know it is 0.025, applied for 10,000 units. 250. This is my total variable cost. What will be my total fixed cost? What is my total cost? 650. So 650 minus 250 will give me the total fixed cost of 400. Now I have to do for how many units? 6,000 units. So if I have to do for 6,000 units, my total fixed cost will remain 400. Total variable cost will become 6,000 into 0.025, which comes to 550. So where is this? Yeah. Like this, you're going to be doing for everything. After you're done, you're going to compare expense with this, find out the difference. Understood flexible budget? Easy. Right? Anyone, any issue with flexible budget? Done? Okay. The working notes are there. Okay. Try this out. I'll give you guys 5 minutes. Try this question out. If you have understood, just application question, try this out. Guys, shall we, online, did you guys get your answers? Shall we, easy? Now everything is easy only. Huh? After this, when we come back, I'll tell you how do we prepare in the exam hall, right? Because this is bound to happen. I'm not expecting you guys to be at our level, but at least I know what will happen out there. I'll give you all the tricks, how to break it, so that, like I said, we should be able to get 60 plus. That's the target. SP Limited has prepared budget for the coming year for the products. They've given two products. After some marketing efforts, product A and B can be increased by 1500 and 500 respectively. But for this purpose, variable and fixed overheads will be increased by 5 and respectively for both the products. Prepare without before the marketing budget, after marketing budget. I think pretty straightforward question. You have your sales value, raw material cost with as it is when you take it, that will be before. After marketing efforts, you just increase both of your cost. Done. Look into it. This is a 10-mark question. This is a combination of fixed cost and flexible budget and the marginal costing. Just if you, where will this question has a impact? If you understand it, it's actually coming from overheads chapter, not budgeting chapter. There is one component of overheads which will come and sit here, which will make this question complicated. Otherwise, it's a very, very simple question. And that is here. Why? Fixed budgeted overheads, they are doing for how many items? That means 25 lakhs. This will remain as it is. Now in this, what are they saying? 20%, 5 will become this one 60. That's all it is. If you get this right, 10 marks, this is a lottery. 90% of the students I've seen, they've just taken it into 60, 40. They've got only 3 marks. What was a potential 10-mark question? This is the only concept I wanted to read. First, read the question. I'll then run through the solution. 2020 would have been COVID batch, Noda. After the 3 years, what did you do? CMA. Now, you can't claim the exemption also because it's 4 years done. Read the question, right? Now see here, fixed production overheads, like I told you, it's 25 per unit. So you're going to be taking with for the original production, that's going to become 25 lakh. In selling and distribution overheads, they said 25 lakh, 20% is fixed, that will be 5 lakh rupee, and therefore the variable component will be 2 lakh. Now look into it, 2 lakh divided by 1 lakh will be 20 per unit. I actually don't even do this. What I do is 25 is there, 20% is fixed, that means 80% is variable. So 20 is variable cost per unit, 20 is 5 into 1 lakh, 5 lakh will be my fixed cost. Then after this, now it is pretty straightforward. You just multiply with the number of units, that is 60,000 and 75,000. What is PV ratio? Contribution upon sales. So how do you do it when you have to show the contribution? Sales minus variable, then the fixed cost component. Are you clear? Lottery 10-mark question, if you ask me. And just because people don't understand overheads chapter, they screw this up. Clear? So I've covered all the cases of fixed and flexible overheads. Any doubt with this? Okay. The next kind of budget question that you're gonna get. If you went to restroom or call. I'm doing the next topic. That's where I'm. Restroom only. Okay, we'll just wait. Okay, now see here. We did this one capacity wise, we covered. We are going to be doing the function wise, right? All these budgets put together is called as master budget. So master budget is an overview of all the budgets. So basically you will have a P&L account, balance sheet. When you are doing a P&L account, where is the sound? You should not pick. I'm using this. So we are going to be looking into the overall budgets. Master budget is anyway not part of your syllabus. Period wise short term current is also not there. Now function budget, just understand the logic of it. Again, this has got to do with English. Once you understand the format, it's only got to do with English. I have nothing to teach there. What is the first stage of making a budget? First step of making a budget. Thank you. I need to know what is the expected revenue. Once I know the expected revenue, if I know the selling price per unit, can I know how many units I am planning to sell? That is my sales budget. Now, once I know number of units that I need to sell, do I know how many units to produce? How will you find out how many units to produce? You would have last year opening stock. Last year opening stock plus the purchases, or let's say the number of units to be produced, minus closing stock will be the number of units sold. In this question, you know opening stock, you know closing stock, you know the number of units sold, to be sold. Can you find out the number of units produced? So that means the sales plus opening stock minus the closing stock will give you the number of units to be produced. That is called as production budget. Now, once I know the number of units to be produced, to produce that units, you will require raw material, labor, overheads. Let's assume to produce 100 units, I require raw material A and B in the ratio of 3:4. To produce 100 units, I require raw materials what? A and B in what ratio? So how much A do I require? Sorry, 3:4 will become 3:2 will do. Numerical easy. I require for 100 units, I require raw materials A and B in the ratio of 3:2. So how much do you require? 60/40. Now, next one, how much of raw material A should you purchase then? I require 60. I will check the opening stock. I'll check the closing stock. So that means I'll add back the closing, reduce the opening. I'll end up getting the number of units to be purchased. Once I know the number of units to be purchased, multiply with your budgeted purchase price. That is called as purchase budget. Now, to produce 100 units, I'll repeat this again. To produce 100 units, let's say you require two kinds of labor, A and B, in the ratio of 6:4. How much A do you require? How much B you require? What will be your labor budget? Add your opening stock. Labor, how do you store it? Labor does not have opening and closing. Whatever number of hours required, that's all is the labor budget. Labor cannot be stored. We are not a battery to store it. You work, you get an output. He's thinking storing labor. No. So labor, don't do any opening, closing and all. Whatever, let's say 60 hours are required, 60 hours into rate per unit will become the labor budget. Are you clear? That's all is the functional budget. I'm repeating again. What did I say? We are going to start with sales. From the sales, what do I do? Find out the number of units sold. From the number of units sold, I will try to find out the number of units produced. How do I find the number of units produced? Add the closing stock minus the opening stock, because opening stock plus production minus closing stock is equal to units sold. So I just move the other way around. Therefore, units sold plus closing stock minus opening stock will be the number of units to be produced. Done. Once I know the number of units to be produced, what do I do? Raw materials to be purchased. Let's assume A and B. So I divide it based on that ratio. Then raw material, what I'll do? Add the closing stock minus the opening stock. You will get the number of units to be purchased. In this, you will multiply the purchase price. That becomes my raw material, or let's say purchase budget. Labor, what do you do? Whatever units I get here, multiply with the hourly rate. Understood till here? Pakka. So we can directly get into question. I've covered all the concepts. So now I'm telling you it's only English from now on. So try to let's understand the question. A company, a single product company estimated its quarter wise sales for the next year as under: quarter 1 30,000, quarter 2 37,500, quarter 3 41,250 and 45,000. So this is the total number of sales that I am expecting. The opening stock of finished goods is 6,000. The company expects to maintain the closing stock of finished goods at 1 2. So can I find out the number of units to be produced during the year? How do you do it? Add to the sales value. What is the total sales value? 30 plus 37,500 plus 41,250. Huh? Okay, plus 12,250. Six. Did you all get 1,60,000? Understood production? Right? Next step is what? What did I say next step is? I need to find out the raw materials required, or what is going to be my production pattern, right? Let's try to look into it. See, this is for the entire year. I am at quarters. So we need to try to look at the quarters, how it's going to go, right? Now, the production pattern for the each quarter is 80% of the sales of the current quarter and 20% of the sales of the okay. Now tell me, what is that you're going to be producing in the quarter 1? Understood? No English. Again, I'm saying this is not costing, it's English. Tell me, what are you going to be producing in quarter 1? So 80% of the current quarter will be 24,000 plus what about this guy? $30. This one? $40. Hey, This guy. Last guy. Common sense. They have given everything. Boss, they have clearly given what's the closing stock. 48 to what is closing stock? Next quarter's production. That is your 20%. Why are you producing next quarter thing? That is what will remain in the closing stock, no? So what's going to be your answer? 48. That's why I said English. This is got to do nothing with costing. Let's check whether your answers are right. Did you get your answers? Then what's my next step? Raw material to be consumed. Then we'll try to find raw material to be purchased, right? The opening stock of the raw material is 10,000 kgs and closing stock is 5,000 kg. Each finished product requires 2 kgs of raw material. Each finished unit requires how much? Now, this is easy for me. Whatever you want to produce in that quarter, multiply by raw material to be consumed. Easy. Then next one, what are we supposed to find now? How am I gonna purchase it, right? Prepare raw material purchase in quantity and value. See here, the company proposes to purchase the annual requirement in the first 3 quarters in the proportion of this. In which proportion they want to propose? 30, 50, and they are trying to talk about what? Entire annual requirement. Can I say this is my annual requirement? Right? This is not my annual requirement. This is my consumption. This is my consumption. What is my requirement? Add your closing stock minus your opening stock. So your opening stock and closing stock, when you reduce, this will be my raw material purchase. Right? Now this is what we are going to be dividing in the ratio of 30, 50 and 20. Are you clear? Now we are done with. Stores ledger as per FIFO. You guys know how to do the FIFO. Okay. Understood the functional budget? Please remember again, flow of it. Sales divided by selling price will give you the number of units to be sold. From the number of units to be sold, how do you find the number of units to be produced? Add the closing stock minus the opening stock. You will get the number of units to be sold. Once I know the number of units to be sold, what will be the raw material consumed? Depending on whatever raw materials is required, you will multiply with it. Then what will be the raw material to be purchased? Add the closing stock minus the opening stock. Are you clear with this? This chapter, the more questions you do, your language of this is, see, instead of directly giving you purchase this, purchase that, they have all told through stories. And why students find this difficult is if you miss one link, from then everything else will go wrong. But if you work on this, trust me, these are easier questions. If you ask me, I consider this chapter integrated accounting and all easy because there are only three kinds of questions which can be asked. That means if I do more questions, my chances of doing error in the exam will come down. Right? Marginal costing and all, I will not even dare if I'm not too smart. But for the students, marginal costing is the most easiest. Sales variable. Trust me, it can be made as complicated as possible. Standard costing also looks easy, but in the exam question, when we do it, you'll see one small part you miss. Everything starts going haywire. Chapters which has very less, which are difficult questions to read. I'll tell you in the exam, questions which are difficult to read are the ones which have the most simplest answer. Use this in your mind. Questions which are the most difficult to read has the most easiest answer. That's why we always read from below. When I read what is given, then I know this is the formula I have to apply. Then I'll only search for those two components. I don't read anything else which is required on it. You will get your answers right. Done. Last question of budgeting. Is the ratios. Ratios, formulas, again you have to mug up. You have no option. They have also asked the theory of this. What do you mean by an efficiency ratio, or what do you mean by a capacity usage ratio and all? They have asked theory question also, but I have not added to it. You can always write the formula and explain the formula. Okay. Efficiency. What do you mean by efficiency? Let's try to look into it. You wanted one work to be completed in 100 hours. You wanted the work to be completed in, you took 80 hours. Are you efficient? Then what is going to be the formula? This is the formula. Standard hours divided by, it's not actual by standard, it's the standard by actual. So first formula, you don't have to break your head. Next one is called activity. Activity is how much did you plan to do it? What is available? How much are you planning to do it? So it is standard by budget. Clear? Calendar. I think yesterday we did this. Calendar. What does calendar say? How many hours did you plan to work? And how many hours did you work? Actual by budget. Capacity usage. Right? Now in capacity usage, what we try to look into it is, what is that you can really study? And what is that you're planning to study? Can I study for 24 hours? The answer is yes. That's the maximum I can study. But will I study for 24 hours? The answer is no. I'll keep a plan for 10 hours. So 10 divided by 24 becomes my capacity usage. Capacity to study is there. But what I study is what it matters. So budgeted by the maximum. Actual capacity. What did you really do? Hey, tomorrow I'm going to study for 10 hours. That is what was your standard capacity. I only studied for 7. That is your actual. Last one is the actual usage of budgeted capacity, actual by the budgeted hours. Right? This they ask you for 4 marks. This question they'll ask you for how many marks? 4 marks. So they'll randomly pick 2-3 items. Straight question. You will end up getting it. You can answer it. So there's no complication or any part of it. Formula gets little trickier. So if you can remember the formulas, it's if you get the question, it's an easy 4 mark question, right? See this question. This 8-mark question, I've just taken it so that we do the complicated one. See this question. Following data is available for DKG and Co. Standard working hours 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. Maximum capacity 50, actual working 40. Actual hours expected to be worked for a 4-hour week is 6,400. Standard hours expected to be earned. Actual hours worked in the 4-hour period in a 4-week period. The related period is 4 weeks. Calculate if there was in this period there was one special day holiday due to national event. Calculate the following ratio. Efficiency, activity, calendar, standard. Okay. First thing, what will I do in the examination?
Right on.
Thank you. First thing, what I'm gonna do. So if I do the formulas right, irrespective of what happens, I'll end up getting 2 or 3 right. Every question, whatever they ask you, first thing we are always going to write is the formula, right? So first thing, activity ratio, right? Standard hours my budgeted. I'll write all the things, right? Now I'm going to be looking into it. What are the hours which are available? Now, what is the maximum capacity of employees you have? They can work for 8 hours a day. They can work for 5 days a week, right? So that means, can I say that is going to be the maximum capacity? So 50 employees, 8 hours, 5 days, 4 weeks. That's my maximum capacity. Done. What else do I know in the question? Actual hours work. Then what is going to be my budgeted hours? Now look into it. I am budgeting because I have only how many people? 40 people. I can only budget based on what is available. Let's assume that tomorrow you are supposed to go for a wedding for 4 hours. Can you keep to say my budgeted hours for studying tomorrow is 24? I am going for a wedding tomorrow. Or one more option. You are 3 people. You will study costing, somebody will teach FM, somebody will teach audit. Tomorrow you guys are planning to study 4 hours. First 4 hours I'll teach costing. Next 4 hours she'll teach auditing. Next 4 hours you'll teach FM and SM. You are not available. What is that I can budget? 8 hours? I can, just because I have 12, I can't say that's the budget I'm having. I have only 2 people. We can only work for 4 hours. That becomes the budget. So budgets are always done based on what is available, not what you can really achieve. Are you clear? So budgeted hours, if you look into it, 40 employees, 8, 6,400. Actual hours, have they given in the question? Standard hours for actual days, have they given? Standard hours for actual days, they have given. Then budget number of days. Why is this required? Is for my calendar days. 20 days, that is 4 weeks of 5 days each. But actual days that they worked is what? 19. Why did you work 19? Because there was 1 day holiday, right? Which all ratios I can do without breaking my head? This is easy. Whether you understand anything or not, that can be done. Efficiency also can be done. Standard by actual. Then activity can also be done, right? These 3 things you have to just remember the formulas. Once you get your numerators right, then it's only about application of formula and the percentages. Then formulas are confusing, but there's no option but for you guys to mark up. So figure out the way you want to do. Please you keep yourself cool when you're remembering exam formulas. Examination, suddenly everything will go golmaal. So, this was the exam question which came in. They have asked for efficiency, activity, and capacity. So I don't know the formula, so you guys know the formulas, you apply to. Done? Right. So we are done with all the questions, all the chapters. So we'll take a break and come back, and we are going to be doing all the extra questions from now on. So that's going to be more got to do with, we'll see different papers, we'll try to pick up certain questions to see if can we solve it or not. I've given you all the solutions also for the questions to it. Few of it, once option now is that I want you guys to read the question. You will tell me how you will approach, then I'll tell you how I will approach. And I'm done with marathon now. So I'm officially saying I'm done. So whatever I'm doing now is just for your examination preparation. Otherwise, I'm done with all the concepts, whatever is there for the examination, along with the important questions. I'm done with it. I have not solved. Somebody was messaging yesterday saying that you are not solving the questions. If I keep solving a question, then it will become a 40-50 hour class. It's not that, it's a proper meant for revision. We cover it. I've given you the steps. You go back and solve it. Otherwise, you can always take, like you have my videos on YouTube. You can always check and watch the videos and use it if you require. Otherwise, anyway, our faculty's videos are available on the app. You can always download the app and you can watch it. This is meant only for a quick revision. When you attend any of the marathon for even FM or other part of it, make sure you read and come. That is when marathon becomes a lot more productive. Don't do marathon and then go back and study. Because you come into marathon to clarify your doubts, what is there. Like, I think I have a doubt in this concept. How do we do it? If you're listening, I keep seeing this comments on the chats and other. Can I prepare for the examination watching this for the first time? Respect the paper, no? If 20 hours, what we do, if we can make you guys clear the examination, then everyone would only do this, right? It is for somebody who has already written the paper, who has not cleared, failed by smaller margin, to help those guys, because it becomes unreasonable for them to again keep going and paying for classes again and again. We do this marathon so that they correct the 2-3 marks, 5 marks, wherever it is required, and they can clear it. These are not meant for somebody who's seriously looking at starting their preparation to it. Making it all clear so that the next 2-3 papers, they are gonna go in at a stretch. 2 days they'll finish, come and go. Auditing is 3 days, SM is 1 day, FM is 2 days, right? If you see the schedule of the marathon, Tuesday and Wednesday is FM, Thursday is SM, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or I think no, Friday is holiday. Tomorrow is SM. Tomorrow will be your SM then. Tuesday, Wednesday will be your FM. Then 3 days FM. Then there is a holiday. Then I think Saturday, Sunday and Monday is your auditing session, right? So these are all done for you guys to revise and come. So please make sure that you are planning it properly, right? At least come in with your proper preparation, and this should be good enough for not doing the mistakes that you were doing in the past and push your score to another 15-20 marks, right? If you guys still are looking for something that you are starting for a last minute and all, this is not a video that I would prefer. How long do you guys want your break? It's 10 o'clock. We have 18 pages of questions to be solved. 20 minutes. So I'm just taking some questions which are not the regular ones that we get. Online folks, are you guys back so we can start with it? Now, whenever we are going to be getting a question which are off track, right? The scope for us is to see what all can I do to get marks out of it. If I can get maximum marks, brilliant. Otherwise, at least get some marks. That's going to be the objective, right? Because one, not everything which is in the book will come. Not every concept that is covered in the study material will come. Not every theory is converted into problem. So sometimes they're going to be testing you to see, do you know how to apply that theory? And since as students, we give so much importance to theory, this is where it gets little complicated. So we are going to be focusing more in terms of how are we going to be looking at in terms of our applying a question when there is something which is not learned comes into the paper. Whenever a question like this comes in, the question will have enough clue for solution. We only have to read the question a little slower compared to what we are doing with regards to the other part of it, because we don't know what is that they're going to ask, right? Let's try to look into that first question, which is got to do on labor, which was again something off. Archika Tire Manufacturing Private Limited has 4 workers, Ram, Sham, Mohan and Kundan, who paid wages basis on 100 per day, 120 per day, 130 per day and 2500 per month respectively. Now, reading this line, what does it mean? What are the things take away for me from this particular line? There are 4 workers. That's the first one. 3 of them are paid per day. 1 of them is paid per month. Standard working days in a week are 6 of 8 hours per day. That means they're going to be paid for 600 per week, right? For the month of October, there was only one holiday other than Sunday, for which no payment was made to employees. What does it mean? You have 6 days, 4 weeks. In that, what are they saying? There are 1 day off, right? That means they are going to be paid for the remaining 24 or 25 days, whatever it is. But whereas for Kundan, it does not matter. He was to be paid for the entire month because he's been not paid on a daily basis. Till here, it's easy, right? Sundays are considered as paid holidays. That is, employees are paid for Sunday also, even there is no working on that day. Provident contribution is 8% of the monthly wages by the employer and employee each. ESI contribution is 5% of the monthly wages by. On the basis of above, calculate the amount of net wageable released. Provident fund, ESI, what is the total labor cost to the employer? If the total material cost is 20,000 and overheads are charged equal to labor cost, what is the total cost per month? I think the first 4 questions are easy. We can try to solve. Not too much of a complication, right? We just have to just apply to it. Now let's try to look into what is the wages. Now let's go one by one. Do they get paid for Sundays? October has how many days? 31. In that 1 day was a holiday. That means they are going to be paid for what? Is everyone clear with it? So it does not matter even if it's a Sunday, because they have given a condition as what? Sundays are considered as paid holidays. That's the first mistake students do, because when they take per day, they'll take up for 24, 25. Since Sundays are a paid holidays, you are supposed to be paying for that. October has how many months? 31 months. So 30 days that they're going to be paying. Clear with this? Now, what is that an employee gets? what is that the employee gets? An employee gets whatever is basic salaries minus the provident fund minus the ESI contribution, right? How much is the employee contribution? 8%, and employee contribution 4% for ESI. So you reduce it, you will end up getting their first salary. 2.5 marks for this. Clear? Pretty straightforward. What is the total amount of provident fund to be required to be deposited by the employer? What will the employer deposit? Employer will contribute his share, but he will be depositing his share plus the employee share, right? So you're going to be taking, see here, total wages, whatever is there, 13,000, 8% of it will go as his share. For this, he will add the employer's share and then he will contribute. Clear with this? Then what's the third question? What is the ESI required to be deposited by the employer? I think pretty straightforward. Whatever is the total salary, add the employer and employee, it will be done. Now, what will be the total cost for an employer? What will be the total cost for the employer? The total cost for the employer will be the total basic wages plus the ESI plus the provident fund. That will be the total wages. Done. Last one, they are asking you to calculate the total cost, that is the total material, labor and the overheads cost. Clear with it? Easy 10-mark question. Just reading the question, you should be able to get it right. Only trick in this was that Sunday was a holiday, but it was a paid holiday. So if you consider that, we should be good enough with it. Are you guys clear? Okay, see this next question. Read the question. This was another 10 marks. Similar question of what we have done. If you see equivalent production, we'll run through. This, like I said, a question like this comes, takes 30 minutes. I don't care. I'll still do it. Why? Because we have done it. It's a straightforward question. Prepare the statement of equivalent production and determine the cost per liter using. Have we done weighted average cost? Right? Second part of it. Company is mulling over the option to sell 30,000 liter at Medicine X at process 1 without furthering it to process 2. Will it be beneficial to sell it over the current pattern of processing? So we'll have to just look into the cost and see, should we look at marginal costing, make or sell decision is what we are going to be looking at. Now, because they are asking which method, so I don't care about the opening stock, what was completed last year or this year, because I'm going to be taking the total cost of it, right? Opening purchase quantity is 12, input is 60, so total input is 72. What did I say in process costing? What we should do? What we should do? Process costing rule 1. My input should be equal to output. Rule number 1 is input should be matching with output. Then in that output you will do the percentages, right? What are they saying the output to be? 40,000 is completed, work in progress. So out of 72 I have a details for 55. Then what? How much is left over? 17. Then they are saying normal loss is 15% of the material input. 15% of the, is it going to be 72 or is it going to be 60? Right? They did not say total. They have told material, right? So 40 done, 9 done, 15 done. Balance will become abnormal loss. Now for equivalent units, material is 100% completed. Conversion cost is 100. Closing WIP 80% and this one is 100. Therefore, it will become 63 and 60 equivalent units. Then what do you do next step? Cost of material, you will take the total cost and divide with the equivalent number of units. You get the cost per unit. Then next step is you just multiply. Sorry, you'll multiply, you'll get the total cost, right? Now they're saying whether you should continue to make 3000 liters or not. If they're saying if you sell the medicine after process 1, you'll be making 42.5. If you process it further, you will make 50. For that, you are spending additionally this much of money, right? You are going to make an earlier profit of 3.3. Now you are making a profit of 4.1. What should you do? Further process. This is marginal costing. This is equivalent production. Done. We have done this very similar question, but as two different questions, and that has come in. See the next question. Something that we did today morning. Right? SMD manufactures 4 products, mainly A, B, C and D, using the same production and process facilities. The company has been following conventional method. That means they were following which method? Absorption costing, and wishes to change to the ABC. Now they have given you units produced, machine hours and labor hours. Direct labor cost is 60 per hour. So whatever your cost is, multiply with 60. Machine hour rate is 280 per hour. Production overheads are absorbed based on machine hour basis. Now to do activity based costing, what do I require? I need the first thing to do absorption costing. I need the total budgeted overheads divided by budgeted base. Budgeted base, they have told me, is what? Machine hours. You know the number of units, you know the machine hours per unit. Can you find out the machine hours? They have given you the machine hour rate. So if you multiply with the machine hour rate, won't you get the total budgeted overheads? So that is being taken care of. Now look into it. What they're saying, the total cost that I calculate, cost relating to setup and inspection, bear the equal percentage, while the cost related to machinery is 20% of the production overhead. So whatever overhead we calculate, 20% will go to what? Where is that machinery? Machinery, that is the, not the setups. Setup and inspection, this will be equal. So the balance will be for the machinery 20%. So this will be 40% and 40% each. This is the only thing. Cost related to material handling stands 50% to the cost related to machinery. So that they are saying whatever the balance they are telling you with regards to it, only 50% will remain. So if I can crack this, this is the only crux of the question. Otherwise, everything else remains as the same. Because I have to calculate anyway the total overheads, I have to calculate the total part of, how do I divide between these 3 activity levels? Once I know the total cost of these 3 activity levels, then what is it? Divide by the number of setups, find out the cost per setup, multiply with the total number of units, divide by the cost per unit, we'll end up getting the per unit cost. So only this portion is what I need to explain. Are you clear with it? Anything else that you are finding it difficult in the question to understand? Just read it once, because anyway now it's only for our practice, so we can take as much time as required. Done reading the question? right? Anything else except this which is complicated? So let's just see now, whenever you get a question, right, where this gets complicated, look into the way I'll break my question into it. Now, first one, they're asking me to do under absorption costing. Now, absorption costing is pretty straightforward. That we can do because I know in this, I have to find the budgeted cost divided by my budgeted base. And here the budgeted base is the machine hours. Luckily, they have already told machine hour rate is 280 per hour. So, I don't have to break my head too much into absorption costing. Now, for doing the variable costing, ABC costing, what are they telling? If I remember the theory right, I need to have the total cost. Then I have to find out a way to divide between 3 activity pools. That is the only thing that they've given me in the statement. If you just stand alone, look into it. If I can crack how do I divide it, then everything will take over. So my question is, I'll only try to see in the examination too, can I make some sense of it to crack this one? Sometimes if I'm not able to get something right, I will write the assumption of what I am thinking. I'll write the assumption of what I am thinking. Worst thing, let's say I do wrong. Write that assumption and complete everything. You will still get some marks for it. That's where concept comes into picture, right? So let's just focus on this. See here, what are they saying? Material cost is 140, labor is 260, overheads is 240 per hour. All were given in the question. Calculate the total cost, that is by multiplying with the number of units. Now, let me try to come and find out the cost which is required. They are telling me, see here, total machine hours, 3 machine hours. Production units is 1500. So you are having a total machine hours of A 4500, same way for B, same way for C and D. So total machine hours is 93,500. Multiply by 280 because they have already given you the overhead absorption rate. So that means I'll get the budgeted overheads. In this case, what had happened? Budgeted overheads divided by my budgeted base is equal to overhead absorption rate. This one they gave it as 280. This one I calculated and I got 93,500. So this is what I'll find out. Done. Now what should I do? I should divide this between the 4 guys. Right? Now how are they telling me to divide it? How are they telling me to divide it? They are telling, first thing, when you do the total of 261, they told this and this is going to be equal. This and this are going to be equal. And then what are they telling with regards to the, what do you call, your while the cost relating to machinery accounts for 20% of the production overhead. Cost related to what? Machinery relates to how much? 20%. So do the 20% of it. So machinery will be equal to, done. So out of 256, 22 crore 61 lakh 80,000, 20% machinery is gone. Now balance, what is that they're telling? Cost related to material handling stands at 50% of the cost related to machinery. Now what was the cost related to machinery for me? 52. In that 10% will be material handling. 10% or 50% is going to become material handling. Clear? Now how much is left out of 261.80? If I remove both, how much is left? Just remove these two. That I have to divide between two party, that is my setup and inspection. Are you clear? Now let's come to the activity. Where students get confused is, let me read the question and now see the explanation. See the question, how many activity drivers they have given? See where it gets confusing for a student and where your English starts playing a role. See here, how many activities did they give here? 1, 2, 3. If you come to this, how many activity levels they have given? Setup, inspection, machinery, and then material handling. Right? They have given you setup. You know how many setups are done? You know inspection, how many setups, inspections are done? You know material handling, how many material movements were done? What about this machinery account? Nothing given. We are going to take it based on the machine hours. So now look into it. Number of setups, number of machine hours, material movements. So you'll end up getting it. From here, you know how to do it. Clear with that? Understood? Right? So I am saying in the examination, even if you go wrong here, still continue, finish it off and move out. The moment you got to know you are doing wrong, you will get a feel of it. Hurry up the process than wasting your time. Right? If something is not in the class and if your logic says that is what I should do it and move on. Don't sit there and become Einstein. Clear? You missed 2 good questions. Two were done, no? 10:30, you came at what? 11:04. 2 questions, less only you missed. Okay, this one pretty straightforward 5-mark question. Look into it. TopTech is a manufacturing company presently evaluating 2 machines for manufacturing of superior pen drives. So they have given you machine cost, which recommend which machine should be chosen. This I taught in the theory, if you remember it right. Which machine will you choose and why? You have selling cost, variable cost, contribution. What do you do? Whichever gives the highest contribution, I'm gonna choose on a long run. In a short run, I will choose whichever is gonna make me more profit. Right? Day 1, last session, I remembered. That is what they have asked here. First, they have given 12 lakh and 10 lakh. Then they are telling you 12 lakh and 12 lakh. So in one case, do the profit as it is. One will show better. But when you are looking into the long run, the one with a higher contribution will show. And that is why they are asking you why. Why did you change your decision from 1 to 2? Now just look into it. Machine A, contribution per unit is 160, 140. For that many units, that is 8 lakh and 10 lakh, profit per unit in machinery B is coming to 12 lakh. This is coming to, you are going to be making an additional profit of 21 lakh, even though this is giving you a lower contribution. Why? Because the demand is limited. Because the demand is limited. Now, B, the moment I change it here to 12 lakh and 12 lakh, suddenly A becomes more profitable. Our theory also said what? As the number of units increases, the one with the higher PV ratio is what it is. We have done the theory in the class. This is the practical application. Understood? You're done with 3 questions before you came. See here, a 10-mark question. This is a little bit of a combination of budgeting and other topic. We'll try to see which are the topics that they're looking at. Again, in terms of a difficult question, which is there. SR Limited is a manufacturer of SR Limited is a manufacturer of garments. For the first 3 months of financial year commencing on 1st April 2022, production will be constrained by direct labor. So what is the shortage I have? Direct labor. Do you remember in which topic did we speak about constraints? Marginal costing. There we learned something called limiting factor. Whenever I have a limiting factor, I will be trying to produce the product whichever is giving me maximum contribution per limiting factor. The moment I read this line only, I know that is what has to come in here. Whether should we use it or not, I don't know. And I am reading this question for the first time with you guys. So I'm just telling you how I am solving all of it. So it's just for you guys to get that practice when you're reading it. And if you see, I am giving a break after every point. I break, I process, go to the next thing. What all can come in? Sometimes we might even end up overthinking, but that is okay than not thinking at all. Right? For the market reasons, production of either of the two garments must be at least. Do you remember that question, coffee, tea, rubber or something that we did? Or in the limiting factor, we had 3, maximum hectare, minimum hectare. We had that rice, gaze or something where there was maximum and minimum. I told you when they tell you to do all the 3, minimum I should produce no matter what happens, and then I'm going to be taking the balance in the maximum which is going to come in, right? Same thing only they told. One product has to produce, so both the products should be minimum 25%. Then what are you going to do with the balance? Whichever is giving you the maximum demand, you're going to push it. Have we done the concept? The answer is yes. Right? But we have done a complicated one. This is a little simpler one compared to it. Sales price. Sales price 60-44. But raw materials 24-12. Dies 6-4. Direct labor is 8 per hour. That means how many hours is it taking? 1. Here this guy is taking 0.5. Labor is 8 per hour, no? So you are charging 4 rupees here. 4 rupees means what? 0.5. Fixed overheads is this. How do I find contribution? Sales minus variable cost. Once I do sales minus variable cost, I'll find contribution per limiting factor. So see here, sales minus variable cost gave me contribution. Labor hours we found out 1.5. Therefore, contribution per limiting factor is 4 and 2 and 22 and 48. So which one will you produce first? Given a choice. Shorts. But what is that they are telling? You should at least be producing 25% of the read here. Read this carefully. English. It must be at least of the So if you are producing that 100, this has to be 25. So it is not 2575, right? Therefore, I am gonna come up with some simultaneous equation that this other changes the entire dimension of the way I look at the question. Understood? Read it again. Where there is a twist. He's laughing. Thank you, Rashid sir. He's commenting on it. Thanks, Bharat, for your words. So, nice twist to the question. So that's why read slow. Read the question slow. Don't go in a hurry. Read it slow. You will end up getting it. Now, so that means I know which one will I produce. Which one? Shorts. So can I say shirts will be 25% of shorts? Right? So if I call it, can I say 25x? Right? Now, if I have to call the number of hours taken, since I don't know shorts, each short will take 0.5 hours and each shirts will take 1 hour of labor, and you will be producing it equal to 0.25x, and this total should be equal to 12,000 hours. Where have they given? See here. The company has only 12,000 hours. So the constraint is the labor. So total labor of X, that is shirts and shorts put together, cannot cross 12,000 hours. So now once you do it, you will get 16,000. That means 4,000. Done till here? So we are done with marginal costing for 5 marks. Right? Now, on the monthly basis, calculate budget for July, August, September. Sales budget showing sales units and sales revenue for each budget. Production budget for it. Now, sales volume is expected to grow 10% every month. So let's try to read from here for the budgets. For the month of July, direct labor will no longer be a constraint. So that means no longer you have anything to worry about. The company will be able to sell 15,000 and 20,000 in July. There will be no opening stock. Sales volume is expected to grow 10% per month cumulatively thereafter throughout the year. What does that mean? If you are starting at 15, this will become 16 and a half. This will become from here 18 and a half. This guy from 20 will become 22. Then it will go to 10% of the 24. Right? Then selling price they've already given. So you'll end up getting the sales revenue. Nothing. Production budget. What did I say production budget is? Opening stock, sales plus closing stock minus the opening stock. What did they say opening stock is? The company will be not having any opening stock. The company will not be having any opening stock. However, the company is intending to carry 40% of the next month's sale. So whatever your sale of next month is, my sale of next month is 16,500. On that 40% will be my closing stock. Then budget was easy comparatively to the marginal costing. At least 5 marks you can get. Forget you did not get the each part right. Sales budget was easy. Don't, that's why I said try to read all the question independently. Try to just see. Now what I would really recommend you guys to do is, every class or the chapter that I have done, I have told you what is that you're going to be getting in the chapter. Like, how do you debrief it? For an example, today when we did ABC costing, what did I say? You need to have total cost, you need to divide into 3, find the drivers, and then multiply with the number of drivers, divide by the number of units, get the cost per unit. Now, the moment I see my ABC, the chapter is ABC costing, your mind should just break yourself into what all questions ABC costing can ask. There was only one concept of ABC. Otherwise, then it's only a comparison between ABC or overheads. My mind should just stuck there and say, okay, are they asking this one or this one? The moment you know they're asking this portion, these are the things. Where can I get it? If you can't get, make some random assumption and go ahead and proceed with it. Why you do more questions is that instead of randomly guessing, you will get that also right. But once you get one of the missing figures, everything else will flow on. Today, why you guys are having a problem when you look into the questions is, I tell this in all my classes is, when let's say you are watching a movie, watch that movie, don't think about studies. When you're studying, study, don't think about movie. When you are looking at marginal costing question, think only of the marginal costing. Once that question is done, move to the next part. Now, if you see this question when I solved, the moment I got to know limiting factor, my formula directly came into my mind. I have to find first one, contribution per limiting factor, then do the allocation, then be done with it. My mind will only start looking into that. The moment next question came budget, I know sales budget, I need to find the revenue, then add my closing stock minus the closing stock production. Was the question stops there. Suddenly you are finding, hey, you know what, this is easy. It's basically because we broke down the way we look at the question. Question was the same now also, earlier also the question was the same. And I was today during the break, couple of students were talking to it. They said during the class it looks easier, but when we go back and see the question, suddenly we are like, which chapter are we at? Because you don't know how to construct a question. And I have covered every single concept of your study material. Even though it's a marathon, I've covered every single concept. So you cannot say that, hey, you know what, the concept is not covered. I have not solved questions. That means not full-fledged, but I've explained all the questions. We have done, if you remember, if you know how many questions we have solved till today, we have solved closer to 100 questions in the last 5 days. Which are not feeling it, right? But we have solved that many questions. And then you can't complain that, hey, you know what, this is what it is. Now it's only got to do with you putting your effort and doing what I'm doing right now. Go to the step, break your head, come back. Try to see where you're going wrong, come back. You do this for 5 days. Do it out of 14 chapters for 10 chapters. First chapter is theory, you don't have to do. Cost sheet, not too much to break your head. Then unit costing, batch costing, you don't. Because 4 chapters are done. 10 days. Even if you spend 5 hours per chapter. How can you not score 60 plus? 5 hours dedicatedly look, and your thirst will become that, boss, show me a question, I'll do. Show me a question, I'll do. Show me a question, I'll do. Because you're now getting it right. You'll see the question do wrong, but when you are getting to understand where are you doing wrong, then examination, how can they give beyond this? 5 hours, even if you keep on an average 20 minutes per question, in an hour you can solve 3 questions. In 5 hours you can solve what, 15 questions. If you increase your pace, you can do around 20 questions. 20 questions in each of the chapter. Right? You're doing 10 chapters, you're doing 200 questions, plus you have done 100 questions. 300, 400 questions you have solved before going to exam. And what are you expecting is only to get 2 right. Sounds simpler, but you need to put in your effort. Your variance, or let's say efficiency, between your budgeted hours and actual hours, or your standard hours and actual hours, should be minimum, right? Only then, one attempt, everything will be done. Exam clearing again and again is not a rocket science. Knowledge, I agree, you need some bit of more understanding. Exam clearing and all is nothing. You just have to believe yourself, believe in your process. Today I don't know anything. I finished one chapter, boss. I know 10 marks of the paper. I know labor. I know 15 marks. I know overheads ABC 20 marks. Slowly, that's how you get your confidence. Today when you see, it will be scary. But 5th day, will that position be the same? The answer is no. And I'm going to work for that 5th day. If you see, compare yourself, they'll be like her. She'll know everything. You'll see her and you get scared. Oh, you. But that's her preparation. She's not writing my paper. I am writing my paper. I need to be clear about it. Your confidence level, I'm telling you, when you walk into the examination with preparation, it will be completely different. You will own the exam hall. You will own the exam hall. And I'm telling you, when you're a kid of first standard, second standard, you should see the way you go to exam. If you don't remember, go and stand in front of the school sometime when the exam is happening. Parents are scared. Kids are okay. They will write whatever they feel like. They'll come out with that happiness only later. That is how you should write your exams. It's not a punishment. It's a reward for you for showing off all the efforts that you have put in now. Examination, I don't know, when I see people, it's like you're scared so much. For what? It's the time for you to show your talent of whatever you have prepared till now. It's like your final performance, right? You have dance practice, you have done so long, you have a show to, and you should be so happy to express yourself rather than taking it as a punishment. Oh, what will happen? That stress only will kill you off. And when you want to show it beautifully so that your life is dependent on it, trust me, the paper will look so beautiful when the examiner looks into it. And I'll tell you, I've corrected so many papers. Trust me, I promise myself every time when I correct a paper that I'm going to go through every single line. That happens only for the first 3 or 4 papers. After that, the moment I pick a paper, I know what is the score that he's going to get. I don't even have to read the paper entirely. I know what is the score he's going to get. His first 2-3 answers will just give out what you are meant. That's where don't take anything for granted. Make sure that you present every single thing. You don't know what is that which is going to impress the examiner and say, boss, this guy deserves to pass. That is the only 3 hours you have in your life. And once you are done with it, never ever go back on that subject. Never ever. 30 days, beautiful time, make it happen. Right? I was surprised that when one guy right now came, he had attended my 2020 YouTube session, the one who was behind. So he had got an exemption on that, on the costing, and that was the last marathon I had done it on costing. I had not thought this is the one I'm doing 5 years later. So I was surprised seeing him that yes, he came in for that. But anyway, right? So I am expecting you guys to do well, whoever has come in, and I've covered everything possible. Try to read. We have another 2 questions. We'll just read through it and then we'll just run through past year paper questions. If there's anything that I have to explain in a question, I'll do. Otherwise, we'll just run through the question. Just let's look into this process costing. Right, guys, clear with the previous question? Now easy. Okay, let's try to look into this question. STG is a manufacture of chemical GK which is required for industrial purpose. The complete production operation requires two processes. The first passes through process 1 where chemical G is produced. Following data is. So first thing, what did the first paragraph tell me? What are the things that you can analyze in the first paragraph? So first thing, it's a process costing. First thing, go to the subject, chapter name. Am I able to figure out which is the chapter name? Which is what? Process costing. In process costing, what are the two kinds of questions that we can get? Either to do process costing, that's input to output with normal abnormal case. What's the second one? Equivalent production. So I have to check whether it is one of these two, right? But the first line does not tell me anything. It only says that they want to manufacture GK. There are two processes. Raw material will go to process 1. That output of process 1 is G that is produced. For that they have given you data. But I know that it has to be one of these two questions. So when we read the question, I have to just try to eliminate one so that my mind only starts thinking on one side of it. Opening work in progress quantity 9,500, input 10,000, output 83 and 16,500. What does this mean? They are telling me there is a input, output, and they have given me the percentages of completion. That means I know I'm going to go into the equivalent production. The moment I go to the equivalent production, my mind should search whether it is the weighted or FIFO, whichever it is, right? If nothing is given, I'll choose what is required. So my mind will now only be looking at checking whether it is a FIFO or weighted average for me to look at the question. Are you clear? Now next part of it, whether it is FIFO or weighted average. What did I say? Process costing, one of the first things that I have to match. Input should be equal to output. That irrespective of which method I have to do. Let me just try to look into it. Input is what? 9,500 plus 1,05,000 minus output is what? Minus 83 minus 16,500. How much is the difference? Now I have to check whether it is a normal loss or a. So right now no information is available. Right now no information is available. So let me just pass on to the next one. Clear with this? In this I figured out two things. That this is going to be a statement of equivalent production. Then I don't know whether it's weighted or FIFO. That I'll read the question. But I got another information of input and output. But again, no complete information of output was available. You are provided that opening work in progress at cost they have given, and what is the cost of the input. This is to calculate the cost per unit. Normal loss is to be estimated at 10% of the material input. How much material did you input? 10%, 500 will become normal loss. Therefore, abnormal loss will be, right? Any loss over and above 100 is 100% complete. So, abnormal loss is complete to the extent of 100%. Now, this is completed to the extent of 60, right? So, material input will be 100, processing cost will be 60. Now, I have to only, one thing is pending in the question. What is that? There's one information I still did not get. Whether it is FIFO or weighted average. So, let me just keep checking to it. The company transfers 60,000 kgs of output from process 1 to process 2 to produce chemical GK. Further materials are added to process 2 which yield 1.2 kg for every kg. The chemicals transferred are further processed and sold at 10 per kg. Any quantity of output completed can be sold as 9 per kg. So they are saying, see, how many did they say, did they have? 83. In that, how much did they further transfer? That means what is left over? They completed 83. In that, they transferred 60 to the further process. How much is left with you? 23. That 23, they are selling it at 9. That 60, what is there? They further processed it by spending 1.2 rupees more, and they sold it at 10 rupees. They sold it at 10 rupees. You are required to calculate equivalent production using the easy statement of showing cost of chemical G transfer to process to abnormal loss and other part of this, anyway, part of the first question. Now, should it consider to process and sell, or should it not? Now, without even doing anything, I'll tell you it should not be further processed. Just by reading the last line, I'll tell you it should not be further processed. I'll tell you why. What is the cost you're spending for further processing? No, yield. Oh, okay. Sorry, my mistake. Oh, yield only, no? So that's okay then. Then we have to do the final calculation, right? Now clear with this, right? 10 marks. This will take you guys minimum 30 to 40 minutes to solve. How much time we have for 10 marks? So this is consuming a time of, that's 2 questions time. Then what do we do in the exam? Was this simple? Was this question simple to solve? Right? It was lengthy, that's all, no? But simple to solve. If you solve, will you get at least 7 or 8 marks? At least 7 or 8? Now, I need to try to see in the simpler questions not to spend too much of time. Should I do it now? The answer is yes, because this is a direct question. There was no complications at all if you read the entire question. I should definitely do it. Time takes more, I agree. But I should also keep a timer to see, can I fast track and do it within the 30 minutes mark. 40 is what it takes generally, but can I do it within 30? The answer is yes. The moment you read the entire question, you need to keep in mind that I have to start solving in what minutes? 30 minutes. You need to be prepared with your approach, saying that, okay, step 1 is going to be this, tuck, it should go on. Then last one, if you're getting stuck, scribble something, move on and come back later. Should I do later? Do it now. Provided other questions are all very direct, then you can skip this. But every paper will not have so many direct questions, my experience. So something like this comes, time takes, we'll do it. Are you all clear? Online folks, are you guys all clear with this? So there are 2 presentations, both the ways that we have shared. This was we have done this yesterday. This we did it today morning. Similar question. If you see the previous one, now this time they have given you the percentages directly. They are asking you to do as per the conventional method and ABC costing method. Right? Oof, done. We'll check the last year few papers. So first we'll cover whatever is there in the ICAI. Then we'll try to look into few of the random RTP papers and other part of it. We'll read only the question. I'll tell you how do I go about on the day before exam now. On the day before exam, if I'm revising it with, can I recap all the 300 questions? on the day before exam? No? No? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Right? How is what I'm going to be teaching you now. What did I say your day before exam? What is that you're going to do? Exam day morning, you're going to be reading only theories and recapping the formulas. I'll send you guys one sheet called formula sheet and all the theory, which you can use it just on the day of exam. Hopefully, I'll try to send it by this week. Or I'll tell you even better, ICAI book has something called as Saransh. ICAI has a book called Saransh, called last minute reference. I'll show you guys, I'll run through that book towards the end before we start, so that you know that is also one book. I prefer reading that before exam. It helps me to recap again and again. You can use that. You guys have all the things that is required. For us earlier, getting one question paper of the previous year, I'm saying 13 years back, was we had to go to the CA center, library we have to pick it up, Xerox it, and then we'll get the question. Suggested answers, not there. We do it ourselves. You do this question, I'll do that question. We'll try to solve and pass on. For you guys, you have everything given. Institute only gives free videos if you know. Still you guys come in, pay and learn. Right? You are having everything except your commitment or focus to learn. If you have that portion, clearing is more easier. Then we'll run through the few things. I'll run through the Saran's last minute reference scanner just to see have we covered everything as a topic. So the ones who don't know where the material is, so if you come here, Saransh last minute scanner, this has for all the subjects. Oh, auditing only they didn't fit. FM is there. Okay, nice. Click here. You should be able to get it right. This actually is a well written reference scanner. Have you guys looked into this? Oh, your internet went off. One sec. One sec, sorry. Guys, online, are you able to? First time heard about it. Yeah. Let's just look into the paper to see what all have we covered and what all it is still pending. Before we begin, blah 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 blah. So all these things nonsense, you can remove it off. Definitions there, all the 4-5 definitions: cost, costing, cost accounting, cost accountancy, management accounting. So what happens is sometimes they'll ask you just to say differentiate between costing and cost accounting. So the right answer recommended is the definition. Do I have to mug up? The answer is no. So, and what is the probability of coming a question like that is once in 10 attempts. For that, should I read it? The answer is I should know exactly what the differences are. So, not very required. Objectives of cost accounting, did we cover? I think I told it in the class also. Scope of cost accounting, again, not required. Just then role and functions of cost and management accounting. This one they've asked one time. Tell the difference between costing and management accounting or management system. Users are fine. This is fine. Essentials of a good costing system. Did I tell you guys to read? What are the essentials of a good costing system? Hey, chapter 1, I've made you write also if you see. I don't know. He is nodding head with so much confidence. This one, I've told you. Then cost accounting using IT is also something that we told you to read. Cost object, cost unit, cost driver. Responsibility center, I told you this has come in the examination. Then classification of cost. This also we covered. Then this is not required. So chapter 1, we have covered pretty much everything. So just you can look at material. We spoke about how do you record the material, what all to be added, what all to be subtracted from the cost of material. Then we spoke about how the materials are procured. We drew that chart if you remember it, right? Then we spoke about the material cost. We spoke about all these levels. We spoke about EOQ. We spoke about the minimum stock level, maximum stock level, and the average. Okay. This part I did not speak. Only once till now has come in the exam. I'll tell you what it is. All the things, just remember this. What does ABC mean? It's not ABC costing, it is ABC analysis. What does ABC analysis means is, or let's say fast, slow, non-moving, vital, essential, desirable, high, medium, low. What does all of this mean is, let's assume I have too many inventories in stock. I don't want to invest on inventory control for all the materials equally because the cost of maintaining inventory will be higher. Let's say for an example, screws are there. Car has an engine. Where do you want your security to be more? Engine or the screw? Engine, right? So what it says is, I'm going to be dividing my raw materials into 3 categories. It can be ABC, fast, slow, non-moving, vital, essential, desirable, high, medium, low. All mean the same. A will always be something where the quantity will be low, but the value will be higher. Quantity will be low, value will be higher. For that, I'll put the highest inventory security. Second, the ones which is going to be having low value but higher quantity, that will be C category. In between this is going to be B category. So once they had asked a question where they had given all the inventory along with the values, they said classify them into A, B, C category for a 5 mark and an 8 mark question. So simple step that you have to do is multiply quantity into price. First 20 to 30% highest values, put it into A. Lowest 20% together, put it into C. In between, put it as B. That's all. And then there is one explanation that you have to write that you can manage it. Ratio, we have done it. 2-bin system. Do you know what's a 2-bin system? Two-bin system of inventory control. Okay. 2-bin system means that you are going to be having 2 bins. One smaller bin, one larger bin. Now what it means is I'm going to be always consuming inventory from the larger bin. Whenever this gets over, I will start consuming from the smaller bin. The smaller bin will have the quantity required till the time the order comes in and fills up this larger bin. Like a levels only, instead of maintaining minimum level, maximum level and all, they're maintaining 2 levels. They'll use the maximum bin, that's the higher bin. When that gets over, what you will do? Start using the smaller bin. The moment you start using the smaller bin, you will place an order. That's why it's called as 2-bin. Okay. Perpetual and continuous stock verification. Done. Then valuation of inventory. This you guys said you will do it yourself. Normal and abnormal loss. I said I've missed out the definitions, right, in the notes that I've given. This is more than enough. This notes is more than enough. What is scrap spoilage? They've asked it in the exam very frequently. So just make sure you remember the definition the way it is here. Treatment of losses, I've given it in the working note. So done with 2 chapters. Do we know all the concepts? Application, I don't know. Concepts, do we know? Right? Let's come to the employee cost. We spoke about what we did one question right now about what does an employee cost include? How do you take your PF? How do you reduce your ESI? We covered one question to it. Then direct, indirect does not matter. We spoke about time booking and timekeeping. Day 2 we did timekeeping and time booking. That's your idle time. But who does timekeeping? Who does time booking? There is a differences I have given in the sheet. Just look into it. Objectives of timekeeping, methods of timekeeping. We covered this also. Manual method and the mechanical method. Then we spoke about the payroll procedure. We spoke about normal time and abnormal idle time. How do we treat it? Right? There were examples. I don't know. They wasted a lot of sheets to it just to make it look colorful. Abnormal idle time. Treatment, I told you, it's going to be charged to the costing P&L. But if it's something that is caused because of certain department, you will charge it to that particular department. Right? Overtime was easy. I told you how you're going to charge. If it's basically because of the request of the customer, you will charge it to the customer. If it is something because a particular cost center is making you work overtime, then you will make them part of it. If it's because of the fault of the management, whichever department has caused it, if it's something because of the market demand, then you will add it to the costing, add it to the cost of the product as overheads. Then we spoke about the time-based, output-based premium bonus plan, Halsey and Rowan. Advantages, disadvantages we have not done. You can read it through it. Then elements, absorption done. Efficiency percentage we spoke about later. Employee turnover rate, we learnt all these 3. What are the costs of employee turnover? They have asked this once for 5 marks through a case study or something. Cost of employee turnover, we did a question if you remember on this. An employee leaves in between, what would be the contribution gone and other part of it. Then absorption costing, overheads chapter. There we did that chart. We estimate overheads, allocation, apportionment, reapportionment. Then we do the total and then we absorb the overheads based on predetermined rates. In the reapportionment, we had 3 methods: direct, step, and reciprocal services. Under reciprocal, we had again simultaneous, trial and error, and repeated. We did not do trial and error, we did only the repeated part of it. Methods of absorbing overheads, I told you it can be percentage, base can be either cost or the hours. Then what did we say comprehensive machine hour rate is? For the total cost, we'll only take the machine hour as a base, that becomes the comprehensive. Then we spoke about blanket overheads. What does blanket overhead mean? Examination question there. What does blanket overhead mean? Blanket overhead means for all the departments you will charge one rate. Blanket, for everyone you will cover it up with one rate. That is called as blanket rate. See, single blanket rate refers to the computation of one single overhead rate for the whole factory. Then we learnt about this. When do you charge it to the costing P&L and when do you charge it as supplementary rate? Under supplementary rate, how did we calculate supplementary rate? Under absorption or over absorption divided by the actual number of units that you just added to the cost of the product. Activity based costing, We learned it. So we did cost driver analysis. Why do we do blah blah? Cost sheet. We learned about the flow of the cost sheet. Then. Integrated accounting. Do you remember the flow that we spoke about? This one, material wages. It will go on to the overheads account, and then they move on with it. Then I think there is a. I told you guys the table, right? I told you guys to remind me to get me this table. I should only remind you guys. Nice. That only I'm telling. I am writing exam. Huh? That's why she left. She didn't want. She took and she left. Unit costing. Like I told you, total cost of production divided by the total number of units. Batch costing. Total cost. Job costing is basically cost sheet only again, right? Then process costing, we covered it right now in the revision. We have covered all these topics. So all of this theory is very, very less that you have. Treatment of normal abnormal loss, we have covered this also. If, like I said, read whatever I've given. After that, just check, is there anything that is missing? Read this, there should be more than enough. If, like, see, that's what I'm saying, you have time towards the end, then go through study mat once to see are there anything, otherwise this should be more than enough. 3 questions to pakka you can answer from whatever notes I've given. I think 3 though you should be able to answer. If luck absolutely does not favor you guys, then I am not responsible. Because I saw a lot of papers with a theory after I made whether I could answer all of it. Every paper 3 though I could answer on an average. So I'm saying should hold good. That's why I said my calculation, I've never kept any chapter as 10 marks or any part. I only keep average marks for each of it. With that, I am scoring 60 with the sheets that I've given it to you guys. Right? So beyond that, question understanding on the day of exam, not my control. Work in progress. We have done this topic, equivalent units. FIFO and weighted average we have done. Interprocess profits I told. If it comes in, then it's a difficult part of it. I've told you one format to follow. Just follow that. If you get a question, that will be more or less similar question only. Service costing, joint products by products, split off point. Then how are we going to be recovering? Right, nice diagram and all. We've got some, finally institute is spending some money. Yeah. How do we split it across physical units, NRV and other methods? Then joint products to byproducts and net realizable. Service costing, we learned about what is composite unit. I told you total cost divided by composite unit is what we have to find. Differences and all not required. This was the question I was telling you guys just once. Anyway, this anyway you will read, no? 100 pages are there, so just read through it. This is the room example I was telling you. Please do as many questions on service costing. You will get a question with a new scheme as much as possible. There are some 20 questions on the study material only, I guess. All the 20, try to just run through it. Do the denominator, should be fine. Use calculator, don't write and solve. Standards, this we have done. Ideal, normal, bogey and current standards. We have covered all the formulas. We have done the analysis. marginal, break even, cash break even point. I think I did not do. Cash break even point is you take the variable cost, fixed cost, but only you take the cash fixed cost. That means depreciation and all will be ignored. Only whatever is involved in cash you take it, divided by contribution per unit. We did this chart. Then some questions are given. We did the angle of incidence. So see, you have formulas, entire thing. Don't try to learn through formulas. It will end up confusing. So I've told the easier way to do all of it. Try to use it. Because see, everything will just keep going back to forth. Change in profit, change in contribution, profitability of the key factor. We have done all of it. You should be able to get it right. We spoke about what happens with the change in the volume, change in the variable cost and all. Oh, this is something I've not done. I thought I'll do it. Yeah. Income statement under. Huh? Okay. I have now done overheads chapter, so I can teach this. Okay. Okay. I don't have a question. Okay. I'll tell you what this is. I'll see maybe in the break if I can get a question, I'll take it and solve it for you guys. I'll tell you what it means. We do cost sheet. Cost sheet is done as per absorption costing. Under marginal costing, I want you to just understand how the cost sheet works under marginal costing. Here we did, see here. See here, let's assume sales, or let's assume material, labor, overheads, prime cost, plus, direct expenses, prime cost, factory overheads will be my cost of production. I'm keeping inventory and all out, plus admin, plus selling and distribution, which is going to be my cost of sales. Now, what happens in case of marginal costing is my WIP, look into it, WIP under absorption costing will have variable cost plus the fixed overheads, whereas work in progress under marginal costing will have only the variable costing. Are you clear? Then when I come to fixed finished goods, this will again have variable cost plus, whereas this will have only the. So your format is sales minus variable cost, right? So this variable cost is where my closing stock will be valued. And whereas here it will be sales minus variable cost minus fixed cost will be my profit. So my closing stock will be valued at this price. That means which one will show higher closing stock? Which one will show higher closing stock? Absorption costing, no? Because you are having both fixed and variable. Higher cost, not profit. Higher cost is more in the fixed, in the absorption costing. Now, because of that, the profits will always be lower in the absorption costing compared to it. Sometimes they'll ask you to do the reconciliation statement. I I didn't see in the paper, but it was there in one of the study material. It is there, I guess. Just look into it. If you have any doubt, let me know. Otherwise, I'll try to do that question. Yeah, study material, no, with you. Just give it around. Feels so nice to touch a book. I'll open that. It's in. I don't know how come I've missed this. It's not there in my this one. Okay. Guys, see here. This is what I was saying. Distinction between marginal and absorption costing. Under absorption costing, see here, direct material, direct labor, variable overhead, and fixed factory overhead is charged to cost of goods produced. Whereas under marginal costing, direct material, direct labor, and only variable factory overheads is charged. That means why there will be a difference? Because of the fixed factory overhead. Charged as expenses when goods are sold, charged as expenses when goods are sold. All selling and administration overheads is charged when incurred. Only fixed overhead and all selling and administration is charged as and when incurred. So that means now selling distribution, irrespective of it whether it is fixed or variable, does not matter. Does not matter. Whereas factory overheads we are going to be taking as variable, whereas in the absorption costing we are going to be taking it under what? Both fixed and variable, right? Okay, now look into it. If there is no opening and closing stock, this I think they can ask in the question. There is nice one. If there is no opening and closing stock, right? In this case, profit or loss under absorption costing and marginal costing will be equal. Why? Because you would have recovered all the cost. If the opening stock, when opening stock is equal to the closing stock, when opening stock is equal to closing stock, was then also both will show the same profit. Why? Because the fixed overheads will get reduced anyway. You will only have the cost of goods sold, which does not matter. When closing stock is more than the opening stock, then profit as per absorption costing will be more. When closing stock is more than the opening stock, if you want to analyze, look into it. Trading account, if the closing stock is more, what will be the gross profit? Will increase, no? So automatically if the absorption costing is showing more, automatically that will have more profit. If opening stock is more, then it will show lower profit. See the statement. Sales minus production cost, DMC, DL, variable, fixed overheads, Now, whatever you get in the cost of production, that is what you're going to be valuing your finished goods as. Then you will write your absorption of under absorption or over absorption. Do we know how to calculate under absorption, over absorption? Whereas when you do under marginal costing, look into it. Sales minus variable cost. What is going to be the value of goods produced? Direct material, direct labor, and just the variable overheads. After that, it all remains the same. There is one illustration. You can just, you want to try it out. Wonder Limited manufactures a single product zest. The following figures relate to the product. Sales, fixed and variable cost they have given. The normal activity of the year is 800 units. Fixed costs are incurred evenly during the year. Actual fixed costs are same as budget. Find out if 220 units were produced and 160 were sold, what will be the value, right? How do you absorb overheads? How do you absorb overheads? Total budget divided by your budgeted either activity or the level. They are telling you how many units they were budgeting, 800 for a year. That means if you are spending 1,60,000 for 800 units, per unit will be 200. Per unit will be 200. This year, how much did you produce? 220 units. So the cost absorbed is 44,000. Clear? Cost, they said, look into it. Actual fixed costs are same as budgeted. Actual fixed cost is same as budgeted. That means, can I say it's 1,60,000 only? Overheads incurred, can I say per quarter will be 40,000? What have you absorbed? So that means under recovery, right? After that, you just have to follow the steps. See here, for absorption costing, see the value. Variable cost is 176, fixed overheads is 44, totally 2.2 for 220 units. So my closing stock is 60 units, that will be 60. Then you add or subtract the under absorption, right? Try this one question, it is there just on the study material, that should be good enough, right? Yeah. Where were we in this material? Budgetary control, we have given notes. Budgeting, essentials of a good budget. This I think it's not there in the notes, I guess. Essentials of a good budget. Read it once. It's come in the examination twice. Advantages, this we covered. This one is important for your exam. Different types of budgets. I don't have it in the notes that I've given. Just read it once or twice. They've asked it in the paper. Fixed and flexible budget, again distinction, read it. Zero based budget, I've given it. Performance budget. So yeah, we are done with all the theory. So I think except that one topic, everything I've taught in the class. So it's only left to you guys to study whatever is required. Done? Okay, we'll just run through some questions, just reading across to see can we solve it. This is under the old scheme, so there will be one or two questions which is beyond our syllabus. I think contract costing is the only chapter which is not there. You are required to calculate inventory turnover ratio, the number of days in which the inventory is held for both materials A and B. Straightforward question. Then KPR has prepared the following budget for the products after promoting, before promotion, after promotion. Pretty much similar that we have done. Calculate effective hourly rate under Rowan's plan. Prepare process one account and abnormal loss or gain account. All the 20 marks in this was easy. We'll read some. Let's read the question. Be a little fast when we are reading it, just to see do we know everything on that. G Limited manufactures leather bags for office purpose. The following information is related to the production of leather bags for the month of September. Leather sheets and clothes are the main products. Estimated requirement per bag is 2 meters of leather and 1 meter of cloth, and 100 meters of cotton clothes are purchased onto it, freight paid on purchases. Stitching and finishing is 80 per hour. Other direct cost, machine has a lifespan, this is for depreciation. Monthly cost, freight paid on delivery. You are required to calculate cost of raw material consumed, prime cost, factory cost, cost of production. So only thing that is complicated is calculating. I told you they're going to be twisting in the raw material cost. So this is pure English. They have told each unit requires how many materials, what is the cost of each material. So you just have to do 3 multiplications. PV ratio, break even sales, revised break even if you reduce the selling price, and the revised sales in quantity. Lottery question for 10 marks. I think this was the paper that guy wrote and he got exemption, if I remember it right. Travels, bus company, service costing. This, if you see, this question is actually quite interesting. I just want you to read the question and tell me what is that they are trying to tell. You solved? Nice. Okay. But I did this topic today, no? This is ABC costing. Basically, it is an ABC costing. They only want you to do as per ABC costing and find out the change in the income. So they want you to find out the support cost allocated in the ratio of cost of goods sold, then based on activity based costing, and give your opinion. This is not there for our syllabus. Reconciliation of costing and financial accounting. What is bill of material? Describe the use of bill of material in the following departments. This I had explained through the diagram, so just you can write in your own notes, nothing much to it. Overhead cost variance, fixed overheads, variable, calendar. I told you guys, all the other questions were easy, so they have tried to come in and make your standard costing little difficult. It recovers overhead on predetermined at 20 per day. Actual work stick. I think this question we did yesterday. We did know this question yesterday. Unabsorbed overheads, we are done with it. Then explain the techniques of costing. I don't know. Cost control, cost reduction, budgetary control system and the components of the same, steps involved in time product, joint products, byproducts. Actually, if you see, all the questions here are general. Trust me, if you read my notes, you will only be getting 3 or 4. So you'll be getting 8 marks or 9 marks. That's all in this. None of it has a direct answer in the notes I've given. So this, none of it, only I think point E you can answer, point D you can answer, maybe point B you can answer. 3 questions you can answer. The other one you'll write it general. So 8 to 10 marks is what you can expect. But otherwise, there are 4 questions which were straightforward. 4 questions, 4 into 10, 40 marks. You are good enough with it. We'll check one more paper and I think we should be done with it. EOQ. How frequently should you place an order? Total ordering cost and total inventory cost. Flux method, replacement method, separation method. Which machine should be chosen? I think we did this today. What is the cost per ton kilometer? So I think all the 20 marks in this was pretty straightforward. Overhead is recovered as follow. Nice. They just ask you to calculate the overheads as percentage of direct wages, percentage of factory cost. And then they want you to just calculate the total cost for the new project. It is a combination of overheads and the job costing. Then B question is not part of the syllabus. Distinguish between job costing and process costing. Any 5 points of differences. My theory does not have this, so you'll have to write knowing the concept what both are. So second question completely gone. This question we did it in the class. This we did. SR limited. Cost sheet question. Chemical GK. Break-even sales, total fixed cost and other part of it. Star Limited manufactures 3 products. I think we did very similar question or same question only. You just have to multiply. Oh no, this is there in your notes. 10 mark question. Calculation of labor cost, labor rate, efficiency. Theory, explain the good. This is there. How do you treat the following items in the purchase of material is there. How do you treat overtime premium in the following cases there. Criticism of standard costing is not there. Identify the methods of costing from the following statements, that is there. So again, this paper, if you see, we knew 80 marks of the paper. Every paper will be like this only. The same paper after you come and show to me, I'll say it will be like this only. It's like you guys have to feel it the same. That's what I'm saying. What I am doing, if you guys can do that during the exam, should be good enough. But I'm done with the sessions. So just keep me posted about your results or other part of it. Anything is there, just post it in the group. I've given you guys my number, so you can drop me a text. If there's some conceptual understanding that is required, I'll be happy to help you out. This, whatever we have done over the last 5 days, use it as just understanding and doing more questions. You can do at a faster pace also, whatever is required. Choose 10 chapters, whichever you are finding it difficult. Once you have attended it, try to just keep doing as many questions as possible. And whenever you see a question and you're not able to get it, you guys are there in the WhatsApp group. I think each group has around 80 to 100 students. You can always post that. Somebody will explain it to you. You can always drop in a message, guys, I'm finding it difficult. Anyone has solved it, can you help me out? They'll call you up and do. If no one is doing, drop me a message, I'll explain it to you guys. But understand, paper will always have around 30 to 40 marks easy. My target is to choose that. My target is not to do the chapters that I know. The target is to choose the easier ones in the paper. Where you guys do a mistake in the paper is that you would have gone with the assumption that this chapter I know, I'll try to search something on that. When you do that, if that chapter you end up getting a difficult question, your exam gets screwed up. But now what we have done is we have just done every easy question. That's where you're finding the paper that I can attempt something. I'm not saying you'll get it right. I'm saying you're feeling that, hey, you know what? I know I can attempt this paper properly. There are some easy, there are some medium, or some difficult. Boss, I don't care about the difficult questions at all. I have no intention to get rank. When that intention becomes easier, I am more at ease when I write my paper. Theory, okay, I know. Let's say all the 4, I only knew 2 questions. Don't freak out. Let me write 2. In your mind, you know, I've got 8 marks. Other 2 questions, write something. Keep it 0 only. If you get 1 or 2 marks, good for you. But I'm gonna still start with my theory. Then I'll check which is the one where there is direct question. Cost sheet, overheads, ABC costing, standard costing. I'll check, are there questions which are very direct? If it is there, I'll attempt those. Even if 1 or 2 question comes, my score goes to 25-30. Then pick those 5 markers. 5 markers save you a lot of time. If you see, all the 5 mark questions were very straightforward. I'll try to see what all 5 markers can I attempt. Okay, 10 marks, let it go. In the name of 10, don't lose 20-30 marks that is there. 10 marks, that's why I said beginning of the exam, leave it in the name of God. Start your paper, you will do well. Trust your process, you will do your examination really well, right? Don't unnecessarily get distracted. Again and again, I'm saying for the guys, especially who are attending online and other part of it, don't keep getting distracted. Even for the ones who are attending the marathon on YouTube and other part of it, for 1 month, YouTube will cost you 125 rupees. Please take it rather than watching the advertisement. If you would have watched some advertisement in the past, YouTube will start recommending all those things for you. Unnecessary distraction. 125 rupees is nothing once you clear your examination. Netflix and all, you can spend money. 125 rupees on YouTube does not even matter. As much as possible, avoid your phone. Again and again, I'm saying, the more you avoid, the faster you can clear, and do your exams well. Keep yourself calm, and if there's something that is completely bothering you and not able to study, give me a call. You can keep calling me again and again. I'll pick the call after getting frustrated. If there's something very urgent, then you can do it. Otherwise, all the best, guys. Do well. See you guys. Post your results out there. Thank you.